Lord of the Mysteries chapter 55 to chapter 112. Anna, who had a pair of beautiful eyes, hesitated for more than 10 seconds. You can choose whichever you think is the most efficacious. You're a fortune teller, but I'm not. Of course, there are also cards and tarot cards. I've tried to study them at home, but I always feel that they're more like toys, more like games. Klein thought for a moment as he placed his elbows on the edge of the table and placed his palms between his mouth and nose. His gaze was calm as he said in a deep voice, "Then, I'll use the astrolabe for divination." He pointed at the fountain pen and a stack of paper on the table. Write down your fiancé's name, as well as his appearance, address, and date of birth. It would be even better if you can remember the exact time. From her attire, grooming, and bearing, he believed that she wasn't illiterate. Anna didn't answer. She reached out for a piece of paper, picked up the fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and began writing, pausing from time to time in thought. 2 minutes later, she pushed the piece of paper to the other side. Klein reached out and pressed down on it, flipped the sequence, and took in the information on the piece of paper. Joyce Mayer, September 15, 1323, 2 p.m., 8, Stevens Street, East Borough, Tingen City, short blonde hair, a nose like an eagle's beak. With just a glance, Klein quickly calculated the spirit number of the person's birthday. 1 plus 5 equals 6. In the field of mysticism, the number of digits obtained by adding the dates of one's birth was known as the spirit number of one's birthday. It affected a person's life before the age of 27. The spirit number of the month of birth, adding the digits of the month of birth to a single digit, affected a person's life from 27 to 54. The spirit number of the year of birth, adding the digits of the year of birth to a single digit, affected a person's life after 54. Today was July 1349, and Joyce wasn't even 27 years old yet. Therefore, Klein quickly calculated the spirit number of his birthday. And the number 6 represented a balanced and harmonious life. He had a loving relationship, and it was a relatively good marriage or a prospective marriage. Following that, he calculated the person's fleeting spirit number. The so-called fleeting year spiritual number was to replace the year of birth with the current year, and then add it together with the spiritual number of the birthday spiritual number and the spiritual number of the birthday spiritual number to obtain the approximate luck for the current year. 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 9 is equal to 17, 1 plus 7 is equal to 8, 8 plus month of birth, 9 plus birthday, 6 is equal to 23, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. If the fleeting year is 5, it means that there will be changes and accidents that require a certain amount of risk. Klein combined the actual situation and silently made a judgment, confirming that the information Anna provided was accurate. He retracted his gaze from the paper and looked at Anna. Mr. Meyer left on the 3rd of June? If he didn't lie, then that's it. Anna bit her lips. Okay. Klein took the pen and wrote it down. He looked at Anna with his dark brown eyes and said gently, "I'm going to start drawing the corresponding astrolabe. This will require some time and absolute silence. Can you wait outside for a while? Angelica will give you a cup of coffee or tea." All right. Anna knew that certain fortune tellers had eccentricities, so she wasn't surprised. She got up, took her veil hat with a pinkish blue ribbon, and left the topaz room. Klein locked the door and returned to the table. Based on the year, date, and time, he drew the astrolabe, including the constellations, planets, and the positions of the houses, the divisions of the sky. During this process, he barely flipped through the astrology handbook. He completed it purely from memory. During his mysticism lessons, Klein discovered that as long as it was related to divination, he could easily grasp it once he learned it. It quickly became instinctive. Perhaps this is what it means to be a seer. After he finished drawing the astrolabe, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He felt his body, mind, and spirit become a lot more relaxed. Looking at the results, he roughly determined that Joyce Meyer would encounter a calamity based on the constellations, the positions of the planets, and the other auxiliary symbols. However, he would eventually be able to walk out of it. At this point, the divination was actually complete. However, Klein placed great importance on this first business deal. He hoped to build up his reputation so that it would be easier for him to act in the future. Hence, he picked up a fountain pen and wrote a line in Hermes on the piece of paper that Anna had written on. Joyce Meyer's current condition. He silently recited the sentence, memorizing the date of birth and other information on the piece of paper over and over again. After repeating it 7 times, Klein grabbed the piece of paper and leaned back in his chair. An outline of the ball of light appeared in his mind as his eyes turned dark. He quickly entered a cogitation state. His surroundings immediately became ethereal. There seemed to be invisible objects and illusory gray fog extending endlessly above him. Klein recalled the contents on the piece of paper again before indulging himself and falling asleep in such a state. He was going to use dream divination. He would repeat the question and memorize it. Then, he would let his astral projection roam the spirit world in his dream and obtain a revelation. To an ordinary person, they would occasionally have similar experiences. However, the symbols in their dreams were complicated and blurry, making it difficult to remember. However, a seer didn't have such a problem. They could directly see certain scenes. Everything began to blur. Klein was half awake and half muddled. In the distorted and illusory world, he saw a golden-haired young man with a hooked nose. He was swimming frantically in a sea of blood and fear. He was nearly engulfed a few times, but he was lucky enough to escape to the shore. The scene shattered and changed. Klein saw a grayish-blue house with a toy pinwheel at the door. The golden-haired young man with a hooked nose was slowly walking in with a delighted expression. At that moment, the scene changed again. Klein found himself in a towering palace. The walls had collapsed and were in ruins. Some places were even covered in moss and weeds. Through the holes around him, he could see the mountain outside and the white clouds that were almost touching him. At the very end of the palace was a huge chair carved out of stone. It was embedded with dull gems and gold. It didn't seem to be prepared for humans. The huge chair was empty and mottled, as though it had experienced the baptism of time. Klein looked around in puzzlement. He didn't understand why he would dream of such a scene. His muddle-headedness began to fade. He subconsciously walked out of the palace to confirm where he was. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. It was a gaze from behind. Klein suddenly turned around and looked at the huge stone chair. He saw that there seemed to be countless transparent maggots huddled together. They were slowly squirming and growing wantonly. Hiss, he opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. The crystal ball, tarot cards, and the paper with the astrolabe reflected in his eyes. Reality quickly defeated the illusion. The beginning of the dream was the result of divination. What about the rest? It seems to be targeted at me? Klein put down the paper and rubbed his sun acupoint, frowning in thought. He was certain that this wasn't the fear hidden in his heart being expressed through the dream. It was because he was doing a divination himself. A non-human palace on a mountain peak. Silent gaze at me. Distorted and strange maggots. Klein recalled the past as he silently guessed. Was it the one I communicated with through the luck enhancement ritual, or was it from the Antigonus family's notebook? Yes, the notebook mentioned the nation of the Evernight in the Hornacis mountain range. The palace in the dream was on the mountain peak. He did some reading and was glad that he had chosen to be a seer. According to Old Neil, mystery priors could also perform dream divination, but they were definitely not as good as him. Phew, I'm haunting you. I can only hope that I can capture Ray Bieber as soon as possible. Klein calmed his emotions, took the paper with the astrolabe, and slowly walked to the door. He opened the door and came to the reception hall. He saw Anna staring out the window, completely ignoring the black tea in front of her. "Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you gotten the results from your divination?" Anna glanced at Klein from the corner of her eye and hurriedly stood up. Klein didn't answer her directly. Instead, he asked based on the revelation he had received from the dream, "Is there a toy windmill in front of your house or Mr. Meyer's house?" Anna's eyes widened. She was stunned speechless for a long time. After a while, she muttered, "That was a gift he gave me. That's a gift he gave me. It's right in front of my house." How did you know? This can also be divined." Klein smiled and said warmly, "Congratulations, Miss Anna. Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is a guest at your house. If you go back immediately, you should be able to meet him. He has experienced a disaster and an unimaginable painful experience. What he needs is not an inquiry, but comfort and a warm embrace. Oh really? Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune tellers she knew would never speak with such certainty or give such a definite conclusion. You will know when you return home immediately, Klein said with a gentle smile. Oh, God of Steam, is this true? Is my poor Joyce back? Are you sure? No, I can't believe it. Anna was stunned for a moment as she spoke incoherently. She took out a one-solly note from her bag. Without waiting for Klein to give her change, she ran out of the divination club and hurried home on a carriage. Does this include a tip? Klein shook his head and laughed as he held the note. The two-wheeled carriage sped through the streets and entered East Borough. Anna looked out the window at the streets that were speeding past her with anxiety, anticipation, and fear. Not long after, the toy windmill appeared before her eyes. After getting off the carriage, she didn't care about her appearance. She almost stumbled to the door and pulled the doorbell. The door creaked open. Anna saw a blond young man in a black suit. His face was haggard, but his eyes were cheerful. He had an eagle's beak. I thought I would miss you today, Joyce said with a smile. By the God of Steam, you're really back. Anna rubbed her eyes and shouted in surprise and joy. What the fortune teller said was true. No, he's a real fortune teller. It's too magical, thoughts surged and boiled. Anna held back her tears and rushed over to give her fiancé a warm hug. In the rather spacious living room, Anna and Joyce, who had ended their hug, sat on different sofas, separated by the woman's parents. Joyce sighed with a satisfied expression. Holy Lord of Steam, I'm so lucky to have returned alive and to see Anna again. My poor Joyce, what exactly happened to you? Anna couldn't hold it in any longer as she probed with concern. Joyce looked at his fiancé, his expression turning heavy. I'm still afraid to this day. I keep waking up from my dreams again and again. 5 days after the Alfalfa left Caesar Harbor, we encountered pirates, terrifying pirates. The only thing to be thankful for was that their leader was named Nast. The great pirate who calls himself the King of the Five Seas? Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, asked in astonishment. Although Joyce had come to visit half an hour ago, he didn't mention in detail what had happened to him. He appeared apprehensive, nervous, and uneasy until Anna returned and gave him a hug. Only then did he seem to have walked out of his predicament. Yes, the King of the Five Seas, Nast, claimed to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. He abided by the virtue of not killing captives, and because of this, we were only robbed of our money and didn't lose our lives. His subordinates even left us enough food. Joyce recalled what had happened during this period of time. His body gradually began to tremble, but he still persisted in describing the deepest and heaviest nightmare of his. I didn't lose much of my belongings. I originally thought that the misfortune was over, but in the voyage that followed, the Alfalfa's passengers and crew erupted in an intense internal strife. It went from arguments to brawls to pulling out revolvers and raising swords to kill each other. Those few days, my vision was filled with the color of blood. The people beside me fell one after another, their eyes wide open as though they would never close. Their limbs, hearts, and intestines splattered all over the ground. Those of us who didn't want to become beasts, the rational part of us, had nowhere to hide, and nowhere to run. We were surrounded by dark blue waves, an endless ocean. Some cried, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were still hung on the mast. Anna, I was filled with despair at that time. I thought that I would never see you again. Fortunately, in such a nightmare, a hero still appeared. Mr. Captain led us to hide in the sturdy lower deck. With the water and food that we had prepared in advance, we managed to hold on until we reached the limit of those crazy guys. Mr. Triss encouraged us and bravely led us to attack those murderers. After a bloody battle that I will never forget, we survived. However, the Alfalfa also deviated from its course, and only a third of the sailors remained. When talking about the darkest and most terrifying side of the human heart, Joyce couldn't help but recall the hero who called himself Triss. He had a round, amiable face and was shy like a girl. He always liked to stay in a corner. Only those who knew him well would understand how talkative he was. But it was this inconspicuous boy who stood resolutely in front of everyone during the worst and most desperate times. Oh, God of Steam, my pitiful Joyce, what a heart-wrenching experience you had. Thank God. Worship God. He didn't let us be separated. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes as she constantly tapped on the triangular sacred emblem of steam and machinery on her chest. Joyce revealed a slightly pale smile. This is the reward for our devotion. The Alfalfa later experienced a storm, went through a loss of navigation, and passed one test after another before finally arriving at Enmat Harbor. Due to the serious murder that happened on the ship, we survivors were detained by the police and interrogated separately. We didn't have the chance to send a telegram home to inform our families of the situation. When everything was over, which was this morning, I immediately borrowed some money from a friend and took the steam locomotive back. Thank God for allowing me to set foot on the land of Tingen again, allowing me to see all of you again. At this point, he looked at his fiancée with a puzzled expression. Anna, when you saw me, I could feel your joy and surprise. But what I couldn't understand was why you rushed to the door so excitedly after getting off the carriage. I was planning on giving you a huge surprise. Anna recalled what had happened and still said in disbelief, There's nothing to hide, Joyce. There's nothing to hide, Joyce. As I was worried about you, I went to the only divination club in Tingen City for a divination today. And that fortune teller, no, the seer told me that your fiancé has returned. He's in the house with the toy windmill. What? Mr. and Mrs. Wayne and Joyce blurted out at the same time. Anna covered her face and shook her head. I didn't believe what I saw today either, but it really happened. God of steam, perhaps there really are miracles in this world. Joyce, that seer asked for your name, characteristics, address, and date of birth. He said that he was doing an astrolabe divination. Then, he asked me if the house with the toy windmill was my house or yours. After I confirmed it, he said, Congratulations, Miss Anna, your fiancé has returned. He's at your house. Don't ask him about what happened, just give him a hug and comfort. God. Joyce felt that this matter was simply unimaginable and incomprehensible. Could it be that he knows me? Did someone send him a telegram? Is he familiar with the police at Enmat Harbor? No, this is still inexplicable. How did he know that I'm at your house? How could he be so sure that you're going to get a divination? Did you make an appointment in advance? No, I chose it at the last minute, Anna answered blankly. Perhaps a good seer needs to have a wealth of information, even if it can't be used in a short period of time. Perhaps there really is something magical about divination. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, sighed and concluded. In the known 1,000 years of history, as well as the unclear fourth epoch, divination has always existed. It has never disappeared. I think there must be a reason for it. Joyce shook his head slightly and asked, What's the matter? What's the name of that seer? Anna thought for a moment. Klein Moretti. In the reception hall of the Divination Club. As Klein had controlled his volume, Angelica tactfully didn't approach. Therefore, she only saw Anna leave as though she had lost her soul. She only saw Anna's expression of shock and confusion. Angelica walked to the sofa with small steps and asked curiously, A good result? She didn't dare to ask about the exact outcome, afraid that it would violate the unspoken rules of the fortune tellers. Yes. Klein nodded and took out 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of a soldi is 1.5 pence? Yes. Angelica looked at the copper coins and saw that 1 was a penny and 2 were halfpence. She quickly returned them. There's an extra halfpenny. Klein smiled faintly. Thank you for taking care of my guest. She tipped me, so I should tip you too. This is also my way of thanking you for your recommendation, he added silently in his heart. All right then. Angelica felt an inexplicable fear of Klein. Seeing that the reason was appropriate, she didn't reject him. Klein returned to the meeting room, thinking that there would be more people seeking divination. However, he didn't see a second customer until 40 minutes past 5. This wasn't to say that the Divination Club's business wasn't good, but that most people had a clear goal and had chosen their own fortune teller. They must have been recommended by someone, and they had long decided on who they would get for divination. In short, I don't have enough reputation. Klein used gaming terms to make a self-deprecating comment. He finished his 3rd cup of side black tea, put on his half-top hat, and slowly walked out of the meeting room with his silver-inlaid cane. Angelica recalled Glassy's exhortations and hurriedly went forward. Mr. Moretti, when will you be coming to the club next? Mr. Glassy wishes to thank you in person. I'll come whenever I'm free. If fate allows us to meet, then he will definitely meet me, Klein replied in the tone of a charlatan, as though he was in character. Following that, he ignored Angelica's reaction and walked out of the divination club. He took a public carriage home. After entering, Klein saw Banson reading the newspaper. Melissa was using the evening sun to piece together some gears, bearings, and springs. Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shoud come to visit? Klein asked in a relaxed tone. Banson didn't put down the newspaper and only looked up. Mrs. Shoud stopped by for a quarter of an hour. She brought some gifts and was very pleased with the muffins and lemon cake we had prepared. She invited us to visit her house when we had the chance. She is a kind, polite lady who knows how to make conversation. The only problem is that their family believes in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school and can only be homeschooled, Melissa mumbled softly. It was obvious that she was rather displeased with the matter. Don't mind her. As long as she doesn't interfere with us, she'll still be a good neighbor, Klein consoled his sister with a smile. The kingdom of Rouen was a country of many religions. It wasn't like the Faisac Empire in the north, which only obeyed the god of war, nor was it like the Fanapotter kingdom in the south, which only worshipped Mother Earth. It was inevitable that the believers of the three major churches, the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the god of steam and machinery, would have some conflicting views and habits. However, after thousands of years, they restrained each other and didn't end up in a situation where they couldn't coexist. Okay. Melissa pursed her lips and cast her gaze back at the pile of components. After dinner, Klein continued revising his history knowledge. He waited until Melissa and Banson had showered and returned to their rooms before he cleaned himself up, entered his bedroom, and locked the door. He wanted to sort out and summarize the problems that had arisen during this period of learning to prevent himself from forgetting or neglecting the crux of the matter. Only then could he have a clearer train of thought to deal with the subsequent developments. Klein flipped open his notebook, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing in Mandarin, one word at a time. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued writing, the essence of solving a potion problem is digestion, not mastery. This can be understood intuitively. Mastery is just using the potion's power as an external tool. Tamed beasts, no matter how well you master them, they still don't truly belong to you. The risk of backlash is relatively high. As for digestion, it is treating the potion as a part of you, breaking it down, fusing with it, absorbing it, and unifying them as a whole. There's no doubt about this for now. The key is why acting can aid in digestion. According to today's experience as a seer, I'll make two conjectures and wait for further verification. First, according to the potion's name, acting, it can change the state of the body, heart, and soul, allowing them to gradually approach the remnant stubborn spirit at the potion's core. From there, they will resonate, assimilate, and absorb bit by bit. Second, the remnant stubborn spirit at the potion's core is like a computer with perfect defenses. To infiltrate it, break it, and disintegrate it, one has to find a bug, a loophole, and a key. And the name of the potion reveals the corresponding clues. Thus, through acting, one can reconcile the body, heart, and soul, disguising as one of us, deceiving the guards, and swaggering in. This line of thought is similar to Roselle the Great's description. Regardless of the conjecture, the state of the body, heart, and soul cannot be bypassed. After all, they are the only bridge between acting and the potion's power. Klein put down his fountain pen and read the text again. For a moment, he wanted to thank the Foodie Empire for giving him exam-oriented education. Regardless of whether he chose science or engineering, he still possessed basic logical abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a keyboard warrior, nor would he have been able to carry out such analysis and conjectures. Perhaps acting is really effective. The specific changes need to be observed. Klein made a stage conclusion. Following that, he wrote the second question, a description that makes people feel strange. Why is a seer more knowledgeable and professional in the field of mysticism, but lacking in direct means of defeating the enemy? Shouldn't being knowledgeable and professional make a seer more powerful, allowing them to discover a way to defeat the enemy? The reasons are as follows. The first possibility is just like the online novels I've read before. I've transmigrated into the game world that has become reality. Therefore, different classes must have their own characteristics and be relatively balanced. But so far, I haven't seen any signs of digitization, nor have I seen any development of quests. I'll put this factor on hold for now, and the possibility is extremely low. Second, the underlying law of this world is balance. The creator created this place with balance as the core. Third, the potions of the same sequence will be at the same energy level. This is the best state that our predecessors have discovered after exploring and summarizing. If the potion exceeds this energy level, it will easily collapse and lose control. If the potion is too low, it will not be able to obtain the extraordinary power that it wants. Therefore, in a situation where the energy level is fixed, if one side is stronger, the other side will naturally be weaker. The fourth one is that all things originate from the same source. They all originated from the Creator and are all fragments of the Creator. The underlying meaning of complementing each other is that each has its own problems. Currently, I'm leaning towards the third and fourth reasons. However, the latter is a myth with uncertain origins and can only be used as a reference. I'll first use the third one as a guide and verify it through my current studies and subsequent discoveries. At this point, Klein had already filled 2 full pages. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he began organizing new questions. From what I learned today, my luck enhancement ritual is a classic ritualistic magic. Such ritualistic magic can be split into 3 parts. The first is the sacrificial portion to please or attract the interest of the corresponding existence. The second part is the incantation that describes the specific target of the prayer. The third part is the actual part of what help I want to obtain. This needs to be explained using the corresponding formatted language and certain symbols. From this point of view, I can discover an obvious problem when I analyze the luck enhancement ritual. There is no third part. It has a sacrificial portion that places the staple food and takes 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square. It also has an incantation that indicates the direction of the prayer, such as the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. However, it only closes its eyes and waits. It doesn't describe the goal of the ritual as improving one's luck. That is to say, the corresponding existence has no idea what this so-called luck enhancement ritual is asking for. It can only do as it pleases, what a scam. Isn't that Qin and Han Dynasty Arcana Compendium 2F** King scam? I must have been out of my mind back then to even think of giving it a try. Klein put down his fountain pen and took 2 deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself down. Phew. He exhaled a turbid breath and continued organizing his thoughts. I'll consider redesigning this ritual to make it complete. And the goal of the prayer is to return to Earth, to return to the world where my parents and friends are. Then, here comes the question. Is that existence doing as it pleases? Or does it have a deeper purpose? Furthermore, is the existence that the descriptive incantation points to on Earth and the one that is pointed to in this world the same existence? If it is, then the difference in the effects of the first and second ritual can be explained as free will. Then, the second and third ritual can both head above the gray fog and connect to justice and the hanging man. There's almost no difference. What's the reason for that? When the fourth ritual proves to be stable and repeatable tomorrow afternoon, it means that the effect has solidified. It means that the goal of the prayer is hidden in a segment that I'm still unclear about. This way, adding new descriptions and new prayers won't result in a clear response. It might even cause the ritual to become chaotic and produce negative effects. The difference between the first and subsequent ritual, under the condition that the ritual's target remains the same, does it mean that the world I'm in will respond differently? It's like it's using a different interface. Then, how should I design it to achieve the effect I want? If I believe that the first and second ritual points to a different existence, then some of the previous questions can be perfectly explained. But similarly, the stability and unchanging of the second and third ritual means that the target of the prayer is hidden. There's no way to change it for the time being. Most importantly, who is the existence it points to? Where is he? Why doesn't he give me any hints or guidance? Is he in the depths of the world of gray fog? Can he be treated as a slumbering existence that is given a certain amount of stimulation and fixed feedback? Other than that, he won't interfere or affect me? Then, I can design different rituals to stimulate him and summarize the pattern of the feedback. Finally, I can find the correct way to return. But the problem is that if he isn't slumbering, then all the probing might lead to terrifying things happening. It's extremely dangerous. The first probing has to be sufficiently careful. The design has to avoid agitating him. What a headache. There's still room for further learning. Klein sighed and gave a conclusion. After that, he recorded a few other things in bits and pieces. There's always a formless voice echoing in my ears, shouting Hornacis and, is it pronounced Feligra or Feligra? The Hornacis is a mountain range that straddles the Ruan Kingdom and the Republic of Intis. Its main peak is more than 6,000 meters tall. According to the Antigonus family's notebook, there was a nation of the Evernight there in the fourth epoch. Nation of the Evernight goddess. Are the two related? Dependent, or an opposing faction? Was the Antigonus family destroyed by the Church of the Evernight goddess related to the nation of the Evernight goddess? The whispers I heard came from the notebook, from the shouts of the Antigonus family that spanned 1,000 years. What does Feligra represent? An interesting question. To be able to leave behind such a notebook and sealed artifact 2-049, it means that the Antigonus family wields rather powerful beyonder powers. Then, which sequence pathway do they possess? Is it complete or incomplete? Discovering that the notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands is a bit of a coincidence, but there aren't any signs of it being arranged. Is it really fate? One thought after another appeared on the tip of his pen as Klein happily wrote down the things he had encountered and his own guesses. Just like that, there were 4 pages, both front and back. Rip. Klein suddenly tore down the 4 pages and read them a few times from beginning to end. From time to time, he would circle points with his fountain pen and add a few sentences at other times. Time passed quickly, and the crimson moon was temporarily covered by dark clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch on the table, clicked it open, and took a look. He put down the pocket watch and took out a box of matches from the drawer. He lit one and moved closer to the 4 pages of the notebook. The orange-red flames bit into the paper and quickly spread. Klein placed the 4 pages of the notebook on the wooden trash can and saw the ashes float down. He released his fingers and allowed the paper to fall. In less than 10 seconds, everything disappeared, leaving only the slightly circling ashes and the charred marks at the bottom of the wooden barrel to recount the past. As he had Roselle the Great's secret diary in front of him, Klein didn't dare leave behind any evidence that he could write in Chinese. If old Neil and company discovered the 4 pieces of paper, things would become unclear. And when writing confidential questions, be it in Rouen, Ancient Faisac, or Hermes, Klein was worried that the person watching him in his dream would see and interpret the contents. Therefore, he wrote in Chinese to organize and summarize. After he completed the task, he burned the paper to leave no traces. And because he couldn't keep it, he made a plan for himself. It was to summarize once a week to prevent forgetting. Seeing the ashes fall, Klein took out a piece of white paper and raised his head to write "Dear Teacher," the next day, Monday morning. Klein, who was on his day off, didn't go out. Instead, he handed the letter to his mentor, Cohen Quinton, and the excess postage fee to Melissa. He entrusted her to deliver it to the post office near Tingen Technical School. After breakfast, he leisurely made up for the sleep he had lost during his work period. He only got out of bed when his stomach growled at noon. After heating up the leftovers from last night and eating a loaf of oatmeal bread, Klein took a newspaper and entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor. At times like this, he couldn't help but sigh at the lack of a cell phone. 7 or 8 minutes later, he came out feeling refreshed. He washed his hands, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. Following that, Klein drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, and did half an hour of cogitation. He practiced his spirit vision, spirit pendulum, and dowsing rod for half an hour. He then used his memory to review his mysticism knowledge for an hour. After doing all this, he tore the old newspaper into a dozen or so pieces and wrote the names of ingredients such as moonflower candle and full moon essence oil. He then simulated the process of ritualistic magic step by step to grasp the details. Before he was truly proficient and learned more, he didn't plan on trying ritualistic magic rashly. It would be a waste of ingredients and could easily attract danger. Over and over again, Klein picked up the silver pocket watch with a vine-patterned pattern and opened it to take a look. He realized that it was just past 2:45. He thought for a few seconds and took the old newspaper to the kitchen on the first floor to burn it. He used it to adjust his condition in preparation for the tarot gathering. After locking the bedroom door again, Klein didn't wait for 3 o'clock. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog early. He wanted to take this opportunity to investigate that place. Just as Klein stood in an empty spot in the room and was about to begin walking counterclockwise, he suddenly thought of something. He was worried about whether Justice and the hanging man had entered a suitable environment, and whether they would be disturbed or discovered. He had said that he would think of a way to allow Justice and the hanging man to apply for leave in advance and miss the gathering if they really couldn't get away, or if they encountered some other situation. For the Klein of the past, this was an almost unsolvable problem. He couldn't just manually set up a different world's instant communication network, and the wired telegraph method would expose himself. And now, he found inspiration from ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic that relies on external forces usually requires the help of different existences. Similar incantations will definitely have a clear direction at the beginning, such as the God of Night, the Lady of Crimson, or a description of those unknown and hidden existences. Then can I change the incantation so that the description at the beginning points to me? Point at me. This way, even if Justice and the hanging man hold a ritual in a foreign country, I will still be able to obtain the corresponding information. Klein suddenly perked up and began to analyze the feasibility of this method. There are two difficulties. First, I'm not a powerful high-sequence beyonder. Even if the incantation's description points to me, it's unlikely that I'll receive the request. Secondly, how do I make sure that the description of the incantation will accurately point to me? How do I make sure that I won't go astray and hit an unknown existence that matches the description? That would be extremely dangerous. Klein paced back and forth as he pondered over the possible solutions. His footsteps were silent as he circled again and again. He naturally associated this matter with the mysterious world above the gray fog. Just because I can't receive the request, doesn't mean that the gray fog can't. The combination of it and the crimson star can directly pull a person into space, regardless of distance. You can consider tying me to that mysterious space when you're describing it in a directional manner, according to this line of reasoning. Although I can't immediately receive the request when the other party holds the ritual, I'll be able to see the corresponding information as long as I enter the world above the gray fog. Simply put, it's the difference between online and offline messages on QQ. The more Klein thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that this line of thinking was worth a try. Then what description should I use to accurately point to me, to point to the world above the gray fog? He began to consider the specific details. In fact, he had an incantation that could definitely succeed. It was the pure Ruan phonetic translation of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, the problem was that it would cause him to lose control of the world above the gray fog. He would lose his dominant position, so he could only eliminate it. The fool from an alternate world? No, that's accurate enough. There's almost no other existence that fits the criteria, but it will expose my greatest secret. Klein thought of incantations one after another, but he rejected them all. 7 or 8 minutes later, he finally finalized the first paragraph of the incantation. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. This was obviously not accurate enough, so Klein quickly added another paragraph. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The combination of the two would almost be able to restrict it to him, and it would also tie the gray fog to him. Just a little more. I can't eliminate the possibility that there are many spaces above the gray fog and many rulers. I can't eliminate the possibility that this description points to the spirit world. Klein frowned and planned on adding another layer of insurance. He considered for a full minute and finally came up with the final description: the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. This was an approximate translation of the emperor of heaven and earth for blessings. If it was just him alone, it was very likely that he would go astray and provoke unknown dangerous existences. However, with the first two restrictions, and with his previous experience of entering the world above the gray fog using similar incantations, the target of the description could be completely locked in. Klein didn't know if the ritualistic magic would be effective if he followed the 3 descriptions, but he was certain that it wouldn't attract the attention of other existences. It wouldn't put Justice and the hanging man in danger. Klein let out a long breath and silently recited the incantation he had thought of. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He nodded indiscernibly and took out the pocket watch from his pocket to confirm the time. It's 2:58. Klein didn't think any further. He put away the pocket watch and entered cogitation. Accompanied by the incantation, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and formed a square. The loudest noise and the most soul-stirring screams sounded again. He felt a headache that was even more unbearable than when he consumed the seer potion. This was different from the excruciating pain of having his head pierced through. It was a swelling pain that made him irritable, irrational, and confused. Klein used cogitation to control himself and tried his best not to listen. The murmurs and murmurs receded like the tide. His body became lighter, and so did his spirituality. Everything became ethereal. The boundless gray fog appeared in his sight, and the crimson stars were near and far, like eyes. Above the gray fog, the towering palace that looked like the residence of a giant still stood there, as though it had existed there for millions of years. With just a thought, Klein's figure disappeared and he sat at the seat of honor at the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs. The ritual's effects have indeed been fixed, he muttered and tapped his glabella, allowing the grayish-white fog to envelop him. It was thicker than before. According to the hanging man's description, if Justice became a spectator, then it was best not to expose his actions in front of her. Without time to investigate, Klein stretched out his right hand and formed an invisible connection to communicate with the 2 familiar crimson stars. On the dark blue Sonia Sea, an ancient sailboat sailed with the wind. Alger Wilson locked himself in the captain's cabin, allowing the ghost ship to provide him with the highest level of protection. The pocket watch in front of him was spread open beside the brass sextant. It was ticking, not joyful, but nervous. Just as the hour, minute, and second hands pointed to the correct position, a crimson blob exploded in front of Alger Wilson's eyes, ignoring the layers of protection. Sigh. His sigh echoed in the captain's cabin. Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall leaned against the velvet pillow and looked at the yellowish-brown paper in her hand again. Her gem-like eyes seemed to hide 2 slowly spinning soul vortexes. Her gaze was calm and cold, as if she was waiting for a play to unfold. The crimson exploded, and she watched herself being engulfed in a condescending manner. Above the gray fog, in the grand palace, the long bronze table was mottled and ancient. As soon as Audrey Hall's figure appeared, Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, looked over. Without surprise, he saw that the colors in the depths of her aura had blended into one, becoming pure and tranquil like a lake that clearly reflected everything. She has indeed become a beyonder. Just as Klein was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly realized that the high-back chair belonging to Miss Justice had changed. The resplendent stars on the back of the chair moved rapidly, forming an illusory constellation that didn't belong to reality. In Klein's eyes, this constellation was very familiar, because it was a symbol in mysticism. The symbol that symbolized a dragon, spectator. Dragon. Klein controlled himself not to shake his head as he looked inquiringly at the hanging man's high-back chair. Normally, with his angle of vision, he definitely wouldn't be able to see the situation on the back of the chair, but this was his home turf. Everything appeared according to his will. The constellation on the back of the chair didn't change, but Klein, who had gained a basic understanding of mysticism, wasn't as ignorant as before. He recognized it as the symbol of storm. Sailor. Blessed of the sea. Storm. That's not a problem. The colors in the depths of the hanging man's aura have become a lot purer. He advanced. Right, what's the symbol on the back of my chair? Klein held back his urge, and just like before, he tapped the edge of the long table 3 times with his finger and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Miss Justice." "Congratulations, Miss Justice. You're now a beyonder." "He can tell straight away?" Audrey was taken aback for a moment before she smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. It's faster than I imagined, Alger Wilson said frankly. Klein didn't continue the topic. He tapped his glabella and smiled. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey didn't immediately answer like before. Instead, she widened her crystal-clear eyes and looked at the hanging man with a scrutinizing gaze. Alger subconsciously restrained his body movements. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I discovered 2 pages of Roselle the Great's diary and memorized their contents. I have 1 page, Audrey, whose vision was obstructed by the gray fog, replied in a tone as though she was watching from the sidelines. Very good. Klein didn't allow his joy and disappointment to infect his voice. He was happy that there were 3 pages, but he was disappointed that there were only 3 pages. This was because the first collection would definitely be relatively easy. It would be an excavation of one's own resources and channels. It would become more and more difficult in the future as it would involve more factors. Are we going to express it now? Audrey asked calmly. Yes. Klein nodded succinctly. He maintained his previous posture and didn't change much. He had to be careful in front of a spectator. As he said that, a yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The 2 of them picked up their writing tools and began recalling the symbols in their memories, as well as expressing their emotions urgently. Silently, line after line of words appeared on the yellowish-brown parchment. Some were upright and elegant, some were elegant and graceful, and some were crooked and slanted. In less than a minute, the contents that Audrey and Alger had forcefully memorized were all printed out. With a thought, the 3 pages of goatskin appeared in Klein's hand. He scanned through the diary and discovered that the order of the language was reversed. There were omissions and typos in the content. However, experiments proved that a certain degree of errors in the order didn't affect his reading in Mandarin. And having been tormented by asterisks for so long, he had no fear of missing or typos. April 8th, I stood at the bow of the Black King and spread my arms. I said to Grimm and Edwards, do you want my treasures? Then come to the end of the bewilderment fog sea to look for it. I hid all my treasures here. They didn't understand my humor at all and actually asked me if I really had extra treasures. How boring. You guys can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse like this. On the 11th of April, I discovered a nameless island that isn't on a safe sea route. There are quite a few extraordinary species on it. No, I prefer to call them extraordinary species. That sounds more impressive. In addition to them, there are many strange creatures on the island. I think if Darwin transmigrated here, he would definitely not be able to write the theory of evolution. On the 15th of April, Glenn became a little strange. Was he infected? When had Roselle the Great, who was born in the kingdom of Intis, ever sailed? The bewilderment fog sea should be the sea to the west of the Republic of Intis. I have to go to the library to find some historical materials to compare. Klein quickly finished reading the page and cast his gaze to the end. At this moment, he no longer hid the fact that he knew Roselle the Great's secret symbol, because this was behavior befitting of the identity of the fool. As for Audrey and Alger, they didn't say a word. They sat there quietly and waited. They didn't seem to be surprised by this outcome at all. They even believed that this was the right way to go. October 2nd, they actually decided to let me get engaged to Matilda of the Abel family without discussing it with me first. Heavens, I haven't even met her yet. No, I must reject it. Even if I have to run away from home, even if I have to rely on myself and suffer all kinds of oppression, I must resist this arranged marriage. October 5th, Miss Matilda is so beautiful. October 6th, her personality and temperament are all the type I like. I'm beginning to look forward to our marriage. Hey, Emperor, where's your integrity? Klein leaned back in his high-back chair, not allowing his emotions to penetrate the gray fog. He realized that Roselle didn't write a diary every day in the early days. Typically, he would only write when he encountered something, needed to complain, record, or express his emotions. Moving his gaze down, Klein looked at the last entry on the diary page. October 9th, they actually call me the son of steam. I like it very much. Seeing that the contents of the first 2 pages were temporarily worthless, Klein couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he wasn't disheartened. He moved the third diary page to the top. The content was written on both sides of the page. 21 St. May, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me two choices. Two sequence pathways beginnings. One is Savant, which belongs to the complete sequence chain that they themselves control. The other is Mystery Prior, which I obtained from the Moses ascetic order and lacks a higher sequence. 22nd of May. My choice is very simple. Savant. I'm a savant with a complete sequence. Although grasping more mysticism knowledge will help me find a way home, the problem is that transmigration requires external help when I'm not strong enough. And whether the external help is good or bad, benevolent or malevolent, I can't control it. It's very dangerous. In that case, I might as well make myself stronger and rely on my own strength to return. Therefore, a complete sequence is the most important factor I consider. May 23rd, I became a savant. With the power of the potion, I actually recalled all the knowledge I learned in the past. Physics, chemistry, and so on. Not only did I recall them, but I also deeply understood and grasped them. Haha, this is practically a job tailor-made for a foreign visitor like me. It can maximize my advantage. I have to say that if I were to return in this state and return to my third year of high school, I would definitely become a top scholar. If I have more standardized and in-depth professional studies, becoming a scientist wouldn't be too difficult a goal. May 26th, I enjoy the identity of a savant very much. Something strange happened. When I called myself a savant and did things in accordance with its position, the whispers that almost drove me crazy quietened down. My temper that would erupt from time to time was also under control, and I remembered the diary. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zeridel mentioned to me? This might be the key to resolving the latent problems of the potion. As Klein read this page of the diary, he felt that there was a clear difference between him and Roselle the Great in terms of personality and style. For example, when it came to returning home, he was more concerned about using his deep grasp of mysticism knowledge to avoid danger and achieve his goal. As for Roselle the Great, his thoughts were to rely on himself to grasp the danger in his hands. I have to say that at times, I'm quite envious of such people. Perhaps everyone yearns for things that they don't have. Of course, I also have to consider strengthening myself. I have to be strong in both hands. Thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, making him sigh. As for Roselle the Great's description of reducing the latent problems of the potion, it gave him a lot of confidence in his conclusion from last night. He had a clearer grasp of the essence of acting. Putting down the 3 diary pages, Klein looked up at Justice and the hanging man and smiled. Sorry, I was too engrossed. Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and said with a faint smile, I can understand. I look forward to the day when I can exchange for the contents of Roselle the Great's diary from you. That comes with a price. Klein smiled as he glanced at Justice and swept his gaze across the silent the hanging man. Audrey clasped her hands in front of her and said, Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, I have 3 questions for you. If you think the answers are of high value, tell me what you want, and I will try my best to find them. No problem, Alger replied simply and calmly. Klein nodded lightly and leaned back more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. First question, what exactly does acting mean? I found that the residual spirit in the potion has very little effect on me. Is it because I've been acting as a spectator all this time? Alger did not speak. He looked at the fool as if he was waiting for an answer. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his finger and said in a relaxed tone, let me use a more vivid example to illustrate. The core power of the sequence potion is a heavily guarded castle. The remnant spirit that can cause a backlash resides in the castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. We have 2 methods now. The first is to force our way in. This might not succeed, but it will definitely harm us unless we have an absolute advantage. But clearly, we don't have that. The second method is that we have an invitation letter from the owner of the castle. This invitation letter will allow us to pass the checks of the guards and successfully sneak into the castle, easily finishing off the enemy. However, the problem is that this invitation letter has descriptions of the guest's appearance and the corresponding temperament. Therefore, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the invited guest. Do you understand? As though he had already guessed it, Alger immediately asked, that invitation letter is the name of the sequence potion? Yes. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey was enlightened when she heard that. She felt that she completely understood the meaning of acting. And the slightly agitated her immediately left her state of being a spectator. She happily praised, "What an outstanding method. What an outstanding method. I think it suits your title very well. Its style is very compatible with the Fool. I never expected acting to be used in such a manner. Fortunately, I've been instinctively acting as a spectator these days." She paused and said, "What an outstanding method. I think this is a very valuable answer. I can't just accept it with peace of mind. Mr. Fool, what kind of exchange do you want? Of course, I remember that I still owe you a page of Roselle the Great's diary." "More Roselle's diary, or?" Klein paused. He originally wanted to say anything about the seer sequence, but he felt that such a low-level request would ruin the Fool's image. Therefore, he gave up on it at the last minute. He planned to find an opportunity in the future to ask without leaving a trace. "After all, I've just advanced, and I haven't completely digested the seer potion." He consoled himself and added without batting an eyelid, "Or anything about the Antigonus family. Or anything about the Antigonus family. Even if it's something I knew before, it's fine." Alger was silent for a few seconds. He cautiously looked at the seat of honor at the long bronze table and slowly said, "Or anything about the Antigonus family. No problem." Klein tried his best to keep his tone deep. He placed his left elbow on the armrest of the high-backed chair and used his fingers to support his slightly tilted forehead, pretending to listen calmly. Alger deliberated over his words and said, "The Antigonus family is an ancient family. Their history can even be traced back to the Cataclysm era before the Fourth Epoch. It's related to the Second Blasphemy Slate." "The Second Blasphemy Slate? There's a Second Blasphemy Slate? How many are there?" Klein's pupils constricted as he nearly changed his posture. According to what the hanging man and justice had previously said, the blasphemy slate recorded 22 pathways of the divine. There are actually 2 of such important items, or even more, 22 pathways of the divine. Sequence pathways. Can these 2 terms be equated? Every complete sequence pathway is a path that leads to the throne of God. In that instant, thoughts popped up in Klein's mind due to the description of the second blasphemy slate. He believed that if it wasn't for the thick grayish-white fog concealing him, his emotional reaction would have been discovered by Miss Spectator. As for the term Cataclysm era, as a professional, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was another name for the Third Epoch. After a period of revision, Klein even knew that the Third Epoch was divided into 2 eras, the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm era. The second blasphemy slate? Audrey didn't hide her curiosity. She hadn't calmed down and returned to her spectator state. Good question. Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. This was a question that wasn't convenient for him to ask as the Fool. Alger glanced at the Fool, and seeing that his posture hadn't changed, nor did he say anything to stop him, he thought for a moment. The first blasphemy slate appeared during the Dark Epoch, which was also the second epoch when we humans struggled to survive under the protection of the gods. The second blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the Third Epoch. It could even be said that its appearance marked the end of the Calamity Epoch. The information on these 2 blasphemy slates is strictly confidential by the 7 churches. I only know one thing, and that is that they involve the pathway of the divine. As for the differences between them, I'm not sure. Did Roselle the Great see the first or second blasphemy slate? Audrey asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Klein recalled Alger's description of the potion names during the first gathering. He said that the names of the sequence potions came from the blasphemy slate. Similarly, Captain also mentioned that the formation and perfection of the potion system depends on the birth of the blasphemy slate. This indirectly proves that the pathway of the gods is the sequence pathway. Klein gave a silent answer to his question. At this moment, the hanging man Alger simply and directly said, "The second one." Audrey's eyes turned calm as she once again entered her spectator state. She didn't press further as she focused on the hanging man. This made Alger feel rather uncomfortable. He held back his emotions and continued in a low voice, "I'm not sure. During the Solomon dynasty in the fourth epoch, although the Antigonus family was an illustrious noble, they didn't leave a deep impression. Only when they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire did they truly stand in the center of the northern continent stage. Back then, ancient names like Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob shone in the human kingdoms. But after the War of the Four Emperors, the Tudor Empire's blood emperor perished. They fell from their peak and were pursued by the present seven deities. I'm not sure of the exact process. I only know that the Antigonus family was eventually destroyed by the Church of Evernight. Mr. Fool, if you wish to know more, I'm afraid you can only obtain it from the Church of Evernight or come into contact with those ancient secret organizations. You know which ones I'm referring to? I don't know. Klein nodded bitterly. Yes. The secret order counts as one. The Moses ascetic order that the captain and old Neil mentioned before counts as one. I wonder if the psychological alchemy counts as one. While he was silently doing inventory, Alger gave him the final piece of information. I similarly do not know which sequence pathway the Antigonus family has mastered. However, in the relevant descriptions, there are two adjectives that appear repeatedly: strange and terrifying. Strange and terrifying. Thinking back to the notebook, thinking back to the original Klein, his classmates, and the encounter with Ray Bieber's mother, it's indeed more apt. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his other hand a few times. Following that, he slowly said in a low voice, "Very good. I'm very satisfied with this payment." The reason why he repeatedly tapped the long table with his fingers was to strengthen this action. He wanted to make Justice and the hanging man believe that he had a habit of tapping something, so as to conceal the activation and deactivation of his spirit vision. It's my honor. Alger didn't mention anything else. Audrey looked at the hanging man, then at the fool, and said with a faint smile, "Then, I'll ask the second question. Then I'll ask the second question. What are the subsequent potions for Spectator? Where can I find clues? I also want to ask directly, but different choices require different difficulties." Klein didn't speak as he cast his gaze at the hanging man. Alger fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll answer this question for free, because I was the one who guided you onto this pathway. The subsequent sequence 8 of Spectator is called Telepathist. The ancient name for sequence 7 is Psychoanalyst, but it's now described as Psychiatrist. This is what I learned from a member of the psychological alchemy. I believe they have quite a number of potion formulas for this pathway. Psychological alchemy. Spirit Medium Daily agrees with some of their theories, but the captain believes that it's evil and crazy." Klein listened thoughtfully. "Do you know the current whereabouts of that psychological alchemy member?" Audrey asked with her eyes lit up. Be it telepathist or psychiatrist, they were quite in line with her aesthetic standards. Alger let out a rare laugh. "I know. He sank near Sonia Island. I sank him myself. If you're looking for psychological alchemy, then I can only apologize that the clues have been cut off." He wasn't worried that Justice would be able to determine his identity through his description, because he had done it alone. Sank. Audrey didn't know what expression or words to use in response. She took a deep breath and suddenly couldn't maintain her spectator state. She said a little bashfully, "Third question. If, and I'm saying if, an ordinary animal drinks a sequence 9 potion, what would happen?" "What kind of darn question is that?" Klein tapped his glabella twice with his finger that was propping up his forehead. Soon, he could tell from the change in color that Audrey's emotions were a little flustered, a little nervous, and a little ashamed. Did she do something as stupid as that? Klein was slightly stunned, but he didn't find it strange. After the previous 2 gatherings, he was certain that Miss Justice had the genes for this. Alger was clearly taken aback as well. After a while, he said, "That's right." After a while, he said, "Ordinary animals don't have the brains of humans, so they can't learn cogitation immediately. Therefore, there's a high chance that they will die on the spot or collapse into monsters. But if they survive, they should be able to become beyonder creatures. If the potion can improve their thinking abilities, they might even become smarter." "All right." Audrey silently exhaled and nodded with a relaxed tone. "I don't have any other questions." Alger thought for a moment and didn't mention the Aurora Order or the listener. He shook his head as well. He shook his head and said, "Me neither." I have something. Klein's posture didn't change as he said with a smile, this requires your cooperation. Without deactivating his spirit vision, he immediately noticed that the hanging man was clearly nervous. The previously carefree Miss Justice was also a little more afraid and cautious. Without waiting for them to speak, Klein comforted them. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. If it succeeds, it will be very helpful to you. Therefore, I won't pay you any additional compensation. Go ahead. Audrey instinctively entered her spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog that enveloped the fool. By your will, Alger calmed down and said in a deep voice. Klein's fingers moved slightly as he smiled. As I said before, I'm going to try something so that you can apply for leave in advance. You don't have to worry about being in an inappropriate situation on Monday afternoon. That's exactly what we hope for. Audrey's brows relaxed. Alger pondered for a moment. What do we need to do? You can try a ritualistic magic in your free time. It doesn't have to be too formal, just an environment where you won't be disturbed will do. Place 4 new candles on the altar, 1 at each of the 4 corners. It would be best if they have the smell of sandalwood. Place a portion of white bread at the top left candle, a portion of Fainapotter noodles at the top right candle, paella at the bottom left and desi pie at the bottom right. Use a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment. Klein described the ritualistic magic he had modified from the luck enhancement ritual and taught Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment for free. To be honest, as the target was himself, Klein believed that the first part, which was to attract the interest of the corresponding existences and please them, could be skipped. However, he still tried his best to make the process seem like it. Of course, it didn't match up to old Neil's description of the deities as 2 and himself as 3. Distill the moonflower, gold mint, slumber flower, fingered citron, and rock rose and extract them into essential oil. Drip a drop on each candle. Audrey listened with great interest and took notes. In the end, finally, she asked, what about the incantation? Mr. Fool, where's the corresponding incantation? Alger put down the fountain pen in his hand and turned to look at the fool. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his finger and replied in Hermes in a calm and unperturbed manner, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Audrey Hall silently recited the 3 descriptions. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil, and she could no longer maintain her spectator state. As a mysticism enthusiast, before she was pulled into the gray fog, although she hadn't officially come into contact with beyond her powers, she would still exchange what she knew and what she didn't know during private gatherings with other nobles. She would learn the Hermes language used for sacrificial rituals, and she would try some rituals that others spoke of. Without exception, none of those rituals produced any effects, but they also gave Audrey a certain understanding of the formatted incantation. Therefore, she knew very well what the fool's 3-paragraph description meant in other rituals. It represented and pointed at the 7 deities that looked down on the entire world. It was almost equivalent to the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Mr. Fool is the unknown, secretive, and godlike existence that Glaint and the others mentioned. He's the source of danger that we have to carefully avoid during the ritual. Audrey quickly recalled the size of her friends who wanted to try but didn't dare to try certain strange rituals. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood more than her, trembled from the bottom of his heart. If the ritualistic magic designed by the fool can really point at him and allow him to receive our request, then we have to use him as a form of respect. Using this third-person honorific to describe deities and similar existences, how lucky and wise. I've always been very cooperative and didn't do anything foolish. Even when I was probing, it was within the bounds of normal. He might be an ancient, secretive, and terrifying existence, but he didn't appear before us with his original appearance and true name. The primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator that several mysterious sects believe in? Alger understood that the fool he was seeing might not necessarily be his true appearance. He might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. Klein held his forehead with one hand and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with the other. He keenly sensed the changes in the hanging man and Justice. But he pretended that nothing had happened, and acted as if everything was within his expectations. He continued to speak on his own. I beg for your help. I pray for your blessing. I beg you to let me have a good dream. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transfer your power to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb belonging to the sun, please transfer your power to my incantation. He finished describing the incantation that belonged to another format, and smiled at the end. Madam, sir, do you remember? Audrey exclaimed softly. She hurriedly covered her mouth and began to seriously recall. With the powerful memory of a spectator, she quickly finished recording and repeated it for confirmation. Alger, on the other hand, was much more normal than her. No matter what he thought, the pen in his hand never stopped moving. After Klein confirmed Audrey's record, he smiled and said, if this attempt succeeds, then next time we can slightly modify the incantation to achieve our goal. No later than Wednesday. I hope that you can find time to complete this ritual. He planned to enter again on Thursday night to confirm if the ritualistic magic was effective. The reason why he didn't let the hanging man and Justice directly pray for absence was because Klein was worried that he wouldn't be able to tell if they really wanted to apply for leave, or if it was the result of trying the ritualistic magic. Should he pull them in when the time came? By your will, Audrey and Alger answered respectfully, restraining their emotions. According to the hanging man's previous suggestion, we'll have a chat after the official business. Who wants to start first? Klein gestured for them to start. Audrey pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Fool, your suggestion for the selection of exams and the separation of official business and government has received the approval of many members of parliament. Perhaps it can really become a reality. Of course, with the efficiency of the kingdom's government, the plan will only appear in half a year at the earliest. She wasn't worried that the hanging man would use this matter to figure out her identity. This was because she had only casually said a few words to make those proud madams believe that their brilliant minds had played a role. It made them eager to show off to their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she had seen golden peacocks spreading their tails. She believed that those madams would constantly remind themselves that the glory of this matter belonged to themselves, and they would completely forget their own role. They would argue among themselves about who was the first to suggest it. And using such an ingenious method to change the situation of the kingdom gave Audrey a strange sense of accomplishment. It was as though she had found a way to influence the plot of a play as a spectator. I hope so, the hanging man Alger replied with a mocking tone. He paused for a few seconds and glanced at the fool sitting at the end of the long bronze table. He deliberated over his words and said, in recent decades, the activities of various secret organizations have been on the rise. There have even been the emergence of a few new, large-scale organizations with certain beyonder powers. Are you trying to find out the reason from me? I haven't even begun to come into contact with information regarding illegal organizations. Klein only smiled and didn't comment on the hanged man's news. Instead, he said ambiguously, some ancient powers are awakening. For example, the power represented by the Antigonus family's notebook, is that so? Alger muttered to himself, as though he had thought of something. Klein swept his gaze across the hanging man and Justice. He smiled and said, if there's nothing else to share, let's end today's gathering here. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. With a swipe of his finger, Klein severed his connection with the crimson stars and watched the two figures disappear from the majestic hall. He stood up and turned to his high-backed chair, which was behind the seat of honor at the long bronze table. He looked at the constellation symbol there. The resplendent stars formed a strange symbol, a symbol that wasn't within the scope of Klein's current knowledge of mysticism. He carefully identified it and saw the pupilless eye that symbolized concealment, as well as the contorted lines that symbolized change. Both of them were missing a portion, and they overlapped with each other to form a new symbol. Incomplete concealment, incomplete change. What do they mean when added together? Klein frowned as he muttered, temporarily unable to come up with an answer. He retracted his gaze and circled the magnificent, ancient temple, not missing a single corner. Back then, I just had a random thought and only gave a rough concept. I didn't describe the shape of the palace, long table, and chairs in detail. Then, what's the basis for their appearance? the most optimal choice? The initial template? Or a reflection of reality? As Klein looked at it, he suddenly thought of a problem he had previously neglected. Sigh, I have to say that as a keyboard warrior, I'm indeed inexperienced in many matters. I'm not sharp enough, so I'm slow on the uptake. With such a self-reflection, Klein seriously examined the area above the gray fog and the surroundings of the temple. However, he didn't find any other creatures, nor did he discover anything strange. As for the seemingly boundless illusory land even further away, he didn't dare to venture deep for fear that he would be completely lost there. Phew, this place is indeed filled with mysteries. I wonder if there will be new changes when I become stronger. Klein sighed as he released his spirituality and enveloped himself, simulating the feeling of falling rapidly. Everything flew by quickly as all sorts of illusions shattered. He passed through the grayish-white fog and saw the real world. He saw the desk, curtains, and coat rack in his bedroom. Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey saw an oil painting hanging on the wall and felt the softness of a velvet pillow. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, she seriously recalled today's gathering, as though she was watching a reenactment of a play. Mr. Fool said that when he tried the ritual, he gave the mysterious ruler, the king of yellow and black, and other descriptive incantations. His tone had a certain level of confidence. Audrey, who was silently analyzing, suddenly took a deep breath as her body trembled. Forget it. Since I can't resist it, I won't think about it. Mr. Fool has always been very kind. He should be an existence of order. Audrey's mood quickly improved as she thought of her acting and the weakness of the potion's backlash. She hummed a light melody, left the bed, and walked out the door. She took the initiative to adjust her state and transform into a spectator. When she opened the door, she saw a maid passing by. She saw the calluses on her hands, the sunburn on her face, and many other similar details. This allowed her to deduce many things. At this moment, Audrey suddenly sensed something. She quickly turned her head to look at the dark corner that was away from the balcony. She saw the golden retriever, Susie, squatting there, quietly observing her, just like how she was observing the maid. Goddess. The corners of Audrey's mouth twitched. She wanted to cover her face and let out a long sigh. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily protected captain's cabin. Alger woke up and realized that nothing had changed around him. It was as though nothing had happened. He sighed and muttered to himself, an ancient existence? After leaving the ritual, Klein opened the curtains, took out his notebook, and began writing again. He recalled the contents of Roselle the Great's diary entries. Through such records, he strengthened his impression of him so that he wouldn't forget it in the future. After he finished writing, he read it over and over again. But in the end, he tore up the notes he had written and burned them completely. If I do this once a week, I probably won't forget the key points. However, as time passes, the missions will become more and more difficult. What a pity, I don't have any good ideas for now. I've never learned cryptography. Klein gathered his thoughts, stretched his neck, and planned to go to the divination club. Before leaving, Klein seized the time and used a small brush and handkerchief to meticulously clean his formal suit and top hat. Then, he washed his white shirt and wore it, which was made of linen, and the only decent cheap coat he had before walking out to the streets. First, it'll be Melissa's dress, followed by Banson's formal suit. Finally, it'll be my second set. I just don't have enough money to spend. In addition, I have to save up porcelain cutlery to entertain guests. Also, I have to save money to buy various mysticism ingredients. Klein sat on the public carriage and did a mental calculation of his family's financial situation. The more he did, the more he shook his head. He estimated that it would take at least a year for him, his brother, and his sister to live like the so-called middle class. Of course, this was without considering promotions and salary increases. The public carriage drove through the streets and stopped opposite the Divination Club on House Street. Klein pressed down on his black, non-silk half-top hat and hopped off the carriage. Following the familiar path, he entered the club's entrance on the second floor and saw the beautiful brown-haired lady, Angelica. Her eyes were still red and swollen, but she appeared extremely relaxed. Klein raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice. After a careful inspection, He discovered that the gloominess in the depths of Angelica's emotions had dissipated significantly. Instead, there was a brightness that resembled sunlight. After taking a look, Klein walked over, took off his hat, and said with a smile, "Ma'am Angelica, today is really a sunny day, isn't it?" Angelica raised her head and let out a short exclamation before bursting into a smile. "You are very similar to Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't even make a sound when you walk." "Oh, you can tell?" "Heh, I forgot that you are a fortune teller who specializes in physiognomy." She paused, bit her lip, and bowed. "Thank you. Thank you for your advice yesterday. I feel much better. I've never felt so relaxed, happy, and satisfied over the past year." Upon hearing her sincere thanks, Klein was also infected by her joy and happiness. The corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to be able to help you." As he spoke, he felt his spirituality relax and liveliness. This is the seer that the potion wants? A seer who can truly help the inquirer? Klein pinched the space between his eyebrows as if he was deep in thought. He quietly nodded twice. It had to be said that he had already discovered in practice that his actions of activating and deactivating spirit vision weren't sufficiently stealthy. But the problem was that he couldn't think of a better alternative in such a short period of time. As he had only recently become a seer, his spirituality had yet to reach its current limits. It was the same for his control over it. Therefore, he needed a spot that could effectively stimulate his spirituality to be used as a medium for the switch. And there weren't many such spots. The glabella was a relatively better choice. Once I completely digest the potion and become a true seer, I should be able to design a more covert switch action. Klein nodded indiscernibly and walked towards the half-open door of the meeting room. "Coffee or tea?" asked Angelica hurriedly. "Desi coffee," Klein answered with the mentality of trying all kinds of drinks. At that moment, he saw that there were 6 or 7 members in the meeting room, but Hannes Vincent, who had been there the entire time, wasn't included. "Mr. Vincent isn't here?" Klein stopped in his tracks and asked casually. Angelica was taken aback. "Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture at a divination organization in Enmat Harbor." "Do you need him for something?" "No, I'm just curious. After all, I see him every time I come." Klein shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he realized that there was a familiar face among the 7 members. Glassy, who had divined for him. Glassy was reading the information on the table with his monocle when he suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. Hence, he raised his head and looked towards the source of the gaze. An obvious look of joy surfaced on his face as he propped himself up with both hands and rushed towards Klein. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I've been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you aren't a doctor, but a fortune teller who specializes in physiognomy?" Klein smiled. "That's not the only thing I'm good at." "Mr. Glassy, you seem to have completely rid yourself of your illness?" He pinched his forehead and tapped his glabella twice. He realized that Glassy's healthy complexion had returned to normal. "Yes, I really regretted it back then. I regretted not listening to your advice. Thankfully, there's a very powerful apothecary near my house. He gave my wife a rather miraculous medicine that allowed me to avoid death," Glassy said wistfully. As a prospective member of the Nighthawks, Klein asked with professional sensitivity, "A very powerful apothecary? A rather miraculous medicine? Miraculous? How miraculous? Does it belong to the Beyonder category?" He said it's a folk medicine from Lemberg. "In short, it's very helpful for my illness," Glassy replied without feeling anything amiss. "Folk herb apothecary?" Klein tapped his glabella as though he was in thought. "What's his name? Where does he live?" As you know, a fortune teller can't guarantee that he won't fall sick. Perhaps I'll need to buy medicine from him in the future. Klein knew from his tutor and classmates that this world's modern medical system had just taken shape. There were almost no treatments for many illnesses. Therefore, miraculous medicine and powerful apothecaries still had a huge market. It wouldn't go wrong to learn more about them. There might even be a need for them in the future. Glassy answered frankly, "His name is Lawson Darkweed." "His name is Lawson Darkweed." He has a small shop at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough. It's called Lawson's Folk Herb Store. Thank you, Klein said sincerely as he silently noted it down. Glassy turned around and led him to sit beside him. At that moment, Angelica had brewed a cup of coffee and brought it over. Compared to Southville coffee, Desi coffee has a richer fragrance, but the taste is relatively inferior. Klein took a sip and savored it for a moment. Seeing him put down the white cup, Glassy hurriedly deliberated over his tone. Mr. Moretti, can I ask you to do a divination for me? I'll pay you according to the price you set. 8 pence is enough. I won't raise the price at the last minute. Klein was hoping that someone would ask him for a divination. Do I need to go to the divination room? All right, the Topaz room. Glassy was more familiar with the place than him, so he headed there first. After entering the divination room and locking the wooden door, Klein sat behind the long table and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Glassy, what would you like to divine? I have an investment opportunity, but it involves too much money. If it fails, my family and I will suffer a heavy blow. I would like to divine if it will be successful. Glassy suggested. I've done a divination with tarot cards before. Yes, it was a divination after purifying my soul. The results were not bad. Yes, it was my interpretation, but I didn't violate any of the principles. Klein thought for a moment and asked curiously, then describe the matter in detail. Then, give me your own information. It would be even better if you have the other party's information. We can do an astrolabe divination. All right. Glassy organized his words and said, when Mr. Lenevis was exploring the Hornacis mountain range, he discovered a large iron mine that was rich in reserves and in good condition. He spent all his savings to buy that piece of land and hired a professional company to do a survey. They came up with an encouraging conclusion. He lacked the funds for subsequent development, so he established a steel company. He planned on using this project to apply for a loan from the bank, and at the same time issue a certain percentage of shares to raise initial funds. This plan is still in the preparatory stages, but the returns are very generous. Klein, who had been reading the newspapers recently and was also a history expert, knew that this world had shares. He also knew that the concept of shares originated from Roselle the Great. Yes, it's him again. In the process of colonizing the southern continent, he established the West Balham Company. By issuing shares to raise funds from the public, he successfully resolved his financial problems and successfully obtained the first bucket of gold from the colonization. Since the returns were generous, similar things happened one after another, such as railway shares, mining shares, steam development shares, etc. There were successes and failures, which gave rise to organizations such as the Bakelin Stock Exchange. Apart from that, Roselle the Great also created national bonds, trust funds, and other things. The former had been passed down to this day, becoming the most stable investment method, with a return of 4 to 6% a year. Klein remembered that his brother, Banson, had once said that if he could inherit £3,000, he wouldn't have to work hard anymore. This was because a stable annual income was about 5%, which was about £150. It was roughly equivalent to Klein's current annual salary. This is the so-called rentier class. Klein sighed inwardly and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are you sure there's no problem with this? Is Lenevis trustworthy? I've seen his property documents and prospecting reports. They have the seal of the Civiles County government and the endorsement of a professional company. Also, Mr. Lenevis' office has a picture of him with Sir Deweyville and the mayor," Glassy replied with a nod. "A group photo? Taking a group photo doesn't mean anything." Klein, who was born in an era of knowledge explosion, had seen too many similar things. He wasn't convinced because of this. However, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. All he could do was pick up his pen and draw the corresponding astrolabe according to the crucial time information provided by Glassy. After a long while, Klein pointed at the astrolabe. "You should be able to tell that this matter won't go smoothly. Beneath the prosperity on the surface is a cliff, an abyss. My divination opinion is to circle around it and avoid it." Glassy fell into silence. His mouth opened and closed a few times. After a few minutes, he smiled bitterly. "I'll think about it seriously when I get home." Upon hearing such an answer, Klein could only shake his head and sigh. He experienced the helplessness a seer should have. A seer could only give suggestions and not make decisions for others. The two had just left the topaz room when Angelica walked over. "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to have your fortune told." At this point, she added in a low voice, "He didn't ask me to recommend him, nor did he look at the album." "His reputation has spread?" Puzzled, Klein turned towards the reception hall. After taking a few steps forward, Klein saw the customer who had come for his divination. He was dressed in a black suit and held a golden-laid wooden cane. He wore a half-top hat, and his short blonde hair peeked out from the edges. The tip of his nose was slightly curved, like an eagle's beak. Anna's fiancé. Joyce Meyer, who had gone through a terrible ordeal. Klein, who had seen him in the dream divination, immediately smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Joyce took off his top hat and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance to Anna. She has been praising your miracles and can't stop talking." Klein chuckled. "I didn't change anything. You should be thanking yourself. Without a strong will and a yearning for beauty, you wouldn't have been able to overcome those disasters." After the pleasantries, he couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. "Isn't this considered flattery? Frankly speaking, I still find it a dream that I came back alive. I still can't believe that I survived one disaster after another." Joyce shook his head wistfully. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he asked curiously, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me? You knew who I was the moment you saw me? Is it because my nose is too unique, or did you divine my visit in advance? I have detailed information about you." "For a seer, that's enough," Klein deliberately answered vaguely, acting like a charlatan. As expected, Joyce was stunned. 10 seconds later, he forced a smile. 10 seconds later, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Moretti, I would like to seek your divination." Just as he said that, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti claimed to be a seer, not a fortune teller, but a fortune teller. "All right, let's go to the topaz room." Klein gestured for him to enter. At that moment, he had an inexplicable feeling that he should wear a long black robe and try not to speak too much to reflect the mysteriousness of a seer. After entering the divination room, Joyce Meyer locked the wooden door and observed his surroundings. Klein took the opportunity to pinch his glabella twice and activate his spirit vision. Joyce sat down, leaned on his cane, tugged at his black bow tie, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Moretti, I would like you to interpret my dream." "Dream interpretation?" Klein maintained his composure as if everything was within his expectations and asked in confirmation. He saw that Joyce's health colors had varying degrees of dullness, but none of them had reached the level of illness. His mood colors were dominated by the blue of thought, and it was so dark that it showed obvious tension. Joyce nodded solemnly. "Ever since the alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor, I've been having the same dream every night. The dream is filled with fear. I know that this might be a shadow left behind by the disaster. I should see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that it's not a normal dream. Even if a normal dream repeats itself every night, there will definitely be some differences in the details. But this dream, at least the parts that I remember, have never changed." To a seer, such dreams are considered revelations given by the gods, Klein said, half consoling and half explaining. "Can you describe the dream in detail?" Joyce clenched his fist to his mouth and pondered for a moment. "I dreamed that I was falling from the alfalfa into the sea. The sea was dark red, like decaying blood. As I was falling, I was held back by someone on the ship. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew that he was very strong. And I was also holding on to someone in an attempt to prevent him from falling into the sea. I knew this person. He was a passenger of the alfalfa, Eunice King. Because of his weight and because of his struggle, I could no longer withstand it. All I could do was let go and watch him wail as he fell into the blood-red sea. At that moment, the person above me released his grip. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but I couldn't grab onto anything. My entire body began to plummet rapidly. After that, I would wake up in horror, my back and forehead covered in sweat." Klein placed his hand on his forehead and rapped it gently, as though he was in deep thought. Following that, he organized his words and said, Mr. Meyer, simple nightmares, similar nightmares, and continuous nightmares are all psychological problems. They have corresponding roots, but for the same nightmare to appear repeatedly is a reminder from your spirituality. It's also a revelation given by the gods. Noticing Joyce's puzzled look, he explained in depth, don't doubt it. An ordinary person's spirituality will also give them certain reminders. I don't know what exactly happened on the alfalfa, but I can tell that it was a tragedy with blood and iron as the main characters. It left a very, very deep trauma in you. Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Klein continued explaining, on the ship, you must have been very afraid. You were very afraid, and in such extreme emotions, it's very easy for humans to lose their ability to observe and ignore details that they shouldn't have. But that doesn't mean that you didn't see them. You just ignored them. Do you understand? You ignored them. In your subconscious, in your spirituality, the overlooked details still exist. If the matter it points to is important enough, your spirituality will remind you in the form of a dream. Previously, I recalled the feeling of neglect and discovered that the notebook had landed in Ray Bieber's hands. It was the same case. It's just that I'm sharper, my spirituality is stronger, and my mysticism knowledge is richer. That's why I was able to make a judgment immediately. Klein paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. Did that Mr. Eunice King, who fell into the sea of blood because you let go of him, pray to you on the ship, but he still couldn't escape his fate? Joyce twisted his body unnaturally and opened his mouth a few times before replying, yes, but I don't sympathize with him. Yes, but I don't sympathize with him. Maybe in a few days, maybe a week, you will see in the newspapers what a cruel and hateful villain he is. He raped and killed at least 3 ladies, threw a baby into the raging sea, and led a group of irrational beasts to slaughter passengers and crew. He's cunning, strong, and evil. I don't dare and can't stop. That will cost me my life. I'm not questioning what you did. Klein first expressed his stance before explaining, it's just that your dream tells me that you're regretful and regretful. You believe that you shouldn't have let go. Since you believe that killing him is a righteous thing to do, why are you regretful and regretful to the point of repeatedly dreaming of letting go? I don't know either. Joyce shook his head in confusion. Klein crossed his arms and placed them under his chin. He tried to analyze, based on what I just described, did you overlook anything in this matter, such as what Eunice King mentioned, the content of his pleas, the posture he showed, etc., etc., etc.? I can't recall it for you. Please think carefully. No. He only had time to say, spare me, I surrender. Joyce muttered to himself in puzzlement. Klein didn't know the specifics, so he could only provide guidance based on the dream. Then, do you think that Eunice King's survival is more useful? That he can prove something or explain something? Joyce frowned and said after a while, perhaps. I still feel that the conflict on the alfalfa came too suddenly and developed too intensely. Perhaps? I still feel that the conflict on the alfalfa came too suddenly and developed too fiercely. It's as if the evil desires hidden in everyone's hearts suddenly erupted uncontrollably. This isn't normal. Very abnormal. Perhaps I want to interrogate Eunice Kim and ask him why he did something like demonic possession in the first place. As he listened to Joyce's dreamlike description, Klein combined it with his dream. His thoughts suddenly became clear as he used the unique tone of a charlatan. He said in a tone unique to a charlatan, no, it's not just that. What? Joyce seemed to jump in fright. Klein crossed his arms and rested them under his chin. He stared deeply into Joyce's eyes and said in a low but forceful tone, not only do you think that this matter is abnormal, but you also saw things that you overlooked. Not only do you think that this matter is abnormal, but you also see some things that you have overlooked. And when these things that you have overlooked are linked together, you can deduce a terrifying conclusion. Therefore, your spirituality tells you that there's a person who is very suspicious. He's the one who held on to you in the dream but ultimately let go. You subconsciously don't suspect him, so you can't see his face. He's your companion. He once controlled your life and death, or rather, saved you. Joyce suddenly leaned back, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. Sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead as his eyes were filled with chaos. I saw it, Clang. Joyce suddenly stood up, causing the high-backed chair to sway and nearly fall over. Mr. Triss. He used all his strength to say a name. It was a round-faced, amiable, and shy boy. He's the hero who saved the survivors. Klein didn't disturb him. He leaned back slightly and waited silently. Joyce's expression changed a few times before it finally returned to normal with a pale look. He revealed a bitter smile and said, I understand. I understand. Thank you for your dream interpretation. Perhaps I need to go to the police station. He took out his wallet and withdrew a 1 soldi note. I don't think money can reflect your value. I can only give you the price you set. This is your reward. Joyce pushed the note to Klein. I wouldn't mind if you just gave me £10. 1 soldi, you really look like your fiancé. Klein maintained his demeanor as a charlatan and didn't say a word as he pressed down on the bill with a smile. Joyce took a deep breath, put on his hat, and turned to the door. As he unlocked the door, he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, Thank you, Master Moretti. Master? Klein snickered inwardly as he watched the man leave the divination room. He muttered to himself, something big seems to have happened on the alfalfa. If only Captain was here. He would be able to understand everything from Joyce Meyer's dream. Tuesday morning. Bakeland, Queens. Audrey, who had woken up early, found her golden retriever, Susie. She said in all seriousness, Susie, you're also a Beyonder. We're the same. Pooey, no, I mean, we need to help each other better. Guard the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. I'm going to perform a ritual. Susie looked at her master and wagged her tail helplessly. After instructing Susie, Audrey paced back and forth, as though she was still worried. She wasn't sure if anything strange would happen with the ritualistic magic that day. How about this? Her eyes turned calm as she observed the process as a bystander. Soon, she came up with a new plan. Audrey locked the bedroom door and said to the golden retriever, Susie, stay here. Susie, stay here. If Annie and the others try to force their way in, inform me immediately in the bathroom. To prevent any accidents, her personal maid had a key that could unlock the door. Susie looked at her and wagged her tail thrice. Very well, I'll let you choose what you want for lunch today. Audrey clenched her fist and shook it gently. After giving her instructions, she entered the bathroom and saw a square bathtub that was 3 to 4 meters long and wide. There was clear water swirling in the bathtub. White steam permeated the air, and the fog was suffocating. Audrey cleaned up the rectangular table that was originally filled with bottles and jars. Then, she returned to the outer room and moved the candles, offerings, and white robes in. Following that, she closed the bathroom door. After doing all this, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. She picked up a palm-sized translucent bottle from the side of the 4 candles. The bottle was cylindrical and shimmered with a dreamy luster under the light. It contained the essential oils that she had distilled and extracted yesterday. As a mysticism enthusiast, she had done a lot of research on such things. She had a lot of dews, flower essences, balms, essential oils, and incense that she made herself at home. Therefore, she quickly followed the fool's description and made the preliminary preparations. Moonflower, gold mint, slumber flower, fingered citron, and rock rose. What a strange formula. Audrey mumbled softly. I have to cleanse my body and calm my mind before using ritualistic magic. This is a form of reverence to the deity, the target of the prayer. After recalling the process, she placed the essential oils on the edge of the bathtub and reached out to remove her light household clothes. Pieces of silk floated into the washing basket. Audrey tied up her long hair and tested the water temperature with her hand. Then, she tiptoed and carefully stepped in, sinking her body into the warm embrace. Phew. She exhaled comfortably. She felt warm and relaxed all over. I really don't want to move a finger. Audrey forced herself to focus, grabbed the translucent light blue bottle beside her, and dripped a few drops of the ritual essential oil into the water. A burst of fragrance wafted out, a fragrance hidden in the tranquility. Audrey took a few breaths and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it smells good. It's so relaxing, so comfortable, I don't want to move at all. I really wish I could just lie here quietly, quiet, 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 quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Audrey suddenly heard a dog barking. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. She found that Susie had opened the door and come in. She was squatting outside the bathtub with a helpless look in her eyes. Rubbing the corner of her eyes, Audrey felt that the temperature of the water had dropped significantly. I fell asleep?" she asked subconsciously. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. "Haha, that bottle of ritual essential oil is really effective." "Yes, really good." Audrey laughed dryly and explained in a cheerful tone. She stood up and took a towel. As she wrapped and wiped her body, she said to the golden retriever, "Susie, continue guarding. Susie, continue to stand guard. Don't let Annie and the rest come in." After the golden retriever left, she secretly stuck out her tongue, threw away the towel, and put on the clean white robe. Closing the bathroom door, Audrey seriously recalled the ritual she had recorded. She picked up 4 candles and placed them at the 4 corners of the table. White bread at the top left, Potter noodles at the top right. "It smells so good, but it's a little cold." "No, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things." Paella at the bottom left, Desi pie at the bottom right. Audrey followed the fool's description and set up the altar seriously, shaking her head twice. After finishing her preparations, she lit the 4 candles, picked up a silver knife, and stabbed it into the stack of coarse salt. After chanting the Hermes sanctification incantation, Audrey took out the knife with gorgeous patterns and placed it into a cup of water. After gathering her energy, she pulled out the silver holy blade and meditated on the scene of spirituality spreading and spewing out from the tip of the knife. An invisible force surged outwards as Audrey circled the altar with the knife in hand. She felt that there was indeed a wall of spirituality erected around her, repelling all impurities and disturbances. She maintained her spectator state, not allowing her excitement and joy to affect the ritual. Putting down the silver knife, she picked up a light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop onto each candle. Sizzle, a faint fragrance emanated as Audrey's body, heart, and spirit seemed to obtain peace. She secretly took a deep breath and lowered her head in reverence. She began chanting the official incantation in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your blessings. I pray for you to let me have a good dream. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the crimson moon, please transmit your strength to my incantation. Fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the sun, please transmit your strength to my incantation." Just as Audrey finished chanting the incantation and was about to meditate on the contents of her prayer, she felt a gust of wind within the sealed wall of spirituality. She saw the crimson star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly half-closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and made a sincere request. When everything was over, she looked around in puzzlement, but she didn't discover any other strange phenomena. "That's it?" Audrey frowned slightly and muttered. "The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The fool that doesn't belong to this era." In the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger, Alger Wilson, who was dressed in a storm robe, silently recited the 3 descriptions he had heard in the afternoon, as though he was trying to find clues to the other party's identity. He shook his head and got up in frustration, but in the end, he didn't do anything. Alger wasn't at ease with the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship left behind by the Tudor dynasty. Although he already had control over it, his intuition told him that the ship still had many secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he would use the ship to test the fool's abilities, but he wouldn't attempt unknown ritualistic magic on the ship. Alger pondered for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin. He went to the deck and said to the few crew members, "We're about to arrive at the Rorstad archipelago. We're about to reach the Rorstad archipelago and will stay there for a day." The crew members immediately cheered and shouted, "Thank you, Your Grace." Because the Spectre ship did not need sailors, there were very few crew members, so they never had to worry about supplies. They could enjoy fresh food and clean water every day. However, sailing day after day and the scenery that hardly changed made them feel physically and mentally exhausted. It was as if they were always suppressing something, enduring something, until they could no longer control it. And the Rorstad archipelago was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. It had developed commerce and all kinds of industries. I don't want to wait anymore. A sailor shrugged his waist and gave a chuckle that all men understood. On the public carriage to Zutland Street, Klein, who was leisurely reading the newspaper, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to hear illusory shouts. That formless whisper reverberated in his mind, causing his forehead to twitch uncontrollably. The indistinct shouts came and went quickly. In just 10 seconds, they disappeared without a trace. Klein pinched his forehead, resisting the throbbing pain that came from the depths of his brain. The inexplicable whispers that old Neil mentioned? Is it because my spiritual perception is too high? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly saw 4 black spots protrude on the back of his right hand at some point in time. They were like natural moles that were extremely inconspicuous. The 4 black spots that stemmed from the luck enhancement ritual quickly settled down, turning from dark to faint before disappearing. Klein stared at it in a daze as he made a guess about what had just happened. Did Justice or the Hanged Man try the ritualistic magic I gave them? Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions can accurately point to me through the mysterious space above the gray fog, but I'm still far from being strong enough. I can't hear the contents of the prayers. I wonder if there's any information left above the gray fog. Yes, I'll enter tonight to confirm it. Klein was a little nervous and excited. He hurriedly raised the newspaper and covered his face, preventing others from seeing the changes in his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zutland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roshan, Klein saw Captain Dunn Smith come out with a piece of paper with a portrait in his hand. Take a look at this internal wanted notice. An extremely vicious and cruel beyonder has entered Tingen. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat without a hat, swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper over. Klein took it and glanced at it. The first thing he saw was a sketch. The person in the portrait had a round face. He had an amiable temperament with a tinge of shyness. He wasn't too old, only about 18 or 19 years old. Triss, suspected to be a beyonder. Initial assessment is that he's a Sequence 8 instigator. Possibility of him being from the Theosophy Order cannot be ruled out. The perpetrator of the Alfalfa tragedy. There are eyewitnesses who testified that he left Enmat Harbor and went to Tingen. His current whereabouts are unknown. Triss. Alfalfa. It was actually a beyonder who committed the crime? Klein suddenly recalled the dream interpretation from yesterday afternoon and Joyce Meyer's description, so he immediately said, "That's right. Captain, I know someone who might be a very important witness." "I know, Joyce Meyer. I was asked by the Machinery Hivemind team to help out last night, and I saw you in Joyce's dream. I also confirmed from many details that Therese single-handedly caused the Alfalfa tragedy." Dunn's gray eyes were unperturbed as he chuckled. "How boring, Captain." "Thankfully, it was my day off yesterday and I wasn't acting as a seer during work." Klein lampooned. He had the fear of being caught slacking by his superior. He asked, "Which sequence pathway is instigator from? What kind of organization is the Theosophy Association? Was instigating others to kill each other a way for Triss to eliminate the hidden dangers of the magic potion, or was it a requirement for advancement?" Dunn thought for a few seconds. "It's time for you to come into contact with information regarding beyonders and secret organizations. Don't always be instructed by old Neil to read historical documents." "Captain, didn't you recruit me because you wanted a history expert?" Klein didn't dare to point out the problem. "All right." With the document signed by Dunn, Klein went underground and turned into the armory. "Dunn is right. It's time for you to learn about different beyonders and the various secret organizations." Old Neil, who was dressed in a classic black robe, wasn't surprised when he saw the note. Instead, he echoed seriously. Then, he added with a smile, "After all, you'll be going to the underground market with me tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night?" Klein didn't hide his surprise as he asked in confirmation. Old Neil nodded and sighed. "I'm a person who can't sleep peacefully when I'm in debt. I always hope to pay it off as soon as possible." "Why didn't you act like this before? Why did you have to drag it out until the very last moment before using ritualistic magic?" "So I'm not the only one who procrastinates." "Wait, is there a need to put it in such a euphemistic way by saying that you're afraid that you won't be able to resist using the money to repay your debt?" Klein didn't expose old Neil. Instead, he urged, Mr. Neil, please go to Cheney's Gate and retrieve the corresponding information for me. The armory was mostly filled with archaeological information and historical documents. There were some that involved beyonders and secret organizations, but there weren't many of them. Furthermore, they were all basic knowledge. Old Neil slowly took a sip of his handmade coffee and smacked his lips. Then, he picked up the signed and stamped document and walked out of the armory. Klein took his place and guarded the place. After about 10 minutes, the black-robed old Neil returned with a huge stack of information. You can only read it here. You can't take it away, he exhorted as he placed the information on the table. All right. Klein nodded heavily. He stretched out his hands and quickly flipped through the pages. He first browsed through them as a whole. Very detailed. As expected of the internal information of the Nighthawks. As expected of a church with 3,000 to 4,000 years of history, or even longer. Klein scanned through it and sighed inwardly. Not only did the information contain introductions to the various secret organizations, but it also listed many sequence pathways. Some were very complete, while others only had the potion name of the corresponding sequence. Some only described the beyonders of the sequence, while others were completely missing and replaced with blanks. Suppressing his excitement, Klein began searching for the sequence pathway represented by Seer. Amidst the rustling of paper, he soon saw familiar words. However, his joyful expression quickly froze on his face. This was because the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 after Seer did not have a corresponding potion name. Thankfully, there are at least 2 performances from Beyonders of these 2 sequences. Klein exhaled silently, calmed himself down, and read the description seriously. Sequence 8, potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder is good at skill-based combat, and they are all very cunning. Proficient in skill-based combat? This is the advancement of a seer? Why does it feel so weird? I'm not a hunter. Do I have to become a melee mage? What did he mean by cunning? His intelligence had increased and he was good at deceiving others? Klein was taken aback. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the Nighthawk's information. After that, there were corresponding cases. He read them several times, but in the end, he still could not find a reasonable explanation. His gaze moved down, and the description of Sequence 7 reflected in his eyes. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder has mastered many spells that can be cast quickly, combining their skills with supernatural powers. That's more like it. This is more like the advancement of a seer. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. After reading the Sequence 7 case, he shifted his gaze to the summary description of the pathway. This sequence pathway was first formed in the Solomon Empire's Zeridal family. During the conflicts of the Fourth Epoch, this family was not completely destroyed. In the history of the Fifth Epoch, their names can occasionally be heard. It is suspected to be related to the ancient organization, the Secret Order. Zeridal? Upon seeing this name, Klein's pupils constricted. This name had appeared in the remnant diary entries of Roselle the Great yesterday afternoon. Roselle's acting method originated from the reminder of a mysterious figure, Zeridal. Because of that mysterious Zeridal, Roselle the Great regretted not choosing seer. Therefore, it indirectly influenced me, making me become a seer, allowing the acting method to return to the embrace of seers. It really feels a little predestined. Klein frowned, feeling that things seemed a little different. Just by looking at the logical chain, he believed that there was nothing wrong with any of the links, but in the field of mysticism, a similar sense of predestination would often indicate certain things and implicate certain problems. Coupled with the baffling feeling of transmigration. It's really confusing. Furthermore, the fellow I possessed committed suicide because of the Secret Order's lost notebook. Klein thought for a long time and had many guesses, but he lacked more information to prove them. Phew. After repeatedly reading through the information, he could only suppress his thoughts and read other records. He first found the Sailor sequence and found that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. The internal records of the Nighthawks were rather detailed when it came to such an old opponent that might have existed for more than 2,000 to 3,000 years. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage, formerly known as Guardian of Storms. When the corresponding Beyonder is enraged, they can unleash attacks that far exceed normal. Be it strength or speed, they will be greatly enhanced. Facing them is like facing a storm. Sequence 7, Seafarer, formerly known as Storm Priest. The corresponding Beyonder is also a scholar of astronomy and geography. They have an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind directions, and clouds. A ship with a seafarer will never get lost at sea. They are a higher grade blessed of the sea, and they will be enhanced in all aspects at sea. They are friends of water and can move freely underwater for more than half an hour. They can cast spells related to water to a certain extent. Some of this comes from their own mastery, while others are bestowed by the Lord of Storms, such as, Sequence 7 Seafarer is very strong. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He suspected that the hanging man was either a guardian of storms or a seafarer. From the fact that he had just advanced, it was very likely that he was the latter. This also meant that the hanging man was either a member of the mandated Punishers or a pirate that had been secretly recruited by the Church of the Storm. Impressive, impressive. Klein flipped back a few pages and found the advancement of Spectator. He discovered that it was identical to the description of the hanging man. A Sequence 9 Spectator was the same as a seer. They lacked direct means of subduing their enemies. They could only obtain information from observing their targets and grasp their true thoughts. From there, they could ingeniously influence and secretly guide things in the direction they wished for. Sequence 8 Telepathic Reader was a comprehensive upgrade of Spectator. His observations were no longer limited to superficial details, but they could penetrate deep into mysterious domains such as auras and ether body. The combination of the two allowed Telepathic Reader to grasp the hearts of people with abnormal accuracy, as though he could read the thoughts of others. It was very difficult to keep secrets in front of him. Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, also known as Psychoanalyst, was a step further from the previous levels. He could begin to directly influence the target. For example, he could treat the other party's problems such as madness or cause them to go berserk and lose their rationality. It's very difficult for others to discover a Beyonder. After reading the above information, Klein made a firm judgment. After learning about the members of the gathering, he flipped to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This was because Roselle the Great had chosen the Savant sequence that belonged to them. Sequence 9, Savant. The corresponding Beyonder believes that knowledge is power. They have a rough understanding of mysticism, and they are even more proficient in aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complicated gears. They seem to know everything. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that this potion is very suitable for him. It can maximize his advantage. Klein was completely enlightened as he looked down. After a few case descriptions, the corresponding Sequence 8 appeared before Klein's eyes. Archaeologist. Possesses sufficient historical knowledge, wilderness survival knowledge, as well as taboo knowledge related to ruins. Has a strong enough body and ability to face all of this. Sequence 7 Appraiser. Can intuitively grasp the abilities and problems of most Beyonder items. Can avoid danger when using them. As Klein's security clearance wasn't high enough, the information regarding the sequence pathways was only up to 7. It made him itch, but he couldn't think of any other way. He could only hope that Bakeland would send sealed artifact 2-049 over as soon as possible to confirm if Ray Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. That way, he would have a chance of becoming an official member and obtain a higher security clearance. Reining in his emotions, Klein carefully read the information from beginning to end. He learned that Corpse Collector was followed by Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. He also learned that Sequence 8 of Mystery Prior was missing. Not only did it not have a name, even the corresponding description was blank. Instead, there were records of the potion's name in Sequence 7, Warlock. Sounds pretty impressive. Klein slowly flipped the pages and saw the apprentice and marauder that Roselle the Great couldn't forget. The relevant records only went up to Sequence 8, and the subsequent parts were missing. Sequence 9 Apprentice. Has a rather strange ability. I can only confirm that it's the beginning of a school of mage. They are rarely trapped, and it's very difficult to be obstructed. They always have a way to escape and pass through. Sequence 8 Trickmaster. Knows all sorts of strange but not powerful spells. Sequence 9 Marauder. It's very difficult to distinguish these Beyonders from ordinary bandits and thieves. Perhaps their means are more powerful, and the reason they steal isn't for enjoyment, nor is it for survival. It's more like they are fulfilling a mission. Sequence 8, Swindler. In some of the scams, we found traces of beyonders. They delight in scamming others, taking pleasure in deceiving others. Is this a subtle form of acting that influences others subtly? If I had a choice, perhaps I would choose apprentice. Klein thought to himself. Suddenly, he discovered the sequence potion name of the perpetrator of the Alfalfa tragedy, Tris, Instigator. Sequence 8, Instigator. Good at triggering evil desires in the depths of people's hearts. Good at intensifying conflict, provoking conflict, and creating bloodshed. The description isn't detailed enough. It looks like the Nighthawks don't know much about the potion's abilities. But it does match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Klein shifted his gaze upwards and looked at the corresponding Sequence 9 for Instigator. Sequence 9, Assassin. Able to change their bodies for a short period of time, becoming as light as a feather. They also have the eyesight and night vision of an eagle. Every assassin is good at hiding in the shadows. They have nimble footwork and the ability to unleash all their strength in a single strike. After reading the description, Klein was once again deeply puzzled. Assassin. The advancement of assassin is Instigator. This is as strange as the advancement of seer being a job that specializes in skill-based combat. It's very normal for some sequence pathways to advance, such as Spectator. But why do some sequence pathways defy intuition and logic? Not necessarily. Perhaps there are some hidden commonalities that I haven't discovered. For example, Assassin and Instigator would bring disaster to others, but I can't figure out the seer one no matter how hard I try. Could it be Old Master Gandalf's lineage? After adding one supplementary magic point, the remaining skill points are all used for strength and technique. Klein silently lampooned as he shook his head. He flipped to the information regarding the secret organization, Theosophy Order, that Instigator was involved with. Theosophy Order, a secret organization that appeared in the 5th epic, which is the beginning of this epic. They believe that the spirit is the essence of a person, and that the physical body is only a cage that binds the spirit. Humans will do evil because they are influenced by the physical body. One has to obtain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually be freed from the physical body. Then, after going through the various tests of the astral body, they will finally break free from the material world and return to their purest and truest self, obtaining eternal salvation. Therefore, many extreme members of the Theosophy Order have the goal of destroying the bodies of others. They have created many bloody cases. It's obvious that they have two sequence pathways. One is the more common apprentice and trickmaster among them, while the other is the rarely seen assassin and instigator. For the time being, there's no evidence that the Theosophy Order has potions of sequence 7 and above. It's unknown how the Theosophy Order was established. We can only analyze their possible origins through two sequence pathways. First, apprentice and trickmaster. This easily makes one think of the 4th epic's Tudor dynasty's House of Abraham. We can't eliminate the possibility of the Tamara family, which has a long-term marriage alliance with the House of Abraham. Secondly, assassin and instigator point to the Demona sect. The House of Abraham, the Tamara family, the Antigonus family, the Zeradal family, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, the Tudor dynasty's Blood Emperor, the Tuluan Sostal Empire, as well as the Jacob family and the Ammon family mentioned by the Hanging Man. The buried history of the 4th epic really hides many secrets. Perhaps there are many truths as well. Klein sighed as he read. He felt that the history of the 4th epic was shrouded in a thick fog. Just seeing the outline through the fog was enough to make one shudder in fear. It was as if one could imagine an extraordinary and prosperous era, an era where blood and strangeness danced, horror and distortion sang in unison. Klein drew a silent breath and flipped through the pages, but he didn't find any description of the Demonist sect. He raised his head and looked at old Neil, who was using a filter paper to grind his coffee. He sincerely requested, Mr. Neil, what kind of organization is the Demonist sect? I didn't see any information about them in the information. Old Neil wasn't in a hurry to respond. After he was done with the coffee, he chuckled and said, "Your security clearance isn't high enough. Even with Dunn's permission, you won't be able to read that portion of the information. It can even be said that a lot of the information is only in the Holy Cathedral and not behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. You will only be able to come into contact with it when you become the captain of a Nighthawk team and head to the Holy Cathedral for training. I don't know much about the Demonist sect either. I only know that they believe in the primordial Demoness and believe that this hidden existence is the true successor of the Creator. She's born from the chaos, the primordial one born from the Creator's body. She's also the Terminator that will end everything. Their sequence pathway is related to this. In order to obtain the blessings of the primordial Demoness and approach this hidden existence, the upper echelons are all women. This is why they're called the Demonist sect. Most of the situations aren't within the scope of an official member like me. I've only heard that the Demoness's mission is to spread calamity. Spread calamity. This does match the common point of assassin and instigator. However, that Mr. Trist's future is worrying. The subsequent potions of this pathway seem to be more suitable for women. Klein nodded slightly and continued reading the information. After he finished reading, he realized that there were more secret organizations than he had imagined. But after careful consideration, he felt that it was very normal. After all, this world had many years of history, and there had once been an era when Beyonder powers were active. According to the information provided, Klein divided the secret organizations into 3 categories based on the chronology. The first was the ancient organizations that were born in the 4th epoch. They included, but were not limited to, the Moses Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, as well as the Blood Sanctify sect that followed the Devils. The information only mentioned the Demonist sect once. The second was the secret organizations that were born in the 5th epoch, which was the beginning of the current epoch. They were more or less related to the terrifying families and sects of the 4th epoch, such as the Theosophy Order, the Charismatic Order that believed in death, the Life School of Thought that was passed down from master to disciple, and the Rose School that was famous in Beyonder circles for its bloody sacrifices. The third was a new organization that had appeared in the past 1 or 2 centuries. There was the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the psychological alchemy that Klein had first heard of. Apart from that, there were also some scattered organizations that hadn't done anything major. Banson and Melissa definitely can't imagine how dangerous this world is. It's not just war. Klein shook his head and chuckled. He neatly stacked the classified information and pushed it to old Neil. At the same time, he added silently in his heart. Please don't let my tarot be on the list. Old Neil didn't expect that the leader of a secret organization would be sitting opposite him. He chuckled as he took the information and headed for Cheney's Gate. Klein sat there, wondering if he should divine the whereabouts of instigator Triss. But after thinking for about 20 seconds, he gave up on the idea. After all, he only had a rough idea of the other party's appearance and a name that he didn't know if was real or fake. If he could use that to figure out his whereabouts, he wouldn't be called a seer, but a prophet. When old Neil returned, Klein gathered his thoughts and continued his mysticism lessons to master more ritualistic magic formats. He spent the entire day studying and practicing. He didn't participate in the joint operation to capture instigator Triss. He only heard that sealed artifact 2-049 from Bakeland would be delayed due to some special circumstances. The details were to be determined. As he had earned nearly 2 soldi from his divination yesterday, Klein spent 10 pence on a 2-liter barrel of Enmat beer for Banson and a freshly baked lemon cake for Melissa on his way home. Klein, I know how much you value us, but there's really no need. There's no need to always spend money on these things. Banson looked at the small barrel of beer and deliberated over his words. Melissa stood by the side and nodded silently. This is probably the difference in our spending habits. Klein sighed in amusement. Banson, Melissa, don't worry. I bought this with additional subsidies. Yes, I can earn about 2 to 4 soldi a week. I can't possibly tell you that this is the profit from my divination, right? He added inwardly. This job of yours is much better than I expected. Banson was taken aback for a moment before giving a pertinent evaluation. That's right, I can even learn divination. Klein silently quipped and turned to walk to the kitchen. With the 3 siblings working together, a sumptuous dinner was served. After having their fill, Klein, Banson, and Melissa slumped in the living room. After a while, they got up to clean up, chatting, and studying. When Banson and Melissa are asleep, I'll head above the gray fog to see the effects of the ritual. As Klein studied the history books, he glanced at his siblings. West Borough, Iron Cross Street. A 3-story apartment was immersed in darkness. There were no street lamps, so there was no additional light. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of a window on the 3rd floor and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. It didn't cause much of a commotion. With a turn of his body, he suddenly vanished, as though he had fused into the shadows, leaving only a vague silhouette. The figure sped all the way to the dock area and came to an empty corner where goods were piled up. After carefully observing for a while and circling the area twice, the figure left the darkness and entered the corner. One could see that he had a round and amiable face. He was none other than instigator Triss, who had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the alfalfa. "How do you feel?" A mysterious figure in a black hooded robe walked out from the shadows in the corner. Her voice was clearly feminine. Triss revealed a kind and satisfied smile and said, "It's very comfortable. That's the scene I've been dreaming of and pursuing. I think I've completed the mission and am prepared to advance." The black-robed woman nodded indiscernibly and said, "Very good. According to my promise, I will give you the formula and the 3 main ingredients for sequence 7. You will need to gather the rest yourself." "No problem," Triss replied as though he was prepared. The mysterious woman raised her hand and handed a book-like object to Triss. The book had an ancient and mottled bronze cover, and there was a strange star-shaped lock hanging beside it. Triss knew that the book contained the formula and ingredients, and he immediately felt excited. He suppressed his emotions and looked curiously at the name of the potion written on the bronze cover. "Which?" Triss exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that the word written in ancient Hermes was this. "Which? I'm about to advance to a witch." What a joke! The mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. After a long time, she replied, after a long while, she replied, "Haven't you always been strange? Strange that our upper echelons are all women." The crimson moon hung high in the sky in the darkness, illuminating Tianjin, the city of universities, which was gradually returning to its silence. Klein stood in front of his desk, looking down at the deserted Daffodil Street through the oriel window. He heard the sound of a carriage speeding by in the distance. He picked up the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, snapped it open, and took a look. Then, he reached out to draw the curtains, allowing the yellowish light from the gas lamp to be reflected into the bedroom. Klein turned around unhurriedly, locked the door, and closed the valve. The entire room was immediately enveloped in darkness. Only the faint red moonlight that passed through the curtains brought color, bringing with it the scene of the night that gave birth to many folklore. In such an environment, Klein took out a silver knife he had applied for and outlined the ball of light in his mind, entering a half-cogitation state in advance. He gathered his energy and, according to his previous practice, allowed his spirituality to gush out through the tip of the knife. He allowed it to move with his body and miraculously blend with the environment, sealing the room. He was guarding against any abnormal fluctuations that might occur later. He was afraid that Banson and Melissa would be startled awake. Following that, Klein put down the knife and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Each step was accompanied by an incantation from Earth. The constant shouts and murmurs assaulted him, and the constant madness and pain overwhelmed him. He tried his best to control himself, surviving the most difficult and dangerous stage in a semi-conscious state. The grayish-white fog was boundless, and the crimson stars were either near or far. The towering divine temple stood like a dead giant. Everything in front of Klein was the same as before. The silence and ancientness that had accumulated for thousands of years surged at him. "No, there are still changes," Klein muttered to himself as his gaze locked onto a crimson star that was nearby. It was a star that symbolized justice. The crimson star shrank and expanded continuously. It wasn't large, but it was persistent. Klein carefully released his spirituality and extended it towards the crimson star. The moment the two came into contact, his mind buzzed. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard an illusory and overlapping prayer. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beg for your help. I pray for your blessing. I beg you to let me have a good dream. I beg you to let me have a good dream. I beg you to let me have a good dream. The woman's voice echoed incessantly, and Klein's mind became agitated and chaotic. It was as if he was about to fall asleep only to hear an argument upstairs. He suppressed his emotions and used meditation to calm his impulses. He carefully identified the blurry images that appeared in front of him. It was a girl wearing a long white robe. She had a head of soft and beautiful blonde hair. She was standing in front of 4 flickering flames, her head bowed respectfully as she chanted. From the distorted scene, Klein barely recognized Miss Justice. At this moment, he was completely sure that the ritual incantation he had conceived could accurately point to this place. To him, this filled him with a sense of accomplishment, and he felt that his exploration from nothing to something was very effective. I won't brag about how amazing I am. Klein's mood improved, and he felt that the pleas that were buzzing around his ears like flies had become acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to transmit the answer in his mind to the crimson star through the subtle connection. I got it. The gray fog in front of him was filled with layers of gray fog, and a distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. His eyes were swirling with crimson, and his voice kept echoing in the empty world. I got it. I got it. I got it. Audrey Hall suddenly woke up with a start. She sat up, hugging her blanket. Her mind was filled with the scene from her dream. She clearly knew that she had dreamed of the fool, the mysterious fool who lived high above the gray fog. Is this a response to my morning prayer? Audrey, who had quickly entered her spectator state, calmly analyzed the situation. Although she didn't understand why the fool didn't respond on the spot and had to wait until nighttime, she was still deeply shocked by the effectiveness of the ritualistic magic and the incantation. In the past, she had never received a response from the Evernight goddess. Even if Mr. Fool isn't a deity, he's probably not far from it. Audrey slowly took a breath and exhaled. Since the other party was a powerful existence that she couldn't resist, she quickly threw her worries aside and began to think about what she should do next. First, completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is pretty good. Second, find psychological alchemy. Third, see if I can get the telepathist potion formula from Mr. Fool, or clues to psychological alchemy. However, every godlike existence has a complete sequence chain that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other sequence pathways. A new beyonder organization like psychological alchemy might not be qualified to receive Mr. Fool's attention. After disengaging from contact, Klein was in a good mood as he sat at the end of the long bronze table. His body was shrouded in gray fog as he leaned back in his chair, clenched his fist to his mouth, and recalled and scrutinized what had happened. At this moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Other than that, there was silence. It seems that I can only send messages over, and I can't use it to mobilize the power here. Then it seems that my previous trick won't work. Klein kept tapping his mouth as he silently concluded. His original plan was to see if he could use this method to bind himself and the gray fog world together if the designed incantation and ritual were effective, so as to pry into the power of this mysterious space. When the time came, he could pray to himself and circumvent the restrictions, mysteries, and dangers, making full use of the gray fog world. For example, he could first hold a ritual and pray to himself for the bestowment of spells. Then, he could enter the world above the gray fog and respond to the request, giving the bestowment. It seems that I was too optimistic. My understanding and grasp of this gray fog world is far from that level. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner as he prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man begin to shrink and expand. He heard an illusory and formless sound ripple out. I happened to run into the hanging man holding a ritual? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He sat at the end of the long bronze table and reached out to touch the star. His spirituality spread out and touched the crimson star that was constantly shrinking and expanding. He heard the hanged man's deep and overlapping pleas, and he also saw a blurry scene. In the scene, the hanging man was dressed in a pure black robe, standing in front of 4 balls of fire. The spirituality around him formed a wall, isolating him from external influences. Klein didn't immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen quietly. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. After the hanging man finished praying, he waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no response, he began to remove the wall of spirituality, extinguish the flames, and clean up the altar. In the end, he reached out and wiped it. Aqueous light spread out, and the table that served as the altar immediately looked brand new. Water-based spell. Gift of the storm. The hanged man is indeed, or at the very least, a seafarer. Klein nodded slightly. Before the scene disappeared, he sent a response into the crimson blob according to what he had expected. Alger Wilson was in the city of Generosity, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. He didn't go to the famous Red Theater with the crew. Instead, he stayed in the inn, closed the doors and windows, and attempted the ritual described by the fool. After completing the prayer with familiarity, Alger waited patiently for a while, but he didn't receive any response. It seems like this attempt isn't very successful. Mr. Fool has to change his method, he thought, feeling both relieved and slightly disappointed. After dealing with the aftermath, Alger planned to go downstairs and get a glass of Lanty-proof. Alcohol helped to unleash the powers of the Folk of Rage, so the mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms liked this drink. Opening the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw an illusory and boundless gray fog in the corridor. He saw a blurry figure sitting in the deepest part, as though he was sitting on a throne high above. I got it. A familiar and deep voice reverberated in Alger's ears, causing him to freeze on the spot as his head throbbed with pain. Alger's eyes darkened as he looked at his surroundings, only to realize that everything was no different from before. It was still the same floorboards that creaked when stepped on, the same old candlesticks on the walls, and the same not-so-clean corridor. I got it. The voice seemed to echo in Alger's ears. His expression darkened as he clenched his fist and hit his chest lightly, but he couldn't say anything respectful to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression returned to normal, but his gaze deepened. Above the gray fog, Klein didn't waste too much time. When the remnant voices calmed down, he enveloped himself with his spirituality and fell into the gray fog, into the physical world. Light flashed in front of him like a movie that was fast-forwarded dozens of times. After a moment of dizziness, Klein saw the curtains illuminated by the crimson moonlight, as well as the blurry silhouette of a desk and bookshelf. He picked up his silver knife again and removed the wall of spirituality in the room. Then, amidst a sudden gust of wind, he quietly opened the door and looked down the corridor. Seeing that there was no movement from his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa's, rooms, he finally relaxed. This luck enhancement ritual is a must-have at home or on a trip. It's hidden and magical. Klein muttered silently as he closed the door and walked to his bed. In the evening, the shadows of the carriage and horses were dragged out by the setting sun. Klein, who had already informed Banson and Melissa, had dinner at the Blackthorn Security Company and was riding a public carriage to the dock with old Neil. He was wearing his cheap formal attire because he was worried that a conflict might occur in such an occasion. If he were to damage the tuxedo that he usually took care of, it wouldn't just be a heartache. When the sunlight seemed to burn, the carriage came to a stop. Old Neil, who was still wearing his classic black robe and round-brimmed felt hat, paid no attention to the gazes of others as he walked towards the Evil Dragon bar diagonally across from him. Even though the bar was a little far away, and even though the door was heavily shut, Klein could still hear waves of cheers from inside. They seemed to be cheering for a certain hero. Just as he approached, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the warehouse opposite the bar. He saw a burly man in uniform standing in a hidden spot on the rooftop. The man carried a huge grayish-white mechanical box on his back and held a thick rifle with a complicated structure in his hand. And the grayish-white metal box and the rifle of the same color were clearly connected by pipes. High-pressure steam rifle? Klein muttered in astonishment. He turned to look at old Neil and said, "This bar can even obtain such a weapon?" This was a military-controlled item, although it used extracted phlogiston. The size and weight of the high-pressure steam backpack were still astonishing. Only a true predator could carry it, and the bullets propelled by it possessed extremely high speed and destructive power. Coupled with a suitable aim, it was almost equivalent to a low-quality sniper rifle. What? Old Neil narrowed his eyes and looked over, equally puzzled. Did something happen here? Something happened? Klein surveyed the surroundings and indeed, there were a few men with repeating rifles searching for something. What's wrong? Old Neil approached the bar and asked the burly man guarding the door. The burly man clearly knew Old Neil. The muscles on his face twitched as he smiled bitterly. The bar was almost demolished just now. It said that a wanted man came to buy materials and was recognized, so he became like this. My lord, what did he do? How dangerous is he to be treated like this? When I saw those guns, my legs went soft. They were even softer than after fooling around with Sunny the red hair for a whole night. He didn't know who the wanted person was, nor did he know that there were Beyonders mixed among the people who came here to buy ingredients. A wanted man? Do you know his name? Old Neil asked with interest. His name is Triss, the burly man answered uncertainly. Instigator Triss? Klein nodded in realization and understood what was going on. Triss didn't know that he had been suspected by Joyce Meyer, so he swaggered to the underground market to buy ingredients. In the end, he was recognized by the machinery hive mind or the mandated punishers or nighthawks, resulting in an intense conflict. Has he been caught? Klein tapped the silver-inlaid black cane. From the looks of it, not yet. The burly man shook his head slightly and used his chin to point at the top of the warehouse opposite him. He rushed out before those terrifying fellows arrived. Whoa, I've never seen anyone better at running than him. Actually, you haven't seen the true abilities of an assassin. Otherwise, you would have been taken to an indescribable place to be re-educated. Klein lampooned. Is the market still open? Old Neil changed the subject and asked. It just recovered, the burly man answered affirmatively. That's good. Old Neil took 2 quick steps forward, reached out his right hand, and pushed open the heavy door. Klein followed closely behind and walked in. He was nearly knocked down by the stuffy heat and the smell of alcohol. There was a boxing ring in the middle of the Evil Dragon bar. 2 bare-chested men were engaged in an intense fight. Around them, dozens of customers were cheering for the person they were supporting. There was no lack of vulgar language among them. Old Neil ignored them as he led Klein around the boxing ring and into a billiard room at the back. There were 2 people in the billiard room, chatting and laughing with each other. When they saw Old Neil push open the door and enter, they immediately fell silent for a few seconds. After confirming the visitor, they quietly made way, allowing Old Neil and Klein to pass through the secret door behind them. After passing through several rooms, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. He saw a place the size of a lecture hall from his previous life. There were people setting up stalls with bottles and cans piled on them. There were also people walking among them, either scrutinizing, conversing, or comparing prices. 1/20 of all profits will be given to Swain. Ah, he's the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, a former captain of a mandated Punisher team. He's even older than me, an old man who wishes to die of alcoholism, Old Neil introduced in a rambling manner. Klein thought for a moment and gave a sincere evaluation. It's a rather profitable business. Because the cost was only to provide the venue and shelter. If you fancy an item but don't have enough money, you can borrow it from Swain. Of course, he will charge a very high interest rate. At this point, Old Neil clenched his teeth. Indeed, it's just like a casino. It provides usury services. Klein held his cane and sized up his surroundings as he asked curiously, "What's going on?" He asked curiously, "Mr. Swain is a seafarer. The captain of a mandated Punisher team should be a Sequence 7. No, he's just a folk of rage. Tingen isn't a coastal city. Here, the Church of the Goddess is more powerful than the Lord of Storms." Old Neil sneered. Actually, Swain had the chance to become a seafarer, but he was afraid of losing control, so he chose to give up. Just as Klein was about to ask the bar owner if he had ever nearly lost control, he suddenly sensed a strange phenomenon to his left. There seemed to be something hidden there, whispering and narrating. Klein turned his head and saw a pale-faced young man. He was wearing a tattered linen shirt and blue-gray trousers unique to the working class. His eyes were unfocused, but there was a hint of madness in them. He was constantly muttering something. His spiritual perception is very high, or is it distorted? Klein muttered with a frown. What had triggered his spiritual perception was the other party's spiritual perception. Normally, the perception brought about by spiritual perception would definitely result in a certain interaction. It was almost impossible to hide it from others, but this others referred to spirit mediums who had cast their powers, as well as powerful figures with similar specialties. It was actually very difficult for a beyonder like Klein to distinguish between them. Only when the other party's spiritual perception reached a certain level, or when there was an abnormal distortion, would he be able to discover it. When their eyes met, the pale-faced young man with messy black hair strode over with a half-crazed and half-sleepwalking expression. He stopped in front of Klein and stared at him in a daze. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Haha, the smell of death, the smell of death." "Ah." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly screamed. His eyes closed tightly as blood-colored liquid flowed out. "Ah. Damn it." The young man covered his eyes, hugged his head, and struggled and rolled on the ground. After a while, he calmed down and lay there panting. Throughout the entire process, none of the customers or vendors who set up stalls gave him a sidelong glance. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and stared dumbfoundedly at old Neil, using his actions to express his surprise and seek advice. "Don't mind him. His name is Audiobook, an orphan. His nickname is Monster. He was born with high spiritual perception and often sees things he shouldn't see and hears things he shouldn't hear. Therefore, he often talks nonsense and often gets hurt," old Neil explained with a shake of his head. "He can tell that this body of mine has died once?" Klein frowned and lowered his voice. He asked in puzzlement. The Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind have never thought of recruiting him into their team? "No, we don't have a sequence potion that's suitable for him." Old Neil sighed. "Yes, this is equivalent to being born with half a sequence's beginning." Klein asked curiously, "Then which sequence pathway is suitable for him?" "The sequence 9 he's suitable for is called Monster. That's where his nickname comes from." "Unfortunately, only the life school of thought has grasped the beginning of this sequence pathway," old Neil replied in a low voice. He and Klein tried their best to avoid the people around them when they conversed, so as to prevent information from leaking to mysticism enthusiasts. Life school of thought? Klein recalled the information he had previously read. This secret organization appeared at the beginning of this epoch. Its exact origins were unknown, and it was mainly passed down from master to disciple. Their specific theories and beliefs were also rarely leaked. Klein only knew that they divided the world into 3 levels: the world of absolute rationality, also known as the world of absolute truth, the world of spirits, and the world of matter. It's said that this secret organization has even produced a prophet. Isn't this the corresponding sequence pathway of a seer? I don't understand. Klein shook his head repeatedly as he watched Audiobook struggle to get up and wander off to another corner. He reined in his thoughts and followed behind old Neil. They passed through one stall after another and discovered that there were plants such as moonflowers, fingered citron, night vanilla, and minerals such as pure silver, topaz, and rubies. "It's indeed quite complete," Klein muttered softly. The mysticism enthusiasts around him, young and old, male and female, would pause in their footsteps from time to time. At times, they would distinguish between each other and communicate, making the place rather lively. "Walk around by yourself. I'll pay the bill." Old Neil pointed to one of the 2 rooms at the end. "All right." Klein nodded without much thought. He held his black cane and slowly strolled to a stall that sold homemade amulets. He looked at it seriously for a while. Just as Klein was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone from the stall behind him ask, "Is this powder ground from cow teeth piano?" Cow teeth piano? Isn't this a supplementary ingredient for the spectator potion? Klein turned around in thought and looked at the questioner. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein saw the person who was inquiring about the cow-tooth peony. The man was less than a meter away from him. He was dressed in a black formal suit and a matching half-top hat. He held a silver inlaid cane in his hand and wore gold-rimmed spectacles on his face. He had a rather refined bearing. "Yes, do you need it? This small jar costs 3 soldi." The stall owner was draped in a deep black robe that was very characteristic of mysticism. The bespectacled man with pale yellow sideburns thought for a moment. "Can it be cheaper? I still need to buy other ingredients, such as this bottle of white-rimmed sunflower petals." The stall owner thought for a few seconds and reluctantly replied, 2 soldi and 6 pence. 2 soldi and 6 pence. I don't think you can find a better price than this. Seeing that the man in the gold-rimmed spectacles had not only bought the cow-tooth peony, but also the white-rimmed sunflower and other ingredients, Klein immediately felt that he was overthinking things. However, he still cautiously tapped his glabella twice and scanned the man with his spirit vision. No problem. He's very healthy and in a good mood. Sir, you have to maintain it. Klein retracted his gaze, turned around, and looked at the stall selling the self-made amulets again. In his eyes, the amulets appeared clearly. Some were made of pure silver, some were made of iron, and some were made of gold. However, among these amulets, only 2 or 3 had a weak aura. They were either crimson, pale white, or golden. This meant that they possessed a certain level of spirituality, which meant that these amulets had a certain effect. During the previous exchange, Klein had observed very carefully and confirmed that the stall owner who made the self-made amulets had a certain level of mysticism knowledge. The different energy sources he chose for the different incantations weren't wrong at all. The materials he chose for the different energy sources were also very accurate. Of course, a pure mysticism enthusiast would definitely make mistakes. Klein realized that the stall owner didn't really understand the incantation itself. It wasn't as if the incantation could be considered an incantation just by translating the contents of the prayer using Hermes's grammar. The incantation had to conform to a certain format and had a unique pattern within it. Another problem was that when the stall owner chose suitable symbols for the incantation and the source of power, there were also different degrees of mistakes. As a result, only 2 or 3 amulets were completely correct and emitted a faint glow. As for the effects of these 2 or 3 items, Klein could only say that it was better than nothing. An amulet with an obvious effect required the maker to let its own spirituality gush out from the tip of the knife during the process of carving the incantations and symbols. If he wanted a better effect, he would have to use ritualistic magic. And these 2 things were almost impossible to do if one wasn't a beyonder. Klein tapped his glabella in thought and tapped the upper left corner of the stall twice with his black cane. How much are these 2? He wasn't asking about the amulets with the color of the aura field, but about the semi-finished amulets that only had the outer appearance and hadn't been carved with runes and symbols. To Klein, there was no need to buy the ones with weak effects. His goal was to make the semi-finished amulets into real amulets. I'll make a protective amulet for Banson and Melissa. I can freeload the materials provided by the Nighthawks for my own. Man, have I been led astray by old Neil? I don't feel any guilt thinking about such things anymore. Klein's thoughts wandered as he watched the stall owner pick up the 2 semi-finished silver amulets. One of the 2 silver amulets was long and hollow in the middle. It was surrounded by angel-like feathers that were intricately carved and very beautiful. The other one was simple and plain, with almost no additional decorations or patterns. It was a vertical that symbolized the night sky with a circle that represented crimson embedded on it. As a cosmetic type, Klein took a fancy to them at a glance. The stall owner was a taciturn middle-aged man. He pointed at the more exquisite amulet and said, "This one is 6 soldi." After a pause, he caressed the plain amulet. "This one is 5 soldi 3 pence. That's too expensive." In fact, they're still a long way from being an amulet. Klein was used to haggling after being influenced by Banson and Melissa on a daily basis. After a battle of words, he bought the 2 silver accessories for 5 soldi 6 pence and 4 soldi 9 pence respectively. They can only be considered silver accessories for now, Klein thought. And the 10 soldi 3 pence was deducted from the Divination Club's expenses, £5, that he had finally received. Just as Klein took the 2 silver accessories and put them in his pocket, he suddenly heard a gentle and youthful voice. "Sir, why didn't you buy a finished amulet?" Klein turned his head and saw that the person asking the question was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a lot of lace, and she was holding a gauze hat with ribbons in her hand. "Because I plan on making my own amulet." "As you know, this is the wish of every mysticism enthusiast," Klein replied tactfully. He didn't want the stall owner to think that he was trying to steal his business, although he did consider whether he should rely on this skill to earn some extra money in the future. The girl had naturally curly brown hair, and the baby fat on her face was quite cute. She looked at Klein with her light blue eyes and asked sincerely, "May I ask you how to choose an amulet?" Yes, I was brought here by a friend. I've been here a few times, and I'm very interested in mysticism, but I don't understand it well enough. Yes, her. That friend of mine will be 16 soon, and I want to choose an amulet for her. Because I want it to be a surprise, I didn't ask her to come with me. I've asked her in advance, but I can't recall many key points. Klein gave a gentlemanly smile. What kind of amulet do you want? Avoid disaster? Far away from diseases? Who could have fortune? Different requirements correspond to different sources of power, which means different deities. And different deities correspond to different stars, and different stars correspond to different materials. For example, the incantation to avoid disaster definitely belongs to the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, which is also the Evernight goddess. And as mysticism enthusiasts, we all know that the symbol of the Evernight goddess is the moon, and the corresponding metal for the moon is pure silver. Therefore, if we wish to avoid disaster, it's best to choose an amulet made of silver and with the corresponding incantation. Furthermore, the language and format of the incantation have to be correct. The corresponding symbol of the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the number that represents the spirit number, the spell's label, and so on must be correct. The relationship between each other must be correct as well. But that's too complicated. There's no need to explain it to you. Klein added inwardly. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked in puzzlement, as a believer of the goddess, can I wear the amulets of other deities? No problem. The deities wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Klein comforted her. What he meant by no problem referred to the wearer, but the maker had to be careful. If a believer of the Lord of Storms were to make an eternal blazing sun amulet, they would most likely receive intense malice. Of course, this referred to the type that required the assistance of ritualistic magic. The rest did not matter. The girl heaved a sigh of relief. I hope it's an amulet that blesses her health. Which deity should I choose? Eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or the god of knowledge and wisdom? There's no problem with the eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth. The former corresponds to the sun, while the latter's symbol is the brown star. Klein smiled and said, sun is made of gold, and brown star is made of lead. I suggest sun, but I don't know if you brought enough money. The reason why he made this suggestion was that one of the 3 amulets with a preliminary aura was the health amulet from the sun domain. Isn't this? The girl suddenly paused and looked warily at the stall owner who was waiting silently. She thought for a moment and asked, after confirming the materials, how do I identify the incantations and symbols? Do you know Hermes? Klein returned with a question. I just came into contact with it for a while, the girl replied, a little embarrassed. Then I'll help you choose. Klein pointed at the health amulet made of gold with his cane. Be it the incantations or symbols, there's nothing wrong with it. The girl lifted the hem of her dress, squatted down, and picked up the health amulet with the lines of sunlight on its edge. She felt warm to the touch, and her body seemed to relax. Thank you, thank you. She stood up again and bowed gratefully. Klein laughed and said, next will be the communication between the two of you. Next is the communication between you two. I still have other things to do. As he spoke, he glanced at the stall owner and realized that he had a strange look in his eyes, as though he was hesitating if he should give him a commission. Chuckling inwardly, Klein ignored the matter and unhurriedly circled the entire underground market, but he didn't find any true beyonder ingredients. At this moment, old Neil had already paid his bill and came out with a dark-colored wooden box in his hand. Upon seeing Klein's puzzled look, he pointed to another room at the end of the street. If you wish to buy or sell beyonder ingredients, go there. After all, no one wishes to let others know what beyonder items they bought. Got it. Klein nodded as though he was in thought. He didn't have any need to go there for the time being, so he walked out of the underground market with old Neil. How much did these elves cost? Suddenly, a questioning voice entered Klein's ears. Elf flower. This is also an ingredient for the spectator potion. Klein's heart stirred as he turned to the side and saw the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses again. What's wrong? Old Neil asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. Klein retracted his gaze. Although he was a prospective member of the Nighthawks, he didn't think that all Beyonders had to be recruited and imprisoned. He believed that it depended on the situation. Among them, a spectator was definitely someone who wasn't dangerous to society, the kingdom, or the world. Furthermore, the possibility of a Sequence 9 losing control was very low. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Klein and Old Neil took a public carriage and left the dock area. Then, they parted ways in Northborough and returned to their respective homes. The public carriage drove into Daffodil Street and stopped by the side of the road. Just as Klein was about to alight, he suddenly saw a young lady in a grayish-white dress preparing to alight. The lady had smooth black hair, a round face, and slender eyes. Her facial features weren't outstanding individually, but when combined, they gave off a gentle and sweet feeling. Klein didn't pay attention to her because of her beauty, but because he noticed that her body was trembling slightly, abnormally. "Miss, are you not feeling well?" Klein asked with the intention of doing a good deed. The young lady shook her head violently. "No, I am just too tired." At that moment, the people behind him began to urge him to leave. Klein had no choice but to leave first. When he found his footing, he thought about what had just happened again. He pinched his glabella twice with his fingers, intending to confirm that the lady was fine. If she really had a serious illness that was about to act up, he would send her to the hospital. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The horse galloped off as the wheels rolled. Activating his spirit vision and turning around, Klein didn't manage to see the gentle and sweet young lady as he wished. His eyes were filled with the scene of the brown carriage moving forward. At that moment, all the passengers who were about to board the public carriage had boarded it. The carriage doors were tightly shut as it gradually moved away. And inside the carriage, the 20 to 30 humans were too close to each other. Their auras overlapped and masked each other. In Klein's eyes, it was a riot of colors. It was truly difficult to distinguish them. He silently shook his head, raised his hand to tap his glabella, and deactivated his spirit vision. To him, it was a simple act of helping if he could. But if he had already missed the opportunity, and the situation wasn't particularly clear, there was no need to keep thinking about it and delay his own matters. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, Klein strolled home along the rather lively Daffodil Street. He saw Melissa sitting at the dining table. Under the bright gas lamp, she was engrossed in the exercises arranged by the school. She nibbled on the fountain pen's shaft and frowned, deep in thought. "Where's Banson?" Klein asked casually. Melissa looked up and fell into a daze for a few seconds before saying, "He said that he went around several districts today and was covered in sweat from exhaustion. He wanted to take a bath to relax." "All right." Klein chuckled and suddenly realized that Melissa was wearing a dress he had never seen before. It was entirely beige in color and had fashionable goat leg sleeves. The collar and edges of the dress were embedded with chiffon ruffles. Apart from that, it didn't have any overly complicated designs. It was a light, everyday style that perfectly accentuated the youthfulness of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. "A new dress?" Klein asked with a smile. This was a purchase that he and Banson had strongly requested for. Melissa tersely acknowledged. "I just got it from Mrs. Rocher. I figured that I'd have to wash it later, so I might as well try it on first." Klein was rather puzzled when he heard that. "Mrs. Rocher? Isn't she my former neighbor?" Melissa nodded and explained in a serious tone, "That's right. Mrs. Rochelle is actually a tailor, but she's not very lucky. She has no choice but to sew clothes for people at home. Her life is, a little difficult. I know that she's good at her craft, and the price is cheaper than going to a ladies' clothing store. Furthermore, it fits me well, so I ordered a new dress from her. It only costs 9 soldi and 5 pence, and it only takes a few days. The same dress would cost £1.50 at Harrods. What a thrifty housekeeping. Sis, I know that at least half of the reason is because you sympathize with Mrs. Rochelle." Klein didn't reprimand Melissa for acting on her own. "When did you go to Harold's?" "It was on House Street, near the Divination Club. It was a place that only the middle class could afford." Melissa was at a loss for words. After a long while, she said, "It's Selena and Elizabeth. They insisted that I go with them. Actually, I actually prefer Gears." I prefer places with steam and machinery. It's good for a girl to shop at a department store occasionally. Klein comforted his sister with a smile. After chatting for a while, he quickly went up to the second floor in a hurry to wash off the stink of the bar. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom to get a change of clothes, he suddenly heard a commotion in the bathroom near the balcony. In just a few seconds, Banson opened the door and walked out while wiping his receding hair. "How was it? Did you praise Melissa's new dress?" he asked with a smile when he saw Klein. "I think I forgot. I only asked where it was made," Klein said after some thought. Banson immediately chuckled and shook his head. What an incompetent brother. Melissa couldn't bear to put down the dress the moment she received it. After she finished cooking and washed the dishes, she couldn't wait to put it on. She hasn't taken it off yet. Didn't she want to change after she showered? She could also wash and dry it. Klein subconsciously retorted with Melissa's explanation. TSK Banson sighed. It's been quite hot these few days, and she's been busy in the kitchen for so long. I think it would be much more comfortable to do her homework after showering. That's right. Klein came to a realization as he exchanged looks with his brother, Banson, and smiled. So that's how you are, Melissa. What's wrong with a girl wanting to be beautiful? There's no need to find an excuse to dress up. The corners of his mouth curled up as he shook his head gently and walked into his bedroom. Later, when he was showering, he vaguely heard knocking on the door downstairs. He immediately mumbled to himself. Doesn't the worker who collects coins from the gas meter only come once every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shout from next door? That's not right. This lady is said to strictly abide by the etiquette of the middle class. She wouldn't visit at an inappropriate time. In his puzzlement, Klein wiped his body clean, put on an old but comfortable shirt and trousers, and ran downstairs. He looked around and didn't find any strangers, so he asked aloud, "Who are you?" He asked, "Did someone knock on the door just now?" Banson, who was leisurely reading the newspaper, smiled. It's Beach Mountbatten, one of the policemen in charge of Iron Cross Street. He asked us if we had met an 18 or 19-year-old boy with a chubby face today. Oh, he even gave us a portrait to identify. Unfortunately, Melissa and I haven't seen him. Otherwise, we would have gotten the reward. What about you, Klein? No. Klein roughly understood what was going on. Instigator Triss had successfully escaped from the area around the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area and had escaped to the vicinity of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. As a result, the police came to question him. At this stage, it also meant that the operation to capture the instigator was close to failure. Klein didn't think too much about it because he hadn't started combat training yet. His shooting skills could only be said to be at the beginner level. To think about dealing with a natural assassin at this time was simply a joke with his life. That night, he didn't sleep well. He kept worrying that the instigator would sneak into his house to hide and cause another murder. Fortunately, Daffodil Street was peaceful the entire night. The morning sun dispelled all the gloom. The relaxed Klein changed into his formal attire, put on his top hat, and carried his cane. He went all the way to Zutland Street and greeted Roshan at the reception hall. "Good morning, Klein," Roshan replied cheerfully. She lowered her voice and said, "I heard that the big operation last night failed?" "The operation to capture instigator Triss?" Klein asked curiously. Yes. Roshan nodded heavily and glanced at the partition. It seems that the informants of the mandated punishers discovered the instigator at the dock area. Their original plan was to wait for the other Beyonders and a special operations team from the police department to arrive before launching the operation. They wanted to resolve it in one go without disturbing the ordinary people, but unfortunately, the instigator was very sharp. He discovered the problem in time and broke out of the encirclement ahead of time, successfully escaping. At such a time, they need a Beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me, Klein joked. There was no lack of trackers back then. Suddenly, Dunsmith's voice sounded. Roshan turned her head abruptly and saw the captain in a black trench coat leaning against the partition's doorframe. He was staring at her with his deep gray eyes. She hurriedly raised her hands and covered her mouth. Then, she shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she hadn't said anything. Dunn shifted his gaze to Klein and pondered for a moment before saying, after a moment of thought, he said, the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and us Nighthawks, a total of more than 6 Beyonders, tracked the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street's lower street and discovered his temporary residence. However, the clues ended there. Be it Beyonder means or normal investigations, they were all useless. It was as if he had suddenly evaporated, completely disappearing. Do you need my help with divination? Klein probed. Dunn shook his head slightly. The machinery hive mind has a mystery prior. He's a senior Beyonder who isn't much weaker than old Neil. I even suspect that he's already at sequence 8. I just don't know what the corresponding potion is called. There must be something special about the Theosophy Order for them to be able to survive to this day, Klein casually consoled the captain. For the rest of the morning, he continued with his mysticism lessons, continued reading historical materials and documents, and continued practicing certain techniques. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching, Klein gradually became distracted. After a few minutes, he packed up his documents and listened to his stomach's summons. At that moment, Dunn Smith came to the clerk's office and said in a deep and mellow voice, Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate. Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate. Sealed artifact 2-049 has been escorted there. The subsequent operations might require your ability to sense the notebook. All right, Klein replied as he stood up. His thoughts began to run wild. He wondered what the sealed artifact looked like and if this operation would be dangerous. In such a tense silence, he followed Dunn down the stairs and into the passageway. After passing through the intersection, Dunn suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said solemnly, follow me and do this action. Follow me and do this. Keep doing this. Don't stop. Remember, don't stop. This is related to your safety. As he spoke, Dunn bent his arm and stretched it out. He stretched it out and bent it again. He repeated this cycle without stopping. Klein watched the captain's demonstration in a daze. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. And said, because of the uniqueness of the sealed artifact? Yes. Dunn nodded with abnormal solemnity. This action will allow us to immediately discover that something is wrong with you, and if we rescue you in time, your life won't be in danger. Okay. Klein didn't hesitate any further and followed suit by bending and stretching his arm. If this arm gets tired, switch to the other one, Dunn exhorted again. Sealed artifact 2-049 is really strange. What's the meaning of such an action? It looks very dangerous. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he looked at the captain cautiously. All right. He had too many questions, but with Cheney's Gate in sight, he could only suppress them. Bending and stretching his arms, Klein kept repeating this process. He watched as Dunn turned his body sideways and pushed open the door to the guard room. The captain's cautiousness, high vigilance, and ridiculous protective actions made his mind abnormally tense. It was exactly the same feeling he had when he walked past graves at night when he was a child. A Grade 2 sealed artifact is dangerous. It has to be used carefully and in moderation. Even official Nighthawks don't know the details. I wonder how dangerous it is. Amidst his anxiety, Klein couldn't help but think about many things. At this moment, his brain suddenly went numb, as if his processor had suddenly lost power. In Klein's vision, everything had slowed down. Even the act of bending his arm was the same. He saw Captain Dunn stop in his tracks and approach him frame by frame in slow motion. He saw Captain Dunn slowly extend his palm and push him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Klein's thoughts and vision returned to normal at the same time, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. What happened? He asked in a low voice, confused and a little frightened. Dunn shook his head at him and said in a deep voice, observe carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the guard room. Klein followed closely behind and saw 4 people either sitting or standing inside. One of them was the midnight poet, Leonard. Klein had never seen the other 3 before, but they had something in common. They were all doing arm flexion and stretching exercises without relaxing at all. Klein Moretti. He has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Then, he pointed at the 3 strangers. These ladies and gentlemen are from the Bacolod Diocese. They are escorting sealed artifact 2-049 here. This is Mayam Larata, a Sequence 8 gravedigger. She's also a sharpshooter. At this moment, the black-haired lady in her 30s nodded kindly at Klein. She was quite good-looking. She was not wearing a hat and was wearing clothes that looked like men's clothing. She wore a black coat, a white shirt, black tight trousers, and leather boots of the same color. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. After Klein greeted him, Dunn pointed at the man sitting behind the desk. "Iyer Harson, an old guy like me." Before he finished speaking, Klein saw Mr. Iyer Harson, who was wearing a gray trench coat, bend and stretch. His arms became jerky, as if there was a lack of lubrication between the gears, or the joints were covered in rust. "What's going on?" In his daze, Klein saw Larata nudge Iyer Harson. Following that, the gentleman's actions returned to normal. "Did I look like that just now?" Klein was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. This was a sign that sealed artifact 2-049 was in danger. What would have happened if he hadn't been woken up in time? Would he become a living dead? With one question after another, Klein greeted Iyer Harson, who had the charisma of a middle-aged man. "Borja." Dunn pointed at the last Nighthawk. It was a cold-looking man with a knife scar on the side of his face. His brownish-yellow eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he constantly sized up everyone present. "Let's set off. Everyone, let's end this quickly and seal 2-049 as soon as possible," said the handsome middle-aged gentleman, Iyer Harson, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. What about 2-049? Klein looked around curiously, but he didn't find any traces of the sealed artifact. Of course, he couldn't see the places that were blocked by the table without activating his spirit vision. "All right." Dunn turned his head and said to Leonard Mitchell, "You're in charge of driving. It's best not to let Cesar participate in such matters." The Cesar he was talking about was a civilian member of the Tinjan Nighthawks who was in charge of obtaining and purchasing supplies. At the same time, he was also a coachman. He was the one who drove the carriage when Klein went to Welch's residence to meet Spirit Medium daily. "No problem." Leonard put away his frivolity and nodded solemnly. At that moment, Klein saw Iyer Harson bend down and pick up an iron black box that was hidden by the table. The box was engraved with resplendent stars and a crimson full moon. It was surrounded by an invisible seal. "The sealed artifact is inside, right? I wonder what 2-049 looks like." Klein sized up the box curiously. Thump, thump. Thump, the iron black box suddenly emitted a violent knocking sound, causing its surface to bulge again and again. Thump. Thump. Thump, it was as if something terrifying had awoken inside the box. It was violently pounding on the door, and every blow struck the hearts of everyone in the guardroom. "Alive?" Just as Klein's mind whirred, he saw Captain Dunn's bending and stretching movements turn sluggish. His joints were stiff as if they were filled with glue. The Nighthawk from Bacolod, Borja, pushed Dunn's shoulder, allowing his movements to return to normal. "After being influenced by 2-049, it's like I'm doing a robot dance. If I'm all influenced, wouldn't it be an awkward dance troupe?" Thankfully, 2-049 seems to only be able to influence one person at a time. Klein lampooned to ease the tension in his heart. He didn't dare slack off in the bending and stretching of his arms. He learned from Dunn and left his cane behind. He followed the 5 Nighthawks through the tunnel and up the stairs to the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. As Leonard had sped up and informed them in advance, Roshan and the rest temporarily hid on the 3rd floor. To civilian staff like them, such things weren't common, but they weren't foreign to them either. The other Nighthawk, Kenley, had temporarily replaced Dunn to guard Cheney's gate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he got on the carriage. He looked out the window in puzzlement. Won't 2-049 affect the ordinary people on the streets? Sealed artifact 2-049 had caused 6 instances of sluggishness from the underground to the vicinity of the horse carriage. He had received 2 of them, awakened by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell respectively. This frequency was rather astonishing. "Don't worry about it. 2-049 will prioritize humanoid creatures within a 5-meter radius. The closer you are, the easier it is for you to be chosen. As long as at least 3 of us surround it, the people passing by outside the carriage won't be affected, the black-haired lady, Lorata, explained in a languid tone. Strange sealed artifact. Klein, who was bending his arm, let out a similar sigh. On the way to Ray Bieber's house, Dunn and company didn't speak. They kept a close eye on each other. Only Lorata looked nonchalant. She would occasionally admire the dirty roads of Tianjin City and compliment Bakelin's sewage system. Before long, the familiar building appeared before Klein's eyes. The group of 6 monitored each other as they walked to the 3rd floor. Ray Bieber's house had the Tianjin police station's logo pasted on the door, indicating that unrelated people were not allowed entry. As Dunn bent his arm and stretched, he took out his key and opened the new lock. Then, he turned his body and allowed Iyer Harson, who was carrying the black chest, to enter first. Thump, thump. Thump. Thump, the sealed artifact in the black chest began smashing again, even more violently than before. This made Iyer Harson's arm sway uncontrollably. It made Klein suspect that the chest would be pierced through. Thump. Thump. Thump, Klein acutely noticed that Captain Dunn's arm movements had become sluggish. Just as he was about to wake him up, his head buzzed and turned numb. The scene in front of him instantly turned into slow motion. Wasn't it said, to only affect 1 person at a time? Klein's thoughts quickly turned sluggish. At that moment, Lorata and Borja, who were already prepared, pushed the 2 of them separately. His ability to think and his vision returned to normal. Klein looked around in fear and nearly blurted out a question. Wasn't it said that 2-049 can only affect 1 person at a time? Thankfully, I didn't stop stretching my arm. Sealed artifact 2-049 has entered a berserk state. The number of people affected increases to 2 at a time. It can be confirmed that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, Iyer Harson described in a mechanical manner. Lorata chuckled and looked at Klein. As long as it encounters a descendant of the Antigonus family, even if there's only a remnant aura, 2-049 will become extremely agitated. Its powers will also increase significantly. I believe you should be able to understand its feelings. Don't understand? Klein asked out of curiosity, so, it's a creature? Lorata smiled but didn't answer him directly. You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped Tianjin City, 2-049 will lead us to him. Klein could only put aside his other questions and follow the Nighthawks around the room. Amidst the violent pounding, they locked the door, walked down the stairs, and returned to the carriage. Iyer Harson looked out the window and confirmed that there were no pedestrians within 5 meters of them. Then, he placed the black chest on the floor and twisted the mechanical switch to release the spirituality shackles. The violent pounding came to a sudden stop. The entire carriage was silent, to the point where no one's breathing could be heard. Klein held his breath as he watched the black chest slowly open, producing a creaking sound that made one's ears ache. Clang, the chest toppled over as a thin brown arm reached out. It was about the length of a child's finger. The 2 arms took turns pressing forward as a brown object the size of a normal person's palm appeared in front of Klein and company. It had obvious elbow joints, knuckles, and knee joints. Its body was wrapped in brown oily cloth, and its face was smeared with red and yellow clown paint. It was a strange-looking puppet. 2-049 raised its head and looked at Klein with its black, pupil-less eyes. The puppet's face was painted with red and yellow paint, making it look like a clown. The corners of its mouth were raised high, giving off a comical smile. As it opened its mouth, revealing its dark and deep oral cavity, Klein, who was looking at it, had goosebumps all over his body, and an intense fear suddenly emerged in his heart for no reason. Everything in front of him darkened, as if he was observing the world through a thick brown glass. Klein's thoughts slowed down. He instinctively wanted to ask for help, but his neck seemed to be tied tightly by a rope. He couldn't make a sound, and the word could only stay in his mind. At this moment, Dunn noticed that his arm movement suddenly became sluggish and pushed him hard. The brown glass in front of Klein immediately shattered. He spat out the word help in his throat. It echoed in the carriage with a slightly sharp panic. It's stronger, Klein stated with certainty. Being together with a strange sealed artifact like 2-049 really made one fall into a terrifying crisis if they were careless. No, it was impossible to guard against it. They could only rely on other means to avoid it. That's normal. Ayarharson nodded calmly. Larada chuckled. It seems to like you? Don't worry, it's one of the less dangerous grade 2 sealed artifacts. In the naturally lazy voice, the puppet whose joints were so clear that they seemed to be corresponding to a human stood up and staggered to its left. Its movements were full of difficulty, like a steam machine that had rusted for a long time and had forgotten to add lubricant. Robot dance. The few Chinese words flashed through Klein's mind as he had a new guess about the danger 2-049 posed. Will it assimilate the creatures it controls? If I hadn't been awakened in time, I would have become a human-sized puppet, a real-life Barbie doll. While Klein was lost in his thoughts, Ayarharson was nudged awake by Dunn. He stretched out his arms and pointed in the direction the puppet was moving slowly. He said to Leonard, who was driving the car, "Go there." Leonard was unable to get the carriage to pass through the building, so he could only make a half-circle. During this process, 2-049 constantly adjusted the direction of its advance, tenaciously acting as the needle that pointed at the Antigonus family. When he saw this, Klein, who had been exercising his arms, actually wanted to laugh amidst the tension. I heard that 2-049 was created by the Antigonus family. Then, is it a sign of loyalty or a classic example of cheating? Then, with Ayarharson's voice sounding from time to time, Leonard drove the carriage through the streets and headed in a certain direction. And every time the strange puppet, 2-049, was about to reach the edge of the carriage, it would be pulled back by Ayarharson and start all over again. Every time this happened, its mouth would open even wider, and two people would be controlled at the same time. The nervousness in Klein's heart gradually eased. He actually felt that sealed artifact 2-049 wasn't that scary after all. As long as there were more than 3 people present, and as long as they knew how to keep moving, and as long as they grasped the technique to wake up their companions in time, 2-049 was just a slightly special puppet. The carriage sped forward and soon arrived at the harbor, where the warehouses were gathered. After circling the area a few times and confirming that 2-049 was heading to the innermost grayish-white warehouse, Ayarharson's expression turned solemn as he carefully grabbed it and stuffed the strange puppet back into the iron-black box. Dong. Dong, dong. Amidst the incessant hammering, Ayarharson woke up again and again with the help of Borja and Larada. With great difficulty, he turned on the mechanical switch and injected his spirituality, activating the star and crimson moon symbols on the metal box. The invisible seal reappeared as Ayarharson heaved a long sigh of relief. Get down. Dunn Smith's deep and mellow voice sounded. Leonard, just tie the horse here. Half a dozen gentlemen and ladies in trench coats, or suits, or shirts, left the carriage, and walked towards the innermost storehouse, bending and stretching their arms almost in unison as they went. This made the slightly tense atmosphere even more comical and absurd. The Nighthawk's awkward dance troupe. Klein could only lampoon to ease his feelings. However, he had no choice. According to his observations, 2-049's influence was first reflected on the upper body. To discover it in time and prevent it from slipping into a more dangerous situation, the only options were to extend his arms, turn his neck, or shake his body. The latter two would make him look like a hooligan. As for actions like blinking and tapping his eyebrows, they were either too easily ignored or too large of a movement. Similarly, they weren't good choices. The awkward dance troupe is better than the Causeway Bay gangsters. Klein sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he followed Captain Dunn and company. The closer they got to the warehouse's door, the more nervous and worried he felt. Because no one knew what changes the notebook would bring to Ray Bieber, if anything went wrong, Klein didn't dare to hope that he could transmigrate again. Furthermore, he realized that he would still get injured and bleed when he was cooking. His wounds healed at a normal rate. He wasn't a monster who wasn't afraid of death or beatings. As they walked, Dunn suddenly pressed down with his free hand, making everyone stop about 10 meters in front of the warehouse's door. Klein, divine if there's any danger inside. It'll be even better if you can figure out the level of danger, Dunn said to Klein. His gray eyes were still deep and serene, without the slightest hint of fear. Klein nodded indiscernibly and stopped his stretching. He reached his right hand into his left sleeve and removed the silver chain with the topaz pendant. As his arm was in motion, he appeared sluggish. Dunn noticed it in time and woke him up. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz fall naturally. At the same time, he controlled his right hand and only did a small stretch. When the topaz stabilized, he half closed his eyes and outlined a ball of light. He entered a state of cogitation and silently chanted. "There's danger inside the warehouse. There's danger inside the warehouse." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz slowly spinning in a clockwise motion. It spun faster and faster until it felt like it was pulling on Klein's left hand. "There's danger, a lot of danger," Klein said truthfully. Clockwise was an affirmation of the words recited in his mind, while counterclockwise was a denial. To other Beyonders, even mystery priors, using spirit dowsing would only be able to determine if there was any danger, but they wouldn't be able to obtain further information on the level of danger. However, Klein realized that when he used spirit dowsing, the pendant would spin at different speeds, indicating the different levels of the answer. Although it wasn't accurate enough and was very vague, it allowed him to roughly determine the exact situation. As expected of the seer potion, Klein was rather pleased with this. Just as he was about to put away the topaz pendant, the silent Leonard Mitchell suddenly said, "Divine if there's any danger around us. Divine if there's any danger around us. Yes, I'm worried that the secret order won't give up and has been keeping an eye on Ray Bieber's house. Then, they'll follow us here and cause trouble at the critical moment." Dunn nodded in agreement. Klein immediately took a deep breath and once again entered an ethereal and calm state. When the silver chain stabilized again, he chanted in his heart. "There's danger around us. There's danger around us." After repeating it over and over again, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. In his dark brown eyes, the topaz pendant first moved counterclockwise with great difficulty before suddenly stopping and spinning clockwise. "There's danger around us," Klein said cautiously as his heart tightened. Furthermore, there were people who tried to interfere with the divination, but they lost to him in this invisible battle. Just as he finished his sentence, an orange fireball the size of a fist suddenly flew over from afar. It smashed towards the center of the group at an extremely fast speed. Dunn Smith, who had already drawn his long-barreled revolver before Klein did the divination, immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amidst the gunshot, the fireball didn't waver at all. It continued moving forward according to its predetermined trajectory, as though it was forcing the group to scatter and dodge. Originally, Klein wasn't too concerned about tailing the troublemaker, because there were 6 Beyonders here, and there was no lack of sequence 8 or 7 Beyonders. In a small place like Tingen, they were a force to be reckoned with. But when the fireball smashed towards him, he suddenly realized a fact. The truth was that to them, the most dangerous enemy was not the stalker, nor was it the troublemaker. It was not even Ray Bieber, who was in an unknown situation in the warehouse, but sealed artifact 2-049. Once they were separated and engaged in battle, they wouldn't be able to wake each other up in time. They would become real puppets one by one. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein was pulled by Leonard, and he rolled out with him to avoid the fireball. He didn't have time to feel sorry for his clothes. He saw the Nighthawk split into 2 groups to dodge in an orderly fashion. Poof, the orange fireball smashed onto the ground, but it didn't stir up any dust, as though nothing had happened. An illusion? Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he saw Iyer Harson lift up the black chest and throw it to the side at least 10 meters away. "Stay away from it. Guard it," Iyer shouted. Before he finished shouting, Leonard and Borja moved closer and guarded the chest from a distance of at least 7 meters, preventing anyone from approaching. As for Dunn and Larada, they each held their guns and stood together with Iyer Harson, who had drawn his silver sword. They formed a semicircle and charged towards the spot where the fireball had shot out. They also took care of the area to the side. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who didn't bring his cane because he had to do stretching exercises, heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had overlooked an important problem. 2-049's influence had a limited range. As long as they kept a sufficient distance from it, there was no need to worry about danger. Under the bright afternoon sun, Klein, whose clothes were stained with dust, quickly adjusted the firing position of his revolver and turned on the corresponding device, allowing himself to enter a state where he could shoot at the enemy at any time. The brass body of the gun reflected a flowing brilliance. He held the gun with one hand and held it horizontally in front of him, alert to any possible changes in his surroundings. At the same time, he was a little worried about Captain Dunn and Mr. Iyer Harson, who was wearing a grey trench coat. They were both nightmares, and they were better at influencing their enemies in the dark. He wasn't sure if a head-on confrontation would work. Just as Klein was thinking, Iyer Harson slowed down his charging pace, his expression turning calm and sorrowful. He opened his mouth and began to recite a calming poem that made one feel as though they were in the middle of the night. When the sun sets in the west, dewdrops adorn the lapels of the evening. She is as pale as the moon without makeup, or like the stars that accompany the moon, the evening primrose, moistened by the night dew, blooming an elegant and delicate flower, shunning the sunlight like a hermit. Note 1, as the recitation echoed, Klein almost lost his tense feeling and completely relaxed. Fortunately, he had similar experiences, and he wasn't facing Iyer Harson. Therefore, he quickly calmed himself down and used a half-custom state to resist the influence of the poem. Phew! He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts about Dunn and Iyer's direct combat strength. As he had advanced not long ago, he didn't have a deep understanding of sequence potions. He had forgotten that Sequence 7 Nightmare was advanced from Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. It could completely retain its previous abilities, and there was even a slight improvement. As for Klein's impression of the Midnight Poet, it all came from Leonard Mitchell. He knew that this job had also inherited the uniqueness of Sleepless. It was good at fighting, shooting, climbing, and sensing. It was also good at using different styles of poetry to affect the surrounding creatures. Simply put, it was a violent poet. Amidst Iyer Harson's chanting, a ripple suddenly appeared beside the stacked wooden boxes. A man wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat emerged from the ripple. However, the man's face was painted with red, yellow, and white paint, making him look like a clown. It was a ridiculous contrast with his formal dress for a dinner party. Thud thud thud. The black-haired Lorata, who was introduced as a sharpshooter, sprinted forward. With a gun in one hand and a fist in the other, she closed in on the suited clown in a few steps. The tuxedo clown seemed to be affected by Iyer Harson's poem. His body shook slightly, but his eyes were calm and peaceful, without any desire to resist. Pa! The black-haired lady, Lorata, took a diagonal step with a boxing stance, raised her arm, and threw a punch at the suited clown's face. Bang! The air exploded, and the tuxedo clown suddenly shattered like a mirror. Piece by piece, they quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, the figure of the clown in the swallow-tailed suit quickly appeared in a dark corner of the pile of wooden boxes a few steps away. The guy who was affected just now was just an illusion. It was just a performance. The tuxedo clown's mouth widened into a comical smile as usual. He pressed down on his half-top hat with one hand and raised the other before snapping his fingers. Bang! His snapping produced the sound of a gun being fired. Lorata leaped to the left and rolled to the side in a bid to dodge. However, nothing happened apart from the virtual gunshot. Bang! 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 Dunn and Iyer raised their guns and fired steadily. The tuxedo clown moved left and right, retreating and rolling. His movements were agile as though he was performing acrobatics. Suddenly, the black-haired lady, Lorata, charged over from an unknown location. Despite being called a sharpshooter, she continued twisting her waist and swinging her arms as she punched at her enemy. Bang! The tuxedo clown failed to dodge in time. He raised his left arm to block the fist. Seeing him stop, Dunn and Iyer did not hesitate to aim and pull the trigger. At that moment, the arm that the tuxedo clown used to block Lorata's fist suddenly ignited with an orange flame. However, the flame engulfed the tuxedo clown as it spread towards Lorata. Bang! Bang! Dunn and Iyer fired their revolvers separately and hit the flame. The flame burned rapidly and soon, only black dust was left. However, the tuxedo clown's figure appeared not far away, hiding behind a few stacked wooden crates. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Bang! Amidst the virtual gunshot, Lorata suddenly came to a halt. she did not lunge forward. Mud splattered in front of her as bullet holes appeared. The Tuxedo Clown's attack was no longer an illusion, true and false, it was truly difficult to distinguish. Bang! 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 The Tuxedo Clown snapped his fingers repeatedly as he dodged and reappeared to shoot at Dunn and Iyer. Upon seeing this scene, Loretta narrowed her eyes. She raised the dark golden long-barreled revolver in her left hand. Bang! The Tuxedo Clown suddenly crouched down and dodged the fatal blow. His half-top hat flew backwards and fell into the dust. There were obvious burn marks and bullet holes on it. After a few rolls, he climbed up the stacked wooden crates agilely like a curly-haired baboon. He snapped his fingers from above and shot out an air bullet. Iyer Harson took a few steps back and lowered his revolver. He began chanting once again. Her beauty is only open to the night. But the night turns a blind eye to beauty. Its love for her is completely blind. Note 1, the Tuxedo Clown constantly jumped between the wooden crates. Suddenly, he raised his hand to pick his ear and looked at Iyer with a comical smile. Could he have plugged his ear beforehand? The sequence potion that the Secret Order possesses is rather strange. Klein watched from afar as he made a guess. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the top of the warehouse to the side. The figure was running towards the innermost room where Ray Bieber was hiding. The figure was wearing a grayish-white dockworker's uniform. His face seemed to be smeared with red, yellow, and white paint. The Tuxedo Clown was in charge of luring the captain and the others away while someone else took the notebook? Klein's mind wandered as he subconsciously raised his right hand and fired at the figure on the roof. Just as he took aim and measured the distance, the figure suddenly crouched down and flipped. Bang! Klein didn't hold back as he pulled the trigger. The figure suddenly froze as blood bloomed from its body. The figure looked over in shock. Enduring the pain, he continued charging towards the innermost warehouse. Random marksmanship. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he pulled the trigger again. This time, the bullet hit the wooden roof beside the figure. Bang! 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 Leonard and Borja fired separately, but they failed to hit the figure. Klein wanted to complain that their marksmanship was inferior to his, but his finger that was pulling the trigger suddenly stopped. That's right. Why did I stop him? Didn't I divine that it was extremely dangerous inside the warehouse? Wouldn't it be good to let this fellow scout and step on a landmine? Leonard and Mr. Borja likely had the same goal. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein raised the barrel and aimed at the bird. Bang! 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 Amidst a few gunshots, the figure arrived at the innermost warehouse's roof without any obstruction. He suddenly lunged down, and with a strike of his elbow, he fell in along with the shattered roof. Accompanied by this sound, the black-haired lady, Loretta's eyes suddenly turned black. Her left hand made a strange pulling motion. The Tuxedo Clown's tumbling and leaping motion immediately came to a halt. His ankle seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. As for Dunn, he didn't immediately shoot. Instead, he lowered his revolver. He opened his mouth, and without his Adam's apple moving, he used his spirituality to resonate with the surrounding air. An ethereal, and strange voice sounded. Her flower blooms all night till dawn. But when the day opens its eyes, her gaze leaves her with nowhere to hide. She wilts in her dizziness. Note 1, the Tuxedo Clown struggling immediately turned powerless, as though he had lost his desire to live. Iyer Harson raised his revolver and aimed at the enemy, his finger about to pull the trigger. In that split second, an abnormally shrill scream came from the innermost warehouse. Ah! The scream contained extreme horror, as though he had encountered something unimaginably terrifying. Just as Klein felt his hair stand on end, the scream came to a halt. The innermost warehouse returned to silence, a silence that left one's scalp tingling. Bang! Iyer was affected to a certain extent, and the bullet only hit the Tuxedo Clown's stomach. Ho, ho. Ho! The silence in the innermost warehouse was broken once again. A series of what should have been light panting suddenly sounded. It went from soft to loud, tugging at everyone's nerves. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Inside the iron-black chest, 2-049 suddenly went berserk, going crazy to the extreme. Gasp! Gasp! Gasp, thump. Thump. Thump, the loud panting and the violent pounding alternated before stacking on top of each other. It made Klein and company tense up to the extreme, as though they had heard an evil whisper. While Iyer, Dunn, and Larada were distracted, the suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket. Pa! He hurriedly swung his right hand, shaking the paper into a long whip burning with pitch-black flames. He then lashed the whip to the side of his ankle. A fleeting but sharp scream echoed as the suited clown escaped the invisible shackles and somersaulted backwards. Bang! 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 Dunn, Iyer, and Larada's bullets missed simultaneously, drilling into the wooden crate. The suited clown did not stay any longer. He pressed his right hand to his wound and ran away from the warehouse. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, all that was left was his back. And before he disappeared, his right hand that was pressing down on his abdomen suddenly moved to his left arm. The wound on his abdomen vanished, returning to its original state. The spot where his left arm had been struck was a bloody mess, with a silver bullet faintly visible. Dunn and company did not give chase because the panting in the innermost warehouse was so loud that it made their eyebrows twitch and made them feel uneasy. Bang! The innermost warehouse's door suddenly cracked and splattered in every direction. Following that, an item wrapped in a tattered cloth flew out and landed not far from Klein. Klein focused his gaze and realized that it was an arm. The blood-colored flesh had been bitten to pieces, and the white bones were broken in an irregular manner as they protruded outwards. Pa! 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 One item after another flew out. First, there was blood spilling out, followed by a dilated eyeball, followed by an earlobe that seemed to have been torn off. Finally, there was a beating heart and an intestine filled with yellowish-brown matter. If not for the fact that he had seen an even more disgusting giant view at Ray Bieber's place, Klein would probably have vomited again. His emotions were on the verge of snapping. It took him great effort to suppress the urge to fire into the pitch-black door. Then, he removed the empty cartridges from before and reloaded them with new demon-hunting bullets. Bang! Dunn returned and calmly fired into the warehouse. However, it was as if his bullet had entered the sea, there was no echo. Whoosh! 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 The loud panting became more and more rapid, and the grayish-white color filled the open door. With two bangs, Iyer Harson and Bordaw's bullets pierced through the grayish-white, but they still couldn't stop the color from surging outwards. They also didn't leave any wounds or spill any liquid. Klein held his breath and didn't shoot blindly. He saw the grayish-white gradually reveal a complete outline. This was a humanoid creature that was over 2 meters tall. The joints of its limbs were twisted in an unnatural way, as if they had been forcibly broken by someone. White broken bones protruded from its skin one after another. Its entire grayish-white surface was filled with ravines, like a human brain that had been stripped of its shell. The monster's entire body was flowing with grayish-white, rotting, viscous liquid. Its head was relatively normal, with deep magic lines and pale skin. As its mouth opened and closed, Klein could see a porcelain false tooth that was about to fall off, a few strands of blood-colored saliva, and shredded flesh and bones. Ray Bieber. Is this still F*** King Human? Klein drew a silent breath as he felt his heart palpitate. Bang! Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Ray Bieber's forehead and penetrated it, leaving behind a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out and fell to the ground. It sizzled and turned into fat, milky white maggots. However, the monster wasn't affected at all. It pounced at Borjaw, who was closest to it, at a moderate speed. Its true target seemed to be the black chest, sealed artifact 2-049. Losing control of beyond her powers. Dunn shouted in a deep voice. Larada, it looks like a dead spirit. Quickly find its weakness. All right. Larada didn't speak further as she raised her hand to cover her eyes. Her pupils turned grayish-white before turning colorless. It was as though she had entered the kingdom of the dead and the spiritual world. She looked down at the enemy from a higher level and searched for the most important node. Seeing that normal gunshots were ineffective, Klein didn't waste his bullets. He raised his hand and tapped his glabella, activating his spirit vision. He planned on assisting Gravedigger Ma and Larada. In his vision, Monster Bieber's spiritual light was only left with one color. It was a pure grayish-white, a grayish-white that was filled with madness. Apart from that, Klein couldn't see anything else. At that moment, Iyer Harson and Leonard Mitchell began chanting at the same time. Ah, the danger of fear, the hope of crimson. At least one thing is true, this life flies. One thing is true, the rest are lies. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever. A power that could put people to sleep emanated as the twisted grayish-white monster rapidly slowed down, as though it couldn't resist the charm of the poem. At that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a scream inaudible to the average person. Ah! Bang! Klein felt a pain in his head as he automatically exited his spirit vision state. He felt a warm liquid flow out of his nose. He subconsciously reached out to wipe it and realized that the back of his palm was covered in blood. Iyer and Leonard fell to the ground at the same time. The corners of their mouths, noses, and eyes were covered in blood. Borja, Dunn, and Larada each took 1 to 2 steps back as their faces turned pale. The monster had only let out a scream, but the 6 beyonders seemed unable to withstand it and became extremely weak. Thud, it approached Borja and suddenly swung its twisted joints. Bang! 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 Borja and Dunn each fired twice, but they failed to deal any damage to Monster Bieber. Bang! Borja was sent flying as his extended revolver fell to the ground. He tried a few times to stand up, but he was unable to do so in a short period of time. Sticky liquid flowed out of the corner of Monster Bieber's mouth as it pounced at the iron-black chest. Bang! At the critical moment, Iyer Harson's shot struck the chest, sending it flying quite a distance away. Monster Bieber failed to grab it as it charged forward for more than 10 meters. Cracks appeared on the iron-black chest, and as the sounds of the crashing continued, the cracks became more obvious. Found it. The black-haired lady, Larada, finally spoke. I need you to restrain it for at least 3 seconds. All right. Dunn did not waste his breath as he pressed his glabella and closed his eyes. He seemed to have fallen asleep just like that. Invisible ripples spread out one after another. In an instant, Monster Bieber came to a halt as the madness in its eyes rapidly dissipated. Its thin layer of transparent eyelids also began to droop uncontrollably. Dunn's body began to tremble as something beneath his clothes began to bulge and squirm on the spot. It was as though there were slippery scaleless venomous snakes hidden within. Larada ran out frantically and with a roll, she arrived beneath Monster Bieber. She pressed one hand to the ground and clenched her fist upwards, sending it into Monster Bieber's crotch like a cannonball. Pwah, she ignored the corrosive pain as she pressed her hand against the ground once again. Her entire body rose up as her fist drilled deeper. Rip. Larada pulled back her arm and dragged out a yellowish-brown and blood-stained intestine. Inside the intestines, there was an ancient notebook. Ah! Monster Bieber let out a blood-curdling scream as its body suddenly lit up as though it was melting. Get down! Just as Iyer Harson's hurried voice faded, Klein saw Monster Bieber swell up. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the distant Klein was sent flying by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up in disgust and dizziness. He saw Monster Bieber turn into pieces of disgusting, rotting flesh. He saw Dunn and Larada landing more than 10 meters away, seemingly unconscious. Iyer Harson, Borja, and Leonard Mitchell had also fallen to the ground. They were either groaning in pain or struggling in vain to stand up. Just as Klein was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that there was something familiar about 2 to 3 meters away from him. The iron-black chest had stopped tumbling as its cracked side faced the sky. A thin, tan-colored arm stretched out. Sealed artifact. 2-049. F***CK. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately leaped a few meters away, distancing himself from sealed artifact 2-049's effective range. The explosion just now had thrown the black iron box near him. Oh no! I've been controlled by a puppet, Captain, and the rest are either unconscious, or have yet to recover. They can't even get up. There's no time to wake me up, no. I have to save myself. Everything that Klein saw in front of him turned into a slow-motion scene from his previous life. His joints and his thinking brain seemed to have more and more glue injected into them. He had no interest in becoming a puppet. He seized the opportunity to find a way to save himself before he was completely controlled. I definitely can't hit myself. I need an external force. I'll give it a try. There's no time to delay or think. Klein used 2 to 3 seconds to grab an inspiration. He drove his rusty knee joint and took a counterclockwise step. At the same time, he didn't attempt to break free from the invisible rope that was tied around his throat. He only chanted in his heart, "Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth." He wanted to use the mysterious world above the gray fog to awaken himself and escape the assimilation of sealed artifact 2-049. Creak, creak, creak. Klein's knees and ankles emitted an ear-piercing sound at the same time. With a slow and twisted posture, he took another counterclockwise step. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth. His thoughts became more and more sluggish. Klein was like a computer that contained all the family buckets and security guards. He clicked as he lifted his left foot and walked towards his predetermined position. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy. The thoughts in Klein's mind became more and more rigid and sluggish. He only took the final step based on his instincts. At this stage, he knew that he was almost completely controlled. Even if Iyer Harson got up in time and ran over to save him, he probably wouldn't be able to complete the awakening. But his strong desire to survive made him recite the final incantation. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy. Just as he finished reciting the incantation, the extremely chaotic and crazy shouts and murmurs suddenly sounded. They scattered Klein's frozen thoughts, causing them to shatter and turn into uncontrollable thoughts. Klein's mind became a pot of boiling porridge. In a daze, he felt his body lighten and his spirituality float away. The boundless grayish-white fog and the crimson stars of different distances appeared in front of him again. They were vast, mysterious, blurry, and hazy. Klein's chaotic thoughts quickly settled down, and he finally regained his ability to think. He saw the majestic temple. Phew. Fortunately, it worked, he muttered in fear. According to his previous observations, he knew that once he fell into the control of sealed artifact 2-049, it was basically equivalent to death. Typically speaking, there was no way to save him without medicine. Fortunately, his luck enhancement ritual and the mysterious world above the gray fog were not within the realm of normal. After pacing back and forth, Klein began to think about his current situation. I can't stay here forever, can I? When Captain and the others wake up or come over, I won't be able to explain this. Right now, I should only be left with my physical body. I'm even more like a living dead than a living dead, but if I were to take the risk and return, there's no way to ensure my safety. What if 2-049 controls me again? Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly smacked himself in the forehead and laughed softly. It looks like I haven't really gotten used to my identity as a seer. Before he finished his sentence, his figure had already appeared at the head of the long bronze table. He was sitting on the high-backed chair with the strange symbol on it. Klein stretched out his hand and picked up a fountain pen that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Swish. 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 He wrote a sentence on the illusory white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. Following that, Klein took out the spirit pendulum's projection from his pocket. After a few gatherings, he realized that any item he had on him could be projected above the gray fog, but it would be a lot more illusory. Holding the silver chain in his left hand, Klein allowed the topaz pendant to touch the paper and the incident. The pendulum swing came to a stop. He half closed his eyes and calmly recited the words on the white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. It's safe to return to the real world. Over and over again, Klein used the complete spirit pendulum method to perform a divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw the pure topaz pendant slowly swaying, causing the silver chain to spin clockwise. Clockwise is a yes, and counterclockwise is a no. It's safe to return to the real world. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and habitually put away the silver chain. Then, he spread out his spirituality and enveloped his body, simulating a rapid descent. The hazy gray fog and crimson stars quickly turned illusory as they charged upwards. Klein quickly saw himself in a daze. He saw the brown puppet's body hanging outside the metal box, and he realized that the sealed artifact seemed to have stopped all movements. His body's senses surged into his mind. Just as he was about to move his arm to confirm his body's condition, he suddenly heard a voice hidden in the wind. Do you want to be awakened? As long as you promise me one thing, you can be saved. This is to help me pick up the Antigonus family's notebook. Not if you agree. I know you can still do it. Who? 2-049 doesn't seem to be trying to control me. That's right, it won't continuously affect the same person. There will be intervals. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't show it on his face. At this moment, the voice quickly added a few more sentences. If you can complete this task, you will receive additional rewards. I know you are a seer, and I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have a sequence 8 after that. We, the Secret Order, can give it to you. To be honest, I was a seer in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to return. To let you see my sincerity, I'll tell you now that the corresponding sequence 8 for seer is clown. Clown? Secret Order. Klein nearly failed to maintain his puppet-like state. He never expected that the seer and the clown would be connected. Are they going to form a circus duo? Alright, make your decision. Believe me, you don't have much time to waste. The voice came with the wind once again. In the distance, Dan and Lorata were still unconscious. Borja seemed to be severely injured as he moaned motionlessly. Iyer Harson and Leonard Mitchell were in relatively better condition as they attempted to sit up. Why me? Secret Order. It's that suited clown, right? After he escaped, he secretly returned in an attempt to take advantage of the situation. But why me for help? He can deal with everyone here now. Upon hearing the voice's words, questions flashed in Klein's mind. Since the other party said that he was a seer, Klein began to analyze the situation with the thinking style of a seer. He must have divined that Monster Bieber would be destroyed and that we would suffer heavy losses if he dared to return. He didn't take the notebook himself and didn't deal with us directly because he likely divined that this matter was extremely risky. Therefore, he suspected that Captain and Mayam Larada were pretending to be unconscious and that this was a trap set up for him. He didn't continue divining to confirm my present state. Firstly, there's a possibility that there's not enough time. If he waited any longer, Mr. Iyer Harson and company would have recovered a certain amount of their combat strength. Secondly, he's belittling me and believes that it's unnecessary. He knows a seer very well and definitely believes that I won't be able to escape the puppet's control. He's using me as cannon fodder to probe the trap. From another angle, this means that the luck enhancement ritual doesn't show any abnormalities on the surface. Klein, whose mind wasn't sluggish, felt his thoughts flow smoothly. He had a general grasp of the suited clown's thoughts and goals. As for the other party's promise, he didn't believe it at all. Cannon fodder had no human rights. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein controlled his neck and nodded with great difficulty. At the same time he did this action, he confirmed that he had escaped the control of sealed artifact 2-049. As soon as he nodded, a transparent curtain moved 2 to 3 meters away from his side, outlining the silhouette of a man in a tuxedo with clown paint on his face. It was the Secret Order member who had escaped earlier. At that moment, as Klein had turned in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape the range of 2-049's influence, his back was facing the black chest and the puppet. The suited clown was in front of him. Firstly, it was to distance himself from the sealed artifact, and secondly, it was to avoid the muzzle of his gun. He appeared rather cautious. The suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket and shook it violently. He shook it until it was as straight as a wooden stick. He held the wooden stick and from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, he jabbed it at Klein's shoulder in an attempt to wake him up. This guy seems to know 2-049 very well. He knows that wherever the aura of the Antigonus family's descendant lingers, the puppet will go berserk and control 2 people at the same time. He also knows that smashing it with rocks doesn't seem to have any effect. At least, I haven't seen Captain and the others make similar attempts. Although Klein didn't understand why 2-049 didn't attempt to assimilate him, he didn't dare to stay within a 5-meter radius for too long. Hence, he held his breath and waited for an opportunity. Just as the paper stick was about to touch his shoulder, Klein suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed the top of the stick, and pulled it back. The suited clown was caught off guard. His body was pulled and he staggered forward. The distance between him and Klein shortened once again, to less than 2 meters. At the same time, Klein pressed down on the revolver's trigger with his right hand, which he had long prepared. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots consecutively, but he didn't aim at the suited clown. Instead, he aimed behind him, at the side that was far away from sealed artifact 2-049. Before the gunshot rang out, the suited clown had taken the initiative to roll from his stagger, instinctively dodging in advance. Klein released his grip on the paper stick. He took a few steps forward and dashed out of the danger zone. The suited clown had just rolled twice and was about to turn around and pounce when his head suddenly buzzed. His thoughts quickly turned sluggish. Not good, he's deliberately forcing me to dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. I'm within 5 meters, how can he not be controlled by Antigonus? Puppet, the suited clown's rolling came to a halt. His joints seemed to be rusty as he tried to crawl out. At that moment, Klein had already turned around. He held his revolver with both hands and aimed at the slow-moving target. In his eyes, this was equivalent to shooting at a fixed target. As he had previously witnessed the battle between the suited clown and Dunn, Iyer, and Larada, Klein knew that the suited clown was agile and good at rolling. Therefore, even though the distance between them was only 1 or 2 meters, he cautiously gave up on shooting directly. Instead, he forced the suited clown to dodge to the home ground that he had anticipated, the vicinity of sealed artifact 2-049, and if the puppet was ineffective, the suited clown would also confirm that he had fallen into a trap. His counterattack would only be to escape, and he wouldn't pose any real threat. Bang! Bang! The silver bullet traversed the distance of a few meters and accurately penetrated the suited clown's neck. Large amounts of blood flowed out, staining his skin and his bow tie red. The suited clown couldn't scream. His throat made a gurgling sound. He wanted to raise his hand and remove the fatal wound, but his shoulder and elbow joints seemed to be filled with glue. His movements were jerky and slow. Bang! Klein, who was in a half-cogitation state, wasn't frightened by the blood. He pulled the trigger once again, as calm as if he was doing his daily practice. A hideous hole suddenly appeared in the suited clown's forehead. Blood gushed out and dimmed the light in his eyes. The power of the exquisite revolver was much stronger than Klein had expected. With his knees bent and his arms hanging down, the suited clown slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were frozen in a daze. His body twitched a few times before slowly relaxing. There was no other movement. With the shot dead, Klein coolly turned around and shook the revolver, letting the empty shells fall to the ground one by one. Then, he walked towards Iyer Harson in a black formal suit and a half-top hat. He took out the last silver demon hunting bullet from his pocket and stuffed it into the magazine. The reason why he didn't turn back to look at the suited clown's tragic state was because he was not comfortable killing for the first time. However, he had no choice but to kill him. He didn't know what would happen if the clown was completely controlled by the puppet. Besides, he didn't want to take the risk of entering sealed artifact 2-049's range of influence again. After all, no one knew if there would be any strange changes this time, causing the luck enhancement ritual to fail. As for the items on the suited clown's body, Klein was only concerned if there was the so-called clown potion formula or the corresponding clues. However, this wasn't something that needed to be done in a hurry. He could do it with Dunn, Iyer, and the others later. Obtaining it was equivalent to obtaining it for the Nighthawks. It was impossible for them to be unwilling to part with the Sequence 8 potion formula. At most, they would spend more time accumulating credit. After all, they had only become a seer not long ago, and there was still a long way to go before they digested. As his thoughts churned, Klein quickly walked to Iyer Harson's side. This gentleman in a grey trench coat struggled to sit up several times, but failed every time. He fell down and was covered in mud and dust. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" He crouched down and asked. The revolver in his hand was pointed at the ground at an angle to prevent accidental firing. Al took a deep breath and sighed. That monster is too strong. If it wasn't for its weakness, at this point, he pointed to a sky blue metal bottle beside him and laughed at himself. I wanted to take the potion, but my hand trembled. The sky blue metal bottle was about as thick as Klein's thumb and no more than 5 centimeters tall. The lid with the hidden spiral pattern had fallen to one side and was completely soaked in liquid. Klein reached out to pick up the small bottle, narrowed his eyes and looked at it. "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left on the wall of the bottle. Go, look for it on Borja's body. Inside the pocket." Ale panted as he spoke. "Okay." Klein stood up and asked casually, "Is this a healing potion? An item from the mystical side?" "No, it only has a certain healing effect. It mainly stimulates our spirit and squeezes out our body's potential. It allows us to maintain a good condition for a short period of time. It allows us to hold on until we return, until we receive treatment." Ale attempted to sit up but failed again. "Its name is Goddess's Gaze. Remember to let Borja drink half of the potion." Klein didn't delay any further. He turned around and quickly walked to the groaning Borja's side. He found the standard sky blue metal bottle from the semi-conscious Nighthawk's chest. After unscrewing the lid, he carefully placed the mouth of the bottle to Borja's mouth. Borja sensed it and tried his best to open his lips. The bottle tilted as the dark red liquid flowed into Borja's mouth. After estimating the amount, Klein retracted his hand in time and screwed the cap back on. The effects of the potion seemed pretty good. A few seconds after Borja swallowed it, his eyes regained their luster. He said in a low voice, "Thank you." With that said, he propped himself up with his hand and slowly sat up. He first treated his injuries before walking towards the unconscious Lorata and Dunn. He found Goddess's Gaze from the latter's inner pocket. Klein returned to Ale's side and fed him the remaining half of the potion. Ale panted a few times as his movements suddenly became agile. He stood up as though he had never been injured. "I'll help Borja. You take care of your companion." The charming middle-aged man pointed at Leonard Mitchell. Klein didn't have any objections. He turned around and jogged to Poet Leonard's side. "There's no need. I can drink it myself." Leonard, whose hair was disheveled, smiled as he raised the sky-blue metal bottle in his hand. Seeing him stand up agilely with a push of his hand, Klein, who was about to criticize him, was suddenly taken aback. "Leonard's injuries are lighter than I expected. He has the ability to consume the potion right from the beginning, that is to say, he might have seen me take 4 steps counterclockwise during the luck enhancement ritual. No, this matter is still fine. My chanting was all in my heart, and the luck enhancement ritual didn't show any outward abnormalities. If not, the suited clown wouldn't have fallen for it, but even so, Leonard, who had long recovered but chose to watch from the sidelines, must have seen quite a number of things. For example, I wasn't affected by 2-049 and had schemed against the suited clown. Just as Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, Leonard, who was walking towards him, stopped beside him and chuckled while looking straight ahead. He looked straight ahead and said with a chuckle, "I wanted to save you, but I realized that you didn't need it. Don't mind me. There are many special people in this world. They can always do things that others can't, such as you. Such as me." The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he walked past Klein and walked towards the awakened Dunn and Lorata. "Narcissist." Klein lampooned inwardly as he felt a lot more relaxed. From the looks of it, Leonard Mitchell is also hiding quite a number of secrets. He thought as he met up with the rest. He watched as Captain Dunn put on his gloves and picked up the Antigonus family's notebook that was stained with yellowish-brown and blood. The notebook's cover was made of dark black paper. It emitted an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or rotting. It was nearly identical to what Klein had seen in his dream. It made him begin to suspect that he would see the fool wearing a gorgeous headdress after opening it. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. This was because Dunn had carefully flipped open the notebook to make a final confirmation. Klein could not see the words clearly due to his poor angle, but he was certain that there was no the fool wearing gorgeous clothes or a gorgeous headdress. Ahem, no problem. Dunn closed the notebook and held it tightly. Then, he looked at Iyer and Company and said, "Store it and sealed artifact 2-049 behind Tingen City's Chinese gate for the next few days. Once you recover, or Bakelin sends someone over." Upon hearing that, Klein was a little disappointed, but he also felt lucky. He really wanted to read the Antigonus family's notebook again to figure out the cause of the deaths of the original owner, Welch, and Naya. However, he felt that this ancient item was filled with misfortune and always brought disaster. Therefore, he did not dare touch it. Handing it over to the church's headquarters and sealing it tightly is the best choice. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. Harson, Borja, and Larata nodded and turned around at the same time. They came to the side of sealed artifact 2-049. They woke each other up and stuffed the puppet, which had regained its ability to move at some point in time, back into the cracked black metal box and monitored it closely. Everything is normal. Ayer's tone sounded a little more relaxed. Inside the black metal box that only emitted a faint glow, the puppet that was wrapped in grease-stained cloth creaked as it flipped its body, aiming its clown-painted face at the light. On this strange face, under the pure black pupil-less eyes, there were two tiny dark red cracks that were difficult to see. At the same time, Dunn, Leonard, and Klein, who had mustered his courage, searched the suited clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, handkerchiefs, poker cards, and glass shards, as well as all sorts of strange items. However, other than that, the clown did not bring anything of value or that could provide any clues. Well, apart from a wallet that's worth more than a dozen soldi. Klein sighed silently. At the thought of money, he immediately lowered his head and examined himself. His face nearly collapsed. His formal suit, which cost several pounds, had 5 to 6 spots that needed to be mended due to the tumbling. It was also covered in dirt and dust. Dunn glanced at him and curled the corners of his mouth. The losses incurred during the mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed? When he heard the word invented by Roselle the Great, Klein's mood instantly brightened. Yes, this suit can still be worn after some cleaning and mending. It's also decent enough. When the expenses are reimbursed, I can buy another set and form a rotation. Yes, I'm not the kind of person who uses the reimbursement for other purposes. However, I'll have to consider combat attire in the future, such as Captain's black trench coat. If the material is a little inferior, it'll be much cheaper than a tuxedo. Man, Leonard doesn't like wearing formal attire for a long time. Could it be because of this consideration? Let Fry deal with the corpse. Let's see if we can recognize his original appearance and find any relevant clues. Dunn used his glove to touch the paint on the suited clown's face. Then, they searched the innermost warehouse and saw several lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by boulders. They also saw broken bones strewn everywhere. Ray Bieber should be using an ancient ritual to absorb the power contained in the notebook, just like how we consume higher-grade sequence potions. It's filled with danger and requires an undisturbed environment. He also needs to sleep for a certain period of time. This should be the reason why he hasn't left Tingen yet. Dunn examined the area and guessed the possibilities. Upon hearing such a description, the black-haired lady, Larata, laughed with a pale face. What a pity that we woke him up early. That anger when he woke up sure left a deep impression on me. This is a form of losing control. Dunn looked at Klein, half explaining and half teaching. Then why didn't he just leave Tingen and try absorbing it elsewhere? Klein asked, puzzled. Harson laughed and pointed at his head. Fellows who are affected by ancient powers or evil powers are usually not of much use here. At this moment, Dunn took a deep breath and said with a pained tone, that's right. All right, Leonard replied with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. Next, he, Klein, and the others walked out of the warehouse and approached the spot where Monster Bieber had self-destructed. With that as the center, they searched the area. Captain, what exactly are we looking for? Klein looked at the scattered rotten flesh and resisted the urge to vomit. He looked at Dunn Smith, puzzled. Dunn didn't look up. He continued scanning the ground with his deep gray eyes. Waking up prematurely, losing control, and turning into a monster means that Ray Bieber didn't completely absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. At the same time, it also means that a certain part of his body was filled with Beyonders and became a higher quality material. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, don't overlook it. It might be a rather important item. I see. Klein nodded in understanding. In the blink of an eye, he thought of something else. If Monster Bieber's Beyonder powers were in some indescribable place, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be disgusting to use it to concoct potions in the future? Just as Klein's thoughts wandered, Borja, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly spoke. Found it. Cough. Dunn, Iyer, and the others immediately turned around and gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Klein also walked quickly towards Borja. Soon, he saw the item in front of Borja. It was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in grooves, and it was soft and viscous, as though it was a brain that had been extracted from a living creature. Although Klein couldn't tell how extraordinary the grayish-white object was, he was certain that Borja had found the right item based on the fact that it had survived the violent explosion unscathed. Dunn sized it up carefully and squatted down. As he stretched out his right arm, he used his black-gloved left hand to carefully pick up the grayish-white object. The moment he touched it, the grayish-white object immediately spread out and turned into a viscous liquid. At that moment, Iyer Harson took out a tin-colored box from his pocket. He took out the cigarettes from inside and put them in his pocket. Then, he passed the square metal box to Dunn and said with a smile, "I know, you only love pipes." Dunn scoffed and took the square iron box. He poured the gray, sticky liquid into it and stored it temporarily. After putting away the item, he and Larada did a rough search of the scene. After confirming that they had not missed anything, they left the place and went outside. They saw the horses anxiously digging the ground, almost breaking free from their ropes. "I know how to drive." Borja covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. "I know. You're good at comforting animals." Air nodded with a smile. After boarding the carriage, Dunn, Larada, Iyer Harson, and Klein, who were maintaining their flexion and extension movements, fell into a momentary silence. When the horses' hooves clattered and the wheels rolled, Dunn looked at Klein and said after some deliberation, "I know that you must be very curious about the Antigonus family's notebook and want to understand what happened in the past." "No, not at all." Klein subconsciously denied it in his heart. "That was an ancient object full of misfortune." Without giving him time to reply, Dunn continued. "However, I must first report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they have confirmed the confidentiality level of the notebook can they consider whether or not to let you have a look." "No problem," Klein answered briefly. Dunn flexed his arm and thought for a moment. "I once promised that once we confirmed that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, I would make you an official member of the Nighthawks. Now, not only have we confirmed Ray Bieber's identity, we have also eliminated this monster and foiled the Secret Order's plot. In this process, your performance was very outstanding. You personally killed a member of the evil organization, so I will fulfill my promise and immediately apply to the sanctuary, waiting for their reply. By the way, I forgot something important. I haven't asked if you're willing. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to officially join the Tingen Nighthawks and become one of us? Your salary will immediately be doubled to £6 a week, and there will be an increase every year. Your salary will be split equally between the church and the Awa County Police Department. At the same time, you will obtain the status of a probationary inspector, which will be very useful at certain times. As a support-type Beyonder, you don't have to face enemies all the time, but you will need to be on duty at Cheney's Gate once a week. Without the team's approval, you are not to leave Tingen under any excuse, and try your best to keep this a secret from your family." After Dunn finished explaining the restrictions and benefits, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds. "I hope to become an official Nighthawk." Only then would he be able to come into contact with more secrets, such as the situation of the Secret Order. After reading Roselle's diary that he had previously gathered, Klein had made some improvements to some of his thoughts. Being proficient in mysticism and finding a way to return home were his constant pursuits. As for further increasing his strength so that he could safely pry open the mysterious space above the gray fog and use it to return to his homeworld, that was a new goal. Just as Roselle the Great had said, it was very dangerous to rely solely on external forces. Furthermore, after becoming a seer and obtaining Beyonder powers, Klein also felt that he had a better grasp of the mysterious space. For example, he could pull another member into the gathering. This made him wonder if the mysterious space above the gray fog would undergo a more beneficial change when he became a Sequence 8, Sequence 7, or even a higher Sequence Beyonder. Of course, Klein knew very well that all of this was under the premise that he had to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the seer potion. He couldn't be anxious or rash. Very good. When the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you will be one of us. Dunn's grey eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. At this moment, Iyer Harson, who had been listening by the side, interrupted. Klein, I'll call you Klein. Your performance today was really outstanding. You actually managed to kill a Beyonder from the Secret Order, and I suspect that he has reached Sequence 7. How did you do it? I can't believe it. As expected, here comes the question. Klein was already prepared to organize his words. He knew that killing a Beyonder who could deal with Dunn, Iyer, and Larada at the same time was indeed inconceivable and filled with mysteries. As long as Iyer and the others weren't blind or stupid, they would sooner or later ask about it. However, he never expected that they would hold back until now. That's right, the captain and Mr. Harson were previously injured, and their conditions could worsen at any time. At such a time, anything that could aggravate the conflict had to be suppressed. It was to prevent me from taking risks when my secret was exposed. Only when I expressed my stance and was willing to officially join the Nighthawks did they put down their worries and ask. They're all veterans. There was clearly no communication between them, but they tacitly made the same decision. Klein said thoughtfully, this was a very fortunate matter. This is a very lucky thing. The clown in the tuxedo made a fatal error in judgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2-049 was thrown near me by the aftermath of the explosion. It was about 5 to 6 meters away from me, and from a cursory observation, it was easy to conclude that I was within the range of the sealed artifact's influence. And back then, I was affected by the explosion. My head was dizzy and my movements were sluggish. It looked like I was being controlled. At some point in time, that suited clown had invisibly appeared near me. He used the words of saving me and giving me the corresponding Sequence 8 clown for the seer potion to lure me in. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Yes, he said that the Secret Order has the corresponding sequence pathway to the seer potion, and he said that he was once a seer. Klein recounted the situation in detail. He even described the reasoning in his mind in an orderly manner, including how he believed that the suited clown had divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky, thus changing his strategy. Of course, all the truth was to cover up the first lie. It was to hide the fact that he had been controlled by sealed artifact 2-049. He divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky? Yes, there's indeed a huge risk, but the risk is actually with you. The black-haired lady, Larada, covered her mouth and chuckled. His divination wasn't wrong, but it ended up putting him in fatal danger. That's truly an interesting matter. Klein was taken aback as he nodded solemnly. Indeed. Divination is never too clear, and a blur means that the interpretation might be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. How did you deal with him after that? Dunn stretched out his arm and leaned back slightly. Klein smiled. I pretended to agree to him and got him to wake me up. He didn't dare enter the range of the sealed artifact's influence, so he used a strange piece of paper to push me from 2 to 3 meters away. Seizing this opportunity, I pulled the piece of paper and pulled him into the range of 2-049's influence. Then, with a series of shots, I completed my goal. That's something I'm ashamed of. Back then, I didn't even have the confidence to hit him at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Iyer nodded slightly. With his dodging abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 meters isn't an absolute guarantee. You might be able to hit him, but you might not be able to hit his vital spots. That would be troublesome. Your choice back then wasn't wrong. In fact, it could even be considered outstanding. If it were me, I might not have done better than you. He didn't ask about what happened after that. This was because the suited clown who had fallen into the range of sealed artifact 2-049's control was destined to be a live target. The successor to Seer is Clown. How strange. Dunn suddenly sighed. Iyer Harson echoed, indeed. It's hard to imagine that Seer's successor would be Clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. Is that strange? I remember that many pathway sequence potions lack the necessary connection. The black-haired lady, Larada, covered her mouth as she yawned. It was obvious that her injuries were rather serious. Even the goddess's gaze was unable to maintain her exuberant energy. No, Larada. This is completely different. Even if the other sequence potions lack a connection, we can still find similarities in other aspects. However, seer and clown can't. I can't understand it at all. Ayar Harson shook his head and sighed. When Klein heard their discussion, he laughed and said, "No, there are still similarities. No, they still have something in common." "What is it?" Ayar asked out of curiosity. Dunn's stretching of his arm clearly slowed down. Klein answered in all seriousness, "Be it seer or clown, they can be found in a circus." Ayar, Dunn, and Larada were momentarily stunned. Pfft. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Larada, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Pfft. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Larada, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Ayar revealed a smile as well and shook his head. In this day and age, there are fewer and fewer gentlemen with the spirit of self-deprecating. Fortunately, we met one today. Do you think I like to self-deprecate? It's because I didn't think of any other similarities. Klein lampooned silently before replying with a slightly bitter smile. I only wish that this sequence pathways potion would not have names like Beast Tamer, Acrobat, or Magicians. That would really form a circus. Furthermore, it would be a one-man circus, haha. Dunn and company were immediately amused by his words. The carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The carriage advanced all the way to Zutland Street. The uninjured Klein was the first to enter the Blackthorn Security Company. "Goddess. What happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Roshan took a casual glance and exclaimed. Klein looked down at his dirty and damaged suit and replied with a pained expression, "That's right. There are always accidents like this and that in missions. Fortunately, with the blessing of the goddess, the ending was beautiful." "Praise the goddess." Roshan devoutly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she took the initiative to ask, "Do we need to hide on the third floor again? Is that sealed artifact really that dangerous?" "Trust me, it's more dangerous than you think," Klein replied with lingering fear. If not for his even more mysterious luck enhancement ritual, he would have perished at 2-049's hands. "Goddess." Roshan's lips quivered, as though she had a lot more to say and many questions to ask. But considering that the captain was waiting downstairs, she finally resisted the urge. She called for Mrs. Oriana and company to head to the third floor, the 2 floors next to the Blackthorn Security Company. The floors above and below were either properties of the church, or were occupied by devout priests who were vaguely aware of the situation. After all the civilian staff had left, Klein didn't rush to the recreation room to inform the other Nighthawks. He immediately returned and helped the captain and company escort sealed artifact 2-049, Monster Bieber's remnant, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Passing through the partition, Dunn pushed open the recreation room's door and said to the 2 Nighthawks who were playing Gwent, "Fry, Royale, immediately head to the dock area's Tyrell warehouse and assist Leonard in the aftermath." "All right." The raven-haired, cold-looking Royale was the first to stand up. The black-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned corpse collector Fry stood up as well. They put down their Gwent cards and walked out of the recreation room. When they passed through the partition, they paused for a moment. "Wait." Dunn didn't let everyone down as he shouted. "Is there anything else?" Sleepless Royale turned her head and asked without a change in expression. "Remember to inform the police and get them to seal off the road. Before you deal with the scene and move the corpses back, don't let anyone approach," Dunn said as he smacked his forehead. "All right." Royale turned around, took 2 steps forward, and then stopped. She turned around, blinked her eyes, and coldly confirmed. She confirmed coldly, "Captain, is there nothing else?" "No," Dunn answered firmly. Royale nodded indiscernibly and walked towards the door. As for corpse collector Fry, he maintained his unhurried pace with his cold and gloomy aura. At that moment, Dunn spoke again. "Remember to tell Roshan and Mrs. Oriana that they can come down now. No problem, Fry replied in a calm, almost emotionless manner. After watching the two Nighthawks walk out the door and climb up to the third floor, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He followed the captain, Eyre, and the rest into the basement. They walked straight and arrived at Cheney's gate. Go to the armory and get old Neil here. We need his ritualistic magic to treat us. Dunn instructed Klein as he gestured for sleepless Kenley to open Cheney's gate. As the effects of the potion faded, his mind gradually became sluggish. All right. Klein didn't wait for the captain's reply as he continued, I will watch the armory in place of old Neil. I will also request for at least 20 demon-hunting bullets and wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval. I will hold back my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn was momentarily at a loss for words. Captain, there's nothing else, right? Klein asked with a smile after he finished answering. Dunn shook his head, still unable to speak. Taking out his cane, Klein turned around and walked towards the armory. He told old Neil, who was drinking water, what had happened. You became a monster that lost control. You even killed a Beyonder? Old Neil quickly cleared the table. It's like I'm listening to the script of a play. He walked around the table and headed straight for the corridor without waiting for Klein's reply. Klein asked out of curiosity, what's the matter? Mr. Neil, doesn't the church have any true healing potions? He actually needed the help of ritualistic magic. Potions concocted with ordinary ingredients cannot solidify the healing effect of the ritual for a long time. Extraordinary ingredients are rare, and most of them are not suitable for such things. Old Neil casually explained, you should know about the goddess's gaze. When this potion is first made through the ritual, it's a standard, real healing potion. But every minute after that, the effect will evaporate until there's only a little left. I see. Klein nodded in disappointment. As a former keyboard adventurer, he was also a game enthusiast. It was a matter of habit for him to yearn for healing potions. After watching old Neil leave, he sat down and felt the peace that he hadn't felt for a long time. In this peace, he recalled the tragic state of the suited clown before his death. He recalled his cold-blooded shooting, and he recalled the hideous wound and the blood that gushed out. Klein's body gradually trembled, and his heart was filled with discomfort. He first stood up, then sat down, and then slowly repeated the process. He even paced back and forth. Phew. He exhaled, intending to find something to do so that he wouldn't keep thinking of those unpleasant images. Klein took off his top hat and suit, took out a handkerchief and brush, and carefully cleaned the dirt and dust from his clothes. After an unknown period of time, he heard the familiar footsteps of old Neil. It was a special sound created by the heel landing on the ground first. How tiring. Old Neil grumbled as he walked into the room. Tell the others not to come here for an hour. I need some rest. He glanced at Klein and casually instructed. Why don't you rest upstairs while I keep watch here? Klein kindly suggested. Old Neil shook his head. It's too noisy upstairs. Little Roshan is a girl who can't stop talking. All right. Klein didn't insist. He put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and returned to the corridor. He then pulled the door of the armory half closed. Thud, thud, thud. He slowly walked down the empty hallway and suddenly saw a room that he had never seen before. There's a secret door here. Klein stopped near the corner and looked into the room. He discovered that corpse collector Fry had already returned and was carefully examining a corpse that had been completely stripped naked. A corpse? Something stirred in Klein's heart. He summoned his courage and approached the room. He knocked on the open door 3 times. Knock. Knock. Fry stopped, turned around, and looked at him with his cold blue eyes. Sorry to disturb you. I just want to know if this is the corpse of that Beyonder? Klein asked in a measured tone. Yes. Fry's thin lips opened and closed, but he only spat out a single word. Klein looked past him and at the corpse. Indeed, he saw the familiar, hideous wound on the forehead. It's that suited clown. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, Did you find anything? No, Fry answered in an unusually concise manner. The atmosphere turned awkward. Klein was about to bid farewell when Fry took the initiative to speak. If you feel unwell, you can come in and take a look. You'll find that it's just a corpse. Are you afraid that I might have a psychological disorder? Klein nodded thoughtfully. All right. He entered the room and came to the long table covered with a white cloth. He looked at the corpse. The red, yellow, and white paint on the suited clown's face had all been removed, revealing an unfamiliar face with nothing special. He had black hair, a high nose bridge, and looked to be in his 30s. At that moment, Fry walked to the square table in the corner and picked up a pencil and a piece of white paper. He returned to the corpse and placed the piece of white paper down. He picked up the pencil and began drawing. Klein glanced curiously and realized that Fry was sketching the suited clown's head. Before long, Fry stopped drawing. There was a lifelike portrait on the white paper. Compared to the corpse, the only difference was that it didn't have any wounds. It only had blue eyes. What a talent! Klein exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect your sketch to be so good. Before I became a nighthawk, my dream was to be an artist. Fry's tone was flat. Then why don't you fulfill your dream? Klein asked, puzzled. Fry put down the pencil and held the suited clown's portrait. My father was a priest of the goddess. He hoped that I would become a priest too. It's a respectable profession. You were a priest before? Klein asked again in surprise. He found it hard to imagine a person with Fry's personality and temperament as a priest. Yes, it wasn't bad. Fry's expression was cold. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he replied, later, I encountered and experienced some things before I became a nighthawk. Klein didn't pry into Fry's privacy in detail. Instead, he asked, you were once a priest of the goddess, so why didn't you choose sleepless? A personal reason, Fry answered frankly. Besides, Ma Daly is a good role model. Klein nodded. Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard Fry say, help me look after this place. I have to hand the portrait to the captain immediately. It's very troublesome to close the secret door. All right. Although Klein was a little afraid of facing the corpse alone, he forced himself to agree. After Fry left, the room became quiet. The corpse lying there weighed heavily on Klein's heart. He took a deep breath and approached the long table as if he was trying to defeat himself. The suited clown lay there quietly. His face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. He had lost all signs of life. Apart from his hideous wounds, he exuded a coldness unique to the dead. Klein stared at him for a while. His emotions gradually settled down and he seemed to have calmed down. He swept his gaze and noticed a strange brand on the suited clown's wrist. He mustered his courage and reached out to touch it. He wanted to flip it over to get a better look. Just as the cold sensation traveled from Klein's fingertips to his brain, the pale, lifeless palm suddenly shot up and grabbed his wrist. It grabbed his wrist tightly. The cold and painful grip of the 5 white-knuckled fingers made Klein's hair stand on end. He subconsciously retracted his hand and frantically tried to retreat. A heavy feeling came over as Klein used all his strength to pull at his forearm. Thump, the pale, naked corpse was pulled askew as it fell from the long table to the ground. However, the cold, pale fingers continued to grip Klein's wrist. Klein momentarily lost his ability to think. His mind was filled with thoughts of pulling out his gun and firing. However, as he couldn't retract his dominant hand, he threw away his black cane. He tried several times, but he failed to successfully retrieve his revolver from his holster. At that moment, the corpse's eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a pair of unfocused blue eyes. His mouth quivered as he muttered, Hornacis. 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 After 3 murmurs, the flustered Klein felt the fingers that were gripping his wrist loosen. Following that, they drooped limply. The suited clown's eyes were tightly shut once again, as though nothing had happened. If not for the pale corpse lying on the stone floor, Klein might have believed that he had been hit by an illusion. He staggered a few steps back, feeling that many parts of his body were convulsing from the shock and anxiety. Phew. Phew. Klein panted heavily as he slowly regained his ability to think. He looked warily and fearfully at the corpse on the ground. He removed his revolver and cautiously retreated out of the room. After confirming that the corpse was motionless, he glanced at the wrist where he was holding his gun. There were 5 deep, dark red fingerprints there, and they were silently narrating the previous encounter. Klein calmed down significantly as he constantly cursed in his heart. F***K, you scared me to death. After panting for about 10 seconds, he began to visualize the items in his mind, allowing himself to quickly regain his composure. Carefully recalling, Klein replayed his encounter frame by frame. Although he still did not understand the reason for the suited clown's zombification, he acutely grasped the crux of the matter. It was the man's repeated muttering of Hornacius. It's Hornacius again. Klein frowned. The Antigonus family's notebook records the nation of the Evernight in the Hornacius mountain range. When I was in cogitation and spirit vision, I heard something I shouldn't have heard. I also heard the term Hornacius. And now, this dead man is using a strange method to emphasize Hornacius in my ears. Could it be that the answers to many questions lie in the Hornacius mountain range? Perhaps, there's a huge danger hidden there. For example, an evil god is sealed in the mountain range and is seeking to escape through such temptation. While his thoughts were running wild, Klein carefully entered the room and touched the corpse a few times to confirm that it was completely dead. He didn't want corpse collector Fry to see the mess he had made. Hence, he mustered his courage and carried the corpse back to the long table. Throughout the entire process, not only was Klein on tenterhooks, but he also felt that his nerves might snap at any moment due to the slightest movement. Furthermore, he was abnormally disgusted by the ice-cold contact between the corpse and his skin. After completing the mission with great difficulty, he recalled why he had approached the corpse. Hence, he focused his attention on the suited clown's wrist and the strange brand. It was unknown when the brand had fallen off, but it had condensed into a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. The ball of blood was only the size of a thumb. It floated silently in midair in a manner that defied the laws of physics. What is this? Klein muttered, not daring to touch it rashly. He had no intention of concealing the strange ball of blood. Firstly, he didn't know if it was good or bad. Secondly, he believed that Fry, who had carefully examined the corpse, would have long discovered the brand on the wrist. He might even know what the strange ball of blood was. And even if Fry doesn't know, it would be better to hand it over to the captain and let the entire Nighthawks investigate it. It would be much better than me making random attempts. Klein thought. As a member of an organization, an individual had to know how to make the best use of the organization's power. Klein tensed up and waited for a few minutes before he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed, thin-lipped Fry return to the room. His gaze was instantly attracted by the strange ball of blood. He asked the question Klein had previously asked himself. What is this? I don't know. Klein shook his head honestly. He didn't hide anything as he recounted everything that had happened. The brand fell off into a ball of blood. Fry nodded as though he was thinking. Beyonder corpses always have some strange changes. He raised his head and looked at Klein. Get the captain here and tell him the contents of the corpse's murmurs. All right. Klein had long wanted to leave this place. You don't have to come with the captain, Fry added. I believe you definitely won't like what happens next. As he spoke, he picked up the silver scalpel beside him. Klein nodded with lingering fear. That's exactly what I was hoping for. He picked up his cane, wore his hat, and turned to Cheney's gate. In the keeper's room, he saw Captain Dunn, who was no longer dispirited. Dunn calmly listened to his recount and nodded indiscernibly. I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral and let them handle it. Perhaps they will send someone to the main peak of the Hornacius mountain range to take a look. Klein tersely acknowledged. Seeing that only the captain and sleepless Kenley were in the keeper's room, he casually asked, I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Have Mr. Iyer and the rest gone to rest? Dunn nodded. Iyer and Borja are at St. Selena Cathedral. Larada should be looking for a coffee shop. Coffee shop? Madame Larada's injuries aren't healed yet, right? Klein asked in surprise. Dunn rubbed his eyebrows and smiled. Larada has 3 hobbies: coffee, desserts, and maids. She says that she needs these 3 things to speed up her recovery. Maids? Klein asked blankly. Does Madame Larada have some sort of fetish? Dunn shook his head helplessly. She likes maids. Yes, that's right. Furthermore, she likes them with big breasts. She's really a strange person. Klein didn't know how to react. Dunn didn't delay any further as he walked out of the keeper's room. Klein looked at his back as he waited silently for him to turn around. At the same time, he saw sleepless Kenley take out his pocket watch from the corner of his eye and press it. 3, 2, 1. Just as Klein finished counting, Dunn stopped. He turned around and said, "I forgot something again, Klein. You have experienced too much today. You will definitely feel exhausted after relaxing. You don't have to stay here in the afternoon. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, submit the application and list the losses in detail. Yes, don't pay too much attention to the matter of killing a Beyonder. Killing him is equivalent to saving more people. Actually, I'm already a lot better." Klein exhaled silently. Dunn nodded slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly smacked his forehead. "Also, I have already handed the Beyonder's portrait to Leonard. He and the police department will be in charge of the follow-up investigation. I believe that the Beyonder will definitely be riding a carriage in Tianjin City, enjoying food, and will definitely have a place to stay. Anyone who walks by will leave a mark." Emperor Roselle's words are indeed very reasonable. "Yes," Klein answered blankly. After the captain left, he left the guard room and walked slowly to the second floor. Along the way, he suddenly thought of something and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. The suited clown claimed that the secret order has the corresponding sequence pathway for seers. Even if it's an exaggeration, and they don't actually have the formulas for high-sequence Beyonders, they definitely have plenty of low-sequence Beyonders. That means that they have quite a number of seers. Would he have divined that I was the one who killed the suited clown and secretly took revenge? If they can't deal with the Nighthawks, how can they deal with a seer like me who doesn't have any direct means to counter their enemies? Klein stopped on the stairs and thought about the problem seriously. Soon, he realized that he was worrying for nothing. First, the secret order doesn't even know who the Nighthawks are. Second, even if they know one or two, it definitely doesn't include a civilian like me. Third, under such circumstances, unless it's a seer, it's impossible to divine who the murderer is. He heaved a sigh of relief and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Although he hadn't eaten anything in the afternoon, he still lacked an appetite. Klein entered his bedroom and took off his damaged suit and his half-top hat. Then, he lay on the bed and tried to sleep. His mind was still active, and he couldn't seem to relax. However, his mind wasn't repeating the scene of him shooting the suited clown, but the scene of him moving the corpse. It was that hair-raising sensation. He didn't feel as uncomfortable as when he had killed someone for the first time, but he felt more nauseous just thinking about it. This might be Fry's goal. He hoped that I could overcome my trauma by looking at the corpse. However, even though the trauma from before is gone, a new one has appeared. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he relaxed. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, his stomach was growling. "I think I can eat an entire cow," Klein muttered. He saw the sun setting in the west outside the window, and the sky was burning. After changing into old but comfortable clothes, he quickly walked to the first floor. Before he could consider what to make for dinner, he heard the door open. "Melissa." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Ever since she started taking the public carriage, his sister didn't return home late. With a turn of the key, the door opened. Melissa walked in with a bag filled with books and stationery. She looked at the kitchen door. "Klein, there's a letter for you." "It's a letter from your mentor." "Mentor's letter?" "Right, I wrote to him asking about the history of the Hornacis main peak." Klein was taken aback at first before he recalled. After dinner, a satiated Klein leisurely sat on the sofa in the living room. He used a knife to cut open the letter his tutor had sent. At that moment, Melissa was sitting at the dining table. Under the light of the gas lamp, she was working hard on the exercises in her book. Banson was curled up on the sofa, reading elementary accounting course. After opening the 3-page letter, Klein read it with anticipation and fear. "I'm very happy to receive your letter. It makes me miss my life over the past few years. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya have left us forever. I attended their funerals and felt their parents' immense sorrow. These were two young people who should have had a glorious future. Fate is always unpredictable. No one knows what will befall us the next moment. The older I get, the more things I've seen, and the more I feel the fragility and helplessness of being human. As for the historical information on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range that you mentioned, I remember that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph detailing his experiences on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. He discovered a few ancient buildings that were more than 1,000 years old. What makes every historian and archaeologist feel ashamed is that we lack the means to accurately determine the age. We can only make a rough judgment based on the architectural style, the characteristics of the murals, and a small number of recognizable words. It's hard to believe that there would be a human settlement on such a high mountain. Mr. Joseph has sufficient evidence to prove that those humans developed a civilization of their own, a unique civilization. It's difficult to describe the details in the letter. I suggest that you try to borrow that monograph from the Deweyville Library. Believe me, the library donated by Sir Deweyville has more books than the one set up by the city government. The monograph is called Research on the Ancient Ruins of the Hornaces Mountain Range. It was published by the Rouen Publishing House. In addition, there are some papers that mention the relevant situation. They were published in journals such as New Archaeology and Archaeology Review. The specific title and issue number are. Klein read it word by word, repeating the names of the monograph and the thesis that his mentor had mentioned several times in his mind. Then, he took out a piece of paper, found a pen, and expressed his gratitude in writing. Melissa, help me mail this letter tomorrow. Here's the postage. Klein placed the sealed letter and the extra postage beside his sister's book. Melissa glanced at it, pursed her lips and said, yes. Klein, the postage doesn't need that much. Yes, the postage doesn't need that much, but girls need a certain amount of pocket money, Klein replied with a smile. I think Selina should have told you this. Seeing that Melissa was still a little resistant, he quickly added, it can help you buy the materials you want and the tools you want. Tools? Melissa repeated in a low voice. She looked at the book and nodded slightly. Okay. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he walked briskly back to the sofa. Excellent persuasion. You accurately found Melissa's weakness. Banson gave a thumbs up and laughed with a suppressed voice. Klein cleared his throat and replied in all seriousness, that's right. Then, how should I persuade you? The focus of your self-study should be on grammar and classical literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important. According to the curriculum of public schools and grammar schools, as well as the content of the university entrance exam, Klein could almost grasp the general direction of the yet-to-be-born civil servant exam. Banson touched his hairline and laughed self-deprecatingly. In front of those books, I feel like a curly-haired baboon. But they are indeed useful, Klein said with a firm smile. At this moment, Melissa put down her pen, stood up, and walked over to the sofa. She walked to the sofa and said, Banson, Klein, this Sunday is Selina's birthday. She and her parents want to invite us to a banquet. Are you free? I shouldn't have a problem, Klein said after some thought. He could also get to know his sister's friends. Otherwise, if anything happened to Melissa in the future, he would have no one to ask. Me too. Banson combed his hair with his fingers and said, it looks like we have to consider Miss Selina's birthday present. Klein smiled and said, let's leave this matter to Melissa. Let's leave this to Melissa. She knows Miss Selina better than we do. What we need to do is what a gentleman should do, pay. This is the first time I've heard someone describe slacking in such a pleasant way. Banson shook his head and chuckled. Klein replied with a smile. This is the use of grammar and classical literature. Banson didn't expect the topic to circle back to him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The next day, Klein wore his cheap formal attire and held his black silver-inlaid cane. He climbed up the stairs and came to the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. His tuxedo had been sent to the hat shop to be mended. Klein was just about to greet Roshan when he saw Captain Dunn walk out from behind the partition. Good morning, Klein. Did you sleep well last night? Dunn asked with concern. Klein answered truthfully, better than I imagined. I didn't have any nightmares. It's just that I still feel a little heavy and nauseous when I recall it. Very good. I can rest assured now. Dunn smiled and nodded. After chatting about the weather, he took the initiative to mention, "The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram." The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram. They're getting Ayer and Larada to immediately send sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook to Backlund. They've also sent another Nighthawk to take the steam locomotive yesterday afternoon to help. I believe they have already set off. They've already set off? Does that mean that I've completely escaped the shadow of the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein was taken aback. He felt surreal, as though he was dreaming. This is much easier than I imagined. There shouldn't be any follow-up, right? May the goddess bless them. May their journey be smooth. After a few seconds, Klein drew a crimson moon symbol on his chest. Dunn wore his hat and pointed outside the door. I have to patrol Raphael Cemetery. I forgot something. Leonard and the police have some results in their investigation of the members of the secret order. They found the carriage driver who drove them and confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City. However, they were rather cautious and didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Klein echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and turned to walk to the door. 3 seconds later, he stopped and turned his head back. Also, the Holy Cathedral might need another 2 to 3 days to reply to your application to become an official member. This is under the jurisdiction of a different department compared to the Antigonus family's notebook. The efficiency won't be the same. I understand, Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he silently added one more thing for the captain. Remember to submit the reimbursement application today. As he watched Dunn leave, Klein heard the brown-haired girl, Roshan's surprised voice. Goddess, Klein, are you going to become an official member? I remember that you joined us less than a month ago. Klein smiled. After I consumed the seer potion, this was something that was bound to happen. That makes sense. Roshan was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed. I was still praying that you would finish your mysticism lessons as soon as possible and join the roster of the armory. In the end. Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my condition. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be used to this kind of life? Before I joined, it was always you, Bright, and old Neil taking turns, right? Klein asked, puzzled. Roshan shook her head with a sorrowful expression. No, there were 4 in the past, and even earlier, there were 5. Unfortunately, Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola didn't renew her contract last month and joined the Hoynal Machinery Company. She's a girl with great talent in manufacturing, but she lacks opportunities and money. 5 years of being a civilian worker has given her enough experience. Upon saying that, Roshan suddenly glanced at Klein and covered her mouth as she laughed. I've thought of a good idea. Klein, get married as soon as possible. Then, you can accidentally expose the secret of being a Beyonder to her. This is a very minor leak, and there won't be any severe punishment. After all, no one can hide it from someone who sleeps in the same bed for long. When the time comes, you can introduce her to us and make her a civilian worker. A perfect plan. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Miss Roshan, you can also find a husband as soon as possible. That should be easier. I believe you have the means to leak the secret to him. When Roshan heard that, her eyes widened and her mouth gaped. How can I do that? Marriage is a very serious matter. It requires careful observation, careful selection, and a certain period of time to verify it. That's not what you said just now. Klein didn't reason with Miss Roshan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, he bade farewell and went underground. When he arrived at the armory, he saw old Neil fiddling with the hand-ground coffee. Hence, he sat down and waited patiently. You should be an official member soon, right? Old Neil asked casually as he filtered the information. Captain said that it will take another 2 to 3 days, and I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral will approve it, Klein answered frankly. Old Neil laughed. The Holy Cathedral will not object to such matters, especially when you have already become a Beyonder. Upon saying that, he turned his head and looked at Klein with a chuckle. You have to be mentally prepared. Every official member of the Nighthawks has to go through a ritual, and that is to independently complete a mission. Of course, Dunn will definitely choose the easiest and simplest mission for a rookie. Furthermore, you are a support-type seer. I have to complete a mission independently to become an official member. Klein was taken aback. But, we might not even have one mission a week, and it might not be easy. Doesn't this mean that I'll need about a month or two to officially become a Nighthawk before I can get a promotion and a raise? Old Neil took a whiff of the coffee and glanced at him. This is just a ritual between Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the forefront of fighting against Beyonder dangers. We definitely don't want our teammates to be children that need to be taken care of at all times. And this doesn't affect you from receiving the salary of an official member, obtaining the corresponding rights, and fulfilling the necessary obligations. So it's a ritual to obtain the recognition of other Nighthawks. But, Mr. Neal, why did you emphasize that it doesn't affect my salary as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face and smiled awkwardly. He then asked, does it have to be a mission of Beyonder nature? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was rather outstanding. You cleverly killed a Beyonder that's at least a sequence 8. I believe Fry and Royale have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you an ordinary mission. Old Neil suddenly sighed. Doubling my salary? I'll never encounter something like that again in my life. Klein laughed and took the initiative to mention his sequence pathway. Mr. Neal, do you believe that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is the real clown? In fact, recalling the description on the confidential information, it was quite consistent. A job that's good at skill-based combat, I can't guarantee you, but I think it's very likely. First of all, it matches the information. It's characterized by agile movements and skill-based combat. Second, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know what the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior is? Old Neil asked with a chuckle. I don't know. It's not on the church's information. Klein shook his head frankly. Old Neil chuckled. I'm acquainted with the two old guys from the machinery hive mind. They jokingly mentioned that the corresponding sequence 8 potion for Mystery Prior is Combat Scholar. Did you hear that? Combat Scholar? Goddess, I don't like combat at all. It doesn't match the image of a Mystery Prior at all. It's understandable. Mystery Priors seek the secrets behind things, and combat is one of them, Klein said after some thought. Alright, don't waste time. Continue with the mysticism course. You still have a lot of ritualistic magic to master. You still need to learn how to make charms and amulets. Old Neil finished making the coffee. Alright. Klein sat down and arranged the time for today in his mind. In the morning, he would study mysticism, read through all kinds of historical materials, and submit a reimbursement application. After lunch, he would go to the shooting club to practice. Then, he would head to the Deweyville Library in the Golden Indus Borough to see if he could borrow academic monographs and corresponding journals related to the Hornacis main peak. After doing all this, if he had time, he would go to the Divination Club. He couldn't slack off in the slightest when acting. When the application was approved and he received the fees, he would buy a formal suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and attempt to make an amulet for Melissa and Banson that can avert disaster. In an elegantly decorated dining room with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. A few friends were congratulating Joyce Mayer on his escape from disaster and his return to Tingen. We've all seen the newspapers. Just the description is frightening, a man with a short beard said wistfully. A man with a short beard said emotionally, Joyce, it's hard to believe that you've experienced such things and suffered such hardships. Cheers, the bad luck is gone. The sun shines on us, and the steam above. Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their glasses in unison and clinked them with their friends. Then, they downed the remaining champagne in one gulp. Anna has been extremely worried these past few days. I suspect that she's been crying every night. When I invited her for afternoon tea, her mind would wander off. Thankfully, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I suspect she would have died just like that. A young lady with brown hair coiled up glanced at Anna and said to Joyce. She had a petite and adorable nose. If Anna had encountered something similar, I would have done the same, or even lost my composure. Joyce, who had a hooked nose, looked at his fiancée with a gentle gaze. Anna wasn't used to showing her emotions in front of others. She glanced at the other end of the long table and said, "Bogda, why do you keep your head lowered? Bogda, why do you keep your head down? I can sense that you're in a bad mood." The young lady with a petite nose answered on his behalf, "Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's a huge problem with his liver. Medicine can only reduce the pain, but it can't really be treated. He needs to undergo surgery." "Lord, when did this happen?" Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with light, short hair. His face was sallow, and his usually shrewd red eyes were tainted with dullness. "It happened last week. As Joyce hasn't returned yet, I told Aaron and the rest not to tell you," Bogda explained with a bitter smile. Joyce asked in a staid manner, "Have you decided when you want to undergo the surgery?" Bogda's expression fluctuated a few times. "No, I haven't made up my mind. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The person performing the surgery is like a piece of meat on a chopping board, to be casually slaughtered by them. I've seen many reports. They even use axes to perform amputations. Lord, I suspect I will die on the operating table. But if this drags on, perhaps the surgery won't be able to save you," the man with a short beard persuaded. At this moment, Anna suddenly interrupted. "Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination shows that everything is going well, then hurry up with the surgery. If the divination doesn't turn out well, find another way and follow the divination master's instructions. I know a real, magical divination master. No, I should call him a seer. I believe he will definitely be able to help you." "Really?" Bogda asked with obvious suspicion. Their other friends shared a similar attitude. "Really?" Anna nodded without hesitation. "I got him to do a divination on Joyce's situation. Then, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is waiting for you at home. Back then, I was just like all of you, filled with doubts. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He really came back." "I can attest to that," agreed Joyce. "He didn't mention that he had gone to ask for a dream interpretation because the police had told him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep the secret to prevent any retaliation. Lord, this is unbelievable. Is divination really that magical?" Amidst the exclamations, Bogda pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps I really should do a divination. Maybe I really should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, can you tell me the seer's address and name?" Anna heaved a sigh of relief. "You have made a wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club on House Street. His name is Klein Moretti. Golden Indus Borough, Deweyville Library." Klein used the introductory letter his mentor had given him to successfully apply for a library card. As he flipped through the tiny card in his hand, he asked the librarians, "Do you have research on the Hornacis Main Peak? It's published by the Rouen Publishing House." One of the librarians immediately replied, "Do you have research on the Hornacis Main Peak?" One of the librarians immediately replied, "Please wait a moment. Please wait a moment, I'll look for it." He turned around and faced the drawers. He pulled out the one that corresponded to the first letter of Hornacis. Following that, he flipped through a few cards filled with words in a certain pattern. After looking through them carefully, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. We don't have this book in our collection." "What a pity," Klein replied in disappointment. "From the looks of it, I can only write to Rouen Publishing House or return to Koei University." At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He lamented that the world's libraries were still managed in ancient ways. "You need a computer." "Unfortunately, I don't have a car." Klein gave a self-deprecating remark. He then asked, "Do you have journals like New Archaeology or Archaeology Review?" "Yes," the librarian answered with certainty. "A gentleman just returned it." He flipped through the corresponding cards again and pointed out the bookshelves to Klein. Klein came over and scanned through the serial numbers. He then pulled out the few books his mentor had mentioned. Then, he randomly found a seat by the window and sat down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the materials in the quiet library. Ancient ruins not only exist on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, but they also exist in the forests, valleys, and slopes around the main peak. These ruins are formed by towering domes and gigantic stone pillars. They can be directly described as magnificent. What's puzzling is how did the natives mine and grind these stones? First, let's assume that they mined on the spot and didn't need to transport them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern. The closer one is to the mountain peak, the grander the ruins. But what's surprising is that there are no ruins on the mountain peak. According to our inference, there should be a palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. It should be a temple used for sacrifices, a palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. A temple used for sacrifices. Could it be the one I saw in my dream? Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly heard a few footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared in the newspapers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a sharp nose, short dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and tightly pursed lips. All of these belonged to a famous person in Tianjin. He was a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and the owner of the library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler that Klein had seen before. Various colors appeared as his aura reflected in his eyes. Klein casually observed Sir Deweyville's condition. His body is very healthy, and there are almost no hidden problems. His mood is terrible, and there's a hint of weakness amidst the gloom. Mental weakness? Poor sleep? But the problem is that there's nothing wrong with the purple on his head. As Klein muttered to himself, Sir Deweyville and company walked further and further away from the library. Retracting his gaze, Klein pinched his forehead and sighed to himself. It's not easy being a tycoon. He didn't pay much attention to the matter as he cast his gaze back onto the magazines in front of him. After reading one article after another, Klein didn't find any useful clues. He only confirmed a few things. First, there was indeed an ancient kingdom around the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Second, the history of this ancient kingdom could be traced back to at least 1500 years ago. Third, their architectural style was majestic, and they left behind all sorts of murals. From the murals, it could be seen that they believed that after death, people would protect their loved ones in the night. Lastly, there were symbols that symbolized the night in the ruins, but they were clearly different from the Evernight sacred emblem. If there's a chance, no, even if there's a chance, I won't go there. Klein gritted his teeth and muttered. He decided to stay away from courting death. He packed up the magazines and placed them back in their original positions. Then, he wore his top hat, picked up his cane, and left Deweyville's library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of reception. I would like to have a divination. Angelica smiled politely. Do you have a designated fortune teller? Or, you can flip through our introductions and choose the one most suitable for you. Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and took a silent breath. I wish to seek Mr. Klein Moretti's help in divination. But Mr. Moretti isn't around today, Angelica answered without needing confirmation. Bogda fell silent as he paced back and forth. When will Mr. Moretti be here? No one knows. He has his own matters to attend to. According to my observations, he comes most often on Monday afternoons, Angelica said as she thought. All right. Bogda's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Sir, you can also choose other fortune tellers, such as the famous Mr. Hannes Vincent in Tianjin City. Angelica tried her best to salvage the business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. No, I only trust Mr. Moretti. Can I wait here for a while? Maybe he'll come over after he's done with his business. No problem. Angelica smiled warmly. Bogda came to the sofa and sat down. He stroked his cane from time to time and looked out the window from time to time, appearing rather anxious. Time ticked by. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should leave or continue waiting, he heard the beautiful lady shout in surprise. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. When Klein saw the familiar Angelica, he wanted to ask why she was here again. Don't you need to rest? Don't you have holidays? However, he immediately realized that as a seer, he shouldn't ask such a question. Instead, he should use the tone of a charlatan and say, "Fate is truly wonderful, Madame Angelica. We meet again." Does this sound like a flirtation? Klein's thoughts changed rapidly. In the end, he only answered with a smile, "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. A customer wishes to have his fortune told." Angelica pointed at Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Someone actually chose me?" Klein took off his half-top hat in surprise and pinched the space between his eyebrows. "Good afternoon, Mr." He looked over and suddenly stopped. In his spirit vision, the color of the divination seeker's liver was dim, almost turning black. Even the other parts of the body lost their balance as their auras became thinner. Klein deliberated for a moment and said with a serious expression, "Sir, you should see a doctor, not a fortune-teller." Bogda stood there in a daze. Soon after, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and muttered to himself, "How magical, Anna didn't lie to me." He suddenly raised his head and looked earnestly at Klein. "Mr. Moretti, I've actually seen a doctor. There might be a surgery coming up, but I'm afraid of it. I wish to divine the outcome. Surgeries in this era are really dangerous. Although there's Roselle the Great pushing for it, it's still lacking in the necessary technology." Klein didn't reject him as he nodded slightly. "The price for my divination is 8 pence. Is there a problem?" 8 pence? Bogda exclaimed in surprise. "You're only charging 8 pence? According to Anna's description and Mr. Moretti's performance, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small profits but quick turnover?" Klein felt awkward. After thinking for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth curled up. He calmly replied, "Obtaining a revelation from a deity and peeking into a corner of fate is a fortunate thing. Therefore, we have to remain humble and restrain our greed. Only then can we continue receiving blessings. You are a true seer." Bogda pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. His tone was very sincere. Upon receiving such praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax. And the principles he had just described seemed to have touched upon something. "Miss Angelica, can the topaz room be used?" He turned to look at the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica secretly heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. "Yes." After entering the divination room, Klein got Bogda to lock the door from the inside. He sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. "How about we use tarot cards for divination?" he asked with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable for things that were related to oneself. Drawing an astrolabe was too time-consuming. "You decide." Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein got him to shuffle the cards, cut the cards, and set up an intus array. Relying on the uniqueness of a seer, Klein didn't flip the other cards. He directly flipped the card that represented the final outcome. A reversed wheel of fortune. "Things will develop in a bad direction," he said solemnly after taking a glance. Bogda's face instantly turned pale. His lips quivered a few times. "Is there no hope?" With the thought of trying his best, Klein said, "Then, I'll change the divination method." "Then I'll change the method of divination. Please leave your ring and write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, go outside and wait quietly." Influenced by his gentle and soothing voice, Bogda calmed down. He wrote the information according to his instructions and left the ring behind. Watching him leave, Klein wrote a line of words on the piece of paper. Results of Bogda Jones' liver surgery. He picked up the ring and paper, leaned back in his chair, and attempted dream divination once again. In the blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself. He saw the gentleman collapse with a gloomy expression. He saw him covered in a white cloth as he was pushed out of the shaky operating theater. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange, nor did he feel like he was being watched. He quickly woke up and frowned as he considered how to inform Bogda of the outcome. "The surgery has a high chance of leading to death. I can try using ritualistic magic that I just learned today. But it will expose the matter of me being a beyonder. Furthermore, I have to first request it from the captain. It might not be able to treat such a serious illness." Klein thought hard and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassy's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the other party's medicine was very miraculous. What was it called? yes, Lawson Darkweed, 18, Vlad Street, East Borough, Lawson's Folk Herb Store. As he had carefully memorized this matter, he quickly recalled the details. He tapped the edge of the table and quickly made a decision. Using spirit dowsing to quickly determine whether the idea was good or bad, Klein opened the door and looked at Bogda, who was standing up in a panic. As he returned the ring, he smiled warmly. I see hope in you. Really? Bogda asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't reply as he continued, your hope is in East Borough, on Vlad Street. Your hope lies in the East End, in Vlad Street, and in connection with the word Lawson. If you don't find it, come find me here after 4 in the afternoon on Monday. All right, all right. Bogda nodded immediately as he took out his wallet in excitement. He counted out 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had followed Klein's instructions completely and didn't use the tip to corrupt the real seer. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he received it. He smiled warmly and said, I hope you find hope as soon as possible. After Bogda left, he did the same thing as the previous time. He handed over the commission and tipped Angelica, pretending that he only received 1 solely. East Borough, Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other. He walked a total of 3 times until his liver started hurting again. Finally, he confirmed that there was only one thing on this street that had anything to do with Lawson. It was Lawson's Folk Herb Store located at number 18. He mustered his courage and walked in. He caught a whiff of all sorts of herbs and saw the shop owner. He was a man in his 30s or 40s with short black hair and a round face. The boss was dressed in attire that resembled a village witch doctor. His robe was deep black and embroidered with all sorts of strange symbols. Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my illness? Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept a glance at Bogda with his deep blue eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As he said, your liver illness is very serious, but everything depends on whether you have the money to pay for the medicine. He can tell? Bogda suddenly felt a little more confident as he hurriedly nodded. How much is your medicine worth? 10 pounds. That's very fair. The boss took out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, add water. Add enough water to boil it into medicine. After it's done, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood and drink it immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. After 3 times, there shouldn't be any problems. As he spoke, he tore open the yellowish-brown paper and threw a few strange herbs inside. That doesn't sound very believable. Bogda swallowed his saliva and said, that's it? The boss stared at him and suddenly revealed a smile. Do you want anything else? How about this bag? When your liver illness recovers, I guarantee that you and your wife will be satisfied. He chuckled as he took out another bag of black paper herbs. He suppressed his voice and said, there's mummy powder added inside. Believe me, many nobles consume such things. They put it in tea or boil it into soup. Bogda's confidence in the boss was completely shaken. He even felt disgusted. Holding the herbs wrapped in yellowish-brown paper, Bogda left Lawson's Folk Herb Store in a daze. While waiting for the tracked public carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. I spent 10 pounds just to buy a bag of things, that's close to a month's salary. If not for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought so much cash to the divination club. Could it be that Mr. Moretti is working with the black-hearted boss of Lawson's Herb Store to earn more profits by only charging 8 pence for a divination? This sounds like a classic scam case in the newspapers. Bogda connected the dots and began to suspect Klein. He even suspected Joyce and Anna. The tracked public carriage stopped. He looked at the herbs in his hand, but he couldn't shamelessly return. All he could do was enter the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's Folk Herb Store, the boss watched as Bogda's figure disappeared into the distance. He suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the back door where the herbs were stacked. Sure Min, stop buying herbs from today onwards. Why? Teacher, why? A delicate-looking youth with unkempt hair walked out. The boss smiled. This is the 16th customer who came because of my fame. If this continues, I believe the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind will all notice me. It's time to consider moving to another city. Then, does this shop need to be transferred? Sherman nodded in enlightenment and asked with concern. The boss chuckled. If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this shop. In terms of identifying herbs and concocting medicine, you are already capable enough. Of course, remember to deposit 50% of your monthly profits into my anonymous account at the Backland Bank. But, I haven't learned what you are truly good at. Sherman was tired of living in a city for less than a year, but he was also reluctant to part with the magical formula his teacher was good at. The boss sat on a recliner and leisurely rocked back and forth. That's not something you can learn just because you want to. A cup of boiling dark green liquid appeared in front of Bogda. The smell of smelly socks and the color that made him want to vomit made him deeply doubt his every move today. The rooster's blood that had just flowed out was dripped with medicine. Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly. I think surgery is the best choice. The small amount of rooster blood tumbled in the boiling liquid a few times before disappearing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, if this medicine doesn't work, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will protect you. Bogda's father drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. When the boiling liquid cooled down, Bogda raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and tilted his head, gulping down the entire potion with the thought of not wasting 10 pounds. The stench of blood lingered in his mouth, almost making him vomit everything he had just drunk. That night, Bogda realized that he had eaten something bad. He went to the bathroom 6 times and only fell asleep when the crimson moon was about to disappear. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up because he dreamed of being reprimanded by his boss. Thankfully, I applied for 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to the office. Bogda heaved a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that he was in high spirits. This was in stark contrast to the gloomy state he had been in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed on the right side of his abdomen. He felt that the region, which would sting him to the point of unbearable exertion, had become normal. There was only ordinary pain from pressing on it. It can't really be effective, right? That apothecary is clearly fooling me. Bogda was surprised, delighted, and puzzled as he got out of bed. He stretched his body and felt his long-lost sense of health return. He pondered for a long time and muttered to himself, according to that apothecary's instructions, I still need to drink the medicine. Twice. After I'm done, I'll head to the hospital to find a physician to take a look. That apothecary didn't mention how many times I need to drink the medicine a day. I still feel that he's a little like a cheat. In the office of the Blackthorn Security Company's clerical staff, Klein had requested ahead of time to obtain an undisturbed environment. He held a carving knife and expressed his spirituality as he seriously carved incantations and symbols on 2 pieces of silver accessories. They were Hermes, which prayed to avoid calamity. They were 2 mysticism symbols that represented the Evernight goddess and the Empress of Calamity and Horror. Apart from that, Klein had also added the goddess's corresponding spirit number, 7, as well as the relevant magical labels. In addition, both sides of the charm and amulet had to be carved. As for the symbols, incantations, and labels on each side, their respective positions, and what special format they had, all of these belonged to the advanced category of mysticism. It was filled with falsehoods that were spread among ordinary people. At that moment, Klein's right-hand side had quite a number of scrap carving materials. After repeated practice and confirming that he had mastered it, he dared to create amulets for his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa. His psyche settled as spirituality surged out from the tip of his carving knife. He outlined the number 7 on the surface of the silver accessory. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the silver accessory. All that was left was to finish this side. When the last carving was done, all the spirituality was strung together. Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying power surge in the room. The surge quickly disappeared, and the incantations on both sides of the silver accessory formed a hole in Klein's spirit vision. They emitted a serene and peaceful black color. He put down his carving knife and rubbed the silver accessory that formed a circle and a vertical. He felt that it was warm to the touch with a hint of coolness. It's done. He happily put the amulet he had previously created and the newly completed piece into his pocket. He planned on giving it to his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa, when the opportunity arose. Such amulets created by Beyonders had certain effects. They could allow the wearer to avoid a certain degree of calamity without realizing it, but it wouldn't be too exaggerated. Furthermore, their spirituality would slowly dissipate. Unless they used high-level ritualistic magic and prayed for a complete solidification, a year was the limit. And high-level ritualistic magic had a terrifying requirement on spirituality. It wasn't something that Klein could afford at the moment. When the time comes, I'll use my spirituality to outline it again. Klein nodded thoughtfully and began cleaning up the messy table. He didn't make any items for himself for the time being, as amulets of this level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to further grasp the study of charms and combine it with ritualistic magic to create a few charms that could be activated with special syllables for self-defense. After finishing his work, just as Klein walked out of the clerk's office and was about to hand in the scrapped materials, he saw Captain Dunn walking over in a black trench coat. Dunn's deep gray eyes scanned him and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved of you. You are now an official member of us." "Really? That's great." Klein expressed his surprise in a half-genuine manner. Dunn smiled and nodded. "You can now collect your salary of £3 for this week, and £5 for the next week until the advance is paid. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to complete a mission independently. Only by doing so can they gain the recognition of their companions. Considering your previous outstanding performance, I believe you can replace it with an ordinary mission. When the time comes, I'll officially introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingen City." Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." "All right. £3 and £7 from the reimbursement would be no problem for him to buy a suit of formal attire, and there was still a lot left. I wonder when I'll be able to wait for the mission." Klein waited until Sunday, until Selina's birthday banquet. After changing into his formal attire, he used a brush and handkerchief to clean his half-top hat. Klein looked in the mirror and walked down to the first floor with satisfaction. At this moment, Melissa was sizing up Banson's clothes. "Is there a problem?" Banson waved his cane, feeling a little guilty from his sister's gaze. He examined himself and felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was dressed decently enough. Melissa retracted her gaze and said with a serious expression, "Banson, this is a very old suit. There will be many outstanding young ladies and ladies attending tonight's birthday banquet. I think your dressing like this is disrespectful to them." Klein was originally full of questions, but after hearing Melissa's emphasis, he suddenly came to a realization. He smiled and went up to her. "I'm about the same size as Banson. He can wear my other tuxedo." He had already told his brother and sister that he had bought a new suit. He said that the suit had been damaged by a thorn when he was inspecting some cultural relics. Therefore, the company had generously compensated him. Of course, he hid the fact that he had been promoted and given a raise. He was afraid that it would scare Melissa and Banson, so he planned to tell them half a year later. Banson and Melissa were very envious of this explanation. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an employer that was hard to find fault with. "There's no need for that, is there?" Banson still didn't understand the situation. "No, it's very necessary." Klein nudged Banson's shoulders and walked to the stairs. "My tuxedo is hanging on the coat rack." After watching Banson go upstairs with a blank look, Klein turned to Melissa and smiled. "You hope that Banson can use the opportunity of Selina's birthday banquet to start a beautiful relationship with a certain lady?" He had read many newspapers and magazines recently, so he knew that the banquets of the nobles and the middle class often had the function of matchmaking. Melissa nodded seriously. "Yes, Banson has already missed out on too much for us." Noticing his sister's puzzled look, Klein suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. He sized her up and said with a serious expression, "You're right." "Melissa, you aren't showing enough respect for tonight's banquet." "What?" Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. "As a lady, you're still lacking a necklace to adorn here." Without waiting for his sister to speak, he chuckled and took out a silver amulet surrounded by angel feathers from his pocket. "Thankfully, I prepared it for you." Melissa was first taken aback before she blurted out, "How much is it?" "Sis, your focus isn't right." Klein silently lampooned as he explained with a chuckle, "In fact, it's not expensive. As it was only a half-finished product, I imitated an artifact I've seen before and engraved blessings and beautiful patterns on it." "You engraved it?" As expected, Melissa's attention was diverted. "How is it? What do you think of my handiwork?" Klein handed the amulet to his sister. Melissa flipped it around and looked at it a few times before biting her lips. "I like the angel feathers around it. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, just say so. There's no need to hide it. An amulet is mainly about its effects." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to persuade his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa wear the silver necklace around her neck with a reluctant expression. Then, she carefully positioned the amulet. "Perfect." Klein sized it up and praised exaggeratedly. Melissa shot a glance at him and looked down at the amulet. She said in a muffled voice, "Klein, you weren't like this in the past." Perhaps it's because I have a good job and a good income that I've become more confident." Klein interrupted his sister and gave an explanation. "Sigh, even though I've received the original owner's memory fragments and there aren't any major problems, there are still some details that I'm used to showing my true personality. Especially after I become more and more comfortable with Banson and Melissa." He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to agree with his reasoning and pursed her lips. "You're fine like this, really fine." After the siblings chatted for a while, Banson changed his clothes and went downstairs. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a tuxedo, a black bow tie, and a pair of well-ironed pants. He looked like a new person, like a successful person who had his own business after working hard for many years. The hairline is similar as well. Klein chuckled inwardly. "Very good, Banson. That's exactly what you should wear." He smiled brightly and spread his hands. Melissa nodded in agreement. "It turns out that clothes are more important than me." Banson made fun of himself. Klein took the opportunity to take out the remaining amulet and repeated what he had said before. Finally, he said, "I made one for you too. It's not bad. I'll carry it with me." Banson accepted it calmly and teased, "Klein, I wouldn't be surprised even if you suddenly know how to cut hair, make clothes, repair clocks, and feed curly-haired baboons." "Life is always full of surprises and surprises," Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings cleaned themselves up and walked out the door. They took a trackless public carriage to Northborough's Fania Street. The Woods house was also a terraced house, but unlike Klein's, it had a porch and a small lawn in front of the house, making it look more elegant. When the doorbell was rung, Klein, Banson, and Melissa waited for less than 20 seconds before they saw the star of the day, Selina Wood. The girl with long burgundy hair gave Melissa a joyful hug. "I like this dress of yours. It makes you look especially beautiful." Beside Selina was her father, Mr. Wood Sr., a senior employee of the Bakeland Bank's Tingen branch. "Welcome, our esteemed elder brother. Welcome, our young historian." He deliberately greeted Banson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. Young historian. Why didn't he add a description of a conscientious person? Klein lampooned inwardly, took off his hat, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Wood, you are more spirited and younger than I imagined." His compliment had unknowingly leaned towards the foodie empire. Banson extended his hand and shook old Wood's hand. "I know quite a number of bank employees, but they are all equally arrogant and stiff, like the latest models of machines. None of them are as gentlemanly as you. If you had seen me at the bank, you might not have given me such an evaluation." Old Wood smiled happily. After exchanging pleasantries, Selina, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside. At times, she would say in a normal voice, "Elizabeth has arrived." At other times, she would say to Melissa in a suppressed voice, "Your two brothers are more handsome than I imagined." "Hey, my hearing is very good. Even though you're complimenting me." Klein looked helplessly at the two 16-year-old girls walking side by side in front of him. "That's not right. I'm still far from being handsome." "Hey, Miss Selina, how ugly did you think of me and Banson previously? One is reserved and gloomy, slovenly, pale, and listless. The other has sparse hair and looks prematurely old? Klein pinched his glabella and diligently practiced his spirit vision. Miss Selina is healthy, excited, and very happy. Mr. Wood Sr. has a small problem with his lungs. Yes, I saw his pipe. Klein scanned the crowd in a good mood. Elizabeth, Melissa is here. At that moment, Selina called out in a brisk tone. A girl in a blue lace dress walked over. She had naturally curly brown hair and cute baby fat. Klein was taken aback for a moment because he knew this girl. He had even helped her choose an amulet at the underground market. Elizabeth first greeted Melissa before looking at Banson and Klein. She stood there in a daze, frowning slightly as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and greeted them politely as though nothing had happened. Klein pretended not to recognize her. Under Old Wood's lead, he came to the sofa in the living room and was introduced to Selina's brother, Chris, and the other guests. Klein couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Banson happily chatting with Chris and the other solicitors using his neighbor, Mr. Shoud. I don't have such social skills. He picked up a glass of aperitif from the table in the corner and listened quietly. From time to time, he would nod and laugh in agreement. Not long after, all the guests arrived, and the banquet officially began. As there were too many guests, the Wood family's dining table couldn't handle it. Therefore, the banquet was a buffet. The maid served steaks, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, and other food on different tables. The serving men were in charge of cutting them to fit the portions. When Klein saw the elegant glazed plates and silver knives and forks, he couldn't help but be speechless. He felt that the middle-class Wood family was too extravagant. Since they're so rich, why did Chris prepare for the wedding for a few more years? He thought of what his sister had once said. Perhaps it's to accumulate such cutlery that they had to prepare for a few more years. For such a family, dignity is very important. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up a porcelain plate, came to the dining table, and forked a piece of roasted meat smeared with honey. At this moment, Elizabeth, who had cute baby fat on her face, came over and looked at the food. She looked at the food and whispered, "So you're Melissa's brother?" "Thank you. Selina really likes the amulet I gave her. She said that she felt healthy the moment she put it on." Selina. Amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason the girl beside him had chosen the amulet. It was a birthday present for a friend who liked mysticism. That friend is Selina? Selina likes things in the mystical domain? Klein frowned slightly and smiled politely. That might just be a placebo effect. After saying that, he waited for her to praise Roselle the Great. However, Elizabeth's reaction was one of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It's a purely psychological effect. Sometimes, when we believe that we will become better, we will really become better, Klein roughly explained. No, she said that it's different from the amulets she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She turned her head to glance at Klein and said curiously, I didn't expect Melissa's brother to be an expert in mysticism. As you know, I'm a history major, so I'm always exposed to such things. Klein changed the topic and asked, Are you also from Tingen City Technical School? No, I used to be classmates with Selina and Melissa. Later, they went to technical school, and I went to the nearby Ivos public school, Elizabeth explained seriously. Public schools weren't public schools, but schools that accepted students from the public. They had evolved from good grammar schools, and their goal was to nurture graduates who could enter university. The tuition fees were rather expensive, and they would consider the student's family background. Even the typical middle class couldn't afford it. She didn't chat further. After choosing her food, she returned to Selina's side. After congratulating the main character on her birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Banson were invited to join the ranks of Texas Hold'em. The small blind bet was half a penny, and the big blind bet was 1 penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selina, and the other friends, they went to the second floor. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing other games. Klein's luck wasn't good today. He played more than 20 rounds, but he didn't get a good hand. All he could do was watch and discard his cards, acting as a spectator. He flipped the corner of his card again and realized that it was a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Should I try to bluff him? Klein considered it for a moment, but he still couldn't muster the courage to do so. He resisted the urge to cheat with divination. He covered his cards and knocked on the table, indicating that he wasn't calling. Then, he got up and left the long table for the bathroom. Roselle is also a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found a strange reason to continue naming the game Texas. Klein shook his head as he walked forward. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, and his pupils constricted. A strange, distorted, and faint fluctuation flashed past. It was so fast that Klein almost suspected that he was hallucinating. If it wasn't for his proficient grasp of spiritual perception, he might have overlooked this anomaly. Thinking of his sister upstairs, Klein frowned. He gripped his cane tightly, circled around the washroom, and turned towards the stairs of the woodhouse. He quickly walked up, and based on his spiritual perception's grasp of the remnant traces, he arrived outside the living room near the balcony. It should be here. Klein muttered as he raised his hand to tap his glabella twice. Auras penetrated the walls and the wooden door and entered his eyes. Most of them had normal colors, but their outlines were blurry. However, one of them was rippling with a sinister black-green color that was slowly corroding inwards. There's indeed a problem. Klein's expression turned abnormally serious as he reached out with his right hand to remove the silver chain around his left wrist. He held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally in front of him. When the pendant stopped swaying, he outlined the ball of light and chanted inwardly. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. Typically speaking, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divination on matters related to oneself, as well as a small-scale objective situation. Therefore, Klein was rather particular in his description. Danger would cause him to be affected, and the room would be right in front of him. The room in front of me contains danger caused by a beyonder. After repeating this a total of 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that there was danger caused by a beyonder in the room, and the level of danger wasn't low. Selena was a mysticism enthusiast. She had brought her friends to play a certain ritual, and something had gone wrong? What should I do? Klein rubbed his brows, wrapped the topaz pendant around himself, and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock, knock. He knocked 3 times rhythmically, a friendly smile plastered on his face. With a creak, the door opened, and Melissa appeared in front of Klein in a new dress. Klein, what's the matter? The girl didn't expect her brother to come over and was rather surprised. Klein smiled without a hint of gloom in his voice. I heard that you were having fun, so I was a little curious. Sorry for disturbing you. Melissa lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized. We were playing magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot. It's fun. Magic mirror divination. Sis, why don't you go play pen spirit and disc spirit? Klein shook his head in exasperation and amusement. He looked past Melissa and into the living room, where he saw Selena with a bright smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the girl with long wine-red hair who was holding a silver-plated mirror was being corroded by the sinister blackish green. As his thoughts raced, Klein deliberated over his words. Hee, I won't disturb your game anymore. Oh right, where's Elizabeth? I was chatting with her about ancient Fasak grammar, and she said that she had questions for me. Elizabeth? Melissa looked her brother up and down and emphasized in a strange tone, she's only 16. Hey, what are you thinking? Klein immediately explained, this is a normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages. Melissa gave her brother a deep look before saying, she's inside. I'll get her to come out. All right. Klein took a step back and left the door. As he watched his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person in danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 20 seconds before a confused Elizabeth walked out. She asked in puzzlement, Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said that I'm interested in history and ancient languages. At that moment, her words were interrupted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her entire body tensed up, as though she had smelled something ominous. Klein took a few steps to the side and gestured for Elizabeth to come over from behind the half-closed door. The girl with cute baby fat on her cheeks was affected by the sudden heavy atmosphere and subconsciously followed. As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast. Klein stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said directly. Elizabeth nodded slightly in response. Yes, I even believe that you're an expert in mysticism. No, I'm just an enthusiast, but that doesn't stop me from discovering that there's a problem with your magic mirror divination, Klein said with a heavy tone. A problem? Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly covered her mouth. Klein thought for a moment and said, I know it's hard to convince you with words alone. Return to the activity room now, and when Selina isn't paying attention, take a peek at the front of the mirror that she hasn't shown you. How do you know that she won't show us the front of the mirror? Elizabeth blurted out. According to the records of the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the cases involving magic mirror divination that involve evil will have similar situations. Klein smiled. It's common sense. When the puzzled and fearful Elizabeth re-entered the room, his calm smile vanished, and worry was written all over his face. Although it's all in Northborough, it's at least a 15-minute public carriage ride from Fania Street to Zutland Street. By the time the captain and the others arrive, the situation will probably be out of control. If only Banson and Melissa weren't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Is there a way to temporarily contain it? Right, Selina is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room shouldn't be lacking in extract, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was trying his best to come up with a solution, Elizabeth found an excuse to discuss something and sat beside Selina. Help me divine when I'll meet a romantic, handsome gentleman this time? A girl opposite her drank a mouthful of wine. Under everyone's teasing gazes, she mustered her courage and said with a blushing face. Selina coughed lightly and rubbed the back of the mirror in all seriousness. Mirror, mirror, tell me, when will the gentleman in Yanina's heart appear? After repeating herself thrice, she picked up the mirror and brought it in front of herself. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her head to the side and took a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selina's face in the mirror. She would see half of her face. However, what she saw was only Selina. There was only Selina in the small mirror, and it was a full-body Selina. It was pitch black in the mirror, and in the middle was a cold-looking Selina. Elizabeth trembled as she suddenly leaned against the back of the sofa, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She couldn't help but tremble. Without bothering to find an excuse, she got up abruptly and stumbled to the door. She didn't dare turn back to look at the beaming Selina. Yanina's gentleman will appear on the second Sunday in half a year's time. Amidst the giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and saw Klein in his tuxedo and half-top hat standing in the shadows of the wall lamps. Mr. Moretti, aye. She stuttered, unable to say a word. Klein calmly laughed. Don't disturb the young ladies inside. Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down a little. She reached out to close the door and quickly walked to the wall lamp. I saw it, I saw only Selina in the mirror, the demonic Selina. She said in a low voice. Indeed. Klein's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, do you know where Selina's bedroom is? Do you know where her mysticism items are? It's there. The mysticism item is there too. Elizabeth pointed at the room diagonally opposite without hesitation. With his cane in hand, Klein walked over and opened the unlocked wooden door. Under the light of the street lamps and the crimson moonlight in the sky, he opened the valve and lit the gas lamp. In the dim yellow light, he swept his eyes over it. He saw bottles of pure dew, flower essences, boxes of medicinal powders, candles, and talismans. These items were either placed on the desk or neatly arranged on the shelves. They were all labeled with their names. After confirming it, Klein said to Elizabeth, who was behind him, don't worry. Do you want to save Selina? Yes. Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, is it dangerous? There's a certain level of danger. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast, Klein answered frankly. A certain level of danger. Elizabeth pursed her lips for a few seconds. What do you need me to do? Klein smiled warmly and consoled her, there's no need to be nervous. All you need to do is pretend that nothing has happened and return to the activity room. Return to Selina's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, use the excuse of giving Selina a surprise and bring her here. Knock on the door gently, one long knock and two short knocks. After that, yes, leave it to me. Elizabeth silently recalled and nodded solemnly. All right. As he watched her return to the activity room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and closed the door to Selena's bedroom. Then, he quickly cleared the desk and placed the items he needed on the chair. Right on the heels of that, he picked up 2 candles with a faint fragrance and placed them on the top left and right corner of the desk. This was the symbol of the Lady of Crimson, the Empress of Calamity and Horror. Klein wanted to hold a ritual here and use the Evernight goddess's power to resist the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selena. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't powerful enough. To succeed, he had to get Elizabeth to lure Selena into the seal circle and into the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he had to consider the possibility of her noticing and resisting. So-called interruptive ritualistic magic meant that when a Beyonder was performing a ritual, they could interrupt it according to the situation and complete other matters first. When they were done, they could return to continue and still achieve the desired effect. This was a technique derived from the development of ritualistic magic over 1,000 years. After all, many high-level rituals required many steps. It could take an hour, 2 hours, or even half a day to complete. It was difficult to guarantee that there would be no disturbances or accidents during the process. After the lessons learned through the blood and tears of the ancestors and the feedback of repeated failures, the ability to interrupt ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels. It also indirectly affected the lower levels. However, being able to interrupt didn't mean that it could be interrupted at any time or however one wanted to. One had to follow the mysticism theory and master the corresponding technique. Otherwise, the failure of the ritual was an unavoidable outcome. It might even lead to a terrifying backlash. According to Klein's understanding, when you successfully obtained the attention of a certain deity, and he was waiting for you to say the contents of your prayer, and you suddenly said, "Wait, I'm going to the bathroom." Then, congratulations, you would never need to go to the bathroom again. Phew. Klein exhaled and forced himself to remain calm. Although he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had designed the corresponding procedures for justice and the hanging man to attempt, this was the first time he was using real ritualistic magic that conformed to the rules. Looking at the silver inlaid cane leaning against the side of the bed, Klein picked up the 3rd candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to symbolize himself. Then, he placed Selena's ritual silver bowl in front of the 3rd candle, replacing the cauldron with the sacred emblem. On the left was the extract and essential oil from the moonflower, slumber flower, and other plants. On the right was a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake parchment, and a quill dipped in water. Thankfully, Selena's things were more complete. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete the setup. And old Neil's fast ritual isn't something a seer can do. From the looks of it, Selena is a rather experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't, she wouldn't have caused such a disaster. She's only 16, and she's been in this for at least a year. Who introduced her? As Klein's thoughts raced, he picked up Selena's cup from the bedside table, poured some water into it, and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it. Without further delay, he outlined layers of light spheres in his mind and quickly entered meditation. An invisible wind suddenly swirled in the room filled with the fragrance of flowers. Klein, who had already put away his pocket watch, suddenly turned his eyes deep, from brown to black, as if he could see the souls of everyone who was staring at him. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the candle in the upper right corner. Evernight goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson. As he chanted, Klein extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a few times, the candle was ignited, and the dim yellow light had a hint of tranquil blue. Evernight goddess, you are also the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Following the same method, Klein successfully lit the 2nd candle in the upper left corner. I am your loyal guard, your shield against danger in the dark, and your spear against evil in the silence. Tongue, the 3rd candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. Under the flickering candlelight, he picked up the silver knife and imitated old Neil's actions. He used the incantation, coarse salt, and water to complete the consecration. Then, he allowed the spirituality he had accumulated to gush out from the tip of the silver dagger, fusing with nature. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom. He used his knees in place of his feet where the bed was, sealing the area with an invisible barrier. The light from the street lamps outside the window instantly disappeared, but the crimson continued to shine quietly. Klein returned to the desk, picked up a quill, and used his spirituality and ink to draw the incantation and symbols to avert disaster. After doing all of this, he put down the things in his hands and dripped a drop of the bottles of extract, flower essence, and essential oil onto the 3 candles. Sizzle, a faint fog filled the air, adding a sense of mystery to the room. After burning a few more herbs, Klein took a step back amidst the mixed fragrance and chanted the corresponding incantation for interrupted ritualistic magic. Nobler than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity, the ever-night goddess, I pray for your grace, I pray for your grace, a faithful believer of yours. I pray for the power of crimson, I pray for the power of misfortune and fear, I pray for your faithful believer, Selena Wood, to be free from the taint of evil, to be free from the clutches of misfortune. I pray for you to wait for a moment, for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. After chanting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. Seeing that there were no abnormalities on the altar, he gripped the silver dagger again and retreated step by step until he reached the door of Selena's bedroom. He tapped his chest 4 times and drew the crimson moon. Then, he turned around and raised the silver dagger. Spirituality spewed out from the tip of the dagger once again, cutting out the shape of a door on the invisible wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door now, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, checked the time, and rehearsed the subsequent process. In the activity room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth, who was trembling slightly, looked up at the wall clock from time to time, silently counting the time under the glow of the 2 gas lamps. It's about time. As she muttered silently, she turned to look at the lively girl with long burgundy hair. She had deep dimples, a bright smile, and was able to converse well with every friend around her. But the more she was like that, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and terrifying Selena in the mirror seemed to always exist in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. I can't wait any longer. I have to take action. Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stammered with a smile, Selena, I have a surprise for you, Come out with me for a while. Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present? Selena held the mirror upside down and stood up with Elizabeth in astonishment. There won't be any surprise. There won't be any sign. Elizabeth felt that she had no talent for acting. She didn't say anything else and walked to the door of the living room. Selena followed behind her with a puzzled smile. Melissa watched her 2 friends leave, and she could not help but frown. Elizabeth is acting weird today. After she met Klein, she found it even stranger. She suddenly ran out just now, saying that she was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, but why did she look so flustered? In front of Selena's bedroom, Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, Let's go into your room. Elizabeth, I feel that you're very nervous and scared. Why? Selena looked at her friend in confusion and realized that her body was trembling uncontrollably. Excited, yes, excited. Glancing at the mirror in Selena's hand, Elizabeth turned around and knocked on the door. 1 long knock and 2 short knocks. Why did you knock on the door? Selena was even more confused. Her bedroom door creaked open, and Klein, who was wearing a black tuxedo and half-top hat, appeared in front of the 2 girls. Surprise? This is the surprise? Selena's mouth was agape, her mind in a daze. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the room. Elizabeth was stunned on the spot. At the same time, Klein pointed his silver dagger and surged with spirituality, quickly mending the door-shaped passageway that he had sliced open. An invisible wall of spirituality sealed the room once again, hiding Selena's screams inside. Bang! Klein slammed the door shut and rushed back to the desk without even looking at Selena. The girl with long burgundy hair stopped screaming, raised her head, and surveyed the room. Her gaze quickly turned cold, and her skin turned pale. Her 10 fingers quickly grew sharp, white fingernails. At that moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. As he dripped a drop of essential oil extracted from moonflower on each of the 3 candles, he chanted loudly, "The exalted Lady of Crimson, the great Empress of misfortune and horror, I pray for your favor. Bless your lost lamb, Selina Wood." Amidst the chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin parchment and placed it near the candle that symbolized the supplicant. Whoosh, he felt the cold wind behind him, and he felt a heavy force coming at him. The goatskin was ignited, and Klein threw it into the silver bowl. He was already prepared to crouch down and avoid the fatal claw. Whoosh, the sound of the wind became abnormally intense, and Klein felt his spirituality surge out like a tidal wave. He couldn't contain it at all. He saw the goatskin in the silver bowl burn into a serene black color, and he heard a heavy object fall to the ground behind him. Thump. Bang, there was almost no gap between the 2 sounds. Wisps of black and green invisible gas entered the small silver bowl and disappeared into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side, got up, and pulled out the revolver from under his armpit. But when he focused his gaze, all he saw was the cute girl with wine-red hair, Selina, collapsing to the ground. The silver-plated mirror had shattered into countless pieces on the carpet. The shards didn't reflect Selina anymore. They were displayed on the ceiling, showing Klein's silhouette. At that moment, Klein, who hadn't deactivated his spirit vision, saw that the sinister black and green in Selina's aura had completely disappeared. Everything had returned to normal, but it appeared much weaker. Phew. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt a stabbing pain in his glabella and in his head. The stabbing pain spread through his entire body, making him want to roll on the ground. Klein clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands protruded. They were completely black, like living maggots. At the same time, he heard a soundless scream, a murmur that tore at his mind. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover, and his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic just now drained my spirituality and nearly caused me to lose control of my beyonder powers. Klein made a rough judgment of the situation. And this matter also made him realize that he seemed to have digested quite a bit of the remnant psyche from the potion. This was because if he were to estimate the initial strength after consuming the potion, he felt that he wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have directly collapsed into a monster. The acting method is quite useful after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped his sweat. He turned to face the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said loudly, "Praise the Lady." Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. After casually placing the items back on the desk, he used his silver dagger to remove the sealed wall of spirituality. Whoosh, the sound of the wind reverberated as the silence receded. Klein heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling a lingering fear from what had just happened. If I hadn't rehearsed the process and successfully completed the ritual, things would have been troublesome. Furthermore, I still don't know who my opponent is or who my enemy is. Fortunately, the room is carpeted, and my rolling didn't damage my clothes. He shook his head and reached out to pull open the wooden door to Selina's bedroom. "How is it?" Elisabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Seeing her fear, Klein took off his half-top hat and smiled warmly. "Is it really over?" Elisabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded calmly. "Yes. It's not that difficult." That was a lie, he added silently in his heart. Perhaps it was because Klein had been very calm, or perhaps it was because he was the only hoverboard. Elisabeth no longer had any doubts. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you. You are a trustworthy gentleman. I was so scared." "How's Selina? Is she all right?" "She may fall asleep for a few minutes, but there are no other problems." "Well, it's normal for her to be weak for 2 to 3 days. At this point, Klein suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, "Who is her mysticism studies teacher? Didn't you tell her about the basic taboos?" Elisabeth immediately stood up straight, like a student who had been scolded by a teacher. She pondered. Selina mentioned before that her mysticism teacher is Hannes Vincent. A year ago, she went to the divination club on House Street for a divination and got to know this gentleman. Hannes Vincent. On the surface, he's guiding the magic mirror divination, but in secret, he's teaching black divination. If I had known, I would have reported it to the captain earlier and checked his gas meter. Klein felt a little vexed as he asked in a deep voice, Selena's magic mirror divination was also taught by him? To Klein, the thing that scared him the most was that it almost affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selena's previous attempts with the magic mirror didn't succeed. She told me today that she peeked at her teacher's secret incantation. There's definitely no problem. Little expert at courting death. Klein pinched the sun acupoint with a headache. Do you remember the spell she chanted? Although Hannes Vincent didn't take the initiative to teach Selena about the dangers, it was obvious that he was trying to do so. It was only a matter of time before something happened to provoke an unknown, hidden existence. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent the situation from worsening and affecting others. I remember part of it. Elizabeth recalled. She used Hermes in mysticism. As you know, I've only been in contact with it for a short period of time. I only remember the words wandering, heroic spirit, creator, and kin. Creator? The true creator? Many underground mysticism enthusiasts did indeed believe in this ancient existence that was revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an ancient existence that appeared more than 1,000 years ago in the early Fifth Epoch. Klein nodded thoughtfully. When Selena wakes up, remember to ask her about the complete incantation and find a chance to tell me. All right, Elizabeth answered readily. But soon after, she asked doubtfully, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her directly? I don't want Melissa to know that I'm interested in mysticism. Can you keep it a secret for me? Klein replied with a question. Elizabeth bit her lower lip and her eyes lit up. No problem. Melissa does prefer machinery over mystery, and rationality over intuition. Klein pressed the hand holding his hat to his left chest and bowed like a gentleman. Thank you for your understanding. As for Selena, you know that she's not a person who keeps secrets. A more accurate description would be that she likes to share secrets with others, Elizabeth agreed. Klein wore his hat and thought for a moment. When Selena wakes up, remember to tell her that she suddenly fainted and smashed the mirror. I believe that her memories must have stopped at the time when she first started the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he turned serious again. Remember, be it divination or attempting other mysticism knowledge, do not pray to existences other than the 7 deities. If you see any incantation that doesn't belong to that type, immediately burn it and stay away from the provider. If I hadn't discovered it in time today, Selena would have become a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes. And no one here would have survived, including me. Thinking of the cold Selena in the mirror, Elizabeth didn't doubt Klein's words at all. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I know. I'll remember that. I'll also monitor Selena. All right, go in and take care of Selena. Klein waved his silver inlaid black cane and walked towards the staircase. As he walked, his eyes darkened and he looked inward. He took out a penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. There's no problem with Selena anymore. There's no problem with Selena anymore. Klein quickly repeated the statement and reached out to catch the falling copper coin. He saw that it was George III head facing up. This wasn't a simplification of spirit dowsing, but a simplification of dream divination. In that instant, Klein had used cogitation to force himself to sleep and spiritually wander the spirit world. The front and back of the coin were symbolic symbols. The head was correct, but the numbers were wrong. Very good, there's no problem. Klein spun the brass coin happily on his fingertips. It was a simplification that only a seer could complete. Elizabeth stared at Klein's back. She saw the flying penny and how he caught it. Only when Klein disappeared down the staircase did she turn around and enter the bedroom. She saw Selena sleeping on the floor with glass shards all around her. She held her breath and tiptoed to look at the mirror shards. She confirmed that there was no longer a cold Selena in it and that it reflected the ceiling. Phew. Elizabeth was completely relieved as she heaved a long sigh of relief. However, she failed to help Selena onto the bed despite trying a few times. Instead, she woke her up. Elizabeth. What happened to me? Am I drunk? Selena asked weakly. Her bright eyes had dimmed and were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a few seconds and replied in an abnormally serious manner, "No, Selena. No, Selena, there's a problem with you. Your magic mirror divination has attracted a bad existence." "Is that so?" With Elizabeth's help, Selena weakly sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Sun's acupoint. "I only remember that I just started using the magic mirror divination." Elizabeth said half-truthfully, "You seem to have changed into a different person. You were like a completely different person just now. The you in the mirror was even a little different from the real you. I was so scared, so I used the excuse of giving you a surprise, took you into the bedroom, snatched your mirror, and smashed it on the carpet. Then, you fainted. Goddess bless you. You're normal now." I don't remember," Selena muttered with a pale face. The more she thought about it, the more her mind went blank and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she looked up at the desk and realized that the arrangement was clearly different from before. What exactly happened? Selena thought hard, but she could only vaguely remember a person wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. He wasn't strong or tall, but he had a rather straight back. "Selena," Elizabeth said solemnly. "The last time I went to the underground market to buy an amulet, I met a mysticism expert. He told me that no matter what, I should never pray to an existence other than the 7 deities. Otherwise, I would definitely attract a calamity. Promise me, don't try again. I didn't even know if I could save you just now." Selena was also frightened out of her wits as she hurriedly nodded. "No, I'll never try again." "Oh, what did the incantation you used during the magic mirror divination mean?" "If I have the chance to meet that mysticism expert again, I'll help you consult him," Elizabeth said, feigning casualness. Selena rubbed her sun acupoint and thought for a moment. The heroic spirit that lingers, the true creator's kin, the eyes that stares into fate. Tap. 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 As Klein walked down the stairs, he carefully adjusted the creases on his clothes and patted off the dust on them. Then, he took off his half-top hat and slowly returned to the long dining table with his silver-inlaid black cane. "Where did you go? It's almost been 10 minutes. Selena's brother, Chris, happened to fold his cards as he turned his head and asked. Klein smiled. "The bathroom, then I went to the second floor to meet a few ladies and ladies." "I admire your directness," Chris praised. He had red hair and a short stature that had been passed down in his family. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a rather capable bearing. He was an outstanding solicitor. "If you knew that I knocked out your sister on the second floor, you definitely wouldn't say that." Klein humbly said, "We were just discussing some academic issues." "We were just discussing some academic issues." In the field of mysticism, he put down his hat, returned to his seat, and waited for the next round to begin. He had 2 cards up his sleeves. Tilting the corner, he saw a king of spades and an ace of diamonds. "My luck has turned for the better. Is this my reward for doing a good deed?" Klein took out a copper coin and prepared to place his bet. Since the incantation wasn't revealed to Selena by Hannes, there's no need to be in a rush to inform Captain, he thought. In the subsequent rounds, he maintained a tight hand and only bet when he had a good hand. He didn't try to bluff someone he wasn't confident in. Overall, he didn't win much. By the time it ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. "I won 2 soldi and 8 pence. Banson played with the notes and pence in his hand. "I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker," Klein praised with a smile. "No, I don't really play cards, but I know that this is the same as negotiating. I have to hide my cards and see through the other party's cards. Then, I have to use all sorts of methods to scare or lure them." Before Banson could finish his sentence, he saw Melissa and the others come down from the second floor. "It's time to go home." Klein glanced at his sister and her friends as he massaged Sun's acupoint. The throbbing pain in his head was still present. Following that, Klein went to the bathroom and, by brushing past her, learned the complete incantation from her. When he returned to his brother and sister, he smiled. "What's the matter?" Banson asked in passing. Melissa looked at her brother seriously because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was equally odd. He was only slightly better than Elizabeth and Selena. Klein had already thought of an excuse as he chuckled. There's a mistake in a certain description of a document, and I've already instructed my colleagues to submit it the moment they arrive at the company tomorrow morning. Therefore, I'll either head over to make changes now, or wake up at least half an hour early tomorrow. Without a doubt, I'll choose the former. I always felt that you weren't focused enough while playing cards. So you were thinking about work? Benson was enlightened as he smiled. No, I apologize. I should have said that playing cards helps me think. Alright, we'll wait for you. Melissa retracted her gaze and adjusted the ruffled edges of her goatskin sleeve. As it was long past the operating hours of the public carriages, the siblings had no choice but to hire a rental carriage nearby after bidding farewell. It cost 2 soldi for 45 minutes. I heard that every carriage driver will randomly increase the price, Benson grumbled in a low voice after he paid most of the money he had won with his heart aching. Klein smiled and said, I think it's acceptable. I think it's acceptable. It's almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. What I'm thinking now is that we can actually do joint hiring. Together with other customers, we can reach many places in 45 minutes, Benson said as he looked out the window at the people who were hiring carriages. I get it. It's carpooling. Klein rubbed the silver inlaid patterns on the tip of his cane. We don't have a problem, but the other customers do. Benson, haven't you noticed? They are very concerned about their image and are very concerned about decency. I think this might be a common trait among the middle class. Yes. Benson nodded seriously. The Wood family is more extravagant than I imagined. However, Old Wood's salary is only £4 a week. Decency might be the biggest difference between some middle-class people and curly-haired baboons. Did the curly-haired baboon provoke you? Klein almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Melissa did not join in their discussion. She sat in her seat and glanced at Klein from time to time, making his hair stand on end. The light two-wheeled carriage sped through the quiet and dark streets, arriving at Zutland Street in 12 minutes. Wait for me here for 5 minutes. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his hat, took his cane, and got out of the carriage. The coachman had no problem with waiting, because it was time and not the distance. Walking up the stairs, Klein arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. In less than 10 seconds, the door opened, and Leonard Mitchell, in a vest and shirt, appeared before him. You don't have to be on duty tonight, Leonard emphasized in surprise. Klein only needed to be on duty at Cheney's Gate for 1 day a week. The rest of the time, he could still maintain his normal schedule. As for sudden incidents at night, they would be handled by the sleepless who liked the night. But sleeping only 2 to 3 hours a day would cause hair loss and memory loss. Every time he thought of this, Klein could not help but mock Captain Dunsmith. I have something to report, he said simply. A mission? Leonard gave up his spot at the door and asked casually. Klein had just entered the reception hall when he saw Dunn walk out in a black trench coat. His gray eyes were as deep as ever. Captain, I encountered a transcendent incident. What's the specific situation? Dunn asked directly. Klein told him everything that had happened and how he handled it. So, I think there's a need to investigate Hannes Vincent. Back then, he believed that since the evil being invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a tragedy and hadn't given him any warnings of extreme danger, it meant that the other party still needed time and wasn't willing to awaken or control Selena ahead of time. Therefore, as long as he didn't directly expose his motives, the evil being would definitely choose to wait and see. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too difficult for Elizabeth to lure Selena to the bedroom door. You handled it well. You seized the moment before the evil spirit completely descended and possessed you. Dunn nodded slightly. Leave the rest of the investigation to us. You can go back and rest. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I thought you would make this a mission for me to join the team and let me complete it alone, Captain. From the incantation provided by Elizabeth, Hannes Vincent was definitely dangerous. That's because you already have a mission to join the team. The casual Leonard chuckled. What? Klein jumped in fright. The corners of Dunn's mouth curled up. As he explained in a mellow voice, around 7 in the evening, we received a case from the police station. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, we received a case from the police station. Initially, it was confirmed that the case was not dangerous or urgent, so we plan to let you complete it alone tomorrow. Alright, don't ask what the case is. Have a good sleep tonight. Move your rest day to Tuesday or Wednesday. Captain, I won't be able to sleep if you do this. Besides, Monday afternoon is the date of the tarot gathering. Do I have to delay the news for justice and the hanging man? Klein shook his head with a wry smile and bade farewell. When he reached the stairwell, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the carriage he had hired. He saw Melissa quietly sizing him up through the window. When their eyes met, Melissa turned her head and sat up straight. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he walked into the carriage as though nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the two-wheeled carriage sped through one street after another. Back home, Klein got Banson to take a shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom door and knocked twice. Melissa, who was about to go to the bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother in confusion. Melissa, do you have anything to ask? I know you do, Klein said directly. Don't always observe in the dark. Melissa's lips quivered as she furrowed her brows. Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? I feel like something's wrong with her. Also, Selena became very strange after that. Klein, who was prepared, returned with a question. Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts? I know, but I don't like it. I don't think there's anything in this world that's incomprehensible. Melissa was taken aback as she replied seriously, everything we don't understand is because we don't have enough knowledge. Yes, I think so too, Klein echoed guiltily. I did think so in the past, until I succeeded in courting death. He coughed lightly and continued, mysticism includes Hermes. Mysticism includes Hermes, which is the language used for ancient sacrifices and prayers. Elizabeth knows that I'm good in this field. This is the field of historians, after all, so she asked me about the corresponding pronunciations and their specific meanings. Melissa nodded slightly, accepting her brother's explanation because it matched her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selena became strange later on, I'm not sure of the exact reason. Klein cleared his name and said, but I can guess. You can guess? Melissa blurted out in surprise. Klein stroked his mouth and said, that's right. I'm guessing from what Elizabeth asked me. The Hermes words she mentioned are related to divination and some evil sacrificial targets. Did Selena recite the Hermes words when she did the magic mirror divination? He took the initiative to mention this matter so that his sister would be wary of similar things in the future. It would be even better if she could stay away from Selena and Elizabeth. Yes. Melissa replied hesitantly. I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selena are so weird. At this moment, Klein deliberately asked, because Selena's magic mirror divination involves evil and illegal beliefs. After Elizabeth figured out the meaning of Hermes from me, she found an opportunity to rebuke her and correct her mistake? I think so. Melissa had no doubt about this conclusion because she had deduced it herself. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. You have to warn Selena more in the future and get her to return to the right path of faith. As he said this, he tapped his breast 4 times in a clerical manner. Yes, I will. Melissa answered firmly. Also, don't tell Elizabeth and Selena about our deductions and what I said. I promised Elizabeth I wouldn't tell you, Klein emphasized. Okay. Melissa nodded lightly. 8 a.m. Monday, Blackthorn Security Company. Klein took off his hat and greeted Roshan and Bright. After chatting about the weather, he entered Captain Dunsmith's office. He pushed open the door and looked up. He was shocked because Dunn's face was rather pale. His gray eyes were slightly turbid and had lost their usual depth. Did something happen, Hannes Vincent? Hannes Vincent? Klein asked in surprise and concern. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and smiled wryly. He smiled bitterly and said, Hannes Vincent is dead. Killed by who? Klein held his cane and sat opposite Dunn. Dunn did not answer directly. He sighed and said, Leonard and I went to look for Hannes Vincent last night. As he didn't show any signs of abnormality, and there wasn't anything strange at home, I decided to enter his dream to search for clues. In his dream, Dunn repeated it twice. His eyes unconsciously revealed fear as he said, in his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross that filled the sky. On this cross, there was a naked man nailed by black iron nails. His arms were spread out, and his feet were on them. His head was hanging down like a pendant, and his body was covered in bloodstains. When I saw this scene, I fainted and left Hannes Vincent's dream. When I woke up, Leonard told me that Hannes had died in his sleep. A huge cross, hanging upside down, a man covered in blood. This is similar to the true creator that a few secret organizations believe in, but it's also very different. Klein speculated in puzzlement. The secret organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross. But in the past 1,000 years, similar images had never disappeared. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. Klein nodded and said, all right, but I still don't know what my mission is. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. A mission that isn't dangerous. At least, there aren't any signs of danger yet. Dunn emphasized the main point before saying, this is a case that was transferred from the Golden Indus District Police Station. The famous philanthropist, Sir Deweyville, has been subjected to strange harassment for a month. But be it his bodyguards, the security personnel he hired, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tolley, who is in charge of this matter, suspects that it has something to do with beyond her powers, so he handed it over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville in the library and noticed that he was in a bad mood and was mentally weak. So it's because he was harassed. Klein frowned. What kind of harassment? This matter hadn't caused any actual harm, so it couldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears cries and moans every night, no matter where he sleeps. Regardless of whether he's in Tingen or not, it makes his sleep quality very poor. Dunn flipped through the information in his hand and said, he visited a psychiatrist and asked his butler and servants to confirm that it wasn't a hallucination. Therefore, he suspects that someone was harassing him. Closing the document, Dunn looked up at Klein. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room and meet up with Inspector Tolley at the shooting club. He will give you more details. Probationary inspector uniform? Klein subconsciously asked. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary is paid by the police department. The title of probationary inspector doesn't only exist in the files. When you first met me and Leonard, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk that every official team member has. Yes, the perk that Roselle the Great mentioned. It's a pity I can't wear it normally. Otherwise, I would have an extra set of clothes to change into. Klein picked up his cane, bowed, and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He went to the lounge diagonally opposite and saw a white checkered uniform with a black background and leather boots. The soft hat was inlaid with the coat of arms of 2 crossed swords and a crown, and on the shoulder was an insignia of black and white interlaced with a silver star. This is a probationary inspector? Klein glanced at it and found a string of inconspicuous numbers below the silver stars on the epaulette, 06-254. At present, he had a preliminary understanding of the police hierarchy in the Kingdom of Rouen. He understood that at the top were the Minister of Police and the Chief Police Secretary. Below them were the superintendents, deputy superintendents, and assistant superintendents of the various police departments. In the middle were the superintendents and inspectors, and at the bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his formal attire and hat and changed into the uniform. After hanging up his clothes, he pushed the door open and entered the office of the clerical staff. He looked at the full-length mirror that Roshan had fought for. The young man in the mirror had black hair and gentle brown eyes. His uniform made him look more heroic than usual. Not bad. Klein happily praised himself. He left his cane in the office, turned around, and walked out of the Blackthorn Security Company. In his pocket, he had plenty of police badges and weapons permits. In the lobby of the shooting club, Klein saw Inspector Tolley because he was the only one wearing a police uniform. Of course, I have to count myself in now. Klein added silently. Inspector Tolley had 2 silver stars on his epaulette. His clothes were propped up by his stomach, and he had a thick brownish-yellow beard. He was tall but not imposing, or perhaps he had been imposing in the past. Moretti? Klein Moretti? Tully sized him up and greeted him with a smile. Nice to meet you, Inspector Tully. I don't think you've mistaken me for someone else, Klein replied humorously. He raised his right hand, clasped his fingers, and bowed. Tully chuckled. I can tell that you're an easygoing young man. I'm relieved. Shall we go to Sir Deweyville's house now? Although his rank was higher than Klein's, there was an obvious hint of inquiry in his tone. No problem. Klein thought for a moment. You can give me the details in the carriage. All right. Tully stroked his thick brownish-yellow beard and led Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage parked opposite. The carriage had a coat of arms of 2 crossed swords clustered around a crown. It was driven by a dedicated coachman. Sir Deweyville is a believer of the goddess, so we transferred the case to you, Tully impatiently informed them the moment he sat down. I know. Sir Deweyville is a frequent guest on the cover of newspapers and magazines, Klein said with a warm smile. Tully picked up the folder beside him, untied it, and pulled out the documents. As he flipped through them, he said, regardless of whether you understand, I need to give you a detailed introduction. Sir Deweyville is one of the wealthiest people in Tianjin. His business started with a lead and porcelain factory, and now, it has expanded into steel, coal, shipping, banking, and securities. He's also a great philanthropist praised by the king. He established the Deweyville Charity Foundation, the Deweyville Trust Company, and the Deweyville Library. He was conferred the title of a lord 5 years ago. If he were to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tianjin would be his match. However, his goal is in Bakeland. He wants to become a member of the House of Lords. We once suspected that his harassment had something to do with this matter, but we couldn't find any clues. Klein nodded slightly. I can't rule out that possibility, but I can't be sure of anything at the moment. Tully didn't dwell on the question and continued. Since the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville has been hearing scalp-numbing moans of pain every night when he sleeps. It's like the struggles of a dying patient. He checked the surrounding rooms and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. The butler and servants also confirmed that there were indeed similar sounds, but the movements they heard were very soft. In the beginning, Sir Deweyville thought that the matter would pass quickly and didn't pay much attention to it. However, the moans of pain became more and more frequent. They would even appear during the day, and there were also heart-wrenching sobs. This caused Sir Deweyville to suffer from insomnia again and again. He had no choice but to leave Tianjin and head to his villa in the countryside. However, it was to no avail. The moans and sobs continued to haunt him. Similarly, even when he headed to Bakeland, the matter didn't subside, but it wasn't as serious as before. He hired security personnel to investigate the surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations were also fruitless. The torture that lasted more than a month pushed Sir Deweyville to the brink of a mental breakdown. He visited a psychiatrist again and again, but to no avail. He told us that if the problem couldn't be resolved within a week, he would move out of Tianjin and head to Bakeland. He believed that there would definitely be someone there who could help him. After listening to Tully's description, Klein quickly analyzed the various possibilities. Did he offend a beyonder and get cursed? That's not right. If it was a curse, the butler and servants wouldn't have heard it. There's a beyonder with an unknown motive hidden among the servants and bodyguards, but the problem is that no one has made any requests of Sir Deweyville in the past month. Perhaps Sir Deweyville was accidentally tainted by a foul thing like a vengeful spirit. I can't rule out that possibility. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the carriage entered Golden Indus Borough and stopped at Sir Deweyville's door. There was a flourishing garden surrounded by iron railings, a hollowed-out iron door with 2 statues erected on it, a fountain that constantly gushed out and bathed the marble statues, a 2-story house that occupied a huge area, and a road that could fit 3 carriages side by side. Sir Deweyville's house only has 2 stories. The newspaper said that Bakeland is trying to build 10-story apartment buildings. Klein got off the carriage and saw a policeman with 3 V's on his shoulder walk over quickly. He glanced at Klein, raised his hand, and bowed. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Klein nodded with a smile. Tully smiled and said, This is Sergeant Gate. This is Sergeant Gate. You can order him if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychology expert from the county police, Tully introduced him to Gate. I can't afford it. Klein felt ashamed. After exchanging pleasantries, Gate pointed to the two-story house behind the fountain. Sir Deweyville is waiting for us. All right. Klein reached out to touch the revolver by his waist. This was what he could rely on to deal with his enemies at the moment. As he had changed into his police uniform, he could openly place his gun holster by his waist, making it easier for him to draw his weapon. As they spoke, the trio walked along the wide path, circled around the fountain, and arrived outside the main door. At that moment, a servant had already opened the door and was waiting respectfully. Before they entered the house, Klein pretended to adjust his hat, pinched his glabella, and activated his spirit vision. In the bright living room, the square-faced Sir Deweyville was rubbing his forehead. He appeared to be in low spirits. His dark blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dim. He looked as though he had aged a full 5 years. Good morning, Sir Deweyville. Klein, Tully, and Gate bowed in unison. Sir Deweyville stood up and forced a smile in response. Good morning, officers. I hope you can resolve my troubles. At that moment, Klein narrowed his eyes and frowned. Apart from being in low spirits, he didn't notice anything wrong with Sir Deweyville. That's strange. He thought for a moment and said, Sir, which room did you first hear the moaning in? My bedroom. Sir Deweyville shook his head. Can we take a look? Klein asked. Haven't you checked it a few times already? The middle-aged butler beside him asked with a frown. Clearly, he didn't recognize Klein as the companion of the kind-hearted person who had returned the money he picked up. Klein smiled warmly. That's my colleague, not me. Sir, this is an expert sent by the police. Tully seized the opportunity to introduce him. Deweyville gave the young expert a deep look. All right, Cullen. Bring them to my bedroom. Sir, I hope you can come with us, Klein said seriously. Deweyville hesitated for a few seconds. If this can help solve the problem, as he spoke, he picked up his cane and walked towards the stairs with light steps. Cullen and a few bodyguards crowded around him, ready to support him at any moment. Klein surveyed the area and followed silently but calmly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They arrived on the second floor and entered the master bedroom. Before he could observe his surroundings, Klein's hair stood on end. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was bigger than Klein's living room and dining room. It was made up of a bed, a living area, a changing area, a bathroom area, a bookshelf, and a desk. The furnishings were exquisite and extravagant. However, Klein felt that the room was dark and the temperature was at least 50% lower than outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear sobs and moans that sounded like they were on their deathbed. Klein was in a daze, but everything returned to normal. Bright sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the entire bedroom. The temperature was neither too high nor too low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were silent. He turned his head to look at the classical and gorgeous bed. He saw pairs of blurry eyes hovering in the shadows, like fearless moths beside a gas lamp. After taking a few steps closer, Klein's spirit vision lost the scene he had just seen. It's not a standard vengeful spirit, much less an evil spirit. What could it be? Klein frowned as he recalled the mysticism knowledge he had recently gained. From his point of view, it wouldn't be difficult to hand the mission to a corpse collector, a gravedigger, or a spirit medium. However, this was clearly not his area of expertise. Resisting the urge to divine the direction of the investigation, Klein slowly looked around, searching for other clues to confirm his guesses. Sir, Inspector, Sir Deweyville hesitated, did you discover anything? If it were that easy, I don't think my colleagues would have waited until now, Klein said as he subconsciously glanced at the philanthropist. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw a pale figure reflected in the mirror behind Sir Deweyville. No, it was more like overlapping, twisting white silhouettes. The figure disappeared in a flash, and Klein seemed to hear faint sobs again. Phew. He exhaled, relieving the fear that had nearly made him pull out his gun. With my spiritual perception enhanced and my spirit vision activated, it's only a matter of time before I go crazy from fright. Klein lampooned himself to relieve the tension in his body before casting his gaze back at Sir Deweyville. this time, he saw something different. Pale, distorted shadows flashed around Sir Deweyville from time to time, causing the light in that area to dim slightly. And every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by illusory cries and moans that normal people would find hard to hear. Normal people find it hard to hear? Was it because it was daytime? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had formed a preliminary judgment of the case. What haunted Sir Deweyville was resentment. It was a remnant of spirituality formed from the most unforgettable emotions a human could have before death. If this kind of resentment and remnant were to accumulate for a period of time and become several times stronger, it would become a terrifying evil spirit. However, Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even a person as picky as Banson treated him with great respect. Why would he be plagued by so many death resentment? Duplicity? The means of a beyonder with ill intentions? Klein was puzzled as he speculated about the possibilities. He thought for a moment and looked at Deweyville. Sir, I have a few questions. Please speak. Deweyville sat down, exhausted and weak. Klein organized his words. When you leave this place and go to a new place, such as the countryside or Bakeland, do you get at least a short period of peace for the middle of the night? Then, the situation slowly gets worse and worse until you can still hear moaning and crying when you sleep during the day? Deweyville's half-closed eyes widened in an instant. His blue eyes glowed brightly. Yes, have you found the root of the matter? Only then did he realize that due to his long-term insomnia and poor mental state, he had forgotten to tell the police such an important clue. Inspector Tolley secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Klein's question had been answered. He knew that the Nighthawks had found a clue. Officer Gate, on the other hand, was surprised and curious. He couldn't help but scrutinize the psychologist, Klein. This is in line with the characteristic of resentment gradually entangling and gathering bit by bit. Klein basically confirmed his answer after receiving the feedback. And now, he had two ways to help Sir Deweyville get rid of his problems. One was to set up an altar around him and use ritualistic magic to completely remove the resentment of death. The other was to use other mysticism methods to find the root of the problem and solve the problem at its root. Considering the rule of not letting ordinary people know of the existence of beyonder powers, Klein decided to try the second method first. If it didn't work, he would pray to the goddess. Sir, you are suffering from a mental illness, a mental problem. He looked at Deweyville and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Sir Deweyville frowned and countered with a question. Are you implying that I'm a mental patient and need to go to a mental asylum? No, it's not that serious. In fact, most people have some sort of mental problem. Klein comforted him. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm a psychologist from the Awa County Police Department. A psychologist? Deweyville and his butler looked at the familiar face, Inspector Tolley. Tolley nodded solemnly, indicating that it was indeed the case. Okay, then what do I need to do to cooperate with the treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, bodyguard, and servant could hear the cries and moans. Daver gripped his cane with both hands, looking puzzled. Klein answered in a professional manner, that's right. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Please ask your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tolley, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment for the initial treatment. Heal him with magic. Inspector Tolley silently added as he nodded at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville was silent for a dozen seconds. Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor. Yes, sir. Butler Cullen did not argue, because the person who made the request was a regular police officer, a probationary inspector, and a psychologist. After watching them leave and close the door, Klein looked at the dark blonde, blue-eyed Deweyville. Sir, please lie on the bed, relax, and try to fall asleep. All right. Deweyville hung his coat and hat on the rack, walked slowly to the bed, and lay down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off the pendant and quickly used a spirit pendulum to make a simple judgment. Then, he sat on a rocking chair near the end of the bed, outlined the light sphere, and entered cogitation, allowing the spirituality of the world to appear before him. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back into the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing his astral projection to make contact with the outside world. He was using the technique of dream divination, allowing himself to communicate with the vengeful thoughts that plagued Sir Deweyville in a spiritual environment that resembled a dream. Only by communicating could he obtain an answer and resolve the problem. Sob, sob, sob. Sorrowful cries reverberated in Klein's ears as he saw transparent white figures appear around him. Groan. 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 Painful groans sounded as Klein, who had barely regained his ability to think, reached out his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures turned into moths flying into a flame as they threw themselves at him one after another. Klein's vision turned blurry as his head felt like it had been split into two. Half of it was calmly examining itself, while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror was a strong young girl dressed like a worker. She was walking in a dusty factory, her head throbbing with pain. Her vision turned blurry at times, and her body became thinner by the day. She fancied she heard someone calling her Charlotte, and saying that she was suffering from general hysteria. Hysteria? She looked into the mirror and saw a faint blue line on her gums. The camera turned, and Klein seemed to see a girl named Mary again. She was also walking in a lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, one side of her face began to twitch, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You're suffering from epilepsy," she heard someone say as her body convulsed. She convulsed and collapsed, becoming more and more intense until she lost consciousness. It was another girl. She was sulking and wandering around the streets like an idiot. She even had a language barrier. Her headache was very bad, her gums had blue lines, and she would twitch from time to time. She met a doctor, who said, "Lafferty, you're affected by lead." The doctor looked at her pitifully, watching her convulse again, several times in a row, watching her eyes lose all light. Images appeared in Klein's mind. Half of him was immersed in them, and the other half was observing calmly. Suddenly, he understood what had happened to these girls. They were female workers who had been exposed to lead white and dust for a long time. They died of lead poisoning. Coincidentally, Sir Deweyville owned a lead factory and 2 ceramic factories. All of them employed relatively cheap female workers. Klein watched everything in silence. He felt that there was only one thing that he had not figured out. Such death vengeance was negligible. Even if it accumulated, it was impossible for it to affect reality or Deweyville. Unless there was a stronger and more persistent resentment that turned them into one. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old and was glazing porcelain in the factory. "Haley, how have you been recently? Do you feel any headaches? If it's serious, remember to tell me. Sir Deweyville has stipulated that people with severe headaches are not allowed to come into contact with lead. They have to leave the factory," an elderly lady said with concern. Haley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "That's right. A little bit. It's okay." "Then tell me tomorrow if it's serious," the older woman urged. Haley agreed. When she got home, she pressed her forehead from time to time. She saw her parents and brothers coming back from outside, and saw their faces full of sorrow. "Your father and brother lost their jobs," her mother said, wiping away her tears. Her father and brother lowered their heads and whispered, "We'll find something to do at the docks. But we don't even have money for bread the day after tomorrow. Maybe we have to move to the innermost part of Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with red eyes. "When can you get your salary? It's 10 soldi, right?" Haley pinched her forehead again. "Yes, Saturday. Saturday." She didn't say anything else and was as quiet as usual. The next day, she returned to the factory and told her supervisor that her headache was gone. She smiled. Every day, she walked 5 kilometers to work and another 5 kilometers home. She rubbed her head more and more frequently. "Haven't you found a job yet?" Haley looked at the black bread boiling in the soup and couldn't help but ask her father and brother. Her father said in distress, "The economy has been bad recently. Many places are retrenching. Even the docks are working one day and resting the next. They only get 3 soldi and 7 pence a week." Haley sighed and didn't say anything else. She was as quiet as ever, but she hid her suddenly convulsing left hand behind her back. The next day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the number of people on the streets gradually increased. Suddenly, she convulsed. Her entire body was convulsing. She collapsed to the side of the road, foaming at the mouth. She looked at the sky, and her vision began to blur. She saw people coming and going, people approaching, a carriage passing by, and the white dove coat of arms of the Deweyville family spreading its wings. She tried her best to open her mouth, but no sound came out. Therefore, she didn't say anything and was as quiet as usual. The scene began to distort, turn illusory, and disappear. Klein left the dreamlike experience as his vision adjusted to the darkness of the bedroom. He knew that his brother, Banson, earned £1 for 10 soldi, which was equivalent to 30 soldi a week. According to the standards of a normal commoner, it was tough for him and Melissa to raise them. He believed that most workers earn 20 soldi a week. He had heard Melissa mention before that in the lower streets of Iron Cross Street, there were families of 5, 7, or even 10 people living in the same room. He learned from Banson that in the past few months, the kingdom's economy had been in a slump due to the situation in the southern continent. He also learned that maids who did chores, including food and lodging, earned 3 soldi, 6 pence, to 6 soldi a week. Klein reached out and pinched his glabella. He didn't speak for a long time until Sir Deweyville, who was lying in bed, spoke. "Officer, aren't you going to say something? The psychiatrist I hired in the past would chat with me in such an environment and ask me questions. However, I do feel peaceful. I was about to fall asleep, but I didn't hear any moans or cries." "How did you do it?" Klein leaned against the back of the rocking chair and answered with a question instead of an answer. "Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead?" Deweyville, who was lying on the bed, was silent for a few seconds before he said, "I didn't know in the past, but I found out later." "Are you saying that my psychological problem, or rather my mental illness, is due to guilt? Guilt towards those female lead workers and glaze workers?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued like how he always did when he had the initiative in a negotiation. "Yes, I did feel guilty in the past, but I have long compensated them. In my lead factory and porcelain factory, every worker's salary is much higher than in similar places. In Bakeland, the female lead workers and glaze workers don't earn more than 8 soldi a week, but I pay them 10 soldi, or even more. Many people blame me for making them lose their morals and making it difficult for them to recruit workers. If it weren't for the repeal of the Corn Act, many farmers would have gone bankrupt and moved to the city. They would have had to follow my lead and raise their salaries. I also told the supervisor of the factory to tell the workers who have multiple headaches and blurred vision to leave the places where they can come into contact with lead. If they are seriously ill, they can also apply for help from my charity fund. I think I've done enough." Klein's tone didn't change at all. "Sometimes, sir, you can never imagine the importance of a wage to a poor man. Even a week or two of unemployment can cause irreversible and tragic damage to his family." He paused for a moment before asking, "I'm very curious. Since you're so kind, why didn't you add anti-dust and lead poisoning equipment to the factory?" Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed bitterly. "That will make my cost unacceptably high, and I can't compete with other lead and porcelain factories at all. I don't care too much about the income in this aspect anymore, and I'm even willing to subsidize some of the money. But what's the point of always doing this? This can only help a small number of workers. It can't become the standard of the industry and drive them to make changes. This will turn into me purely spending money to support people. I've heard that some factories even secretly use slaves in order to save costs." Klein crossed his hands and remained silent for a moment. "Sir, your psychological problems stem from the accumulation of guilt, even though you think that it has already faded and disappeared. Originally, this shouldn't have had any obvious effects, but something triggered you, igniting all the problems in an instant, all of them." "Something triggered me? I didn't know of such a thing," Deweyville said with doubt and certainty. Klein allowed his body to sway gently with the rocking chair as he calmly explained, "You just slept for a few minutes. You actually fell asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something. Hypnosis treatment?" Deweyville habitually made guesses and came to a conclusion. Klein didn't give a direct answer. He directly said, "You once saw a female worker who died on the way to work in a carriage. She passed away due to lead poisoning, and she was glazing your porcelain. Deweyville rubbed his sun acupoints and muttered with uncertainty, there seems to be such a thing. But I can't remember it clearly. Prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could vaguely recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment and stopped squeezing his poor brain. Instead, he asked, what's the female worker's name? What I mean is, what should I do to treat my psychological problems? Klein answered in a low and concise manner. 2 things. First, the female worker's name is Haley Walker. That's what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you need to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, publicize the dangers of lead in newspapers and magazines. Let your charity fund help more workers who have been harmed. If you can become a member of the House of Lords, push for legislation in this regard. Deweyville slowly sat up and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'll do the other things, but legislation? I don't think it's possible because there are still foreign competitors. Legislation will only cause the kingdom's industries to fall into an overall crisis. They will go bankrupt one after another, and a large number of workers will lose their jobs. The Poor Relief Association won't be able to save that many people. He unhurriedly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He looked at Klein. Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to get her information from the porcelain factory and get her parents here. Officer, please wait with me and constantly assess my mental state. All right. Klein slowly stood up and patted his black and white checkered police uniform. 11 in the morning, in the living room on the first floor of Deweyville's house. Klein, who had been silent all this while, sat on a single-seater sofa as he silently watched a man and a woman being led in by butler Cullen. The 2 guests had rough skin and wrinkles on their faces. The man's back was slightly hunched, while the woman had a mole on her eyelid. They basically matched what Klein had seen through Haley, but they were older and more haggard. They were so thin that one could almost see their bones. Their clothes were old and tattered. It was said that they couldn't even live in Lower Street of Iron Cross Street. Woo, in Klein's spiritual perception, a cold wind began to swirl. He pinched his glabella and turned his gaze to Sir Deweyville. He saw that a pale, transparent, and distorted figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. Good morning, Honorable Sir, Haley's parents said in an abnormally reserved manner as they bowed. Deweyville rubbed his forehead and asked, Are you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she have a brother and a 2-year-old sister? Haley's mother answered fearfully, Her brother broke his leg at the harbor some time ago. We got him to stay at home to take care of his sister. Deweyville fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. I express my deep sympathy for Haley's misfortune. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Haley's parents reddened. They opened their mouths and said in a jumble of words, Thank you. Thank you for your kind intentions. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning. That should be the word, right? Oh, my poor child. She was only 17. She was always very quiet and stubborn. You sent someone to visit her and paid for her burial. She was buried in Raphael Cemetery. Deweyville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a heavy tone, This is our negligence. This is actually our negligence. I need to apologize. I've considered it. I need to compensate you and Haley. Her weekly salary is 10 soldi, right? That's 540 soldi a year. Yes, £27. Let's assume that she can work for at least another 10 years. Cullen, give £300 to Haley's parents, £3,300? Haley's father and mother were stunned. They didn't even have more than £1 when they were at their most prosperous. It wasn't only them. The bodyguards and servants in the living room had looks of shock and envy. Even Sheriff Gate couldn't help but let his breathing turn heavy. His weekly salary was only £2, while a constable with only a V under him was only £1. Amidst an indescribable silence, Butler Cullen came out of the study with a bulging cloth bag in his hand. He opened the cloth bag, revealing stacks of notes inside. There were notes of £1 and £5, but most of them were notes of 1 soldi and 5 soldi. It was obvious that Deweyville had gotten someone to exchange for change from the bank ahead of time. This is a token of Sir's goodwill. After receiving his master's approval, Cullen handed the cloth bag to Haley's parents. Haley's parents took it, rubbed their eyes, and read it over and over again. No, T, this is too generous. We shouldn't accept it, they said as they gripped the cloth bag tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, this is for Haley. This is what Haley should have gotten. Why, you are truly a noble and benevolent sir. Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in excitement. A smile appeared on their faces, a smile that they couldn't contain. They praised Sir Deweyville over and over again, they repeated the few adjectives they knew, and they said again and again that Haley would be grateful to him in heaven. Cullen, get someone to send them back. Yes, send them to the bank. First. Deweyville heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the cloth bag tightly and quickly walked to the door, not daring to stay any longer. Klein saw the white, translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville attempt to reach out to them, attempting to leave with them, but they smiled abnormally brightly and didn't turn back. The figure became fainter and fainter, and soon, it completely disappeared. And from Klein's senses, the coldness in the living room returned to normal. From beginning to end, he only watched in silence without giving any opinion. Officer, I feel much better. Can you tell me now why my butler, servants, and bodyguards can also hear crying and moaning? Shouldn't this be a psychological problem unique to me? Deweyville looked over curiously. Inspector Tolley, who knew what was going on, instantly turned nervous. Klein answered without any expression, in psychology, it's a case of hysteria. In psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria. Mass hysteria? Sir Deweyville, who had interacted with many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had given him. His butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a sound without his permission, no matter how curious they were. Instead, it was Sergeant Gate who looked at Klein with a puzzled expression, as though he had never heard of such a concept before. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the sofa's armrest and explained in a soothing voice, humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Humans are creatures that are easily deceived by their own senses. Group hysteria is a psychological problem caused by mental tension and other factors affecting each other in the same group. His string of professional terms left Sir Deweyville, Sergeant Gate, and the others confused. They subconsciously chose to believe him. Let me give you a simple example. This is a case I once handled. A gentleman held a banquet and invited a total of 35 guests. During the banquet, he suddenly felt nauseous and vomited on the spot. It was followed by severe diarrhea. Once, twice, thrice. He began to believe that he was suffering from food poisoning. As he headed to the hospital, he shared his guess with his guests. In the next 2 hours, more than 30 of the 35 guests had diarrhea and 26 vomited. They filled the emergency ward of the hospital. The doctors conducted a detailed examination and comparison and concluded that the gentleman wasn't poisoned. The cause was gastrointestinal inflammation caused by the change in the weather and the ice-cold alcohol. What was most surprising was that none of the guests who came to the hospital were poisoned. In fact, none of them were really sick. This is mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded slightly and exclaimed, I understand now. Humans are indeed prone to deceiving themselves. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that a lie repeated 100 times would become the truth. Sergeant, how should I address you? You are the most professional psychiatrist I've ever seen. Inspector Moretti. Klein pointed at his epaulette. Sir, your problem has been resolved. You can try to sleep now and let me confirm if there are any other problems. If you can have a good dream, please allow us to bid you farewell and not wait for you to wake up. All right. Deweyville rubbed his forehead, picked up his cane, and walked up the stairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, the carriage with the police coat of arms left the fountain in front of Lord Deweyville's door. When Sergeant Gate got out of the car and returned to his station, Inspector Tolley looked at Klein and said half jokingly and half complimented, Mr. I actually thought you were a real psychologist. He didn't finish his sentence because he saw that the young man in the black and white checkered uniform didn't show any expression. His eyes were dark and deep, and the corners of his mouth barely curled up. I've only come into contact with some before. Inspector Toller was silent until the carriage stopped outside 36 Zutland Street. Thank you for helping Sir Deweyville get rid of his troubles and regain his sleep. He extended his hand and shook Klein's. Thank done for me. Klein nodded slightly. All right. He walked up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked on the door and entered the captain's office. Is it done? Dunn was waiting for his lunch. It's done. Klein rubbed his forehead and said simply and truthfully, the root of the problem lies in the lead and porcelain factories under Sir Deweyville's name. Ever since they were established, there have been too many deaths from lead poisoning. And every incident would result in Sir Deweyville receiving a bit of lingering spirituality that turned into resentment. Typically speaking, this wouldn't cause too much of a problem. At most, it would cause people to have nightmares. Dunn had dealt with similar cases before and was rather experienced. Klein nodded slightly. Yes, that was how things were supposed to go, but unfortunately, Sir Deweyville met a female worker with lead poisoning on the streets. She happened to collapse by the side of the road and happened to see the Deweyville family coat of arms. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of indignation, worry, and desire. Only when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother, and sister a sum of £300 did these emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. In this era of steam and machinery, it's not uncommon. Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. He sighed and said, because the workers who make the flax will wet the materials and themselves, they will generally suffer from bronchitis and joint diseases. In a factory with heavy dust, even if there isn't any poisoning, it will still accumulate into lung problems. Phew, we don't have to talk about this. With the development of the kingdom, I believe that these problems will be solved. Klein, tonight, let's find a restaurant to celebrate you becoming an official member. Klein thought for a moment and said, tomorrow night. Captain. Tomorrow night. Captain, I've used my spirit vision for too long today, and I've also used dream divination to directly communicate with those vengeful spirits. I feel very tired. I wish to go home in the afternoon and have a good rest. Is that okay? Yes, I'll go to the divination club at 4 or 5 to observe the members' reactions to Han S. Vincent's sudden death. No problem. That's only right. Dunn chuckled. Then let's do it tomorrow night at the Old Wayville restaurant. I'll get Roshan to reserve a table. Klein stood up with his police cap and bowed. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn raised his hand and said, wait a minute. Did you just say that Sir Deweyville gave that female worker's parents a sum of £300 as compensation? Yes. Klein nodded and understood why the captain stopped him. You're worried that they'll meet with misfortune because of this sum of money? Dunn sighed. I've seen such things happen many times. Give me their addresses. I'll get Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen and move to another city to start a new life. All right, Klein replied in a deep voice. After doing all this, he left Dunn's room and entered the lounge diagonally opposite. He changed into his formal attire and left his police uniform in his wardrobe. Riding the public carriage, Klein silently returned to Daffodil Street. He took off his coat and hat, found the leftovers from the previous night, heated them up, and ate the last piece of oatmeal bread to fill his stomach. Then, he climbed up to the second floor, hung up his clothes, and collapsed onto the bed. When he woke up, his pocket watch showed that it was already 2:10 in the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, its rays shining through the clouds. In the brilliant golden light, Klein stood beside the study table and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old and tattered clothes as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew. He slowly exhaled, finally shaking off his gloominess. One had to take things one step at a time. One had to advance through the sequence. Everything had to be like this. He shook his head and sat down. He began to summarize and sort out his encounters from last week. He repeated the key points he had memorized so as to prevent himself from forgetting or missing anything. 2:55 p.m. Above the blurry, boundless, grayish-white, and empty mist, a majestic temple stood tall, and an ancient, mottled bronze table was quietly placed on it. On the high-backed chair at the head of the long table, there was already a man shrouded in a thick gray fog. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he extended his hand and tapped the crimson star that symbolized justice and the hanging man Bakeland, Empress Burrow. Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and walked lightly to her bedroom. Suddenly, she sensed something. She turned her head and looked into the shadows of the balcony. As expected, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, quietly sitting and watching. Audrey sighed silently and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Then, she leaned over and looked down at the golden retriever. Susie, that's not right. You're peeping. A spectator should watch openly from their own position. The golden retriever looked up at her master and wagged her tail cooperatively. After a few nagging words, Audrey did not dare to delay any further. She returned to her bedroom. In the few seconds between opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a strange thought. I wonder if Mr. Fool can let Susie enter that mysterious space. That way, we'll have 4 members in the tarot. And they'll all be beyonders. No, Susie doesn't even know how to speak. If she were to express her opinions and exchange ideas, what would happen? Woof woof woof? A woo? A woo? Pooey, why am I barking like a dog here? Just imagining such a scene is very strange. A dog suddenly barking in a mysterious and serious gathering. Mr. Fool will definitely kick us out of the tarot. Audrey locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. She took out an old yellowish-brown piece of paper from under her pillow. She read it a few times and began to enter the state of a spectator. Somewhere in the Sonia Sea, the ancient sailboat that was pursuing the listener had already left the Rorstad archipelago. Navigator Alger Wilson was worried that there would be an error with the mechanical wall clock, so he entered the captain's cabin half an hour ahead of time to prevent his subordinates from seeing anything unexpected. In front of him was a glass of almost transparent liquor, and the rich fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Thinking of the gathering that was about to begin, the endless gray fog that appeared in front of him in the hotel corridor, and the mysterious fool sitting in the middle of the fog, Alger trembled slightly again. He picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the feelings in his heart. Soon, he regained his composure. He was still as calm and steady as ever. Above the gray fog, huge stone pillars propped up a magnificent temple. 2 dark red blobs suddenly appeared beside the ancient and mottled bronze table. They stretched into illusory figures. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey, who seemed to have a hazy effect, bowed and smiled. It's a pity that there's no good wine here. Otherwise, I would be able to toast to your successful attempt. She was referring to the matter of ritualistic magic. Your strength far exceeds our imagination, Alger Wilson praised as well. Klein's body was still shrouded in an extremely thick gray fog. He pressed his right hand down and spoke as though he was answering an ordinary question. Very good. This shows that we are on a fruitful path. In the future, if you have something on and can't leave on Monday afternoon, hold the ritual ahead of time and inform me. Yes, you just need to change the contents of the incantation, such as pray for a sweet dream, to a specific reason. All right. Audrey nodded her head briskly. Mr. Fool, I've obtained another page of Roselle the Great's diary. I should still be missing a page. This week, I've been far from land, so I haven't been able to find a new one. Alger pressed his right hand to his chest and bent forward to express his apology. Don't worry about it. This matter is destined to take a long time. Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his index finger on the armrest. He looked at Miss Justice and said, You can express the diary now. Audrey bowed slightly. By your will. She picked up the fountain pen that suddenly appeared on the table and carefully recalled the runes that she had forcefully memorized and expressed the will she wanted to express. In just a few seconds, she saw that the goatskin in front of her was filled with dense, neat, and orderly content. After checking it, she put down the fountain pen and said, It's done. Klein gently raised his hand, and the goatskin suddenly appeared in his palm. His gaze moved down and he began reading without any emotions. 9th July. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also known as the grace of God, the pathway of God, why is the slate that records the complete 22 sequence pathways called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what a loaded term. Who exactly has it blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? Why can they grasp all the sequence pathways? What else is recorded on it? I really want to take a look. July 12th. Today, I learned a fact. Sealed artifacts are an important part of the Church's strength, even if some of them are extremely dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship has the fewest sealed artifacts, so the relative danger is also the lowest. Did I join an organization with no future? No, I should think of it this way. Only a piece of paper is good for drawing. A weak organization is best. 14th July. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zeradal again. He's actually the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted, and he nearly had an abnormal reaction. In the information of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Zeradal family only had a certain relationship with the Secret Order. But when it came to Roselle the Great, the mysterious Mr. Zeradal was further proven to be the leader of the Secret Order. From the looks of it, the Secret Order's grasp of the seer sequence pathway is unquestionable. As Klein was reading the diary, Audrey looked up and habitually began observing. However, her line of sight, her gaze, was completely blocked by the thick gray fog. After a moment of shock, Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and turned her head in panic, looking at the illusory crimson stars. I was too rash, too bold, and too foolish to actually want to observe Mr. Fool. Thankfully, he isn't angry. Audrey secretly stuck out her tongue and pretended to be enjoying the scenery leisurely. All she was missing was a lively tune. Alger sat there in silence, staring straight at the surface of the long bronze table, as though he was facing a real deity. Klein reined in his thoughts and swept his gaze to the end of the diary. After learning that I became a savant, Mr. Zeradal said that I had chosen a path that was destined to be dangerous but relatively safe in the early stages. When I asked why, he only smiled and said that the secrets hidden in the sequence pathways were much more than I imagined. I couldn't help but ask him which sequence pathway it was, and he told me that his sequence was sequence 9. It's a seer. I deliberately said sarcastically, don't tell me that every seer hides half of what they say and never explains things clearly? Furthermore, he's clearly a high sequence beyonder, so there's no need for him to act as a seer. That Mr. Zeradal said that this was a habit he had developed since he was a seer, and that it was the only way to pique my curiosity and get me to cooperate with him. He hoped that I could help him steal a dangerous sealed artifact from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. It was a relic of the Antigonus family. Clearly, this matter would only be possible after I became a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. I also asked Mr. Zeradal how long it would take to digest the potion using the acting method, and what criteria he used to measure it. He told me that at low sequence beyonders, as long as one acts strictly, it wouldn't take more than half a year to digest the potion. The fastest would even take a month. And the criteria for measuring it was very simple. Once it was completely digested, every beyonder would immediately experience it. If it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. I continued to ask for details and specifics, but he smiled without saying a word. K smiling without saying a word. When I become a high sequence beyonder, I'll beat up every seer I see. Emperor, rest in peace. Klein read it a few times before casting his gaze back at Justice and the hanging man. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's our honor. Audrey was still in a state of shock. How could she still remember that she was a spectator? She looked at the hanging man and organized her words. Where can I find psychological alchemy? Psychological alchemy. Klein suddenly recalled the gentleman who had bought the supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion in Tingen City's underground market. Perhaps he's a member of psychological alchemy. Just as Klein was considering how to approach him, the hanging man, Alger Wilson, shook his head and said, Miss Justice, firstly, I don't know any clues. Secondly, I don't think there's a need for you to be in such a hurry to find psychological alchemy. Your current focus should be on digesting the spectator potion. Audrey quickly glanced at the fool. Seeing that he had no intention of adding anything, she nodded in disappointment. I only wish to have ample time to prepare and interact with them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and end my acting? Is there any standard for judgment? I don't experience any irritability or hearing ravings anymore. The hanging man, Alger glanced at the fool in the gray fog. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he deliberated and said, if you don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. If I don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait for at least 3 years. After confirming that there are no symptoms of mania, auditory hallucinations, or visual hallucinations, I'll use a simple method to determine it, which is to exhaust myself to the limit. In this state, if I still don't hear any crazy whispers or see anything strange, it means that I can advance. As for the acting method, I've only just come into contact with it. It feels good, so it shouldn't take 3 years. That's as good as not saying anything. 3 years is too long. Audrey lampooned inwardly. Just as she had that thought, she suddenly heard a light knocking sound. Audrey was stunned at first, but she was immediately delighted. She turned her head and saw the fool tapping on the edge of the long table. Alger sat even more upright, waiting for the fool to speak. Klein's tone was normal as he said, "For low-sequence beyonders, as long as you act strictly, you can completely digest it in half a year. It's not impossible for you to do it in a month." He looked at Justice and added, "It's a sign of complete digestion. When the time comes, you will naturally understand without needing anyone to teach you." "A month. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Fool." Audrey's joy was beyond words. "Miss Justice, don't think that you're the chosen one. The point is that it'll take half a year." Klein raised his right hand and placed it by his mouth. "Half a year," Alger repeated softly. From his tone, Audrey acutely sensed joy, relief, and strong doubts. "What's he doubting?" Audrey said thoughtfully, "Mr. Fool, do you have any plans to add new members?" Klein relaxed and leaned back. He had already prepared a reply. In the beginning, it was just an experiment. There weren't many considerations. But now, as a regular gathering, the members have to be strictly selected. Secrecy is our aim. Audrey nodded slightly. In other words, there needs to be observation, recommendation, and assessment procedures. Yes, procedures. You're not wrong to understand it that way, Klein gave an affirmative answer. He was thinking about how to ask the secret order about the clown potion and the secret order. How should I ask in a way that matches my identity? Klein fell into a dilemma. At this moment, seeing that Justice didn't have anything else to do, Alger took the initiative to speak. "I heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true Creator, which is also the holy sanctuary that they promote." "The true Creator?" Audrey asked in puzzlement. "That's an ancient existence that many mysterious organizations and sects believe in. They believe that the Creator isn't completely dead, and that his remnant core is the true Creator." Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the fifth epoch, the true Creator has appeared in many forms, such as the hanging giant, the eye behind the shadow curtain. Many people believe that when Roselle the Great invented the tarot cards, he referred to the image of the true Creator, which resulted in the card the Hanging Man. Having said that, he looked at Klein. "There's nothing wrong with what I said, right, Mr. Fool? Is this a test of my opinion of the true Creator?" Klein recalled the bloody naked man nailed to a cross in Captain Hannes Vincent's dream, and he immediately had an idea. Be it hanging upside down or shadows, don't they all have an evil aura? Hence, he chuckled. "I prefer to call him the fallen Creator." "The fallen Creator." Fallen. The Hanging Man. Alger ruminated over the fool's words as if he was deep in thought. But in his heart, what echoed was the other party's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. That was a kind of equal attitude. If not for the previous ritual, Alger might have thought that the fool was just bluffing, using the means of elevating himself to shock himself and Justice. But now, he would rather believe that even if the fool wasn't as good as the true Creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. Alger muttered silently before saying with a smile, "Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate." "Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, any Beyonder who believes in the true Creator, no, the fallen Creator, has a higher percentage of people losing control than normal. The rest are mostly lunatics. This is also mentioned in the Nighthawk's internal information. And the so-called lunatics don't mean that they've lost their rationality, but that their worldview has become abnormally distorted." Klein maintained his sitting posture and didn't respond to the Hanging Man's words. He was still considering how to ask the secret order and the clown potion, but he couldn't find a way that matched his identity. Unfortunately, this place is still fundamentally different from online dating platforms. Otherwise, I could create a SMF account to join and be in charge of asking questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. Maybe one day, I'll learn something similar to mirror magic, and I can give it a try. For example, making half of the members be my SMF account. There are 22 chairs here, and 22 tarot cards. It corresponds perfectly, but when I wanted a temple, I didn't call myself the fool, nor did I think of building a tarot. This symbolizes the 22 sequence pathways. I wanted a shrine, so a shrine appeared. I wanted a SMF, so would a SMF appear. Seeing that the fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, didn't speak again, Audrey sighed and said curiously, "It sounds terrifying." "That sounds terrifying." "Well, Mr. Hanged Man, can you tell me in detail about the various mysterious organizations and sects? It's difficult for me to come into contact with these things in my daily life, so I can only learn about them through you." "I'll pay you." "What do you want?" "Good question. Miss Justice, you've taken on the responsibility of my SMF account to a certain extent. This way, the hanging man will definitely mention the secret order. You're the best sidekick." Klein perked up when he heard that, but he didn't let his emotions show through his expression or actions. Alger thought and said, "I need a sum of money." "I need a sum of money, 1,000 pounds. It's best if it's unnumbered banknotes or freshly mined gems. I'll calculate it according to the monthly average price of the Backland jewelry market, 1,000 pounds. That's a huge sum of money, and it's enough to buy a house in Tianjin. It's not just anyone, but captain is captain, captain is captain. Lady or single, 1,000 pounds is captain, 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 1,000 captain, 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 man, and captain, 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 man, also, captain is captain could even if, captain, is captain doesn't also, captain, means, and captain of captain, of captain, even captain is, captain's only hey hells, in captain is of captain. For a single lady or lady, 2,000 pounds is enough for her to live a decent life for the rest of her life. A stable annual income of 2,000 pounds would be around 100 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Audrey blurted out in surprise before replying in a light and cheerful tone, "No problem." "Should I send it to the previous address?" From Miss Justice's tone, she seems to think it's very cheap. Klein didn't let his gaze shift over. Alger remained silent for more than 20 seconds before saying, "Yes. Send it to the Warrior and the Sea Bar, Pelican Street, Pritz Harbor's White Rose Borough. Give it to the boss, Williams. Tell him that the captain wants it." "All right." Audrey leaned back slightly and posed as a spectator. "Mr. the Hanging Man, you may begin." Alger glanced at the fool, deliberated for a moment, and slowly said, "Let's start with the Moses Ascetic Order. It's the earliest secret organization. Of course, many people believe that the earliest secret organization should be the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be members of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey retorted sullenly. "The Church of the Goddess is the earliest secret organization?" This was the first time Klein had heard of such a theory. "What exactly happened in the fourth epoch or the third epoch?" Alger smiled and said, "These truths have long been buried in ancient history. The only thing that can be confirmed is that no one has ever said that the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once secret organizations. Alright, let's save time and get back to the topic at hand. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans who saw the blasphemy slate. They believed in an impersonal deity known as the Hidden Sage. This is described as a deity, but it's closer to a concept, a natural law. For example, all things are numeric, and the Hidden Sage is the embodiment of numeric. For example, knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Therefore, in the early days, the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization. They had a good relationship with the various churches. The members of this organization use ascetic cultivation to resist losing control and resolve the remnant effects of the potion. They also strictly keep it a secret and adhere to morality and precepts. They believe that people will constantly reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 they control is called Mystery Prior. The term warlock also came from this organization. Audrey savored the description of the hanging man and asked sharply, You said that the Moses Ascetic Order was a very respected organization in the early days. Are they not now? Alger nodded indiscernibly. Yes, they have already degenerated into an evil organization. Why? I think their concept is very good. It's very normal. Audrey expressed her puzzlement. This was also what puzzled Klein. The information he had access to with his security clearance did not record the reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration. Alger looked at the unfathomable and silent fool and tersely acknowledged. I'm not sure of the true reason. It might have been completely covered by the dust of history, but I know a shocking explanation. In that explanation, the main reason for the Moses Ascetic Order's degeneration is that the god they believe in, which is the hidden sage, came alive. He became a personified evil god. Came alive? How? How did he come back to life? Audrey asked in an inconceivable and incomprehensible tone. She had unknowingly exited her spectator state. It's just like a ghost story. Furthermore, that ghost is a deity. Klein's heart stirred up a storm. I'm sorry, but no one knows the answer. Alger had wanted to casually say, perhaps Mr. Fool knows, but he resisted the urge. This was because he had already been on the brink of danger once today. Chapter 5, verse 7 of the Book of Storms had a sentence that was still fresh in Alger's memory. Do not test God. Audrey restrained her emotions and did not pursue the matter. She gestured for him to continue. Klein maintained his sitting posture and maintained his silence. He verified the contents of the hanged man's description with what he knew. In the end, he realized that there were 4 points that he needed to pay attention to. First, the Demonis sect was also known as the Demonis family in the 4th epoch. Back then, they had few members and relied on bloodline reproduction to maintain themselves. Furthermore, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Therefore, all the members were women. Of course, this is what Alger said. There's no way to verify whether it's true or not. Second, the Charismatic Order, which believes in death, and the Rose School, which likes bloody sacrifices, both originated from the southern continent. After the colonial era, they were nearly wiped out by the Seven Gods Church, but as a result, they spread to the northern continent. Third, the psychological alchemy is similar to the early Moses Ascetic Order. They believe in an impersonal existence and believe that the human spirit can transform everything. Fourth, the secret order is the organization with the lowest activity frequency among all the secret organizations. Therefore, they are the least understood by others. Every time they appear, they seem to be pursuing something or searching for something. Pursuing what? Searching for what? Klein suddenly thought of the diary he had just read. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, was working with Roselle in order to obtain a relic of the Antigonus family. And their appearance this time is to retrieve the lost notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes, feeling as though he had grasped the core of the secret order's actions. They are after the relic of the Antigonus family. Klein resisted the urge to tap the edge of the table as thoughts ran through his mind. They are searching for traces of the Antigonus family. If I want to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order, this is where I need to start. After exchanging information, Klein announced the end of the gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. After severing the connection and seeing their figures shatter and vanish, Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted to imagine a Smurf account. Just as he had this thought, he saw a figure appear at the bottom of the long bronze table. The figure was wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat. Its expression was blank, and its actions were stiff. Even with the illusory gray fog enveloping it, it was obvious that something was wrong with it. This won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and giving up on the idea of creating a Smurf account. He tried other things before continuing to sit above the gray fog, at the head of the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said before casting his gaze curiously at the illusory, crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein began to respond to the prayers instead of establishing a connection to the stars. Amidst the silence and tranquility, he didn't obtain any information from the dozen or so crimson stars nearby. Only by establishing a connection and pulling the person above the gray fog can I respond? Klein nodded in thought, feeling a little disappointed. He didn't wish to go against the wishes of others and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein began preparing to leave, but out of habit, he came into contact with a nearby illusory star. At that moment, he suddenly felt a weak and inconspicuous prayer in the crimson. Prayer? Klein's mind jolted. Using the method he had used to spy on the hanging man, he allowed his spirituality to spread out and touch the crimson blob. A blurry and distorted scene immediately appeared in front of him. He could vaguely see a brownish-haired youth kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. The youth was wearing tight black clothes that were completely different from the fashion trends in the Kingdom of Ruan. It was also very different from the traditional clothes of the Faisak Empire, the Republic of Intis, and other foreign countries that Klein had seen in magazines. His surroundings were dark, and the tables and chairs were old. From time to time, they would be illuminated by light, but Klein couldn't hear the rumbling of thunder or the dripping of rain. In the scene, the youth's hands were clasped against his forehead. His body was bowed forward, and he was constantly praying for something. His thick voice buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively, but he discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the youth was saying. It was a language he had never come into contact with before. As the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, I actually don't know a foreign language. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Indignantly, he carefully tried to distinguish it for a while. He was even more serious than when he was taking an English listening test. As he listened, he gradually realized a problem. Although the youth's language wasn't one of the languages he had learned, it was very close to ancient Faisak. There were signs of similarities: father, mother. These two words should mean this, right? It's very similar to ancient Faisak, but there are certain differences. Klein frowned and fell into deep thought. Ancient Faisak is the common language of humans in the fourth epoch. It's the source of all modern languages, and it's also gradually changing. I have no way of confirming it now. He listened again and again, and from the grammatical structure, he eliminated contemporary languages like Ruan, Faisak, and Intis. Is it a variation of ancient Faisak in its long history? Like the words written in the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein wrapped his fingers on the edge of the long bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There's another possibility. Ancient Faisak didn't appear out of thin air. It evolved from the language of the giants. The Faisak Empire in the north has always claimed that its citizens have the blood of the giants. This might be the language of the giants from ancient times. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only pause and retract his spirituality. He no longer watched or listened. He didn't plan on immediately pulling the praying youth up above the gray fog. He wanted to figure out what he was talking about first. Of course, before that, he would often observe and perform basic tests. Phew. Klein exhaled and leaned back in the magnificent temple of gray mist. He wrapped his spirituality around himself and simulated the feeling of falling. After reviewing Roselle's diary, Klein changed into his formal attire and headed for the divination club. He still chose to take the public carriage despite having his salary doubled. However, he extravagantly attended to Mrs. Wendy's business and spent 1.5 to buy a cup of sweet iced tea to ward off the afternoon heat. When he arrived at House Street, Klein threw the paper cup into the trash can and walked to the second floor. Before entering, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision ahead of time. Just as he stepped into the reception hall, Klein immediately felt a faint sense of sorrow. The beautiful receptionist, Angelica, sat there. Her gaze was unfocused and there was a hint of redness in her eyes. Sorrow will eventually pass. Klein came in front of Angelica and said gently and calmly. Angelica suddenly looked up and muttered in a daze, "Mr. Moretti, soon." She snapped out of her daze and asked in surprise, "Why, you know about Mr. Vincent?" "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune teller." "Ah, right. I forgot that you're an outstanding fortune teller." Klein went along with her and sighed. "I can only divine a vague situation. What exactly happened to Mr. Vincent?" "Boss told us that Mr. Vincent suffered a heart attack in his sleep and passed away peacefully." As Angelica spoke, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "He was a kind, polite, and true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of many members. He was still so young. I'm sorry for making you even sadder." Klein didn't console her further as he slowly walked to the meeting room. Angelica took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. Then, she looked at Klein's back and raised her voice. "Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink?" "Black tea." Compared to coffee, Klein preferred it, even though he didn't think much of it. In comparison, he preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea. However, as a gentleman, he shouldn't act like a child in a formal setting. Because it was Monday, there were only 5 or 6 members in the meeting room. In Klein's spirit vision, they all had different emotions. Some were truly sad, some were slightly gloomy, and some seemed to be unaffected. It's all very normal, a normal reaction. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He held his cane and found a random spot. Just as he was about to deactivate his spirit vision, he saw Angelica enter and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, there's a customer looking for you." "Oh, it's the one from last time," the beautiful lady said with a suppressed voice. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. "Yes, I wonder if that man bought the magical medicine according to my instructions. I wonder if he still needs surgery," Angelica pursed her lips. "He's the only person who's willing to wait an afternoon at the club." Klein held his cane, stood up, and walked out without a word. In the reception hall, he saw the man who had come for his divination previously. He also saw that the aura around his liver had returned to normal. His overall coordination was the same. "Congratulations. The taste of health is wonderful." Klein smiled as he extended his hand. Bogda was taken aback at first before he reached out with both hands and grabbed Klein's right palm. "Mr. Moretti, you can indeed see my condition." "Yes, I've recovered. The doctor has asked me again and again, checked me again and again, but he still can't believe that I've recovered just like that." As he listened to Bogda's ecstatic recount, Klein calmly confirmed one thing. The apothecary from Lawson Folk Herb Store was definitely a beyonder. He had seen the severity of the man's liver disease with his own eyes. For him to be cured in a few days had already exceeded the limits of herbal medicine and medical skills. Only a beyonder could explain it. Coupled with Glassy's matter, there was only one answer left. "I want to repent to God. I actually doubted you, doubted that magical apothecary." Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand as he nagged on to express his shame and gratitude. "That £10 was well spent. It bought my life back." "What? £10? You spent £10 for the magical medicine? And the divination fee you gave me was only 8 pence. Only 8 pence, 8 pence. Klein nearly froze when he heard that. At that moment, Bogda released his hands and took a step back with a beaming smile. He bowed respectfully. "I'm here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You pointed me in the right direction and saved my life. This is the result you paid for the divination. There's no need to thank anyone." Klein raised his head slightly and looked at the boundary between the wall and the ceiling in a melancholy manner. He answered in the manner of a charlatan. "You are a true seer," Bogda praised. "I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "Haven't you already recovered?" Klein hid his surprise very well. Bogda surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that the beautiful receptionist wasn't paying attention to him, he chuckled. "That's an herb with mummy powder added. It can be brewed into medicine that both men and women will be satisfied with. I didn't believe that apothecary in the past, but now I have no doubts. There's such a medicine?" For a moment, Klein felt that the apothecary was a cheat. He suspected that he had pushed the gentleman in front of him into a pit of fire. He scrutinized Bogda a few times and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the color of his aura. "Mummy powder?" Klein cautiously grabbed onto a word and asked. "Yes, mummy powder. I've asked a friend. He said that the nobles of Bakeland have been frantically pursuing this item. This powder ground from mummies allows a man to perform perfectly in bed. Although it's disgusting and sounds filthy, it's truly made for nobles." Bogda explained in detail, his eyes filled with urgency. "Mummies? Mummies made from corpses? Powder ground from them?" Klein was flabbergasted and nearly vomited at Bogda. Those nobles sure know how to play. Just as he was about to dissuade him, Glassy, who had a lung disease, happened to enter the shop and heard the rest of Bogda's description. Yes, it's very effective. I recommend you to go to Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy on Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret formula is very effective. Glassy took off his monocle and leaned over with interest. He lowered his voice and recommended, my experience was very, very, very perfect. You know about it too? I was just about to go to Mr. Lawson's Folk Herb Pharmacy. Bogda was completely relieved. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he eagerly left the divination club. As for Klein, he was still in a daze. At 5:20 in the afternoon, he put on his half-top hat, picked up his silver-inlaid black cane, and took a car to Vlad Street. He planned to secretly observe the apothecary named Lawson Darkwaide before deciding if he should report it to the captain. 18 Vlad Street. Klein stood outside the herb shop and saw that the door was tightly shut and that there was a sale notice pasted on it. Very vigilant. He muttered to himself. This way, he wouldn't need to be placed in a difficult position or observe. The next morning, a fully recovered Klein walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady steps. Good morning, Klein. The weather today is very cool. I'm looking forward to the feast tonight. Roshan, who was wearing a light green dress, stood behind the reception desk and greeted him with a smile. Klein deliberately rubbed his belly. Miss Roshan, you shouldn't be discussing such topics at this time. I'm starting to get tired of today's pending mission. I only wish that night would come earlier. Me too. Roshan chuckled. She looked around and gestured for Klein to come closer. Then, she suppressed her voice and said she lowered her voice and said, I saw Madame Daly just now. Spirit medium Daly? Klein asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium in Awa County had always lived in Enmat Harbor, which wasn't too close to Tingen. Yes. Roshan nodded vigorously. But she has already left. Ah, she is the ideal beyonder in my heart. If I could become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingen and travel the world alone. I would go to Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, the southern continent, the plains, the primeval forests, and the snowy plains. Miss, understand the rules and regulations of the Nighthawks. Klein shook his head in amusement. Even if it's Madame Daly, if she wants to leave Enmat Port, she needs to apply and get permission. I know, but you can't remind me at this time and shatter my fantasies. Rosen said angrily. In fact, it's impossible for me to become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. I don't know when I'll die. In my opinion, the so-called beyonders turn themselves into monsters in order to fight them. Archbishop Chainies once said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Klein sighed as he answered the words that left a deep impression on him. In order to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. The two fell silent for a moment. Roshan was the first to recover. She gestured towards the partition. Captain wants you to look for him as soon as you arrive. Okay. Klein took his hat and cane, passed through the partition, knocked on the door, and entered Dunn's office. The middle-aged gentleman with deep gray eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup and smiled. Daly was here. It's not surprising because Roshan told me about it in advance, Klein replied with a smile. Dunn didn't mind his humor. He sighed and said, Daly has been transferred to the Bakelin diocese. That's the most prosperous and crowded city in the world. It also has the most beyonders and opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon than me. Why? Klein sat up straight and asked in confusion. Dunn pondered for more than 10 seconds. She has a unique talent when it comes to grasping and excavating sequence potions. I previously told you that the internal rules of the Nighthawks are that if you want to consume the potion of the next sequence, you have to wait 3 years and undergo a strict examination to prevent losing control. But normally, 3 years isn't enough. I used 3 years to go from sleepless to midnight poet, and 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. A total of 9 years. And from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I'll need. When our bodies grow old and our spirits begin to decline, even if we manage to overcome the hidden dangers, we shouldn't attempt to advance anymore, Because the risk of losing control is so high that no one is willing to take the risk. As for Daly and I, we are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she submitted a special application a year later, hoping to immediately consume the subsequent potion. To everyone's surprise, she successfully passed the more stringent examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. She only took a year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This is only her 5th year as a Beyonder. She's only 24 years old. She's still young enough and has plenty of opportunities. On the surface, she's the most famous spirit medium in Owa County, but in fact, she's a real spirit medium. Isn't this acting? Old Neil seems to have mentioned that Ma'am Daly has similar tendencies. Klein felt that he had grasped the core factor behind Daly's rapid advancement as a spirit medium. Captain, you're still young enough. You're only in your 30s. Klein consoled Dunn and added inwardly, it's just that your memory is a little bad. Dunn drank a mouthful of coffee and shook his head with a wry smile. Why don't you ask Ma'am Daly for advice on how to grasp and excavate the sequence potion? Klein deliberately asked. Dunn put down his coffee cup and rubbed his eyebrows. She wants me to become a real nightmare. I don't know what that means. Acting as a nightmare. Man, a nightmare makes me feel evil. Klein frowned slightly and fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Dunn took out his pipe and took a whiff. I discussed with Daly that the seer potion's follow-up is clown. Without considering the possibility of the secret order deliberately deceiving you, she raised an interesting guess. What guess? Klein's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. He had once used divination to verify if clown was the follow-up potion for seer, and he had obtained a vague answer that was closer to a definite direction. Dunn's deep gray eyes glanced at him as he said in thought, normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. Normal sequence pathways have a progressive relationship. They follow a common point and advance in a domain. For example, Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare. Clearly, they are related to the Evernight, as well as the sleep and tranquility derived from the Evernight. I can imagine that it will be the same in the future, but it will be more powerful and involve a wider range of factors. There might be elements like concealment, disaster, horror, and the crimson moon. Some sequence pathways don't appear to be like that on the surface, but upon careful analysis, one can still discover similarities. For example, assassin and instigator. The similarities they share are that they bring calamity, pain, sorrow, and despair to others. The later sequences should also conform to this pattern. Klein listened attentively and took the initiative to ask, but the seer and clown don't have such a relationship? Yes. Dunn nodded slightly and said, Daly believes that there might be another sequence pathway that has a relationship. After all, we don't know enough. He paused for a moment before continuing. Daly said that in a similar pathway, the low and mid-sequence potions will provide the Beyonder with a brand new ability that doesn't seem to have anything to do with the one before. At a certain stage of qualitative change, these abilities will mix together and evolve into an abnormally powerful job that includes them. In other words, it's not progressive, but a relationship of decomposition and combination. Seeing that Klein was a little confused, Dunn raised his right hand and said, normal sequence pathways are progressive. The normal sequence pathway is progressive, just like everyone's body. Starting from a young age, they grow taller bit by bit, becoming stronger, heavier, and more mature. And special sequence pathways are like this. Upon saying this, Dunn curled his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then, he curled his index finger. This is sequence 8. Following that, he slowly curled his remaining fingers one by one. Each finger is independent of each other. It doesn't seem to be related, but in the end. When he said the word in the end, Dunn's 5 fingers were all curled into a hard fist. I understand. Klein was enlightened, agreeing with Ma Daly's guess and the captain's analogy. Maybe that's really the case? He nodded thoughtfully. Sequence 8 Clown is completely different from Sequence 9 Seer. It has a brand new ability, and according to the Nighthawk's internal information, the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 Clown don't have any similarities. After a moment of silence, Klein pressed curiously. At what stage will different abilities combine and undergo a qualitative change? Dunn took a sip of his coffee and chuckled. daily, and I guessed that it's sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted out. Because according to the Church's classification of sequence pathways, sequence 4 is the starting point for a high sequence. It is said that it will bring about a qualitative change in one's life and mind. In ancient times, in the fourth epoch, sequence 4 beyonders were qualified to be called demigods. Unfortunately, in modern times, such beyonders are very, very rare, Dunn said wistfully. Sequence 4 to sequence 1 are high sequence beyonders, then what are the low sequences? Klein asked with interest. Sequence 9, sequence 8, and sequence 7 were low sequences 1,000 years ago, but in recent centuries, the scarcity of beyonders has caused the various churches to view sequence 7 as a medium sequence. Dunn gave a self-deprecating laugh. Sequence 9 and sequence 8 are low sequences, sequence 7, sequence 6, and sequence 5 are medium sequences, and sequence 4 and above are high sequences. Klein repeated it in his heart, unable to help but feel a little yearning. Roselle the Great is a high sequence beyonder, however, the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. Klein thought with fear. He pretended to ask another question casually, what's the name of the sequence 4 potion of the Church of the Goddess? In fact, I'm not sure. My security clearance doesn't allow me to access the corresponding information. I'll only be able to read it when I become a diocese bishop or a Nighthawk deacon. Dunn shook his head and said with a smile, in fact, at least half of the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons at the top of the church are below sequence 4. Yes, what I said is more optimistic. The previously wanted archbishop, in Xianxia, lost control after failing to advance to sequence 4. The one who took away sealed artifact 0-08. His potion's name seems to be Gatekeeper. Klein thought for a moment and probed, is sequence 5 of the sleepless pathway Gatekeeper? No, that's the spirit medium pathway. When you reach sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Nighthawk team, you'll be able to see the corresponding information. Gatekeeper is a sequence 5 of the spirit medium pathway? Does it mean that he's guarding the gates to hell? Or is he guarding the gates to the spirit world? Klein thought with some guesses. Alright, go look for old Neil and continue your studies. Dunn smiled and said, don't forget about the feast tonight. It's at Old Will Restaurant. I've already made a reservation. This time, I'll officially introduce you to the other Nighthawks. Alright, I've already prepared the cash. Klein forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. No, there's no need. Have you forgotten that we have an additional allowance? It's for you to complete the mission, Dunn said with a wave of his hand. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he said with a beaming smile, all right. Captain. He turned around and walked to the door as he began to count in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Captain didn't stop me. Klein counted 1 for a long time and was surprised to find that Captain Dunn Smith hadn't forgotten something that needed to be added. Miracle, he silently evaluated in his heart. In the armory, old Neil glanced at the happy Klein and said, don't think about the feast tonight. Don't think about tonight's feast. You still have many things to learn, such as more ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, draconic, elvish, and so on. By the way, you have to practice combat with teacher for at least 2 hours every afternoon, apart from your rest days. Combat? Captain didn't mention it just now. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded and answered without hesitation. 2:00 in the afternoon, in the suburbs of Northborough, outside a quaint 2-story house that had been in disrepair for years. Klein, who was dressed in a probationary inspector's uniform, looked at the overgrown garden and the walls that were covered in plants. He turned his head in surprise and said, my martial arts teacher lives here? A grandmaster of combat chosen by the Nighthawks must be outstanding. Leonard Mitchell, who had led him over, chuckled and said, don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his living environment. Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain just because of his living environment. Although he didn't get a title in the end, he was still a real knight. Having said that, the Nighthawk, who was casually dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots, suddenly felt melancholy. He was active in the last glorious era of the knights. Those warriors wearing chest armor would charge at the guns and cannons in a frenzy, destroying their opponents and flattening the front lines. Unfortunately, they soon ushered in the invention and production of high-pressure steam rifles and six-barreled machine guns. From then on, knights gradually retired from the stage. Mr. Gawain was the same. More than 20 years ago, the Awa knights he was in encountered the most advanced army of the Republic of Intis. Sigh, every time I think of this, I feel like I've touched the dust of history. I'm shocked by the vicissitudes and fate that can't be reversed. There's a poem brewing in my heart, but I don't know how to write poetry. Then why are you saying so much? Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's self-deprecation and suggested in a serious manner. He suggested seriously, my university classmate told me that writing poetry is something that requires a lot of talent. It's best to start by reading Ruan's early classical poems. Leonard's mood changed on a whim as he replied in a relaxed and cheerful manner, I've already bought this poetry collection, as well as other books like Roselle's selected poems. I will work hard to become a midnight poet, Mr. Seer. Is he hinting at acting? Klein replied as if he didn't understand. Then you still need books on grammar. All right, let's go in. Leonard reached out and pushed open the half-closed iron gate. He walked along a path wide enough for two people to walk side by side towards the house. Before he got close, Klein saw the front door open, and a tall man walked out. His blonde hair was very short, and there were already signs of white at his temples. The skin on his face had traces of weathering, and the wrinkles on his forehead, crow's feet, and wrinkles on his forehead were deep and obvious. What are you doing here? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Mr. Gawain, according to the contract you signed with the police department, this probationary inspector will learn combat from you, explained Leonard with a smile. Combat? There is no need to learn how to fight in this era. Gawain looked at Klein with his slightly cloudy eyes and said lifelessly, you should practice drawing and shooting and master the most advanced weapons. Was he traumatized by the six-barreled machine gun and the high-pressure steam rifle? Klein did not respond rashly. He turned his head to look at Leonard, amused. For the police, fighting is still a subject that must be mastered. Most of the criminals we face aren't demons that must be executed immediately. They might not even have weapons. At times like this, fighting skills are needed, Leonard said as if he was prepared. Gawain was silent for more than 10 seconds with a gloomy face. Try throwing a punch. He was talking to Klein. Without his cane, Klein recalled the boxing matches he had watched in his previous life. He raised his arm and swung it forward. The corner of Gawain's mouth twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, kick. Turning his body sideways, Klein tightened his thigh and lashed out with his right leg. Ahem. Gawain covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. He looked at Leonard and said, I will abide by the contract. But with his situation, he only needs to come 4 times a week for 3 hours for the first month. You're the combat expert. You decide. Leonard nodded without hesitation and said to Klein with a smile, see you at dinner. After he walked out of the metal fence, Klein asked curiously, Teacher, where should I start? Teacher, where should I start? As a qualified keyboard warrior, he knew that footwork in combat was also very important. Gawain's hands hung by his sides as he shook his head lethargically. What you need most right now is strength training. Do you see that? There are 2 iron dumbbells. They will be your companions for today. In addition, you also need to practice squats, running, and rope skipping. We'll do it in groups. While Klein was in a daze, he suddenly raised his voice and asked majestically, Understood? Understood. At this moment, Klein felt as if he had returned to military training, facing an unreasonable instructor. Go change your clothes first. There's a knight's training suit on the couch. Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned around with his hands behind his back and walked toward the pair of black dumbbells. 6 o'clock in the evening, a corner of the Old Wool restaurant. Other than Fry, who was on duty at Cheney's Gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was spread quietly on the long table. The waiters brought in plate after plate of food. They cut the food before serving it to each guest. Klein saw a steak with black pepper sauce, bacon, sausage with mashed potatoes, custard, aloe vera, specialty cheese, and amber champagne. However, he had no appetite. He nearly vomited from the afternoon's training. Glancing at the pale and unfocused new Nighthawk, Dunn raised the glass of red wine in front of him and smiled. "Let us welcome our new official member, Klein Moretti." Cheers. The cold and reserved black-haired lady, Royale Radine, the short and capable sleepless Kenley White, the unkempt man, Leonard Mitchell, and the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Sika Tron, all raised their glasses and looked at their new teammate. Klein endured the lingering discomfort from the training, picked up the amber-colored champagne, and stood up. He stood up and said, "Thank you." He clinked glasses with each Nighthawk and downed the remaining champagne. "Isn't our Miss Author going to say something at a time like this?" Dunn looked at Sikatron with a smile. Sikatron was a lady in her 30s. Her looks were rather ordinary, but she had an outstanding temperament. She was quiet and serene, and with her rare long white hair, she had a unique charm. Klein had heard from old Neil that this midnight poet was an amateur fiction enthusiast. She had attempted to submit articles to newspapers and magazines, but only a few of them had been accepted. Sika smiled and glanced at Dunn. "In order for you to address me as Miss Author to become a reality, Captain, I think you should give me a special fee so that I can publish my own novels." Dunn spread his hands and smiled. "You should learn from old Neil and find a more suitable reason. In this aspect, I'm most impressed by Mr. Neil." Roshan swallowed a piece of roasted lamb and chimed in. As the group chatted, Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. "You're too tired and have no appetite. Can't eat?" "Yes." Klein sighed. "If you haven't touched it, I can help." Leonard looked as though he didn't want to waste food. Klein didn't mind at all and nodded. "No problem." Just like that, most of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and company. At the end of dinner, the waiters served beef pudding and ice cream. Klein took a bite of the latter and found it cold and sweet. It was especially appetizing. Unknowingly, he finished his blueberry juice ice cream. And because of this, he began to feel hunger in his heart and stomach. It was the body's desire to replenish itself after expending a lot of energy. Swallowing his saliva, Klein looked in front of him and saw that the plates were a mess. There were almost no leftovers. At that moment, Dunn suggested, "Let's end it here. Let's have one last toast to Klein." Before he could finish his sentence, Klein blurted out, "That's right. Captain, can I have another serving of dinner?" Upon hearing this request, everyone fell silent for a moment before they laughed softly. "Haha, you've finally recovered." "No problem, even 2 more will do." Dunn shook his head and laughed. While waiting anxiously and impatiently, Klein heard his stomach growl. Finally, a piece of steak with black pepper sauce that had just been fried was served. The knife and fork danced in the air. Klein, who was on the verge of tears, only took a minute and a half to finish the medium-well food. The fragrance of meat and juice lingered in his mouth. After an unknown period of time, he looked at the empty plates and exhaled in satisfaction. He put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of champagne. "Waiter, the bill." Dunn turned to the waiter beside him. The waiter first went to the front desk before returning with the bill. He explained in detail, "That's right." He explained in detail, "You've opened a total of 5 bottles of Desi champagne. Each bottle is 12 soldi and 3 pence. A small glass of Southville red wine is 10 pence. Each black pepper steak is 1 soldi and 2 pence. Each beef pudding is 6 pence, and each ice cream is 1 soldi. That's a total of 5 pounds, 9 soldi, and 6 pence. 5 pounds, 9 soldi, and 6 pence? That's almost a week's salary. A restaurant is indeed much more expensive than eating at home." Klein was left speechless when he heard that. He was very glad that the captain had said that he didn't need to treat. He had a small treasury and additional funds. He did some careful calculations and realized that the most expensive part of the dinner was the alcohol. Just 5 bottles of champagne cost more than 3 pounds, this is no different from Earth. Klein secretly rubbed his stomach and forced himself to finish the last mouthful of champagne. The next morning, Klein groggily felt his lower abdomen bloating. He turned around in an attempt to get out of bed. Just as he exerted strength, he was immediately jolted awake by the soreness in his muscles. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. What a familiar feeling. It's just like the day after I was punished with frog jumping. Today's my day off, and I still have to visit my mentor to see if I can borrow the monograph on the main peak of the Hornaces from the university library. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he struggled to move outside. With every step he took, he felt like drawing a cold breath. Faced with his sister's question, Klein could only smile bitterly. Muscle soreness. He originally believed that consuming the sequence potion and becoming a Beyonder would more or less improve his physique, but the cruel reality told him that the skills of a seer were all focused on spirituality, psyche, intuition, and interpretation. It didn't allow him to quickly adapt to combat training. As for the original Klein, he had been focused on his studies for many years and had suffered from malnutrition, causing his physique to always be below average. It was rather normal for him to have such a sequela today. Muscle soreness? I remember you came back after dinner last night and didn't do anything else. Could alcohol cause muscle soreness? Melissa inquired probingly. Could it be that alcohol causes muscle soreness? Sis, that question of yours really makes one's thoughts go astray. Klein laughed dryly and said, No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. It happened yesterday afternoon. I joined the company's combat training. Combat? Melissa was even more surprised. Klein quickly organized his words and said, It's like this. I thought that, as a consultant of a security company's history and cultural relics, I can't stay in the office forever, staying in the warehouse at the dock. Perhaps there will be a day in the future when I need to go to the countryside with them, to the ancient castle, to the original location of the cultural relics. On the way, I will climb mountains, cross rivers, and walk many, many roads. I will have to undergo all kinds of tests from nature. This requires a healthy body. So you joined the combat training to improve your physique? Melissa understood what her brother meant. Yes. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Melissa frowned slightly. But that's not gentlemanly. Don't you always hold yourself to the standards of a professor? A professor only needs to read the literature, consider difficult problems, and be gentle and gentlemanly. Of course, I'm not saying that's not good. I like men who can solve problems by themselves, whether they use their muscles or their brains. Klein smiled and said, No, no, no. No, no, no. Melissa, you have misunderstood the definition of a professor. A real professor can communicate with people in a gentle and polite manner, and they can also use physics to persuade the other party when communication is blocked. The way of physics. Melissa didn't react for a moment, but she quickly understood what her brother was trying to say. She couldn't find the words to refute. Klein didn't say anything more. He moved his legs with difficulty and moved to the bathroom. Melissa stood there and watched for a few seconds. Suddenly, she shook her head and chased after him. Do you need my help? She made a gesture to support him. No, there's no need. I was just putting on a show. Klein felt insulted. He straightened his back and walked normally. Watching her brother walk into the bathroom with steady steps and close the door, Melissa pursed her lips and mumbled softly, Don't worry. Klein is getting more and more boastful. I thought his muscle soreness was really that serious. In the bathroom, Klein stood behind the closed door. His face suddenly contorted. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath and tensed his body for a full 7 to 8 seconds. It wasn't until he went downstairs with difficulty, finished his breakfast, and watched Banson and Melissa leave that he felt less sore. After resting for a while, Klein picked up his cane, put on his top hat, and slowly walked out to the tracked public carriage stop. Koei University during the summer holidays was filled with trees, flowers, and birds. It was peaceful and quiet. After walking along the river for a while, Klein turned into the road that led to the history department. He found the old 3-story gray stone building and found his mentor, Cohen Quinton's office. He knocked on the door and was surprised to see Instructor Aztec sitting in his mentor's seat. Good morning, Mr. Aztec. Where's my mentor? We agreed to meet at 10 in the letter, Klein asked, puzzled. Cohen Quinton's good friend, Instructor Aztec, who often argued with him over academic issues, smiled and said, Cohen had a meeting at the last minute and went to Tianjin University. Cohen has a meeting at the last minute. He went to Tianjin University and asked me to wait for you here. He had bronze skin, a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. There was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in his eyes, and beneath his right ear was a tiny mole that would not be noticed if one did not look carefully. After explaining the reason, Aztec suddenly frowned and took a closer look at Klein. Is there anything inappropriate about me? Klein sized up his attire in a daze. A tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark-colored trousers, and unbuttoned leather boots. It's very normal, Aztec relaxed his brows and chuckled. Don't mind me. I just suddenly realized that you look a lot more spirited than before. You look more like a gentleman now. Thank you for your compliment. Klein accepted it calmly and asked, Mr. Aztec, did you find research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins in the school library? Yes, with my help. Aztec smiled gently as he pulled open a drawer and took out a book with a gray cover. You are no longer a student of Koei University, so you can only read it here. You can't take it away. All right. Klein received the academic monograph with a tinge of trepidation amidst his joy. The design of the book was completely in line with the current trends. The front and back covers were made of hard paper, and the patterns were pictures. They formed an abstract image of the Hornacis main peak. Klein glanced at it and found a seat. He flipped open the book and read it line by line. He was engrossed in it when he suddenly realized that there was a cup of coffee beside him. The aroma was rich and mellow. Add your own sugar and milk. Aztec put down the silver tray and pointed at the milk jug and sugar box. Thank you. Klein nodded gratefully. He casually added 3 sugar cubes and a spoonful of milk before continuing to read without tasting the food. Research on the Hornacis main peak's ancient ruins wasn't a thick book. When it was close to noon, Klein finished reading it and grasped a few points that he needed to take note of. First, the settlements on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region have clearly formed a civilization. There is an ancient nation there. Second, from the murals, their appearances are no different from humans. They can be considered humans. Third, they respect and fear the dark night. As such, they personify a deity and believe in it. They call this deity the ruler of the night, the mother of the heavens. Fourth, the strangest thing is that there are no tombs of this nation in the entire region. It gives people the strange illusion that their citizens don't need to be buried, and that they might not even die. This contradicts the contents of the murals. In the murals, the citizens of this nation believe that death isn't the end. They believe that their deceased relatives will protect them in the dark night. Therefore, they leave their deceased relatives at home, on their bed, by their pillow for 3 days. After that, the murals end here. It doesn't involve the part about burial. Klein drank a mouthful of coffee and continued writing his thoughts in his notebook. Mother of the Heavens, Mother of the Heavens. That's a very lofty title. And the ruler of the night clearly overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this the source of the contradiction? In the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak and the surrounding region, all the displays and decorations are perfectly preserved. The murals don't show any signs of damage. Before it was discovered, this place didn't seem to have been disturbed at all. There are dining plates on the table, and there are signs of rotting. In some of the rooms, there are half-filled bottles of wine that have almost turned to water. What about the citizens of this nation? They seem to have left their homes in a hurry. They didn't pack anything and didn't return after that. Thinking back to the fact that there are no tombs, it's even stranger. The author, Mr. Joseph, also mentioned that when he first discovered these ruins, he even believed that the citizens here had instantly evaporated. Klein stopped writing and cast his gaze at an illustration. It was a black and white photo taken by John Joseph with a new camera during his 3rd trip to the Hornacis main peak. In the photo, the palace was towering with collapsed walls and overgrown weeds. The style was majestic. When he flipped to the photo, Klein instantly recalled the palace he saw in his dream. The style of the two was similar, but the one he dreamed of was located at the peak. It was more majestic, and there was a gigantic chair that didn't seem to belong to a human sitting at the top. There were countless transparent maggots huddled together as they slowly squirmed. It can be confirmed that my dream is related to the ancient ruins on the Hornacis main peak. That should be the nation of the Evernight mentioned in the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein nodded indiscernibly and closed the book. At this moment, Aztec sat opposite him and touched the inconspicuous mole beneath his right ear. How was it? Did you find anything? Quite a lot. Look, I took many pages of notes. Klein pointed at the table and smiled. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in this. Aztec sighed and said, Klein, when I was a university student in Bakeland, I came into contact with some divination stuff. I've done some research in this area. Yes, I found that your fate is not in harmony. What? Divination? Talking to me about divination? As a seer, Klein looked at instructor Aztec in amusement. What's the incongruity? Aztec thought for a moment. Have you encountered many coincidences in the past 2 months? A coincidence? Because he had received a favor from Mr. Aztec, Klein did not reject the other party's question. He subconsciously began to recall. If we were to talk about coincidences, the most obvious one was when we were chasing the kidnappers. We actually found clues to the Antigonus family's notebook that had been missing for several days opposite the room they were hiding in. Also, Ray Bieber didn't escape Tingen, but he hurriedly found a place to digest the power bestowed by the notebook, allowing sealed artifact 2-049 to easily track his whereabouts. This is a little illogical. Although Mr. Harson's explanation is correct, I still feel that it's a coincidence. Yes, after Selena peeked at Hannes Vincent's secret incantation, she endured it all the way until the birthday banquet. I happened to discover it, which is also a bit of a coincidence. Otherwise, Hannes Vincent wouldn't have died so suddenly. Klein thought seriously for a few minutes and said, there are 3. Not too many, and not too often. Also, I can't find any signs of interference or guidance from others. Aztec nodded slightly. Roselle the Great once said that anyone can encounter a coincidence that only happens once. 2 is considered normal, but a third has to be considered as an internal factor guiding it. Can you tell anything? Klein probed. Aztec chuckled and shook his head. I can only tell that there's something incongruous. I can't tell anything else. You have to know that I'm not a real seer. Doesn't that mean I didn't say anything? Mr. Aztec is a little strange. He's acting like a charlatan in front of a charlatan like me. Klein exhaled. Taking the opportunity when Aztec got up, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. At a glance, Aztec's aura was reflected in his eyes. It was normal in every way. In the afternoon, Klein returned home and drew the curtains, casting his bedroom in darkness. He took out a pen and paper, and after some thought, he finally wrote down a sentence. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. As a seer, Klein had previously divined whether the few coincidences had unnatural developments, but it turned out that he had been overthinking things. This time, under the influence of instructor Aztec, he took this problem seriously. He learned from the suited clown's lesson and carefully designed the divination statement. From the beginning, he eliminated vague and confusing descriptions. I'll break down the 3 coincidences and divine each one. Klein nodded thoughtfully and slowly took out the topaz pendant from his sleeve. He held the spirit pendulum with his left hand and let the pendant dangle over the divination statement on the paper, nearly touching it. Focusing his mind and entering cogitation, Klein closed his eyes and began to recite the words. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. Over and over again, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning slightly counterclockwise. Still negative. Klein muttered. He redesigned the divination statement a few more times, but the outcome was still the same. There was no coincidence in the matter. He also divined the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen and the matter of Selena's magic mirror divination, but the answer he received was normal. As a real seer, I've been fooled by a fake charlatan like Mr. Aztec? Besides, Captain and the others didn't find anything strange. Klein shook his head in amusement, But he still remained cautious and prepared to use dream divination to make a final confirmation. After some thought, he changed the divination statement to suit a different method. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. As he wrote with his pen, Klein paused from time to time as he deliberated over his words. After reading it a few times, he tore off the piece of paper, got up, walked to his bed, and lay down. With the divination statement in hand, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. In a blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he regained some of his senses and wandered around in a daze. Gradually, he saw the kidnappers. He saw them lose their last chip at the gambling table, saw them obtain guns from underground channels, saw them scout locations a few times, and temporarily rent the house opposite Ray Bieber's house as a hideout. All of this was incoherent. It was a flash of images, but Klein couldn't find anything amiss. Furthermore, it matched the confession of the kidnappers. After exiting the dream, he divined the other two matters, but the results were the same. The development was in line with the law. A coincidence was really just a coincidence. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Azek is just a divination enthusiast. Klein held the pendulum firmly as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to open the curtains and let the afternoon sun shine into the bedroom, his fingertips suddenly stopped here. From the original owner's impression, Instructor Aztec is a steady, reliable, and trustworthy gentleman. He almost never says anything without basis. Even if he often argues with his tutor, it's limited to academic issues. Each has their own reasons. If he's just a pure divination enthusiast, he wouldn't communicate with me in this way. Furthermore, the original owner doesn't even remember that he likes divination. Of course, it could also be that the corresponding memory fragments are missing. Klein frowned. He still felt uneasy and wanted to find a way to confirm it. He suspected that Mr. Aztec had accidentally found out some insider information, so he used divination as an excuse to remind himself. What should I do to confirm it? Klein paced back and forth in the dark bedroom where he could barely see the words in the book as he recalled the other divination techniques he knew. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly stopped as he came up with an idea. Let's assume that there's a problem with the coincidence, that I can't divine it because my sequence isn't high enough and that I've been interfered with by external factors. Then, I can change the environment, one that's even more mysterious and incomprehensible than these matters. Klein perked up as he pulled open the drawer and took out a silver knife. Then, he gathered his psyche and allowed spirituality to flow out from the tip of the silver dagger, merging with the surrounding nature. As he walked, the wall of spirituality gradually sealed the entire bedroom. Klein's plan was to go above the gray fog for a divination, to the mysterious world, above the boundless and hazy grayish-white fog, in the majestic ancient temple. Klein's figure sat at the end of the long bronze table. In front of him was a goatskin parchment that had just conjured. He picked up the fountain pen and wrote the divination statement according to his previous attempt. Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors. With the spirit pendulum in hand and the pendant hanging low, Klein allowed his psyche to quickly settle down, making it quiet and ethereal. He half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement 7 times, allowing his spirituality to interact with the spirit world that stood above everything else. Feeling the silver chain tug gently, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum. He was stunned when he saw it. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. This meant that Elliot's kidnapping was guided by supernatural factors, and this was the complete opposite of the results of Klein's divination in the outside world. There's no guidance at all. Such power, or rather means, is terrifying. What's the goal of the person behind the scenes? The Antigonus family's notebook is fated to be entangled with me? Klein was alarmed as he lost his calm, causing the spirit pendulum spinning to become chaotic. He put away the topaz pendant and pinched his glabella, his expression abnormally solemn. After considering for a few seconds, he didn't attempt to divine the other 2 matters. Instead, he wrote a new divination statement. The true cause of Elliot's kidnapping. Holding the piece of paper and silently reciting it 7 times, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell asleep above the gray fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory, grayish-white fog. The fog slowly parted, revealing colorful flowers and a green lawn. Behind the flowers and the lawn, space distorted and overlapped, as though it had turned into a living monster. Klein tried his best to look and barely saw a dark red chimney hidden there. At that moment, everything in front of him collapsed and shattered. The dream suddenly collapsed. In the magnificent temple, Klein suddenly straightened his back. He felt his heart pounding for no reason. Phew. I feel like I've seen something terrifying. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed his chaotic emotions. Tap. Tap. Moments later, Klein tapped the edge of the long table and fell into deep thought once again. Red chimney. Garden. Lawn. Are these places related to the person behind the scenes? But those coincidences don't reveal his motives. It can even be said that he has no ill intentions. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was alarmed. It was for himself, for Captain Fry, and his other companions. They were like puppets on strings, being manipulated to perform. What was even more terrifying was that they felt good about themselves. Sigh. I still don't know how to mention this to Captain. The results of old Neil's divination are identical to mine in the outside world. If I were to confirm it on the spot. There's no way to confirm it. Klein rubbed his sun acupoint as though he had a headache. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he began to divine the matter of Ray Bieber's stay in Tianjin. Similarly, he first used spirit dowsing. This time, Klein was surprised to see that his topaz pendant was frozen in place. It didn't move at all, neither confirming nor denying it. Something strange. He muttered, his thoughts wandering as he tried to guess the reason. Did the person behind the scenes notice my divination and respond? Next, he tried dream divination, but all he saw was an incoherent, fragmented, and blurry gray fog. He discovered nothing else. The outcome of the Selena magic mirror incident was the same. Klein had almost confirmed his previous thoughts. Since he couldn't find a good opportunity to warn Captain Dunsmith, he had an unprecedented urge to improve himself. I'll continue going to the divination club later and try to succeed in acting as soon as possible. I'll digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm if the clown potion is a follow-up to the seer potion and find clues about it. Also, I have to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see if I can dig out any insider information he knows. Klein held his forehead with his right hand and quickly came up with a plan to focus on. After some thought, he conjured a piece of goatskin paper in front of him and wrote, Sequence 9 Seers corresponding Sequence 8 is Clown. With his previous experience, Klein was now completely confident that his divination skills would be augmented by the gray fog and be elevated. It's just like how I can always throw a great success. Is this what it means to wield good luck? He muttered silently as he picked up the spirit pendulum again. Not long after, Klein received an affirmative answer. Sequence 9 Seer corresponded to Sequence 8 Clown. Following that, he wrote, Seer corresponds to Sequence 8, 7, 6, and 5. They will each obtain at least one brand new ability that is not related to each other. Phew. Letting out a turbid breath, Klein tried the spirit pendulum again. However, he saw that the topaz pendulum was still there without any movement. There isn't enough information to complete the divination and obtain a revelation? As he muttered to himself in thought, he put down the silver chain and began to consider the words needed for dream divination. After about 10 seconds, he raised his pen and wrote seriously, Clues to the clown potion. At the seat of honor at the ancient and modeled bronze table, Klein read the divination statement a few times before leaning back and falling into a deep sleep. His surroundings quickly became peaceful and silent. What he saw in his eyes was ethereal and blurry. Countless distorted and indistinguishable scenes flashed past him like drops of dew on a tender flower petal in the morning. Gradually, Klein grasped his spirituality and regained a certain level of consciousness. He saw a fireplace in front of him, and in front of it was a rocking chair. Sitting on the rocking chair was an old woman in a black and white dress. Although she had her head lowered and he couldn't see her face, Klein felt that she was an old lady from the bottom of his heart. He was quite certain of it. Directly opposite the old lady was a table. On the table were newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver. This is... Klein, who found the scene abnormally familiar, quickly recognized what he saw. This was the place where Ray Bieber and his mother lived. This was the place where he had seen the Colossus view for the first time. There are clues to the clown potion here. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, the scene around him changed. It was a grayish-white warehouse hidden in the innermost part of a similar building. There were white bones scattered inside, and a few lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by a boulder. In the middle of the warehouse was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in ravines, giving off a soft and viscous feeling, as though it was a brain that had been dug out alive. Just as Klein recognized the place and recalled what it was, the scene in front of him distorted and shattered like a reflection on water, turning into a new, hazy scene. A naked body was lying on a long table covered with a white cloth. In front of the body floated a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. Klein immediately frowned and mumbled, "That's right. Just now, it was Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains. Now, it's the thing formed from the suited clown's wristband?" Just as he was trying to guess what these scenes symbolized, the changes in the scene suddenly intensified. There was a marble coffee table, a leather sofa with one master and two assistant sofas, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The black-haired, brown-eyed, scholarly Klein Moretti, a plump, fair-skinned, wealthy man, and a beautiful young lady wearing tulle gloves. There was a middle-aged man in a black robe with thick brown hair that stood on end. There was a fat man with a round body and fair skin. There was an old man in his 50s with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes. There was also a black notebook placed on the round table between them. It gave off an ancient and distant aura. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein suddenly sat up straight, and there was no trace of the dream left. Looking at the boundless gray fog and crimson stars outside the magnificent temple, he thought in astonishment and puzzlement I was divining for clues regarding the clown potion. Why would the Antigonus family's notebook appear? Let me think. That rotund fellow is Welch. Right, Welch, the unlucky bastard who bought the Antigonus family's notebook and triggered a series of events. The beautiful young lady wearing a gauze glove is Xianxia, I remember now. That marble coffee table and leather sofa is a symbol of Welch's residence. I saw spirit medium daily there. In other words, I just saw the living room of Welch's residence. I saw the scene of the original Klein discussing the notebook with his two classmates. Klein calmed down and regained his composure. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the edge of the long bronze table. Then, what does the last scene represent? The notebook and Welch appeared. Could it be the scene when he bought the antique? One of the other two looked familiar. I think I've seen the middle-aged man in the classic black robe somewhere before. Brown hair like a porcupine, thick dark circles under his eyes. Yes, I know who he is. Hannes Vincent, the Divination Club's Hannes Vincent. Because Selena secretly learned the secret incantation, Captain sneaked into his dream and died peacefully. Man, he was the one who sold the notebook to Welch. After going one big round, it's actually connected. The world is really small. No, Tingen is really small. Come to think of it, it's really possible. Hannes Vincent isn't an ordinary fortune teller. He's clearly in the realm of mysticism and gained the attention of an ancient evil god. He has the means, the ability, and the opportunity to obtain the notebook that the secret order accidentally leaked. It's no wonder Captain and the rest couldn't find out where Welch bought the notebook. They were going in the wrong direction. They were trying to investigate the antique market. Later, when they found out the exact whereabouts of the notebook, they gave up on this attempt. It's a pity that Hannes Vincent died not long ago. Otherwise, I could definitely find something related to the notebook from him. As a person who had delved deep into the mysterious field, he should have studied the notebook. His death is really a coincidence. But there was another person present, an old man in his 50s. He might know a lot of things. Klein's fingers stopped tapping on the edge of the table. He went through all the scenes he had seen in the dream divination. Ray Bieber's home, Ray Bieber's hiding place, Ray Bieber's remains, the branded item on the tuxedo clown's wrist, Welch's home, the scene of Welch, Xianxia, and the original owner of the body, the group photo of Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook. Other than the branded item on the tuxedo clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But what I divined was clues to the clown potion. This isn't scientific. No, this isn't mysticism. After becoming a seer, Klein had once tried to divine where Welch had bought the Antigonus family's notebook. However, he hadn't considered the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog, so he hadn't received any revelations. But now, when he was divining another matter, he seemed to have accidentally brought out the truth. After calming down for more than 10 seconds, Klein combined the contents of Roselle's diary and began attempting to interpret the dream from before. The first possibility is that Zeradal, or the Secret Order, is searching for and pursuing the relics of the Antigonus family. Therefore, the symbolic meaning of this dream is to use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the Secret Order to appear and obtain the clown potion formula. The second possibility is that the Antigonus family's notebook directly recorded the clown potion formula. The fact that the Zeradal family is searching for traces left behind by the Antigonus family means that they have a very deep relationship. Perhaps they are friends or enemies. Therefore, it's very normal for the Antigonus family to know a portion of their sequence. There's no need to talk about friends, but enemies know each other the best, but the second symbolic explanation can't be connected to the branded item on the suited clown. Sigh, I hope it's the second one. Once the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to interpret the notebook, I'll be able to obtain the clown potion without any risk. From the looks of it, the first explanation is the most likely, but as a seer, my intuition tells me that there's a deeper symbolic meaning. With this in mind, Klein rubbed his forehead. He suddenly had a deep understanding of the limitations of a seer. Unless it was a very simple and intuitive symbol, a seer's interpretation had to be very careful. It was like walking on the edge of an abyss or walking on the surface of a thin ice lake. The suited clown was a living, bloody example of the moment he made a mistake in his interpretation or failed to interpret the most crucial meaning. At that moment, Klein had the illusion that he had grasped the true meaning of a seer. It was as if he was just one step away from completely digesting the potion. "Thank you for using your life to guide me. Praise the lady," he whispered as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. Following that, he divined whether Aztec had good intentions or whether he was a powerful beyonder. He received positive answers. At that moment, the continuous divination and the exertion of being above the gray fog made Klein begin to feel exhausted. He had no choice but to stop his thoughts and decide on the key things that he had to do. I have to find the elder who appeared in the same scene as Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can start with the divination club. Run to Mr. Aztec more often. Yes, he might be a mid-sequence member of the life school of thought, but there's a lack of information that prevents divination. Phew. Klein exhaled, causing the portrait of an elder with messy eyebrows, sparse brown hair, and grayish-blue eyes to suddenly appear on the goatskin parchment in front of him. This was the third person present when Welch and Hannes Vincent traded the Antigonus family's notebook. Looking at the portrait, Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. I don't know how to draw. I've always been the target of criticism in primary school's art classes. Using ritualistic magic, like old Neil? But I'm praying to the goddess. I'm using the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog. If the deities find out, I won't be able to face the world. Wait, perhaps I can pray to myself. Transmitting a picture is about the same as transmitting a voice. Although I'm temporarily unable to stir the mysterious power above the gray fog, such a trivial matter shouldn't be a problem. With a train of thought, Klein immediately spread his spirituality and wrapped it around himself, simulating the feeling of falling. Returning to his bedroom, he casually lit the gas lamp and began praying softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for you to give me a revelation. I pray that you will allow me to depict what I see. After chanting the incantation, Klein didn't sprinkle any essential oils or burn any herbs. He didn't use their powers. Praying to myself is just that easy. Suddenly, he heard a murmur. He saw the 4 black dots that formed a square appear on the back of his hand. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise and chanting the incantation, Klein once again passed through the madness and frenzy and returned above the gray fog. This time, he didn't discover any crimson stars contracting or expanding. However, he noticed that behind the high-backed chair at the end of the long bronze table, there was a strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. It was flickering with a faint light as it produced an illusory prayer. Klein listened attentively. After confirming that there was no mistake, He conjured the portrait of the third person and threw it into the flowing light in the same manner as a response to the prayer. After doing all of this, he immediately left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. Just as he found his footing, the portrait immediately appeared in front of Klein's eyes. He felt an illusory and weak power imbue him. He picked up a fountain pen, found a piece of white paper, and gave his wishes. To Klein's surprise, his right hand moved uncontrollably as it quickly drew lines. Not long after, he saw the lifelike portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair color, pupil color, and other characteristics, Klein, whose right hand was twitching slightly, heaved a sigh of relief. House Street, Divination Club. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head as he walked up the stairs to the door. He was no longer dressed in his usual formal attire. Instead, he wore a white shirt with a light vest and a thin black trench coat that reached his knees. It added a sense of vigor to his entire being. This set of clothes that was convenient for combat only cost him £1, including the small pockets that were sewn on the inside. Compared to a formal tuxedo, it was so cheap that it made him want to cry. Touching the revolver in his holster and the small metal bottles in the inner pocket, Klein took out the portrait and walked into the divination club. Without any surprise, he saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception, Angelica. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I thought you would only be here a few days later." Angelica was first taken aback before she revealed a radiant smile. Klein took off his hat and sighed. "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. I had a dream this afternoon. I dreamed of Mr. Hannes Vincent and some matters related to him. As you know, as a fortune teller, I cannot ignore every dream. It might be a revelation from the gods." Angelica was confused by his words that sounded like a charlatan. She nodded thoughtfully and asked curiously. She nodded in thought and asked curiously, "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed that Hannes Vincent was having an argument with this person." Klein handed over the folded piece of paper in his hand. While Angelica was engrossed in unfolding the portrait, he pinched his glabella and observed the color of her emotions. This person. Angelica looked at the portrait that resembled a photograph and fell into deep thought. And in Klein's eyes, her emotional aura appeared to be thinking blue. It was a normal reaction. This person. Angelica muttered again and slowly raised her head. "I've seen him before." Klein's mind jolted as he immediately asked, "When?" "I can't recall the exact date, but it should be about a month ago. Back then, I saw him sending Mr. Vincent to the door and they were discussing something softly. Because of his thick and messy eyebrows and Mr. Vincent's rare smile, I had a deep impression of it." Angelica recalled as she described. "Yes, he had a pair of grayish-blue eyes, and his hair was like that of most men of his age. There wasn't much left." "Did you see him again after, or before?" Klein asked gently. Angelica shook her head. "No, definitely not. I don't even know his name. To be honest, if it weren't for you, I would have suspected that the person who took out this portrait was a police officer investigating Mr. Vincent's death." I wouldn't be surprised if you received any revelations." "You are a true seer." "I'm sorry, I'm just a police officer." Klein lampooned silently and sighed. "A true seer will understand their own insignificance and the greatness of fate. We will forever only be able to see a blurry corner of it. We will forever receive revelations but never answers. We have to constantly reflect on ourselves, maintain reverence, and be cautious in our interpretation. We cannot see ourselves as a wise man who has grasped fate." After summarizing what he had learned during this period of time, Klein suddenly realized that his spirit vision had become clearer. He could even vaguely distinguish the details of Angelica's aura's color. At that moment, he was like a nearsighted person who had put on the right glasses. My seer potion is beginning to show clear signs of digesting?" Klein stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to believe it. "I never expected a seer like you to maintain the fear of fate." "It's truly admirable," Angelica said sincerely. She had seen too many people in the club who claimed that they wanted to pry into the truth and change fate after learning a few divination methods. Klein retracted his gaze and chuckled softly. "The more you know, the more you will understand your own insignificance." As he spoke, he examined his own condition and past experiences. He roughly understood the essence of the acting method. It was to act in accordance with the potion's name, understand the hidden rules, and be strict with yourself. Only by doing so could he adjust the state of his body, mind, and soul, and get close to the remnant psyche within the potion, gradually digesting it. Other people's recognition of their identity as a seer was only a superficial factor. The reason why it could make one's spirituality feel lighter was that this feedback strengthened one's confirmation of certain divination actions. And these actions together formed the principles of a seer that allowed the potion to be digested. Helping others interpret the revelations and guiding them in a positive direction, but also having to constantly maintain a sense of reverence towards fate. I'm not inflated, arrogant, or blindly believing in my own interpretation. This is the rule that I've concluded, and it's also the essence of the acting that follows. If it continues to be effective, then I won't need half a year. Perhaps 2 or 3 months, or even 2 or 3 weeks, to completely digest the potion. The signs just now were very obvious. It's no wonder that mysterious Mr. Zeradal said that when the potion is completely digested, the Beyonder will be able to clearly sense it. There's no need for others to teach them. Yes is yes, and no is no. Just like now, although my spirit vision has improved a little, I know very well that this is only a node in the digestion process, and not the end. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but thank the suited clown. He had used his life to educate him. If not for him, he might have needed to spend a few more months in the divination club before he could conclude the principles of a seer through various cases, good or bad, and begin his strict acting. Mr. Moretti, sometimes, I even feel that you are a philosopher, Angelica said with a sigh after hearing Klein's reply. In my circle, a philosopher is a curse word. Klein was in a good mood. With that said, he bowed, put on his hat, and bade her farewell. Although Angelica didn't know the name or identity of the man in the portrait, Klein wasn't disheartened at all. Such a gain was enough for him to carry out the next step of his plan. 36 Zitland Street, inside the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn's gray eyes looked deeply at the portrait in his hand. You wish to find this person through an investigation? Yes. Klein had already organized his words. Captain, didn't I mention previously that I was going to the Divination Club to observe the members' reactions to Hannes Vincent's sudden death? I didn't discover anything yesterday, but today, I unexpectedly learned that the person in the portrait had appeared together with Hannes Vincent. They even had a secret conversation. I just flipped through the team's investigation records and didn't discover any records of such a person. There was nothing wrong with his description. Even if Dunn Smith were to bring the portrait to the Divination Club, he would receive confirmation from Angelica. Dunn shifted his gaze away from the portrait and smiled. It seems like the funds weren't wasted. Captain, I thought you had a bad memory. Why did you remember the funds at this time? Klein maintained his smile and didn't say a word. Did you draw this? Dunn asked casually. Yes, I drew it with the help of ritualistic magic, Klein answered with 100% truth. Of course, telling the truth and telling the whole truth were two different things. Dunn nodded slightly and said, Get old Neil to get a few more copies. Get old Neil to make a few more copies. I'll get Kenley and Royale to investigate later. I'll also get the police department's help. If this clue is indeed useful, you'll be credited again. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped his chest 4 times, his attitude abnormally sincere. To him, it was enough that Dunn and company could find the name and identity of the man in the portrait. He could divine his whereabouts above the gray fog. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, who was on his day off, didn't immediately return home. Instead, he took a public carriage to the harbor and arrived at the entrance of the Evil Dragon Bar. He had considered it. Although a seer lacked direct means to counter an enemy and didn't have any spells that could be cast quickly, there were many types of battles. Not all were encounters. As long as there was sufficient time to prepare, a seer could also use ritualistic magic to deal with an enemy, just like how he had resolved the magic mirror divination incident at Selena's place. And this meant that it was best for a seer to carry some herbs, essential oils, and small candles with him. This was to prevent himself from being unable to produce the materials when he needed them and could only wait for death. After all, not everyone was like Selena, who had a pile of mysticism items at home that just happened to be of use. As for the ones he had applied for, Klein had practiced too much and had used up most of them. The pockets on the inside of his clothes were filled with the remaining ones. He touched the notes in his pocket, pushed open the heavy door of the Evil Dragon bar, and walked in. It was afternoon, so there weren't many customers in the bar. There weren't any dog and mouse competitions or boxing matches. It was rather quiet and not lively enough. Klein looked at the 2 tables of customers drinking and playing cards, and he prepared to walk towards the billiard room that led to the underground market. At that moment, he saw a burly old man in a tattered Navy officer's coat walk out. "Are you the friend old Neil brought over the last time?" The blue-eyed elder with messy brown hair and a strong smell of alcohol sized up Klein and chuckled. Klein vaguely guessed the other party's identity. He took off his hat and bowed. "Yes. How may I address you?" "Old Neil should have mentioned me to you. I'm the boss here, Swain." The blue-eyed elder had thick arms and firm muscles. He had the bearing of a military officer. Former captain of Tingin's mandated punishers. Rumor has it that he was once in the Royal Navy. Klein replied politely. "Yes. If you're short on money, feel free to look for me," Swain reminded him with a smile as he prepared to walk to the bar counter. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Mr. Swain. Wait a minute, Mr. Swain. I have something to ask you." Swain stopped in his tracks, turned around, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You and your boss really resemble each other." "No, I don't have any memory problems." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he directly took out the portrait. "Have you seen this gentleman before?" It suddenly occurred to him that Selena must have been brought to this underground market by Hans Vincent, which also led to Elizabeth finding out about the Evil Dragon bar. In that case, could the man in the portrait, who had a certain relationship with Hans Vincent, have been here before? Swain took a careful look and answered with certainty, "I remember him. He came to ask me if there were any documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornacis." "Documents and items related to the main peak of the Hornacis?" Klein was taken aback as he suddenly thought of something else. Back when he was borrowing magazines related to the main peak of the Hornacis in Deweyville Library, the librarian had casually mentioned that someone had just returned it. Therefore, he remembered it very clearly and didn't need to flip the card to confirm its existence. Could it be that the person who borrowed those magazines before me was this gentleman in the portrait? The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, who would borrow those journals for no reason? Yes, the study of the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis is an unpopular field. Apart from the corresponding lecturers and associate professors, ordinary enthusiasts probably wouldn't have heard of it. Even the original Klein, a history graduate, only learned about it from the Antigonus family's notebook. Although Tingen is a university city, there shouldn't be too many people interested in it. Even if there is, it's mostly on the university campus. There's no need to specifically borrow it from Deweyville Library. The most important thing is that the time to borrow the books is during this period of time. Now that I think about it, there's really a problem. I wasn't sharp enough back then to not have thought of it. Sigh, it looks like I don't have the talent to be a detective or act as Sherlock Holmes. As his thoughts flashed, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" "Is there a problem?" As there were customers and bartenders around, he could only ask in general terms. "No problem, I'm just thinking about how to investigate this gentleman. As you know, Hans Vincent died at home." Klein had already prepared an excuse. He didn't want the mandated punishers to be interested in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis. Vincent is a rather famous fortune-teller in Tingen. He often comes here. Swain was indeed brushed off as he recalled. Thinking about it carefully, the gentleman in the portrait did come here with Vincent in the beginning. That's what I want to know. "Do you remember his name?" Klein pressed. Swain chuckled and shook his head. "I don't ask for the name or identity of my customers, unless I already know them, such as old Neil." "All right." Klein deliberately revealed a look of dejection. To him, it didn't matter if Swain knew or not, because he could investigate at Deweyville Library. Borrowing books from a privately donated library would definitely leave behind personal information, and it had to be trustworthy. After all, back then, Klein had relied on an introduction letter from a senior associate professor to apply for a library card. Even if that gentleman falsified the information, there's a high chance that he left behind clues that could help me with my divination. Klein watched Swain walk to the bar counter before he entered the billiard room in deep thought. He wasn't in a hurry to head to Deweyville's library to investigate. He wanted to complete his purchases first. After all, no one could say for sure if he would run into danger or if he would need to use ritualistic magic. After passing through a few rooms, Klein entered the underground market. At this time, there were very few stalls and customers. It was obvious that the market had not reached its peak yet. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw the monster Audiobook, who had previously said that he smelled like death, standing in the corner. The pale-faced young man with a terrifying madness in his unfocused eyes also sensed something and looked over. When their eyes met, Audiobook suddenly covered his face with his hands. He panicked and leaned against the corner of the wall, moving step by step. Very quickly, he moved to the side door and staggered out. "Is this necessary? Didn't I nearly blind you last time? But I didn't do anything. Seriously, it's as if I'm a great devil." Klein's expression stiffened slightly. He shook his head with a smile and stopped thinking about the monster. He came to the stall that had been set up and began his selection and purchase. Half an hour later, Klein had used up most of his private stash of money, which amounted to a few pounds. Counting the remaining £3.17 solely on him, he touched the metal bottles in the inner pocket of his black trench coat with a pained and satisfied expression. "This is the amount the extract that Ma M. Daly used. This is powder mixed with the bark and leaves of a dragon-pattern tree. Essential oil extracted from slumber flowers. Dried chamomile petals. This is the holy night powder that I concocted using my own ingredients." Klein repeatedly recalled the items in each pocket so that he wouldn't be flustered during an emergency and fail to find the ingredients he needed. With his uniqueness and mysticism, he quickly finished memorizing the items and walked towards the exit. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. It was a young lady dressed in a light green dress. Her black hair was soft and glossy, and her face was rather round. Her eyes were slender, and she had a sweet appearance and a gentle bearing. "It's that lady whose body was trembling abnormally? She does look fine. I never expected her to be a mysticism enthusiast." Klein slowed down and thought for a few seconds before finally recalling who she was. He had to admit that other than Justice, whose looks he couldn't discern, this young lady was the prettiest lady he had seen ever since he transmigrated to this world. The sweet and gentle lady stood in front of a stall that sold mysticism books. In a slightly impolite manner, she half squatted down and caressed an ancient book with her fingers. The ancient book had a cover made of dark black paper, and on it were the words "Book of Witches" in Hermes. There are records of witches' black magic inside. Although I didn't dare to try it, others have. It's indeed effective. The stall owner seized the opportunity to promote it. The sweet and gentle lady pondered for a few seconds. "What do witches look like to you?" "Witches? Evildoers who bring disaster, disease, and pain," the stall owner replied after some thought. Klein didn't hear their conversation because he had already walked out the door. He was in a hurry to get to the Deweyville library. He was in a hurry to settle everything and return home to make dinner for his siblings: tomato oxtail soup. Bakeland, Crown Racecourse. Audrey Hall was wearing a white dress with goat's leg sleeves, ruffled edges, and lace on her chest. She stood in the VIP box and looked at the galloping horses. She wore a gauze hat with blue ribbons and silk flowers, and her hands were covered with light-colored tulle gloves. Her eyes were cold and distant, as though she couldn't join the bustling scene. Just as the horses were crossing the finish line, her friend, Viscount Glaint, came over and lowered his voice. "Audrey, you have a different kind of beauty every time I see you. Is there something?" In the past, Audrey might have been briefly immersed in his praise, but now, she could tell from Glaint's words and demeanor that his friend had other motives. Glaint had inherited the title of Viscount at the age of 20 due to his father's early death. He was a thin and weak young man. He looked around and chuckled. "Audrey, I've met a true beyonder, one that doesn't belong to the royal family." "You say that every time, and you disappoint me every time." Audrey looked straight ahead and smiled elegantly. Really? I swear on my father's honor that I've seen his beyonder powers, Glant replied softly. Audrey wasn't as excited about this as she used to be, as she was already a beyonder. However, considering that she didn't want to arouse Glant's suspicions, she widened her eyes and smiled in pleasant surprise. She asked with a trembling voice, "When can I see him?" It's good to meet other beyonders. I can't resolve every trivial matter on the tarot. Besides, I need my own resources that I can use to exchange with Mr. Fool and the Hanging Man. Not everything can be resolved with money. Phew, I'll have to be thrifty after sending that £1,000. Glant was very satisfied with Audrey's reaction. He looked at the racecourse outside. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a literature and music salon at my house. Deweyville Library. Klein took out his ID and badge from his pocket and placed them in front of the administrators. I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Awa County Police Department. I need your cooperation in my investigation, he said in a deep voice as he recalled the police movies he had watched in the past. The administrators flipped through the documents and badges, looked at each other, and nodded. Officer, please feel free to ask. Klein read out the names of the journals, New Archaeology, and finally, he said, I want the borrowing records of these journals and magazines for the past 2 months. He realized that one of the librarians was someone who had served him previously, but the person clearly didn't recognize him. All right, please wait a moment. The administrators began to get busy and quickly found the most recent borrowing records. Klein flipped through them seriously, searching for the names of the same journals that he had borrowed. There weren't many such names, only one. He had borrowed them a few times, and the journals he had borrowed basically contained the ones that Klein knew. The earliest borrowing record was at the end of May, and the most recent was last Saturday, the day before Hannes Vincent's death. Klein rubbed the borrower's information with his finger and memorized it. He lives at 19, House Street. While memorizing the information, Klein acutely grasped a piece of information. Yes, Welch lives in House Street. The Divination Club is in House Street. This cloth merchant named Sirius Arpus also lives in House Street. From the looks of it, it's not strange that Welch knows Hannes Vincent. In fact, he might have gotten to know Hannes Vincent through Sirius Arpus. Suddenly, Klein felt the clues connect, and his thoughts became clear. He was originally filled with questions as to how Welch knew Hannes Vincent. This was because the son of a banker wasn't someone who liked mysticism. To him, money was more useful than divination. But now, Klein felt that he could roughly deduce how the two of them got to know each other. According to the descriptions in various magazines, the middle class and the wealthy are very willing to visit neighbors of the same level to form a social circle that is beneficial to them. Welch and the cloth merchant, Sirius, who also lived on House Street, had the motivation to become friends. It's not too difficult to understand why Sirius knew Hannes Vincent, who often visited the Divination Club on House Street. Perhaps it was a chance encounter, or perhaps a favor, allowing people who have been in the same area for a long time to become familiar with each other. Hannes Vincent wanted to sell the ancient books in his possession, so through Sirius's introduction, he found the history department student, Welch. In Hannes's dream, there was an image of the suspected evil god, the true creator. He also had the correct incantation format. All of this means that he is very knowledgeable in mysticism. I can't eliminate the possibility that he is a member of a secret organization. I can't eliminate the possibility that he joined a secret organization because of Sirius's guidance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even without divination, Klein was almost certain that the information left behind by Welch was reliable. Even if his name isn't Sirius Arpus, he isn't a cloth merchant, and he doesn't live at 19, he definitely belongs to House Street or a nearby area. As Klein thought, he re-examined Welch's borrowing records. The last time he went to Deweyville's library was last Saturday, the day before Selena's birthday banquet. It was also the day before Hannes Vincent died. It's been a few days, but he still hasn't returned the magazines. According to the previous records, if he only borrowed 2 journals, he would usually come back the next day. Does this mean that Sirius knows about Hannes's death and is so frightened that he no longer dares to come to Deweyville Library? Yes, at first, he borrowed a lot of irrelevant history books and periodicals. Later, he gradually became clear about his target, and the books I borrowed overlapped on a large scale. This means that he didn't have anyone to guide him. He didn't have a senior associate professor from a university's history department to consult him. What would a frightened target normally do? There are two choices. 1. When the information is basically complete, he will head straight for the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. 2. When the main conditions are lacking, he will first hide and observe the situation. After confirming that Hannes's death doesn't implicate him, he will appear again. Thinking of this, Klein closed the borrowing record and pushed it back to the librarians. He then took out the portrait and asked them if they had seen the target. Unfortunately, there were many people who came to borrow books every day, and it was difficult for the librarians to have an impression of someone with no obvious characteristics. All right, sorry for the trouble. Klein put away his identification and badge. He didn't plan on continuing the investigation alone. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also troublesome. He planned on heading to Zutland Street again and leaving the rest to his captain and teammates. He would then return home to make tomato oxtail soup for his siblings. He would also use the mysterious space above the gray fog to divine the target's situation and whereabouts. "Officer, is there anything else?" A librarian heaved a sigh of relief as he asked earnestly. Klein nodded slightly and said, "No. If there are any new clues, I'll come again." He held his black silver inlaid cane in his left hand and quickly walked to the door. At that moment, he saw a man wearing a black double-breasted suit with a high collar walk in with his head lowered. At the instant they brushed past each other, Klein caught a glimpse of the man's thick and messy eyebrows, as well as a pair of grayish-blue eyes. These were areas that a high collar couldn't hide. Cyrus? Cyrus Arpis? What a coincidence. Klein was taken aback. He never expected to meet the target directly. What kind of luck is this? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He weighed his body and felt the soreness in his muscles. He pretended that nothing had happened and continued walking to the door. Yes, as a person, I have to follow my heart's wishes and be steady. As long as Cyrus hasn't left Tingen, it doesn't matter if I miss this opportunity. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit walked to the reception desk and handed the journal in his hand to one of the librarians. "Return it," he said vaguely with a suppressed voice. The librarian casually took the journal and glanced at it. Suddenly, he froze. He subconsciously raised his head and looked across as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Is there a problem?" the man with the high collar asked in a deep voice. His words were like a spark that ignited a barrel of explosives, causing the administrator to lose control in an instant. He ran to the side and shouted. As he ran to the side, he shouted, "Officer! That criminal is here." At that moment, Klein, who hadn't even stepped out of the door, only had the word F***ck reverberating in his heart. He instinctively reached his right hand into his armpit and took out his revolver. The man was stunned at first, but he immediately turned around and started running. However, he didn't run towards the door. Instead, he ran towards the oriel window at the side, as if he wanted to break through the glass and jump out. Klein, who was panicking, turned around and saw this scene. His heart suddenly calmed down. He realized that although he was afraid of the target was even more afraid of him. In such a hasty encounter, the other party definitely won't be able to determine my strength. He won't know what I'm good at. Therefore, the guilty him will definitely subconsciously avoid a direct confrontation and seek other means of escape. With his mind made up, Klein raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. At that moment, the man in the black double-breasted suit suddenly rolled in an attempt to avoid the bullet. Immediately after, he pressed his right hand and leaped into the air, pouncing towards the glass of the oriel window. Poof! Klein's first shot was a blank. However, this was something he had expected. Taking advantage of the fact that Cyrus couldn't dodge in midair, he aimed at the most convenient part of his torso and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet pierced through the air and stabbed into Cyrus's back. Clang! The glass shattered as Cyrus flew out, leaving drops of crimson blood and crystalline shards on the windowsill. Seeing that the other party was injured, Klein was no longer afraid. He ran over, jumped onto the windowsill with the help of a chair, and leaped out. Behind the first floor of Deweyville Library, rows of tall trees separated a lush green lawn. Cyrus, who had been shot, was running to the side in an attempt to enter the alley between two buildings. Klein hadn't practiced his accuracy when running, so he didn't dare to shoot blindly. He could only hold his cane in one hand and his gun in the other as he chased after the man in the black suit. Tap, tap. Tap, he followed the blood on the ground, trying his best to shorten the distance between them. With the corner in sight and the injured Cirrus slowing down, Klein, who was waiting for an opportunity, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He felt that the person in front of him wasn't human, but a ferocious wolf, a tiger, and a terrifying danger lurked within. This was his instinct as a seer. This was a warning from his spirituality. Klein immediately slowed down, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood on the ground. Compared to before, the blood dripping from Cirrus's body had turned black. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew against him. Cirrus's face was reflected in Klein's eyes. Those were thick and messy eyebrows, those were grayish-blue eyes, those were protruding sarcomas, those were cracked lips, those were white teeth. Cirrus had actually launched a counterattack at that moment. This made the face in Klein's eyes clearer. It was as if he could smell a foul stench. Pah! Cirrus had pounced 7 to 8 meters away, which was clearly beyond the range of a normal person. But because Klein had stopped his pursuit in time, the two of them were still separated by about 10 meters. At a distance of less than 2 meters, the mouth that drooped with sticky saliva and the extremely disgusting dense sarcomas formed a clear and horrifying scene. It made Klein tense up. Without thinking, he took advantage of the moment when the other party's pounce missed to raise his right hand and fire at the target's head. Bang! 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 At close range, the silver demon hunting bullets drilled into Cirrus's head one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, and his face was a mess. He was hit so hard that he staggered backward. After emptying the bullets in his revolver, Klein subconsciously wanted to retreat to confirm the outcome of the battle. But at that moment, Cirrus, who was trying his best to stand straight, gave him a huge fright. He suddenly swung the cane in his left hand. Pah! The sturdy black cane struck Cirrus's neck, drawing out a deep red mark. Pah pah pah! Klein instinctively whipped his opponent until Cirrus swayed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! 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 Klein used his cane to support himself as he panted. He stared at his target, afraid that the other party would suddenly come back to life. At that moment, Cirrus's head was like a smashed ripe watermelon. The remaining sarcomas began to recede, and his body convulsed a few times before returning to normal. Klein was not in a hurry to examine the corpse. Instead, he threw down his cane, took out the demon-hunting bullets that he carried with him, and stuffed them into his revolver one by one. 1 pocket, 2 pockets, 3 pockets. Klein quickly found a blood-stained wallet, a library card for Deweyville Library, 2 brass keys hanging together, an unstuffed pipe, a sheath dagger, and a few neatly folded letters. After placing everything aside from the letters on the ground, he stood up and glanced at the wallet. He confirmed that there were only about 10 soldi and a few copper pennies in it. The workmanship of this wallet is quite exquisite. What a pity. Klein sighed silently as his thoughts wandered. If he hadn't spent so much of his private money today, buying a wallet would have been on his agenda. Shaking his head, Klein unfolded the letter and skimmed through it quickly. Dear Mr. Z, please allow me to defend myself. Hannes and I didn't sell the Antigonus family's notebook out of stupidity, nor was it a betrayal. When it was in our hands, it didn't appear special at all. I suspect that it's still alive. I suspect that it's an evil object with a certain level of life and intelligence. It's a dangerous object that needs to be sealed. At different stages and in front of different people, the content it presents is different. I've obtained confirmation from the lambs in the police station. Although the content presented in the notebook is sufficiently authentic and has plenty of supporting evidence, I believe that only in the hands of a descendant of the Antigonus family would it reveal its complete form. When Hannes and I obtained it, we could only see some trivial matters of the Antigonus family, the general situation of the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain, and the 3 sequence potion formulas that we previously submitted to you. As you know, the secret order is in control of the seer pathway and has extremely powerful tracking abilities. Therefore, Hannes and I believed that it was an extremely risky move to continue keeping the notebook. And back then, the value it presented wasn't enough for us to take the risk. We didn't have time to wait for your reply. After some discussion, we sold the notebook to Welch, who lived on the same street as us. He liked to collect cultural relics and ancient books, so he could afford to pay a high price. What happened next is what you know. This is the first thing I want to explain. When I wrote this, Hannes died. The cause of death was a heart attack in his sleep. This must have been a gift from the Lord, allowing him to avoid the fate of falling into the hands of the pagans. I had no choice but to move to a safe and secluded place. I didn't even dare to go out. Fortunately, that lamb told me that Hannes was targeted by the heretics not because of the Antigonus family's notebook, nor was it because he exposed his identity, but because he foolishly took in a female apprentice and wanted to slowly develop her into one of us. His female apprentice peeked at his secret incantation. Under the watchful eyes of the night watchman, she attempted a magic mirror divination. I believe you can guess what happened next. There's no need for me to describe it. Unfortunately, that lamb's status isn't high enough, so I can't figure out the details. From all the feedback, the heretics didn't suspect me. Their investigation was interrupted because of Hannes's timely death. Therefore, I returned to the streets. I planned on going to the Deweyville Library to borrow a few periodicals and search for more clues. As a faction that is also in control of the seer pathway, the Antigonus family should have expected its destruction. They must have left behind a secret treasure to revive. There's sufficient reason to believe that the treasure is at the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range, somewhere in the ruins of the nation of the Evernight. Upon reading this, Klein's pupils constricted. He nearly dropped the letter in his hand. The sequence that the Antigonus family has in control of is the seer pathway? What a coincidence! Claps of thunder boomed in Klein's mind, leaving him in a state of chaos. He once again felt a sense of destiny. The notebook that caused the death of the original Klein and indirectly helped me transmigrate came from the Antigonus family that has in control of the seer pathway. What made me ultimately choose the seer potion was Roselle the Great's diary. And Roselle the Great is leaning towards the seer sequence because of the mysterious Mr. Zeradal, the leader of the secret order who also has control of the seer pathway. It's like fate has weaved a suffocating net. What's hidden behind all of this? With the letter in hand, Klein paced back and forth a few times, attempting to find other evidence to support the content. Yes, the secret order controlled by the Zeradal family is pursuing and searching for the relics left behind by the Antigonus family. If both parties belong to the same Beyonder pathway, the reason and motive are sufficient. Perhaps it's to complete a sequence, perhaps it's to obtain rare ingredients for advancing to a high sequence Beyonder, or perhaps it's because they covet the experience that the other party has accumulated to avoid losing control. Thinking about it this way, it's rather reasonable that the Antigonus family has control over a portion of the sequence chain of the seer pathway. Right, when I divined for clues regarding the clown potion, the scenes that appeared were mostly related to the Antigonus family. The only exception was the suited clown from the secret order. Therefore, the true meaning of those symbols is that every scene represents a possibility of obtaining the clown potion. There's a clue hidden in each scene, but I didn't understand the crux of it. Regrettably, I missed it. With these two pieces of evidence, Klein almost believed what Sirius had mentioned in the letter. He also understood why he always heard the word Hornaces when he wasn't supposed to hear it. The first time something like this happened was when I just consumed the seer potion, he muttered to himself with a serious expression. At the same time, he guessed that being alive after coming into contact with the Antigonus family and becoming a Beyonder of the seer pathway were the two requirements to hear the whispers related to the Hornaces. Is there really a secret treasure left behind by the Antigonus family hidden in the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain? No, I can't think about that. Just that notebook alone had killed a bunch of people. The complete treasure would only be more terrifying. Klein subconsciously shook his head and cast his gaze at the end of the third and final piece of paper. Honorable Mr. Z, I hope to receive your help. I believe you should be sufficiently interested in that treasure. Before that, I will act like a normal person, a normal history enthusiast. Finally, when doomsday comes, I will offer all the lambs of Tingen City to the Lord. Lord, the lowly Sirius Arpus. After reading Sirius's letter, Klein suddenly felt like laughing. Why do I feel like I've saved Tingen City? What is this guy trying to do? Cultists are really unreasonable. Who is this Mr. Z? He seems to be of high status. At the very least, he's at the same sequence as Captain. Where is Sirius sending this letter to? He didn't write an address. It seems like this is the cautiousness of cultists. They wouldn't leave an address until the very last moment of mailing, right? Since the Antigonus family is in control of a portion of the seer pathway, do the 3 formulas that Sirius submitted from the Antigonus family's notebook contain the clown potion? It's very possible. In that instant, Klein seemed to have found a clue to the clown potion. Although Sirius didn't carry the formula with him, there might be records of it in his home or his hiding place. And in his mind, in his memories, there was definitely something. Klein cast his gaze at the corpse in front of him, thinking about how to make the dead speak. Without any further thought, a solution immediately appeared in his mind. Mediumship. A spirit medium could directly communicate with spirits that had yet to dissipate. Professions like seers and mystery priors could also use ritualistic magic to do so, albeit barely. Back when he was dealing with the suited clown's corpse, Klein was in a rush to save people. Secondly, he didn't bring any ingredients. Thirdly, he lacked confidence, so he didn't consider mediumship and missed the best opportunity. By the time he returned to the Blackthorn Security Company, the spirit had mostly dissipated. Even if a spirit medium came, they would only be able to obtain some superficial information. And now, Klein happened to have all the ingredients he needed. He also had the experience of using dream divination to communicate with the lingering resentment. I'm just afraid that the spirit of the cultist will be like Captain entering Hannes's dream, seeing a terrifying existence. However, Captain was only dispirited for 2 days. His injuries aren't too serious. I can give it a try. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, Klein made a decision. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. He looked up, turned around, and cast his gaze at the spot where the glass had shattered. He looked at the onlookers who were looking in his direction. Taking out his identification and badge, Klein returned to the spot. Through the jagged oriel window, he said to the onlookers, "I'm a probationary inspector from the Iowa County Police Department's Special Operations Department. I'm a probationary inspector from the Special Operations Department of the Iowa County Police Department. I've already killed the criminal. Please find someone to bring this badge to the nearest police station and ask them to send someone over to handle the aftermath. The rest of you, help me seal off this area. Don't let anyone come close and destroy the evidence at the scene." "Yes, officer." The administrator who had tricked Klein immediately took the badge. After the scene was sealed off and no one else entered the lawn, Klein returned to the corner and stood beside the corpse. While he was glad that the innocent onlookers couldn't see the corpse that looked like a monster, he put down his cane and revolver. He reached into the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and took out a small metal bottle. Klein unscrewed the lid of the metal bottle and brought it to his nose. He caught a whiff of a slightly stimulating but invigorating scent. This was holy night powder concocted from herbs such as slumber flower, dragon blood grass, crimson sandalwood, and peppermint. As it was easy to make, Klein had found an opportunity to obtain a bottle after replenishing his ingredients at the underground market. Now, it came in handy. He poured a portion of the holy night powder into his palm, calmed his mind, and deepened his eyes. Then, Klein put away the metal bottle, picked up the powder, injected his spirituality into it, and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he circled around Sirius's corpse. An invisible wall was erected, isolating the area from the outside world. Klein shook off the remaining holy night powder, took out another metal bottle, and dripped the amantha extract and other liquids around him. The sequence of the ritual he set up was different from the one old Neil used at Ray Bieber's house. This was because the matter he wished to pray for was different, and the goal he wished to achieve was also different. For example, old Neil sprinkled the liquid first, followed by holy night powder. This could create a tranquility and holiness that was second only to a formal altar. As for Klein, he first used holy night powder before sprinkling the liquid. This was because his goal was to prevent Sirius's spirituality from being disturbed by the surrounding objects, and to create an environment that barely satisfied the requirements of the ritual. If he had used old Neil's method, Sirius's spirituality would have been expelled, and there would be no way to communicate with him. After doing all of this, Klein put away the ingredients and maintained his cogitation state. He softly chanted the incantation written in Hermes. I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the cultist spirituality within the altar. As the incantation echoed in the sealed environment, Klein suddenly felt a majestic, terrifying, and mysterious power descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black, as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Klein silently recited the divination statement. The Clown Potion Formula. The Clown Potion Formula. With the help of meditation, he allowed himself to enter a dream for a short period of time. He entered the dream standing. In the dusky world without sky or earth, Klein stared at a transparent, illusory figure with abnormal clarity. He reached out his right hand and touched the lingering spirit of Sirius. With a boom, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a dark red lacquered desk, on which stood a silver candlestick with 3 candles, and on which was a blank sheet of paper. Sirius was holding a fountain pen and writing in the common loan language. This is the second formula. The name recorded in the notebook is Clown, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of datura juice, 7 grams of black-edge sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. These are the supplementary ingredients. The main Beyonder ingredients are an adult Hornaceous gray goat's horn crystal and a complete human-faced rose. Sirius didn't seem to need to think about it as he finished writing down the Clown Potion formula. At this moment, he paused for a moment and drank a mouthful of coffee. Then, he untied the silver pendant around his wrist. He held the pendant, half-closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, Doomsday, tranquility of the heart, may the Lord bless me, I repent to you, and other words and phrases. After Sirius finished his prayer, Klein finally saw the pendant clearly. Beneath the silver bracelet was a thumb-sized sculpture of a human. The sculpture had the unique vertical eye of a giant. Its head was facing down, and its legs were bound by chains that connected it to the top. At this moment, the giant's vertical eye suddenly flashed with a faint blood-red light. Ka-cha, the scene Klein saw instantly shattered. His legs went limp, and he nearly knelt to the ground. A sharp pain came from his head as though he had been struck by a club. Klein's vision was filled with blood, and he couldn't help but place his hands on his knees. After a few seconds, he recovered and stood up straight again. He felt that his spirituality was abnormally weak, as though he had heard a whisper that pierced through his mind again. However, thanks to the progress of his digesting the potion, the abnormal reactions quickly calmed down. The Hanging Giant, the true creator. Sirius and Hanas are members of the Aurora Order? But, what the captain saw in Hanas Vincent's dream was a huge cross, a terrifying existence that was nailed to the cross. It's not the Hanging Giant of the Aurora Order. Klein took 2 deep breaths, waiting for his spirituality to slowly recover. The Aurora Order was a secret organization that had only appeared in the past 200 to 300 years. They worshipped the true creator, and they used the Hanging Giant as a symbol of that existence. They believed that everyone had divinity, and as long as one's mind was resilient enough to withstand repeated tests, one would be able to accumulate sufficient divinity to become an angel. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the sequence 9 of the Aurora Order was known as Secret Suppliant. These Beyonders could sense certain mysterious and terrifying existences, and they had a certain level of knowledge regarding sacrifices and a small amount of ritualistic magic. There was sufficient evidence to prove that senior Secret Suppliants would more or less have distorted views, and they would easily lose control. The Sequence 7 of the Aurora Order was unknown, but the Sequence 8 was Listener. This was a rather terrifying Beyonder job. Every listener could directly hear the whispers of the corresponding hidden existence, so they could often obtain powerful, distorted, and unique abilities. But correspondingly, if a listener was unable to advance, it would be difficult for them to survive for more than 5 years. In addition, the evaluation given by the Nighthawks was that all listeners were lunatics. Even if they appeared normal, they were definitely a hidden lunatic. Klein quickly went through the information on the Aurora Order in his mind, and his preliminary judgment was that Sirius was a secret suppliant. From the description, secret suppliant and seers were equally bad at encounters. This does match Sirius's performance. Did he lose control due to his severe injuries? Fry said before that every Beyonder would have some strange changes after death. Klein thought as he tapped his chest 4 times. Praise the lady. Following that, his spirituality recovered a little, and he ended the ritual according to the sequence, releasing the sealed wall of spirituality. As the wind whistled, Klein forced himself to look at Sirius's corpse again. He noticed that there was an obvious sarcoma on Sirius's bloody face. It was dark purple, and there seemed to be liquid and light moving within it. What kind of change is this? Klein rubbed his sun acupoint, not daring to touch it. He bent down to pick up his cane, allowing it to bear part of his weight. After the backlash, he knew that Sirius's remaining spirituality had been completely destroyed. Even Spirit Medium Daily was unable to communicate with him. After waiting for a while, Klein waited for Captain Dunn and his teammates, Leonard and Kenley. I feel that you have a predestined connection with Beyonders and evil powers. The number of Beyonder incidents you've encountered recently is more than what we've seen in the past quarter. Leonard looked at the corpse on the ground and made a casual joke. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. Klein suddenly thought of the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, as well as the majestic palace on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the invisible gaze. Hence, he took the opportunity to point it out. Dunn surveyed the area and looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. You've tried mediumship? The smell of holy night powder and essential oil still lingered at the scene. Yes. Klein answered frankly. I was worried that you guys would arrive too late and that the remaining spirituality would show signs of dissipating. You don't seem to be in a good condition? The short Kenley asked out of concern. As Klein handed the letter that Sirius had yet to send out to the captain, he began from the beginning. When I went to the underground market to purchase the materials for the ritual, I suddenly recalled that Selena had been to the Evil Dragon Bar before. Furthermore, it was Hannes Vincent who led her there. This meant that Hannes was a frequent customer there. Hence, I suspect that the man in the portrait, the man who has a certain relationship with Hannes, might have been to the underground market before. I took the portrait and asked the boss, Swain, and he gave me a positive answer. He told me that this man had tried to purchase cultural relics and ancient books related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. This made me think of this place, and that someone had just returned the corresponding magazines I borrowed. Leonard listened with a smile and suddenly interjected. He suddenly interrupted, hence, you brought your probationary inspector ID and the badge of the Special Operations Department here to investigate the borrowing records of those magazines? Actually, I'm very curious. Why did you have a conflict with this man? Even if you encountered him directly, with your style of doing things, you should have pretended not to know him and quickly left the library to seek our help at Zutland Street. Yes, you didn't have to take the risk. As long as you confirmed the target, as long as he hasn't left Tingen, there would always be a way to find him, added Dunn, who was reading the letter. Klein immediately felt a little awkward. The librarian recognized him and shouted for the police officer to help. I couldn't have pretended not to hear it. Leonard and Kenley looked each other in the eye. One didn't hide his smile, while the other turned his head to the side. Dunn nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the letter. What did you gain from channeling the spirit? I saw a pendant with the carving of an upside-down giant. I saw the giant's eye flash red, and then I left the ritual, Klein described truthfully. He didn't mention the clown potion for the time being because of 2 considerations. On the one hand, if Dunn and company were able to find the corresponding records from Sirius's hiding place in the follow-up investigation, then it wouldn't make a difference if he didn't say anything. There wouldn't be any additional credit. On the other hand, if Dunn and the others did not manage to find it, he could find a chance to report it in the future. This way, he could apply for the ingredients and concoct the magic potion to accumulate more credit. This was the method of splitting the credit into 2, which came from old Neil's teachings. The Aurora Order? Dunn muttered thoughtfully before asking a few related questions. After waiting for Klein to answer them one by one, he looked at his exhausted expression and waved his cane. Not bad. You foiled a plot against Tingen City. You can go back and rest. Kenley, get old Neil here. After giving the instructions, Dunn shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before Sequence 6, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway lack many supplementary powers. They can only grasp the simplest and most basic ritualistic magic. Captain, you mean, from Sequence 6, in the beginning, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway will receive corresponding enhancements? Klein asked curiously. Yes. Dunn gave an affirmative answer. After leaving Deweyville Library, Klein, who was riding the public carriage back to Daffodil Street, nearly fell asleep on the way. He forced himself to enter, took off his hat and coat, and fell asleep on the sofa. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up, took out his pocket watch, and snapped it open. Melissa will be back in half an hour, and Banson will have another 40 to 50 minutes. I have to make them wait an hour and a half before they can enjoy dinner. Klein rubbed his forehead and walked into the kitchen. He first washed his face with cold water, then took out the oxtail, tomatoes, carrots, and onions he had bought in the afternoon. After finishing his preparations, he suddenly froze. He had a nagging feeling that it didn't match what had happened in the afternoon. After 8 o'clock, in the Moretti family's dining room. Looking at the plate with only a thin layer of soup left, Benson raised his hand to cover his mouth and burped in satisfaction. Even though this is the third time I've eaten it, I still find it delicious. The sweetness and sourness of the tomato and the elasticity of the oxtail combine perfectly. Klein, I'm sorry that the Blackthorn Security Company has caused Tingen to lose an outstanding chef. Melissa leaned back in her chair and nodded in agreement. That's because you haven't seen real culinary skills. Klein smiled humbly. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to the Bonaparte restaurant on House Street to taste the authentic Indus feast, and the Shoreline restaurant in the Golden Indus Borough to taste the delicacies of the South. These were all restaurants that often appeared in the newspapers. The former spent £1.50 per person. I prefer your cooking, Melissa answered without hesitation. Banson chuckled and said, but I still feel that your tomato oxtail soup is lacking something. Perhaps it shouldn't be paired with bread? Klein nodded. In agreement. Its best partner should be rice. Rice. Melissa murmured, her expression filled with yearning. In Tingen, which was located in the north and wasn't considered a metropolis, it was very difficult to eat rice apart from a few designated restaurants. To Banson and Melissa, such food only existed in the newspapers and occasionally in textbooks. Seeing his sister's expression, Klein laughed. After we save up for another half a year, we'll find a chance to go on a vacation to Desi Bay and try the delicacies there. Desi Bay was located in the southernmost part of the Ruan Kingdom, and a third of it belonged to the Fainapotter Kingdom. It was sunny and had beautiful scenery. Paella was very famous there. Without waiting for Melissa to express her opinion on being thrifty, Klein suggested, in another 3 months, my salary will increase significantly. In another 3 months, my salary will increase by a large margin, and I will be able to meet the needs of traveling and saving money at the same time. Why? As expected, Banson and Melissa's attention was diverted. Klein coughed lightly and explained with a smile. Due to my good professionalism, the police department that often works with our company is also interested in hiring me as a part-time history consultant. They will pay me an additional salary, at least £2 a week. In the future, if you see me in a police uniform with the corresponding identification, don't be surprised. Of course. As you all know, the efficiency of the government is like the footsteps of a 90-year-old woman. They still need a long process and a test for me. Therefore, I will often go to Koei University during my 2 months off to look for my tutor and the faculty I know to learn more. Under the astonished gazes of his brother and sister, he paused and spoke with a slightly strange expression. Just like what Roselle the Great said, one is never too old to learn. Benson fell silent for a few seconds. He sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, is it too late for me to apply to a university now? Knowledge is indeed equal to wealth. It's also equal to power. Klein added silently. Banson, you need Klein's grammar books and his classical literature textbooks. Melissa suddenly said what Klein wanted to say. Benson's expression changed as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his teeth and said, Klein, give me those books tonight. Even if they help me sleep, I have to read them for an hour, no, an hour and a half a day. I swear in the name of the goddess. If I can't do it, I'm a curly-haired baboon. Klein immediately smiled. No problem. The next morning, after Klein hung his coat and hat on the coat rack in the break room, he followed Roshan's instructions and went underground to the guard room outside Cheney's gate. Captain Dunn, Renfrey, Sika, Royale, Leonard, and Kenley were all present. His gray eyes swept across the newly promoted Nighthawks at the door, and Dunn smiled. We have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize the previous missions and discuss the various problems we faced. I'm also someone who has gone through the test of countless regular meetings. Klein thought to himself. He found a seat and joked, should I introduce myself first? Dunn laughed and turned to look at Kenley. Brief me on the follow-up investigation of Sirius Arpus. Kenley was also a Nighthawk who had been promoted from a civilian worker. He wasn't tall, but his brown hair was rather thick. His figure was rather well-proportioned, and his muscles were very firm. He gave off the feeling that he was smart and capable. He thought for a moment. With old Neil's help, we found Sirius's secret hideout. There were many books and items at the scene. Based on them, we can confirm that Sirius is a subordinate of the secret organization, the Aurora Order. He's a secret suppliant. There's enough evidence to prove that he and Hannes Vincent were the ones who sold the Antigonus family's notebook to Welch. Those who don't remember Welch can ask Klein. The valuable items that we found included 3 sequence potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Seer, Sequence 9 Apprentice, and Sequence 8 Clown. The next mission is to find the peripheral members of the Aurora Order who believe in the evil god, based on the undestroyed letters and Sirius's usual social circle. The focus is on the cultist who is hiding in the police department. Also, we need to reinvestigate the people who came into contact with Hannes. Dunn nodded slightly and looked at Klein. You heard it too. We obtained the clown potion formula, but we can't confirm its authenticity for now. We're waiting for the Holy Cathedral to give us feedback. You made a major and crucial contribution to the missions related to the Aurora Order. Together with the incident of shooting a member of the Secret Order, it won't take long for you to earn enough contributions to advance. But I have to remind you that not everyone is like Daly. You have to endure your desire for 3 years. You can't let the clown potion formula affect your mental state, or you might lose control. Captain, this is because you don't understand the magic of the acting method. Last night, I used divination above the gray fog to confirm that the clown potion formula is correct. Klein nodded honestly. I will control my emotions. Following that, the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet, Sikatron, said, we still haven't found any clues about Instigator Therese. We still haven't found any leads on Instigator Therese. I suspect that he has already escaped Tingen. After discussing the various matters, Klein left the duty room and looked for old Neil to continue his mysticism lessons. In the afternoon, he went to his combat teacher, Gawain, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. The sun was still shining brightly at 5 o'clock. Klein took off his training clothes, took a quick shower, changed into his original clothes, and took a public carriage to Basic Street. He didn't forget the red chimney he saw in his dream divination, nor did he forget the man who bought the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator potion at the underground market and was suspected to be a member of the psychological alchemy. However, it wasn't convenient for him to use the power of the Nighthawks to investigate. Number 27, Henry Private Detective Agency. Yes, it's here. According to the description in the newspaper, Klein found a private detective agency that was said to be trustworthy. He put on his mask, pulled down his top hat, and straightened his collar. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the agency on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the half-closed door. Please come in. A voice that sounded like it was filled with phlegm was heard. Klein held his cane and pushed the door open. He saw that the detective agency had a semi-open layout. There were a total of 4 employees, each sitting on a seat separated by a partition. Hello, I'm Detective Henry. May I know how I can help you? A man in a white shirt and black vest came over. He held a pipe in his hand, and his face was chiseled. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his dark blue eyes were sizing up his employer professionally. Klein used the collar of his trench coat to cover half his face and said, I have 2 matters to entrust to you. I have 2 requests. How are you going to charge me? It depends on the difficulty of the matter. Detective Henry retracted his gaze and pointed to the guest area with a sofa. Let's talk there. Klein followed him to the semi-partitioned area and sat on the single-seater sofa. He didn't take off his coat, hat, or mask. He deliberately said in a deep and hoarse voice, "The first matter is that I need you to help me investigate which houses in Tianjin have chimneys that look like this. Also, I need you to find out who the landlord is and who the current occupant is." As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it to reveal the red chimney and the surrounding scenery. This was a drawing that Klein had once again used the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog and the method of self-prayer. "This drawing is really well done," Detective Henry subconsciously praised. He frowned slightly and said, "This commission isn't complicated, but it's very cumbersome. It requires a long period of time and a large number of helpers." "I understand." Klein nodded slightly. Detective Henry pondered for a moment and said, £7. "The price of this commission is £7. Also, you have to give me at least 2 weeks. Yes, the second matter is to help me find this gentleman and figure out his identity. The only information I know is that he occasionally appears at the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area. Also, don't let him notice you. He's a very sharp and observant person." Klein took out a second drawing. He attempted to get in touch with members of psychological alchemy to see if he could obtain valuable information and materials, such as formulas that could be exchanged with justice. £3. Similar missions cost £3 to £4, and your outstanding drawing skills can effectively help me and my assistant save time, Detective Henry answered skillfully. "That's a total of £10? Klein felt his teeth ache at the price. Detective Henry took a puff from his pipe and said, "Yes. You need to pay £2 in advance, pay another £3 to £5 when the matter progresses, and pay me the rest after it's all done. Then I'll confirm the progress next week." Klein didn't bargain, lest the observant detective remembered his traits. After signing the standard contract, he took out 2 £1 notes and handed them to the detective. He only had £1 and 17 soldi left in his stash. Detective Henry watched as the gentleman, who was wearing a gauze mask and a black trench coat with his collar turned up, quickly left. He smoked his pipe, his eyes filled with doubt. Why is he looking for a house with a chimney like that? He should be an artist, or at least a professional who has learned how to sketch. In the afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's luxurious villa in Bakeland, Audrey, who had a maid with her, followed etiquette and handed her hand to her master. She looked at him and pretended to kiss him. "Author?" Audrey observed Glaint's reaction and asked casually. What followed next was a normal topic. She did not avoid her personal maid, Annie, who was following beside her. Glaint straightened his body and chuckled. "Yes, I think you should have seen her work, Stormwind Mountain Villa, which has been widely praised for the past 2 months. I like this book, especially the calm Ms. Xianxia," Audrey replied with a smile. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at her own hypocrisy. This was because her recent hobby wasn't novels at all. Her reading progress of Stormwind Mountain Villa had stagnated at the 1/3 mark for almost a month. Ever since she joined tarot, got to know the powerful Fool, and became a true Beyonder, she had been integrating all the mystical knowledge she knew and systematically learning about psychology. She lacked interest in other things. As Viscount Glaint led Audrey to the living room with the sofa, he said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, Audrey. Then I'm sure you'll have a good impression of Miss Furswall, because she's just like Miss Sissy in Stormwind Mountain Villa, calm, intelligent, and lazy. Also, my dear Miss Audrey, would you like to play the piano for us later? This is the best reward for literature and novels." Audrey looked at Glaint's side profile. From his expression, tone, and some of his body movements, she could tell that he wanted to show off. "He wants me to be something he can show off." Audrey thought as if it was the first time she had met this friend. She maintained her elegant smile and said, "My music teacher, the pianist Mr. Veckanel, thinks that my level has dropped significantly recently and that I need more practice." "All right." Glaint was about to say something when he suddenly saw a lady coming to the long table to get some dessert. "Audrey, this is Miss Furswall, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa." Audrey looked up and saw that Ma M. Furs was about 23 or 24 years old and about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing a beige dress with a ruffled collar, and her brown hair was slightly curled. Her pale blue eyes turned towards Glenn's introduction, and there was a teasing smile on her face. In less than 3 seconds of observation, Audrey noticed many small details. Ms. Furz's fingers have traces of being smoked. She likes to smoke cigarettes. There are obvious calluses where she holds her pen, matching the author's identity. Her arm movements show that she has good strength. This isn't a trait that an author should have, unless she loves to exercise, or she was born this way, or she used to have another profession. Her Stormwind Mountain villa presents a calm, rational, and precise style. This should have something to do with her previous profession. Her gaze and expression are very relaxed, as though she's looking down on me and Glaint. Is this the psychological advantage that Beyonders have over ordinary people? If her identity as a Beyonder was discovered by Glaint by chance, she would definitely feel uneasy. After all, she can't guess his reaction and subsequent developments, and the unknown will bring fear. This means that she took the initiative to approach Glaint and understood our hobbies beforehand. She has a certain grasp on what will happen next. Why would a Beyonder take the initiative to approach Glaint? Does she need financial support, or is it the Beyonder ingredients hidden in the treasure vault? Or does she need help with something? At this moment, Glaint was introducing Furze to Ms. Furze. "Madam, this is the Miss Audrey I mentioned before. She's the most dazzling jewel of Bakeland. Her father is Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords who is trusted by the king and respected by the nobles." "Good afternoon, Madam Furze. Your Stormwind Mountain villa is still at my bedside." Audrey bowed strictly according to the etiquette of nobles. Then, she added in her heart, "That's because I haven't finished reading it after a month." Furze returned the greeting simply. "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. Your beauty has left a deep impression on me. I think I already have the material for my next novel." Viscount Glaint even praised your outstanding musical talent. In public, the two of them only exchanged a few pleasantries and didn't talk about anything else. Audrey watched as Furze continued walking to the dining table, her target a small cake covered in cream. She retracted her gaze and followed Glaint to the living room. She recalled the various details she had seen, trying to accurately grasp his thoughts so that she could gain the initiative in their future interactions. Taking a step forward, Audrey, who was as cold as a neutral spectator, stepped on the hem of her dress. Her body swayed and she nearly fell. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, was prepared to support her, saving her beautiful image. "Miss, the unique design of this dress requires you not to walk too fast," Annie whispered into Audrey's ear. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a flushed face. "I was just too focused on observing others and forgot to pay attention to my feet," she complained in her heart, feeling wronged. In the salon, Audrey maintained a graceful and sweet smile as she faced the attentive writers, critics, and musicians. Finally, as her cheeks began to ache, she received Viscount Glaint's hint. After waiting for a few minutes, she used the washroom as an excuse to lift the hem of her dress, stood up slowly, and left the salon. After confirming that no one was looking at her, she circled to the study on the first floor and said to her personal maid, "Annie, I have something to discuss with Glaint." "I have something to discuss with Glaint. Guard the door and don't let anyone else in." "All right." Annie didn't find it strange, because she knew that her Miss and Viscount Glaint had the same hobbies. They often discussed mysticism in private. After entering the study and locking the door, Audrey saw Glaint sitting behind the table, playing with a fountain pen. Meanwhile, Furze Wall was standing in front of the bookshelf, casually flipping through her collection of books. "Let me reintroduce Madame Furze, a true Beyonder." Glaint put down his fountain pen and came forward. "Is that so?" Audrey deliberately expressed her suspicion. Furze stuffed the book back into its original spot, turned her head, and smiled. "Looks like I need to prove myself." She walked slowly to the door, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it on the handle. Suddenly, Audrey's vision blurred. She seemed to see Madame Furze turn into a phantom and pass through the door. She was horrified. When she looked again, she realized that Furze was no longer in her original spot. A few seconds later, the doorknob turned, and the locked door was opened. Furze Wall walked in with a smile. Not far from the door, the maid, Annie, didn't notice what was happening behind her. "What a miraculous ability," Glaint praised. Audrey took a light breath. I have no more doubts. At the same time, the ability Furs displayed also confirmed her opponent's true intentions. Be it money or materials, nothing could stump a Beyonder like her. Glaine's house doesn't have a Beyonder guarding it. Does Furs wish to use my and Glaine's identities and resources to accomplish something? Audrey tried her best to be like a spectator. Furs chuckled. Let's be honest. We don't have much time. I was once a doctor in a clinic, and I became a Beyonder by chance. It's been more than 2 years since then. I hope that you can help me do something, and the reward I'll give you is to lead you into the circle of true Beyonders. I'll sell you the formulas and corresponding ingredients of certain sequence potions. Upon hearing such a promise, Glank couldn't wait to ask. What is it? I have a companion who has been imprisoned and is awaiting her final trial. I hope that you can rescue her, no matter what it takes, Furs succinctly explained. Audrey frowned slightly. Madame Furs, the ability you've shown should be very suitable for this kind of thing. Furs shook her head and smiled. No, it's not like that. She can't pass through the places that I can. I can only go in to see her and chat with her. Besides, I don't think it's a good idea to risk a rescue. Life is short, and there are many things that need to be done. Audrey observed the other party's face and limbs and deliberated before asking. She deliberated and asked, I understand. What crime is your companion imprisoned for? Furs's expression immediately turned a little awkward. My companion is actually very respected. She makes people want to obey her from the bottom of their hearts. She has a noble and kind character. She just went a little overboard when she was trying to convince a certain scoundrel. After delegating the mission, Klein maintained a schedule of mysticism studies in the morning and combat practice in the afternoon. His routine made him almost forget that he was a Nighthawk, and the curse of frequently encountering Beyonder incidents seemed to have disappeared. When Saturday came, it was his turn to guard Cheney's gate. Feel free to enjoy the coffee I left here and the black tea in the clerk's office, Dunn said as he scanned the duty room with his deep gray eyes. Klein, who had already come up with a reason to explain it to his brother and sister, nodded happily. All right, Captain. You really are a generous gentleman. Dunn smiled and said, All right, Captain. This will help you relax. Too much tension is not good for your health. He took his hat and cane and slowly walked to the door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, I forgot to remind you. No matter what you hear, do not open Cheney's gate unless it's opened from the inside. Remember, no matter what you hear, no matter what happens. Captain, I'll be scared if you say that. Klein tensed up. He felt that the darkness underground surpassed the light of an elegant gas lamp. In the wee hours of the morning, in the well-ventilated but silent underground, the dim yellow glow of the gas lamp was protected by the glass, illuminating the deserted and peaceful passageway without wavering. Klein sat in the duty room, casually flipping through the stacks of newspapers, magazines, and books in front of him. He also diverted half of his attention to the outside, in case anyone tried to barge into Cheney's gate. His coat and top hat were hanging on the coat rack at the entrance. His cane was leaning against the wall, in a convenient spot. The rich aroma of coffee wafted out. Klein involuntarily took a deep breath and massaged his sun acupoint to combat the heaviness in his head and the fatigue in his body. Although he was a man who often slept at 5 in the morning and woke up at 12 in the afternoon when he was studying in university on Earth, he would occasionally stay up all night after working for 2 to 3 years and still go to work in high spirits the next day. However, this was all because the games were too fun, the novels were too interesting, and the movies, variety shows, and television dramas were too interesting. And this world clearly did not have the necessities to stay up all night. Roselle the Great too. If he wants to posture, he should do it properly. He should devote his limited life to an unlimited cause and lead the people of the other world into the information age. Klein mumbled silently. He could only console himself that at least there were newspapers, magazines, and novels that were getting more and more abundant. He had originally wanted to focus on his studies to overcome his sleepiness, but in practice, he realized that this conflicted with his duties. Once he was in the zone, it was easy for him to ignore the commotion outside and the situation at Cheney's gate. Phew. Klein picked up the coffee cup and carefully blew at it. He pursed his lips, letting the aroma linger in his mouth as the liquid slowly flowed down his esophagus. Fermo coffee from the Paws Valley. It's bitter, but it's very refreshing, Klein praised as he put down the cup. The Paws Valley was located in the southern continent. It was an excellent production area for coffee beans, and it was currently being fought over by the Republic of Intis and the Kingdom of Rouen. They had established colonial regimes on the left and right banks of the Paws Valley, destroying the original Kingdom of Perth. In the creepy silence, Klein randomly picked up a magazine and discovered that it was Women's Aesthetics, which talked about fashion and matching. She must have gotten this from Roshan. He whispered, amused, and flipped through it with great interest. Perhaps it was influenced by the rapid advancement of camera technology in the last decade or so. The magazine Women's Aesthetics not only made extensive use of illustrations, but it also imitated newspapers and used black and white photos as its content. In a rather fashionable fashion, they invited famous theater and opera actors to show the charm of costumes and the magic of matching. In just 7 years, the magazine had developed from a new regional magazine in Baekeland to a mainstream periodical with channels all over the country. This dress isn't bad, and it looks good too. Klein flipped through it leisurely, not hiding his yearning for beauty. He was a man who had developed normally in both body and mind. He had always admired beautiful girls, but he had long set a goal to find a way to return home. That was why he tried his best to keep a distance from the opposite sex. He did not want to delay the other party and leave behind emotional debts. As for finding prostitutes, he was a little obsessed with cleanliness in this aspect. Banson and Melissa were already fetters that could not be removed. He could only find a way to make up for it in the future. Klein suddenly felt a heavy weight on him and could not help but sigh. The longer he was away from home, the more he could feel the melancholy in the dead of night. He instantly lost interest in admiring beautiful ladies. He put down the magazine in his hand and picked up a novel. Stormwind Mountain Villa, author, Furs Wall. Klein read out the main content of the cover. In the peaceful night, under the dim yellow light, a book with a cover reminded him of the days when he rented books to read as a child. Thus, he read on with nostalgia. The novel Stormwind Mountain Villa was about the story of Lady Sissy, who was 165 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds, who entered Frias Mountain Villa as a home tutor. 1 pound is about half a kilogram. Is this the otherworld's version of Jane Eyre? Klein caressed the comfortable paper with his fingers and had a guess about the subsequent content. However, just as he thought it was a romance novel, evil spirits appeared at the end. When he believed that it was a supernatural novel, Lady Sissy revealed her identity as a detective and gave him a beautiful inference. Just as Klein felt that it was indeed a detective novel, the male protagonist suffered a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. A tear-jerking plot began. In the end, it's still a romance novel. Klein closed the book and drank a mouthful of coffee with a headache. Thump, thump. Thump. Thump, an intense knocking sound suddenly sounded, echoing in the dim yellow and quiet corridor. It echoed in the almost deserted basement. Klein jumped in fright and tensed up. He instinctively took out his revolver from his armpit holster, adjusted the magazine and trigger, and slowly approached the door in search of the source of the sound. Thump. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump. Thump, the knocking became more and more intense. Klein looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black iron double door with 7 sacred emblems on it. A sound came from behind Cheney's gate? He narrowed his eyes, his heart beating like a drum. Thump. Thump. Thump, Klein saw Cheney's gate shake slightly and felt the immense force it was withstanding. It can't be. It's only my first day on duty and I'm already in trouble? Did I gain some bad luck after my transmigration? Klein's right hand was sweating as he gripped his gun. But soon, he recalled his captain's exhortation, no matter what you hear or what happens, do not open Cheney's gate unless it is opened from the inside. Is this normal? Klein calmed down. Thump. Thump. Thud. 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 The commotion behind Cheney's gate grew louder, but the heavy black iron double door only shook and did not show any other abnormalities. It's really normal. That gave me a fright. Klein muttered and was about to return to the guardroom. At that moment, he heard an ear-piercing screech of friction. He saw Cheney's gate heave outwards as a gap opened, screech. Amidst the jarring sound, Klein's nearly frozen eyes saw a figure. It was about the height of an adult man's forearm. It was wearing a black, elegant, and miniature regal dress. There were obvious stains on the hem of the dress. It had an average-looking face, dark eyes, and a tightly pursed mouth. It was a doll, a toy doll. Almost at the instant Klein subconsciously raised his gun to aim, the doll in the black regal dress pressed tightly against the open Cheney's gate and unfurled the paper in its hand. There were many hidden symbols drawn on the paper. Some of them Klein recognized, while others he had yet to grasp. Together, they formed a vertical eye. Before Klein could figure out what was happening, the palace doll was suddenly pulled back behind Cheney's gate by an invisible force. Thud, Cheney's gate closed once again. There were no more knocking or slapping sounds. The underground world returned to its usual tranquility and silence, as if nothing had happened. Cheney's gate was opened from the inside. "I have to report it to Captain." But it closed again. At that moment, Klein finally recovered his train of thought. He was shocked, afraid, and confused. A few seconds later, he recalled what the doll in the black regal dress was. As an official member of the Nighthawks, he had the right to know about the Grade 3 items sealed behind Tinjin City's Cheney's gate. Number, 0625. Name, Misfortune Cloth Puppet. Danger level, 3, there is a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Can only be applied for operations involving 3 or more people. Security clearance, official Nighthawks and above. Sealing method, only needs to be isolated from humans. Description, this doll is wearing a regal dress that was popular around 1300. There are traces of stains on the hem of the dress that are difficult to wash away. It is impossible to confirm if they were there from the beginning. In a few tragic cases in Tinjin City due to financial crises, the police noticed the existence of this doll. It was always placed in a child's bedroom, on the cabinet by the bedside. A few Nighthawks accepted the request and began an investigation on this doll. It has been preliminarily confirmed that it brings misfortune. It causes the people around it to gradually fall into danger and eventually die one by one. The subject only took 2 weeks to be on the brink of bankruptcy. This doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive. It does not have any tendency to escape the seal. After a long period of experimentation, we discovered that as long as one is within 10 meters of it for less than half an hour every day, one will not be tainted by misfortune. If one is already plagued by misfortune, as long as it is transferred to another owner, the situation will turn for the better. Appendix, this doll first appeared in West Borough's Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. She was an artisan who made toys. Due to her old age, her husband's serious illness, and the early death of her 2 children, she had no choice but to move to Iron Cross Street's Lower Street. This was the last toy she sold. She used this doll to exchange for some poison hemlock juice, ending her and her husband's 3 days of starvation. Klein recalled the information on sealed artifact 3-0625. He felt even more puzzled and shocked. Wasn't it said that this doll does not possess the characteristics of being alive? Wasn't it said that it does not have any tendency to escape the seal? Then, what did I see just now? What was the thing that pulled it back in at the end? What did the picture on the paper it unfolded represent? That scene just now really looked like a psychopathic murderer was dealing with the victim. The victim tried his best to bang on the door, tried his best to call for help, but was pulled back in. Amidst his thoughts, Klein decided not to act on his own. He returned to the duty room and pulled a rope. As the rope was pulled and the gears turned, an urgent bell suddenly rang in the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor. Leonard Mitchell and the rest of the sleepless who were playing cards in the entertainment room immediately put down their cards and rushed underground. The sound of running footsteps traveled into Klein's ears, calming him down as he stood at the door of the guard room. What happened? Leonard, who was the first to arrive, asked in a deep voice with his revolver in hand. Seeing that he couldn't stop in time, Klein immediately recalled what Roshan had mentioned. 3 years ago, Leonard, who had just become a sleepless, had attempted to sprint down the stairs without getting used to the potion's powers. In the end, he ended up turning into a wheel. With a light cough, Klein pointed at Cheney's gate and said, "There was a loud knocking sound coming from inside." Just now, there was a loud knocking sound coming from inside, and then it turned into slapping. Then, the door was pushed open a little. "Cheney's gate has been pushed open?" the short Kenley asked in shock. "Yes, it was pushed open a little." Klein was about to continue describing when he saw that Leonard, Kenley, and Royale didn't approach the guard room. They stopped a few steps away and formed an arc, as though they were guarding against him. He paused for a moment. "Are you suspecting me?" "No, it's not suspicion. This is normal procedure." Kenley shook his head and denied it. In such a tense atmosphere, Leonard continued with an indecent smile and added, "In other dioceses, there were similar cases." In other dioceses, there were similar cases. The beyonder on duty at Cheney's gate lost control and rang the bell. Then, while his teammates who rushed to help weren't paying attention, he killed 2 people. All right. Klein no longer felt aggrieved and angry at being targeted. He asked, "Then, how can I prove that I didn't lose control?" Leonard wiped away his cheeky expression and tapped his chest 4 times. He chanted in a deep voice, "You're the Lord of the Abyss." He chanted in a deep voice, "They were naked, without food or clothes. They had no cover in the cold. They were drenched by the rain, and because they had nowhere to hide, they hugged the rock tightly. They were mothers whose children were taken away. They were orphans who had lost hope. They were poor people who were forced to leave the path of righteousness. The night did not give up on them. It blessed them." The holy and compassionate prayer echoed underground, allowing everyone's body, heart, and soul to feel a sense of relief. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction from Klein, Leonard stopped chanting and smiled. "There's no problem. You're still our trustworthy companion." Royale, who had been silent all this while, looked at Cheney's gate and took the initiative to ask, after the door was pushed open, "What did you see?" "I saw the misfortune cloth puppet, the one in the classic black dress, 3-0625. Klein answered with some lingering fear. But in less than 3 seconds, it was pulled back by an invisible force. Cheney's gate closed once again. What exactly happened? Leonard, Kenley, and Royale looked at each other. "Heh, we are the same as you. We don't know the reason behind all this. Since Cheney's gate has been closed again and there are no longer any abnormalities, we shouldn't enter at this time. We have to wait for daybreak and wait for Captain." At this time, Royale added coldly, "I'll stay here and keep watch with you." "All right." Leonard spread his hands and teased. "As the strongest person here, I'll stay too." Kenley, return to the 2nd floor, in case the police department can't open due to an urgent case. Kenley didn't say anything else. He nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, Leonard glanced at Klein and Royale. "Perhaps we can continue playing cards? Under such circumstances, we need some entertainment so that we won't be too tense." "No problem." Klein adjusted his revolver and placed it back into his armpit holster. Royale didn't agree or disagree. With her smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, she followed Klein into the guard room. In the middle of Fight the Landlord, no, Fight Evil, Klein said casually, "The misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. Misfortune cloth puppet, I mean 3-0625. According to the description of the data, it shouldn't have the characteristics of being alive, haha, 3 as. Leonard pressed his hand down and said casually, "In the past 40 years, 3-0625 hasn't shown any characteristics of being alive. We can first assume that the information is correct and use it as a premise for deduction." "Yes. You have an idea?" Royale asked succinctly. As Klein was hesitating if he should throw down 3 twos, Leonard took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee and said, "Yes. Yes. Since 3-0625 doesn't have the characteristics of being alive, its performance today must have been influenced by other factors, and it must be a factor that appeared recently. Otherwise, it would have shown us this side of it a long time ago," Xian said. "And in the past month, what's different behind Cheney's gate?" Royale looked at the 3 twos that Klein had thrown down and pondered for a few seconds. She pondered for a few seconds and said, "There's only one thing that's different. The Antigonus family's notebook and sealed artifact 2-049 once stayed behind Cheney's gate for a night. Leonard looked at the cards in his hand and lightly rapped the table with a smile. If it could make the misfortune cloth puppet act strangely, 2-049 would have long caused something similar behind Bakelin's Cheney's gate. Therefore, I suspect that the problem stems from the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein thought about it carefully and couldn't help but nod. That's the most likely possibility. Leonard, I didn't expect you to be so good at deduction. Typically, being a romantic poet and being good at deduction are incompatible. That's only because he's been reading detective novels recently, Royale stated calmly. 2 kings, straight from 8 to K. Is there no one who wants it? 3 sixes, that's it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein and Leonard fell silent. Without focusing on their cards, they had forgotten something very important. Royale was the one who was evil this time. Seeing Royale cut the cards, Klein took the opportunity to ask again. What force pulled 3-0625 back? Leonard shot a glance at him and chuckled. Don't tell me you think that the defensive measures behind Cheney's gate are only a sealed chamber buried deep underground and a few elderly guards? In fact, when the sun completely sets, the guards have already left Cheney's gate and returned to St. Selina Cathedral. The power inside reaches its peak at night and is no longer suitable for living beings. It will only weaken when the sun rises. This is also the reason why the captain told us not to enter Cheney's gate no matter what we hear. In other words, the captain forgot to tell me this reason. Klein pondered and asked, a defensive measure similar to an array formation? Like a magnified version of charms and amulets? Yes. Royale nodded as she touched her cards. The reason why Cheney's gate is placed beneath the central cathedral of every city is to be maintained by the believers who come daily. Their pious prayers will allow a portion of their spirituality to enter the array formation, accumulating into an ocean. Is that so? Klein nodded in enlightenment. He had seen a terrible hand of cards. At this moment, Leonard smiled and said, this isn't the only defensive measure behind Cheney's gate. There's more than one protective measure behind Cheney's gate. St. Selina's ashes are buried there. She was a high sequence beyonder when she was alive. St. Selina's ashes? A high sequence beyonder's ashes? Saint's ashes? What's the use of that? Klein was puzzled and curious. Saint Selina was a saint during the establishment of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She was active in the ancient Third Epic and was recorded in various holy Bibles. Therefore, Selina was a common name among the people who believed in the Evernight Goddess. Leonard seemed to have heard Klein's thoughts as he continued to speak. He continued, there are rumors that the remains or ashes of high sequence beyonders still contain incredible power. Of course, that's just a rumor. Klein nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the poker cards in his hand. In the next few hours, nothing out of the ordinary happened behind Cheney's gate. However, Klein had lost 2 soldi, a loss that pained him greatly. As for Leonard, who had the air of a romantic poet when it came to cards, he had lost 4 soldi and 5 pence. Only the silent Royale was the winner. The sun has just risen. It's my turn next. The quiet author, Sikatron, entered the guardroom at 6 o'clock. Klein wrote down his encounter last night in his notebook and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company with Leonard and Royale. At that moment, he looked extremely exhausted, but the midnight poet and Sleepless beside him were still in high spirits. This is the difference between different sequences. Klein was about to pass through the partition and head home to catch up on his sleep when he saw the captain enter. Good morning, Captain. He couldn't help but yawn as he greeted him. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat, took off his hat and glanced at him with his gray eyes. Good morning. You should go back and get some rest. Did anything happen last night? Klein immediately explained the matter regarding the misfortune cloth puppet and Leonard's deduction. Okay. Dunn didn't express his opinion as he walked to his office with a solemn expression. I'll send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral. Klein didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of 36 Zutland Street and breathed in the cool morning air. His spirits were lifted, and he suddenly remembered something that he had forgotten all along. I forgot to tell the captain and Leonard that the misfortune cloth puppet had a piece of paper in its hands. How could I forget? There seems to be a subtle force affecting me, preventing me from telling the other Nighthawks about this. The Antigonus family's notebook was stored behind Tingen City's Chinese gate many days ago. The misfortune cloth puppet 3-0625 should have been affected a long time ago. Why did it only show signs of abnormality last night? Because last night was the first time I was on duty at Chinese gate. It used all its strength just to let me see the picture on the piece of paper. Is this the goal of the Antigonus family's notebook? Because I survived after coming into contact with it and even became a seer? Questions flashed through Klein's mind as he stood rooted to the ground. He didn't know if he should pretend that he didn't remember anything and go home to sleep, or go upstairs to report to the captain. After some thought, Klein decided to go home first to confirm something. Furthermore, he believed that if the misfortune cloth puppet's actions last night weren't to let him see the pattern on the paper, then the captain and the others would definitely find some clues during their subsequent investigations. It wouldn't affect the overall situation even if he didn't report it. Otherwise, it would be worth considering. This was what Klein wanted to confirm next. He took the trackless carriage back to Daffodil Street. When he returned home, his brother, Banson, and sister, Melissa, were still asleep. The living room was dark and quiet. Klein boiled a pot of water, threw some tea leaves, and ate a piece of oatmeal bread. Then, he took his coat, hat, and cane to the stairs. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps so as not to make any obvious noise. Just as he reached the second floor, he saw the bathroom door suddenly open. Melissa, who was wearing an old dress, came out with a sleepy look. "You're back." Melissa rubbed her eyes in a daze. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. "Yes, I need a beautiful dream. Don't wake me up before lunch." Melissa hummed an acknowledgement. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, "That's right. Banson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral in the morning to pray and participate in Massachusetts. Lunch might be a little late." As a not-so-devout believer of the Evernight goddess, she and Banson went to the cathedral once every 2 weeks. As for Klein, who was a Nighthawk, he hadn't entered the cathedral other than the time he was followed by the members of the secret order. "No, I'm in the cathedral every day. It's just that it's underground." Klein subconsciously defended himself. He was very worried that the goddess would abandon him, a false believer. If he didn't get a response from the ritualistic magic at the critical moment, it would be a huge joke, but thinking about old Neil, the goddess was quite tolerant of the Nighthawks. "Yes, that's right." Klein encouraged himself. These thoughts flashed past his mind. He looked at Melissa and nodded with a smile. "No problem. I can sleep longer." Walking past Melissa, he entered his bedroom and locked the door. Then, he braced himself, took out the ritual dagger, and created a sealed wall of spirituality. Then, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and silently recited an incantation. He resisted the frenzied screams and went above the gray fog. In this illusory and boundless world, he was the only living creature, sitting upright on the ancient mottled bronze table. After a few seconds of silence, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment and wrote a divination incantation. The pattern that the misfortune cloth puppet displayed. At that moment last night, although Klein had clearly seen the mysterious picture on the piece of paper, he could only vaguely remember it due to his nervousness and haste. He was unable to recall the exact details, but that wasn't a problem. For a seer, as long as he had seen it and remembered it, he could reproduce it. According to mysticism theory, spirituality would remember everything it saw. As long as it was done in the right way, it could reproduce the scene at a particular moment. On this point, Klein even believed that spirit medium Daly's description of psychological alchemy made sense. A human's memory was just an island exposed on the surface of the sea. It couldn't hold too much, so most of the information that spirituality remembered became subconscious, becoming the main body of the island underwater. And spirituality itself, even if it wasn't the entire ocean, it included all the sea around the island. After silently reciting the divination incantation, Klein leaned back and entered sleep through cogitation. In the blurry, distorted, and fragmented world, he once again saw Cheney's gate open and heard a heavy grinding sound. The puppet in the classic black regal dress stuck close to the half-open door and unfolded the paper in its hand. There were many mysterious symbols on the paper, and together, they formed a vertical eye. Klein looked deeply at the picture and voluntarily exited the dream. Then, using the uniqueness of the world above the gray fog, he expressed the memories that had yet to fade. On the brown goatskin, the vertical eye looked upwards, looking sinister and mysterious. Klein thought for a moment and wrote below the eye, "This is the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family." Putting down the fountain pen, he untied the silver chain in his sleeve and held it with his left hand until the topaz dangled steadily above the divination statement and the mysterious vertical eye. There was no longer any obvious shaking. Klein closed his eyes and calmly recited the statement. After 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise with the silver chain. And this represented confirmation in spirit dowsing. The vertical eye picture is really the key to the treasure left behind by the Antigonus family. Klein nodded slightly as though he was in thought. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and muttered to himself. Because of Ray Bieber's death, the Antigonus family's descendants were severed. Therefore, that notebook views me, a seer who came into contact with it and is still alive, as its inheritor. It influenced 3-0625 to leave behind the key to the treasure so that it could show me during my shift at Cheney's Gate. There's no problem with this logic, but it still doesn't convince me. How does that notebook confirm that the Antigonus family's descendants are extinct? And I'm a completely unrelated person. If I had the Antigonus family's bloodline, the original owner wouldn't have committed suicide in the first place. It doesn't matter if I tell Captain and the others about this. I'll do some more research. Following that, Klein divined the location of the Antigonus family's treasure, but without a doubt, he did not obtain any detailed information. The only thing he could be sure of was that, just as Sirius had guessed in his letter to Mr. Z, the treasure was related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and the ancient nation of the Evernight. After divining these matters, Klein discovered that the crimson star with the prayers had produced a weak fluctuation again. He touched the illusory star in response to the prayers and once again saw the brownish-haired youth dressed in unique black tight-fitting clothes. The youth was still kneeling on the ground, still facing the crystal ball of pure water as he continued muttering something. At this moment, Klein, who had specially learned a little bit of Dragonese, finally managed to understand one of the words. Praying, to save father and mother. It's really Dragonese. Which place still uses Dragonese? This is an antique that's thousands of years old. Unfortunately, this mysterious ruler above the gray fog is just an empty shell. I don't have the ability to save them even if I wanted to. Klein shook his head and sighed. He decided to observe for a while longer. I'll think about it after I master enough Dragonese and understand what happened to his father and mother. Klein retracted his spirituality, wrapped it around his body, and plummeted. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality, changed into old but comfortable clothes, lay on the bed, and began to catch up on sleep. Klein slept until 12:30 p.m. until Melissa, who had prepared lunch, knocked on the door. After a sumptuous lunch, he saw Melissa pick up the gauze hat that matched her new dress and looked like she was going out. What else do you have to do in the afternoon? Klein asked in confusion. Sitting on the sofa, Banson, who was studying a grammar book with a frown, helped to answer without raising his head. Mrs. Shoud, who lives next door, told Melissa that there will be a lecture on family issues at the municipal hall in the afternoon. Melissa plans to attend and learn how to deal with daily family issues. Melissa nodded. I asked Selena and Elizabeth to accompany me. That's right. I hope that the lecturer will tell you that a family like ours needs to hire at least one maidservant, Klein said with a smile. Seeing that Melissa was about to retort, he immediately added, we need to invest our limited time into more valuable things. Melissa was taken aback. After a long while, she pursed her lips, put on her gauze hat, and left. At 2 p.m, Klein appeared at the Blackthorn Security Company again. Didn't you go back to rest? Roshan and Dunn Smith, who happened to be in the reception hall, asked at the same time. Klein smiled. I was planning on going to the divination club, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night, so I came over first. Did the Holy Cathedral reply? Dunn glanced at Roshan, turned around in silence, walked to the partition, and walked into his office. Roseanne made a face at his back and whispered fiercely, "Don't worry." "Seriously, Captain, well done." Klein praised inwardly as he held back his laughter and followed Dunn into his office. Seeing the door close, Dunn took a whiff of his pipe and said, "The Holy Cathedral has already confirmed that it's a problem with the Antigonus family's notebook. Furthermore, it has been reclassified as a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Unfortunately, you won't have the clearance to read it. Grade 1, highly dangerous. Only people at the level of bishops and Nighthawk team captains and above would know the exact situation? In other words, even the leader wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. It's highly dangerous, no wonder." Klein felt a little regretful, but he also felt a lot more relaxed. Dunn glanced at him and continued, "The Holy Cathedral also asked us to investigate if there were any items behind Cheney's gate that were infected by the notebook. After confirmation, only 3-0625 was abnormal. We have already changed its seal." "Anything else?" Klein asked, pretending to be curious. Dunn shook his head. "No." Klein nodded thoughtfully and didn't continue the topic. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and headed to the divination club to continue his digestion journey. In the municipal hall, the three good friends, Melissa, Selena, and Elizabeth, sat near the door, waiting for the lecture to begin. "If she doesn't do well, we'll sneak out," Selena suggested excitedly. Elizabeth immediately agreed. Not long after, the lecturer with high cheekbones stepped onto the half-raised wooden platform in front of the auditorium. "Good morning, kind and benevolent ladies. I'm Xianxia. Today, I'm going to share with you my experience in arranging household expenses. It's divided into 3 parts. The first is how a family with an annual income of around £100 should balance the expenses of food, housing, clothes, and hiring servants. The second is how a family with an annual income of £200 should increase their expenses to make themselves look more presentable." Melissa listened carefully. She didn't need to calculate in her head to remember the total annual income of her 2 brothers. More than £200. She thought, half relieved and half frightened. She was both happy and content with her present life, and afraid that it would soon disappear. At this moment, Selena, who had burgundy hair, covered her mouth and said to her 2 friends in a hushed voice, "She seems to be a follower of the Storm Lord. She's wearing the Storm badge." Melissa looked over, and sure enough, she saw that Xianxia was wearing an emblem depicting a gale and a wave on the left side of her chest. She hurriedly explained, "Mrs. Shoud, who told me about this lecture, is a follower of the Lord of Storms." "I don't think it's strange, teacher." "Yeah, I don't think there's any problem. We're here to hear the specific bill plan." Elizabeth comforted Melissa. "But apart from Melissa, we don't need or have the right to plan our family's expenses," the wine-red-haired Selena mumbled. Elizabeth retorted without hesitation. "But we will eventually get married and have our own family." After the magic mirror divination incident, Selena had always been afraid of Elizabeth. All she could do was nod in embarrassment and pretend to be listening attentively. The lecturer, Xianxia, raised her right hand. "The premise of all these expenditure plans is that we must respect the opinions of the male hosts. They are the source of income and the pillars of the family. They face anxiety, stress, trouble, and chaos in this turbid society and win everything for us. Therefore, we must create a peaceful environment where they will not be disturbed by external affairs. We must let them relax when they return home and let their souls be baptized, so that they can face all kinds of challenges in a better state." Therefore, the famous philosopher, sociologist, humanist, and economist Mr. Lord once said that women are the angels of the family. Selena propped her cheeks with her hands, revealing her dimples as she asked in a low voice with excitement, "Lumi, the gentleman who said man is born free?" "Yes, but he is a believer of the Lord of Storms," Elizabeth replied hesitantly. At this moment, the lecturer, Xianxia, continued speaking. "Mr. Lurmi also told us that women are born deficient in wisdom and logic. Since this is the case, we, who have no ability to judge, should accept the words of our fathers and husbands as religious beliefs." Note 1, Melissa, Selena, and Elizabeth looked at each other speechlessly for a long time. "Let's go?" Selena finally suggested. Melissa and Elizabeth nodded at the same time. "All right. They took their veils, lowered their backs, and slipped toward the side door, trying to leave without attracting attention. When they carefully arrived outside and stood up straight, they suddenly heard a burst of enthusiastic applause from the small auditorium. Melissa subconsciously turned her head and looked through the hole in the door. She saw Mrs. Shout clapping. She saw the ladies applauding. Phew, praise the lady. Melissa exhaled and left the place that made her uncomfortable with Selina and Elizabeth. Shall we go to Harrod's department store? Standing under a tree by the roadside, Selina had forgotten what had just happened and suggested happily. Melissa fell silent for a few seconds. I want to go back and study. Study. Selina stroked her burgundy hair in a daze, as though she had returned to her usual life. And I still have to buy bread, beef, potatoes, and fruits. Klein has to work today, and Banson went to the city library. Yes, I have to go back. Melissa suddenly felt how much she loved textbooks, loved clockwork, and loved gears. Selina decided to maintain a distance from Melissa, who was acting abnormally today. She turned to look at Elizabeth and smiled obsequiously. Shall the two of us go to Harrod's department store? Although I've already spent all my private money, it's nice to shop around and take a look. Okay. Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion and asked in a seemingly casual manner, Melissa, does your brother, Klein, have to work on Sundays as well? Yes, he's off on Mondays. It's different from ordinary work. Melissa subconsciously raised her head. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein took a tracked public carriage to House Street. He tried his best to rein in his thoughts and stop thinking about the Antigonus family's treasure. He focused his attention back on acting. It was important to digest the potion as soon as possible and improve himself no matter what. Acting as a seer? I'm still not professional enough. The fortune tellers of the foodie nation have to look at the almanac before they do anything. Klein held his cane and sat in the carriage's interior. He decided to divine if it was a good day for him to go out and head to the divination club. Only then would he be a qualified seer. Taking the opportunity to get out of the car, Klein took out a halfpenny. His gaze converged, and his eyes quickly turned dark as he silently chanted, "That's right. Today is a good day to go to the divination club. Today is a good day to go to the divination club." Dang, Klein flicked the coin upwards. He didn't watch it roll, but instead stretched out his palm. Patter. The halfpenny fell steadily into his palm. This time, it was the 1/2 number that was surrounded by the ears of wheat. The numbers are going up. This means that I'll encounter something bad at the divination club today. Klein thought for a moment before turning around and walking across the street. He waited for the public carriage to take off in the direction of Daffodil Street. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a fraud. House Street, in front of Harold's department store. Selina was about to enter when she suddenly froze and turned to look to the side. Did something happen? Elizabeth asked curiously. Selina puffed up her cheeks. Why, Elizabeth, I'm reminded of my mysticism teacher, Mr. Vincent. He passed away just like that, on the second morning of my birthday. Is this because I peeked and used his secret incantation? This has made me feel guilty and uneasy. Besides, I haven't been very lucky recently. So? Elizabeth asked in a tacit manner. Selina bit her lips. I wish to head to the divination club next door to do a divination. I want to see if Mr. Vincent's matter is really related to me. To see what happened on the birthday banquet. I have a nagging feeling that Elizabeth is hiding something from me. I remember the back view of a man in a tuxedo. Don't you know divination? Elizabeth asked in surprise. Selina deliberately mimicked her father's sigh. Sigh, I'm not in the right state to divine myself. All right, then let's head to the divination club next door. Elizabeth agreed to her friend's suggestion. They went to the side and followed the stairs to the divination club on the second floor. Hello, good afternoon, Miss Angelica. It's nice to see you again. In the reception hall, Selina greeted in a lively manner. Angelica smiled. As long as you come after lunch, you should be able to meet me. Selina exchanged a few pleasantries with him and mourned for Hannes Vincent before saying, I'm sorry. I need a divination. You know the club's rules. This is a list of members who are willing to do divination. It's the weekend today, so many people will be here. Angelica went through the process with great familiarity. Selina and Elizabeth's heads were together as they quickly flipped through the list and the corresponding introduction. I've always approached my teacher directly in the past. I never expected the club to have so many members willing to do divination compared to last year, Selina said with interest. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds and muttered in puzzlement. Klein Moretti, Klein Moretti? Isn't that the same name as Brother Melissa? Elizabeth was taken aback. She looked at the two words, Klein Moretti, a few times before nodding in thought. That's right, Miss Angelica, is Mr. Klein Moretti here? Selina asked with bright eyes. Angelica shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Klein Moretti isn't here today. All right, let's get someone else. Selina didn't have any intention of getting to know him. All she did was snicker and say to her friend, I know he can't be Melissa's brother, but when I saw this name, I naturally thought of a news headline, something like the Intis Post. The Intis Post was founded by Roselle the Great and was famous for its sensational headlines. It was one of the most famous newspapers in the northern continent. Elizabeth asked, with some inattention, what title? Selina cleared her throat. Is it a corruption of morals, or is it a societal problem? A history student has actually been reduced to helping people with divination on the weekends to make ends meet. Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall sat on a hanging chair in a shady corner. She looked at the flowers blooming under the sun and thought about the matter that Furs Wall had asked for help. According to Viscount Glaine's verification, there really was a girl named Zio Dericha locked up in a temporary prison in the North District of Bakeland. Her crime was to severely injure a respectable gentleman due to a property dispute. The gentleman was still lying in a hospital bed and might never be able to stand up again. Furs's explanation was that the gentleman wasn't a good person. He was a gang leader in the East District of Bakeland, and he made a living as a loan shark. The cause of the incident was that a certain borrower realized that the interest was several times higher than he had expected. He wouldn't be able to repay the loan even if he went bankrupt. After negotiating with the gentleman to no avail, he found the famous arbitrator Zio Dericha, hoping that she could convince the other party to waive the unreasonable part. The gentleman didn't comply with Zio Dericha's ruling. He even threatened to capture the borrower's wife and children that very night. Hence, Zio Dericha changed her persuasion techniques and used physical methods. She accidentally caused serious injury. Viscount Glaint investigated the incident and confirmed that Furs Wall's description was true. He also confirmed that the gang leader had lost control of his underlings. After a visit in the middle of the night, he had waived the borrower's debt and issued a statement to the prosecutor that he had forgiven Zio Dericha. However, serious injury cases didn't mean that the victim wouldn't be prosecuted just because they didn't want to pursue the matter. Glaint hopes to resolve this through normal means. He sent someone to consult a lawyer he's familiar with. The lawyer said that he was confident that it would only be a light sentence. However, it would be very difficult to plead not guilty unless the client could obtain a medical certificate stating that they had mental problems or were mentally undeveloped. Audrey muttered to herself, leaning towards her friend's opinion. To her, the most important thing was not to have any open relationship with Furs Wall and Zio Dericha. After the tarot incident, Audrey felt that she was no longer a naive and ignorant girl. There will be a ball at Earl Wolf's place tomorrow night. Tell Glaint to act according to the lawyer's advice. Audrey nodded slightly and made her decision. In the Kingdom of Rouen, lawyers were divided into barristers and solicitors. The latter was responsible for matters that did not need to go to court, such as gathering evidence, talking to clients, helping people draw up wills, supervising the distribution of property, and providing legal consulting services. Of course, they could also represent clients in the most basic security court and defend simple cases. Barristers were lawyers who studied evidence and defended their clients in court. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Rouen, they had to maintain an objective attitude, so they could not directly contact the client. They could only gather information through their assistants, which were solicitors. Each of them was a true legal expert with outstanding eloquence and a high level of debating. Audrey, who had regained her relaxed state, hid in the darkness and peeped at the colorful flowers outside. She suddenly thought of something. Medical proof of mental problems or mental retardation. Psychiatrist, if psychological alchemy has mastered the acting method, does that mean I can look for them in the psychiatrist community? At this thought, Audrey felt that her train of thought was on the right track. Her eyes were as bright as resplendent gems. At that moment, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, sneaking behind the cluster of flowers in a sneaky manner to a place where only the gardener could reach. Susie. What is she doing? Audrey hid in the shadows and watched in a daze. The golden retriever's sense of smell seemed to be confused by the fragrance of the flowers. She did not notice her master behind her. She opened her mouth and let out a throaty ah 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 and ah 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 ah. Following that, she caused the surrounding air to vibrate, and words that were not mellow enough sounded, "Hello. How are you?" Audrey's mouth opened bit by bit. She had completely forgotten the etiquette that an elegant lady should have. She could not believe the scene she was seeing and the stiff voice she was hearing. She suddenly stood up and blurted out, "Susie, you can speak? When did you learn how to speak?" The golden retriever jumped up in fright as she turned to face her master. She frantically and quickly wagged her tail. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before vibrating the surrounding air. I don't know how to explain. After all, I'm just a dog." Upon hearing this, Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. On Monday morning, Klein, who was on vacation, followed his plan to revise and consolidate his mysticism knowledge. Then, he took a public carriage to Koei University. He wanted to interact more with Mr. Aztec and see what he knew. In the 3-story gray stone building belonging to the history department, Klein and his mentor, Cohen Quinton, chatted for a while. They discussed matters related to the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain. Without any additional information, he took advantage of his mentor's absence to enter the office diagonally opposite and walked to Instructor Aztec's desk. "Mr. Aztec, may I have a chat with you?" He looked at the instructor with bronze skin, gentle facial features, and a small mole below his right ear. He took off his hat and bowed. Aztec, whose brown eyes hid an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, organized his books and said, "No problem. Let's take a walk by the Koei River." "All right." Klein held his cane and followed him out of the 3-story gray stone building. Along the way, the two maintained their silence. Neither of them spoke. When the flowing river entered their sights, and there were no longer any teachers or students around, Aztec stopped in his tracks. He turned his body halfway and faced Klein. "Is there something you need from me?" Klein pondered for a long while. He thought of many tactful methods, but he gave up on them one after another. Hence, he asked in a frank and direct manner, "Mr. Aztec, you are a trustworthy and respectable gentleman. I wish to know what you see in me, or should I say, what do you know? I'm referring to the matter from before. You said that there's something amiss in my fate." Aztec tapped his cane and sighed with a smile. "I never expected you to be so direct. I don't know how to answer you. To be frank, the incongruity in your fate is the only thing I can see. Apart from that, I don't know anything more than you." Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, "But why can you see it?" "I don't believe that it stems from divination." Aztec turned his head to look at the Koei River, his tone tinged with a hint of bleakness. "No, Klein, you don't understand. Divination can reach such a level. It just depends on the person doing the divination. Of course, my divination is just an excuse to conceal it. Some people are always special. They are born with some strange abilities, and I should be such a person." "Should?" Klein acutely grasped the problem with the other party's choice of words. "Yes, I don't know if I was born with it either. Perhaps the price of such an ability is forgetting myself, forgetting the past, forgetting my parents." Aztec's eyes looked at the river with a hint of sadness. The more Klein listened, the more confused he became. Forgetting the past? Aztec smiled without a hint of a smile. "Before I entered Bakeland University's history department, I lost most of my memories. I only remember my name and basic knowledge. Thankfully, I have an identity card, otherwise, I would only be a tramp. All these years, I've searched for my parents using my identity card, but to no avail, even if I could see a corner of my fate. And during those few years in university, I gradually discovered that I possess some strange abilities that exceed the scope of common sense. Klein listened attentively as he blurted out a question. Mr. Aztec, why did you lose your memory? No, I mean, did you discover the reason for your amnesia at the scene? He suspected that Mr. Aztec was a member of the life school of thought who had lost his memory, or even a mid-sequence member of high standing. This was the counterpart of Monsters, a secret organization that had produced a prophet, one that was mainly passed down from master to disciple. Aztec shook his head heavily. No, it's as if I've forgotten the past after a nap. He took a few more steps forward with his stick in hand, and said as he walked, come on. As he walked, he said, after leaving Bakeland, I began to dream. I dreamed of many strange things. Dream? I'm good at interpreting dreams. Klein, who had entered the field of expertise, immediately asked, what kind of dreams? Aztec chuckled vaguely. Many, many different dreams. Sometimes, I'll dream of the interior of a dark mausoleum. I'll dream of ancient coffins with corpses lying inside with white feathers growing out of their backs. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a knight in full armor, charging at the enemy with a 3-meter-long spear. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a lord with a rich manor, a beautiful wife, and 3 children. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm a tramp, drenched in the rain, walking on a muddy road, cold and hungry. Sometimes, I'll dream that I have a daughter different from the previous children. She has soft black hair, likes to sit on the swing I made myself, and always asks me for sweets. Sometimes, I'll dream that I'm standing beside the gallows, coldly looking up at the floating corpses above. As he listened to Aztec's ravings, Klein realized that he was unable to interpret his dreams. This was because the symbols of different dreams were opposite and contradictory. Aztec retracted his gaze, and his voice no longer drifted. The Phaenopotter kingdom in the south believes in Mother Earth, and the Church of Mother Earth promotes a concept. They believe that every life is a plant that absorbs nutrients from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and declining. When they wither, these lives will fall to the earth and return to their mother's embrace. And the next year, they will grow again. Flowers bloom and wither, year after year. It's the same for life, one life after another. Sometimes, I'm very willing to believe this theory. I believe that because of my uniqueness, I can dream of my previous life, as well as fragments of the previous life. Having said that, he looked at Klein and sighed. I haven't even told Cohen about these things. The reason why I'm telling you is because Aztec paused and smiled. I'm sorry, my description wasn't accurate enough. The incongruity in your fate isn't the only thing I can see. I've also seen something else. End of chapter 112. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.